Chapter 1. Cold. It was unbearably cold. Zhang Wangyu struggled to lift her eyelids, her hazy vision filled with a blanket of white. In the distance, tall trees loomed, their branches draped in a thick layer of pristine snow. She lay in the snow, a sharp pain piercing through her head. She felt as though she were on the brink of death, uncertain whether it was from freezing or blood loss. She wondered if the park's staff and event organizers had noticed her being thrown over the railing. Surely, they must have, given the crowd around her. Had she known, she would never have ventured to Changbai Mountain. Wouldn't a trip to Hangzhou have been far more delightful? Her thoughts began to wane, her eyelids growing heavier. She wished to save herself, yet her arms felt too weak to lift, uncertain if they were broken from the fall. Just as she believed she was nearing her end, a figure appeared in her line of sight. Her heart raced. The silhouette was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of the young man from her dreams. She wondered who this individual could be, for his aura was strikingly similar. With a faint voice, she called out, "Help! Young man, please help me." The distance between them was considerable, and her voice barely audible. She was uncertain if he could hear her or see her sprawled on the snow-covered ground. Today, she was clad in a white jacket with black stripes across the front. Perhaps it was a lost cause. To her surprise, the stranger hesitated momentarily. A flicker of hope surged within her, and with her last vestige of strength, she called out once more, "Young man, save me. Someone, please call for help." Immediately after, she lost consciousness. Before succumbing to darkness, she pondered, was it truly possible for Changbai Mountain to be blanketed in such thick snow in August? "My dear family, I am so sorry. Perhaps this will be the last rice festival." Zhang Wangyu felt a pang of guilt, even though this was not the outcome she had wished for. Yet, aside from this unfortunate incident, it was unlikely that the festival would be permitted to continue next year. Zhang Qiling, upon hearing the familiar call for help, felt a stirring within him. His gaze swept across the white expanse, finally landing on a figure in a white jacket. Having been in this world for nearly a year, he had once rushed to aid those in distress, only to face dire consequences, having been scammed and robbed multiple times. He had learned his lesson: kindness was a liability in this wasteland, especially when it came to rescuing those who cried for help on the roadside. Out of every 10, only one might be genuinely decent, those who would express gratitude in the world he once knew. Yet he hesitated. This person seemed different. Her attire was neatly arranged. Surely she wouldn't deceive him? He shook his head. He had once aided a young man from a safe zone, and the reward had been substantial, though it had come with complications, as mercenaries had subsequently robbed him. While he deliberated, he heard her plead once more, "Young man, save me." With a sigh, he could not resist his own sense of compassion. He thought to himself, just this once more. If this person turned out to be untrustworthy, he would simply abandon her in the outskirts, leaving her fate to chance. Furthermore, he resolved never to be soft-hearted again. Zhang Qiling carefully unearthed the person buried in the snow, gently shaking off the snow that clung to her. Suddenly, he paused. She did not appear to be an optimized individual, but rather an ordinary person. If he shook her too vigorously, he might inadvertently harm her. His initial intention to carry her back over his shoulder was interrupted, and he instead opted to carry her on his back. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a young woman, a delicate and youthful girl, strikingly different from those he had encountered in the shantytown. In fact, she bore a resemblance to the girls from his previous life. His heart raced. Zhang Qiling hurriedly entered his abode, placing her on his bed and covering her with a blanket. She did not appear to have been exposed to the cold for long, showing no signs of hypothermia. He sighed with relief. Otherwise, he would have had to strip her of her clothing. What if she became entangled with him? He was a man who greatly feared complications. Observing the girl as she lay unconscious, he frowned. Where could this young lady have come from? Was she from a central district? Her fair and delicate features were unlike those of the locals. As he gazed, Zhang Qiling swallowed hard. She bore an uncanny resemblance to someone, stirring unease within him. The gradual pinkness of her cheeks reminded him of tender piglets. Delicious pork, he lamented. It had been ages since he had tasted any. Especially after going several days without food, his hunger had become acute, leaving him pale and weak. It was no wonder he found this girl so sweet and enticing. To stave off further hallucinations, he retreated to the kitchen, settling by the stove to bask in the warmth of the flames, his stomach grumbling audibly. The comforting glow was perfect for simmering a couple of sweet potatoes. Zhang Qiling closed his eyes, wishing to escape the hunger that plagued him. Thanks to his training from a young age, his ability to withstand hunger had become invaluable in this desolate world. That night, his sleep was restless. He was genuinely concerned for the girl occupying his bed. Since he had brought her back, he could not allow her to perish, despite not having any medicine on hand. Fortunately, her pulse felt weak, yet she showed no signs of fever. However, one thing perplexed Zhang Qiling. While checking her pulse, he distinctly sensed that she had lost a great deal of blood. Her collar and hood were stained, yet he could find no visible wounds. Perhaps the injuries were hidden beneath her clothing? Zhang Qiling hesitated, contemplating whether to examine her further. Ugh! Zhang Wangyu awoke, jolted by pain that felt as though her head had been split open. No, to be precise, she had indeed suffered a head injury, one she had inflicted upon herself. After being accidentally knocked over the railing, she had tumbled several times before her head struck a large rock. Blood and warmth drained rapidly from her body. She gazed at the wooden beams, feeling disoriented. Had she been saved, or was she already dead? Was this her home in the afterlife? It seemed her parents had not received the luxurious abode she had burned for them. "You're awake," a somewhat indifferent male voice spoke beside her. Zhang Wangyu turned her head, wincing as she caught sight of the man before her. He appeared to be in his 20s, remarkably handsome, with a calm demeanor, deep-set eyes, fair skin, and dark hair and ethereal presence. So this was truly the afterlife. She had not anticipated that the paper figure she had burned would turn out so attractive. The shopkeeper had not deceived her after all. Where are my parents? Zhang Qiling was puzzled. Parents? How was he to know? In the face of the unknown, he was reluctant to speak, especially not in his current state of hunger. He glanced outside. In an hour, he would need to venture out in search of food, hoping to find something edible today. "What is your name?" Zhang Wangyu could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. "Zhang Qiling," he replied tersely. "What?" Zhang Wangyu sat up abruptly, the world spinning around her, before being caught by a large hand. She followed the hand's guidance back down to a lying position. How touching. Is my mother dissatisfied with me? Did she burn a paper figure in my idol's name? Zhang Qiling thought. Is this girl's mind frozen? She seems to have conjured a narrative straight out of a Wasteland novel, one that requires little thought, it seems. He had often wondered how it would unfold if the young man traversed the Wasteland and was unable to resist writing it down. The progression of their relationship was swift, yet their meeting felt rather late. This is not the afterlife, it is the Wasteland. Huh? Zhang Wangyu was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Oh, I see. Zhang Qiling narrowed his eyes, feeling a flicker of excitement. In the Wasteland, there was no tradition of burning paper offerings for the dead. Much had been lost to time in this place. Survival was paramount, and the advancement of technology was the second priority. The civilization of the past had long been forsaken. What is a wasteland? Zhang Qiling contemplated whether to extend a bit of wasteland compassion to this girl, still bewildered by her surroundings. Eventually, he decided against it. He wasn't the type to indulge in such gestures. Black Bear, you're not the type? That's absurd. You've been playing along with me for years. You can't coexist with two different kinds of people in one space. Just as he was about to waste energy explaining the concept of the wasteland to her, she interjected, Brother Zhang, my name is Zhang Wangyu. Perhaps we were family 800 years ago. With a timid tone, she continued, thank you for saving me. Zhang Qiling nodded. Her name was quite lovely, evoking the imagery of celestial mirrors and earthly jade. It encapsulated her parents' beautiful hopes for her, and her birthday was likely woven into its meaning. Zhang Qiling awaited her next words. However, Zhang Wangyu fell silent. She was aware of her limitations. Attempting to extract information would be exceedingly challenging, as she could easily divulge too much. All she could ascertain was that she was no longer in her original world, because she noticed that the watch on Zhang Qiling's wrist was unlike any she had ever seen before, though that was not the primary focus of her thoughts. The most significant detail was that in this modern age, who would so brazenly place a tiger skin on a stool for warmth, not to mention wolf and rabbit pelts? Surely, they couldn't all be counterfeit. It was highly probable that they were indeed fakes otherwise. How could a single rabbit pelt completely envelop her? Zhang Wangyu, being a recent university graduate, had her thoughts vividly reflected on her face, making it nearly impossible for anyone to miss her emotions. Zhang Qiling remarked, "This is indeed a wasteland you have truly traversed here." Although he was unaware of how she had arrived, the reality stood undeniable. Zhang Wangyu's pupils constricted, her face a canvas of shock, fear, and curiosity. "Do not be afraid, you're not the first." Initially startled, she soon felt a surge of joy. Do you know where they are? Family, after all, even from another planet, felt like kin. It was a poignant moment, reminiscent of old friends reuniting, tears brimming in their eyes. Zhang Qiling remained silent, reluctant to reveal that he was that very person. Seeing his lack of response, Zhang Wangyu feared he had been captured for research blood draws, dissection. Her anxiety grew, her body curling into itself, tears welling as she gazed at Zhang Qiling. "Could you please keep my secret?" Zhang Qiling thought her mind was even more active than that of the chubby fellow. If he were to return, he could likely enjoy the company of that jovial friend. "Do not fret, the other party is alive and well." "I shall not disclose your circumstances," he inquired. "How do you know Zhang Qiling?" Such a name was uncommon, few would dare to adopt it, considering it inauspicious. Perhaps it was because he had saved her, and his demeanor was so tranquil, as if nothing truly mattered to him, that Zhang Wangyu felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Her fear diminished considerably. "Well, those of us in the circle are all aware of this person." "What circle?" "The rice circle." "The rice circle?" Zhang Qiling was utterly bewildered. The world had evolved too swiftly for him to comprehend all its intricacies. "Yes, the rice circle, it's a community composed of fans of a tomb-raiding novel. I'm a season member." With a light heart, Zhang Wangyu recounted how she had fallen from the railing and lost consciousness, believing that sharing her tale would ease her mind, especially since the other party was already aware of her origins. Besides, what could it matter? Death was an acceptable alternative. Zhang Qiling felt a mounting pressure. It appeared this young woman had arrived in this world because of him, thus making him responsible for her well-being. Observing the emptiness of the house, he grew concerned, uncertain of how many days this girl could endure without sustenance. "Your demeanor truly resembles that of Zhang Qiling. Is there a novel here about him? Are you also a fan? I wonder if your parents named you after him out of admiration. I envy you. Had I known, I would have changed my name to Zhang Hakes." Zhang Qiling thought that she talks quite a bit. However, he found no annoyance in her chatter. In this new world, the number of individuals with whom he could converse was dwindling, as those around him were consumed by survival, expending every ounce of energy, leaving little room for emotional connections. Moreover, he was not one to exhibit warmth. It was indeed a rare delight to encounter someone so vibrant. "This world does not contain the novel you mentioned. I am not a fan of Zhang Qiling. I am Zhang Qiling." His declaration was quite explicit. Surely she would comprehend it? Yet, Zhang Wangyu remained oblivious. All right. You are indeed the little brother." A sense of indifference lingered heavily in the air, and Zhang Qiling found himself at a loss for words, feeling emotions he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Surely, it was the environment that had wrought such feelings upon him. He mused. He had already stated that should he inadvertently reveal anything that she might discover, she could not claim ignorance of his previous words. Resigned, he chose to forego further explanations, gently tucking the rabbit fur around Zhang Wangyu. "Rest well. I shall venture outside to gather supplies." As he thought of the dilapidated surroundings and the mechanisms within his courtyard, he added, "Stay indoors. It's chaotic outside, and the courtyard is no different." He noticed Zhang Wangyu's backpack and retrieved it, saying, "Your bag is here, that if there's food inside, do not consume it all at once." He could not guarantee that he would be able to bring back any edible provisions. Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding, urging him to be cautious. With a lingering sense of worry, Zhang Qiling stepped outside, locking the door behind him. The radiation levels would be perilously high at midday if Zhang Wangyu ventured out. It could spell disaster, for she lacked a watch to gauge the time. Zhang Wangyu gazed at the ominous sky outside, still shrouded in darkness, foraging so early suggested the world had indeed descended into wasteland. Yet, she pondered, what kind of desolate realm was this? Having perused countless novels, including those set in post-apocalyptic landscapes, she was familiar with various scenarios, radiation-stricken, zombie-infested futures. Regardless of the specifics, none of these worlds were one she wished to inhabit. They were too terrifying, and her meager supplies would barely sustain her through a single chapter. Her thoughts swirled in her mind, growing increasingly distressing. During her parents' burial, she had struck her head against a stone while bowing in grief. That winter day had left her feeling numb as she mechanically followed her aunt's instructions. It was only upon rising that she realized her forehead was covered in blood. Once all was settled, she discovered she possessed a modest space. Indeed, it was not vast, measuring merely 3 by 3 by 3.27 cubic meters, with a door leading to a 200 square meter plot of barren land. Before her journey to Changbai Mountain, the room had been in motion, but upon her return, she was astonished to find it had become static. The land outside was unfit for planting, since acquiring this space at the age of 12. She had meticulously measured and tested its capabilities. According to the laws of fiction, the land should be cultivable, yet every plant she attempted to grow had merely turned into fertilizer, and anything she discarded was digested by the earth. Ultimately, that place had become her garbage dump, as it could consume anything. The only usable area was that small room, and though she had once dreamt of traversing worlds, she had never succeeded. It had merely transformed into her storage space. Now it brimmed with an array of clothing, shoes, bags, skincare products, cosmetics, and daily necessities, including several sets of bedding. She glanced at her food supplies. A bag of rice, enough for several meals, weighing 20 pounds, of which she estimated only 2 or 3 had been consumed. The presence of mice in her home worried her, for they might ravage her remaining stock. There was also a 5-pound bag of flour, now reduced to approximately 3 pounds, a remnant from her cake-baking endeavors. Had it not been for the preservation capabilities of her space, she would never have stored it there, along with a bundle of vermicelli, a packet of mushrooms, and a box of salt. With a sigh, Zhang Wangyu lamented. Had she foreseen her journey into this wasteland, she would have filled her space with sustenance. This was a world of scarcity. She placed a hand on her stomach, uncertain whether she possessed the same fortune as the heroines of wasteland novels, particularly those depicted as lucky and resourceful. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that such stories often balance fortune with peril. The rewards were substantial, but so were the risks. She doubted she had the mettle of those protagonists. Her stomach grumbled, prompting her to awkwardly sit up and open her backpack. Inside, she found a power bank, a phone, headphones, keys, a charging cable, lipstick, powder, 2 packets of spicy strips, 2 packets of fish tofu, 2 small fish, 5 chocolates, 4 lollipops, 3 small breads, and 3 packs of compressed biscuits. Oh, I really have this, she mused, inspecting the biscuits, which bore a cartoon character from a brand she recalled family had gifted her, suggesting they try the food together. At the time, she had been oblivious to what it was, but had accepted it, taking photos before they moved on to the next family member. This is for my dear family. It could last me quite a while. A dull ache pulsed in her head as she set the compressed biscuits aside and began nibbling on a small bread. After consuming 2, she felt considerably better. Thankfully, her appetite was modest, given her small stomach. She believed she could survive in this world. She contemplated smuggling some rice and flour outside, but struggled to devise a plausible explanation for Zhang Qiling about bringing rice on a sightseeing trip. Ultimately, she decided against it. The thought of being dissected for such a triviality was disconcerting. Once she managed to settle elsewhere, rice and flour would no longer require explanation. As she absent-mindedly touched the back of her head, she sought to assess her injury. Zhang Wangyu mused, puzzled as her fingers roamed the painful area, yet found no wound. She recalled a video she had seen, suggesting that the area of pain might not correlate with the injury itself. She examined her body thoroughly and, to her relief, found no injuries. Previously, she had believed her arm broken, but now it seemed it had merely been an illusion. Then why does it hurt so much? Could it be internal injuries? A wave of dread washed over her. Surely this world would not accept the currency of her previous existence. What was she to do? Her gaze fell upon the items strewn across her bed. contemplating whether to consume them before she departed or save them as a token of gratitude for Zhang Qiling, for bringing her back and burying her as she stared out at the swirling snowflakes outside. Her eyelids grew heavy. Though she had just awakened, weariness overtook her once more. Perhaps succumbing in sleep could be a form of bliss. She only hoped Zhang Qiling would not be startled upon his return. She realized she had yet to pen a will. As for dying outside, well, she dismissed that thought. She simply could not manage to escape. With a sense of guilt towards Zhang Qiling, Zhang Wangyu's slumber was restless. Filled with furrowed brows, in her dreams, she seemed to see her parents at home, smiling as they beckoned. "Sister, you're back. Quickly wash your hands. Mother has prepared delicious sweet and sour ribs." Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating their figures in a scene that felt both dreamlike and achingly real, both of them smiling. She thought she heard herself say, "Mom, Dad, it's been so long. I miss you so much." So, it's true that death allows us to meet again. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling remained outdoors, his thoughts consumed with concern for the person inside. He worried about what might happen if she ventured out, and whether she had added fuel to the fire to stave off the cold. After all, she had come to bring him home. He could not bear the thought of her perishing in his abode. Distracted as he gathered supplies, he found nothing of worth and returned with only 2 large branches. Another day devoid of success. In such weather, few dared to forage. Those who braved the blizzard, like him, were often those whose supplies had run dry and who faced starvation if fortune did not favor them. Upon entering the house, he found it was not particularly warm. Glancing at the stove, he noticed no additional wood had been added. He quickly made his way to the calm, reaching into the rabbit fur to check, relieved to find it still warm. After rekindling the fire, he returned to reveal the rabbit's head, his long fingers brushing against Zhang Wangyu's neck, exhaling with relief. "Thankfully, she was still alive that you've returned," Zhang Wangyu murmured, awakening at the cool touch of Zhang Qiling. After her nap, she felt a sense of comfort wash over her. She was alive, which explained why her parents had urged her to return so urgently. Her expression faltered momentarily as her gaze drifted downward, her pupils dilating with realization. She suddenly grasped Zhang Qiling's hand, gently tracing the distinctive features of his fingers. "You have..." Her astonishment rendered her speechless. Caught off guard, Zhang Qiling felt her grip tighten, and though he initially intended to withdraw, he was struck by the unexpected softness of her touch, ultimately deciding against pulling away. He supplied, completing her thought. Zhang Wangyu swallowed hard, still grappling with disbelief. "You are truly Zhang Qiling, the one from Wu Xie's tales?" Zhang Qiling first nodded, then corrected, "It is not Wu Xie." The way he spoke made it seem as though he were referring to an object. After all, he was a person that, what I mean is from Wu Xie's world. Zhang Qiling nodded, surprised that this girl had uncovered the secrets so swiftly. "You've lived for so long?" Zhang Wangyu swallowed hard, her mind racing for the first time. "No, you're the one who crossed over." Zhang Qiling nodded again. Ah. Zhang Wangyu suddenly jumped off the bed, bouncing on the floor to release her excitement. Tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, "I feel like I have seen the living shout, 'Oh, my idol, my darling has suffered.'" Zhang Qiling found her somewhat deranged. What did she mean by living him? Was he not an actual person before her, rather than a Zongzi? And what did she mean by her darling? He was many years her senior. If he had married and had children early, they might very well be of her age or even older. Zhang Qiling felt helpless, tempted to deliver a swift blow to prevent her from becoming overly agitated. Yet he refrained. Zhang Wangyu, possibly chilled, soon climbed back onto the bed, revealing only her delicate white feet. She retrieved a towel from her backpack and wiped her feet. Then, she pushed some food piled on a rabbit fur towards Zhang Qiling, saying, "Xiao Gu, please eat." Her eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at him. Zhang Qiling shivered involuntarily. It was far too uncomfortable. He declined her snacks, saying, "You should keep them for yourself." He could endure hunger for a couple more days. Zhang Wangyu assumed he simply didn't like such things, and with a hint of disappointment, she replied, "All right then. How was your harvest today?" She inquired, curious about what Wasteland food looked like and how it differed from the past world, wondering if it truly had undergone the drastic mutations depicted in novels. Zhang Qiling stiffened slightly, shaking his head as he honestly responded, "No harvest." Zhang Wangyu gasped softly, offering comfort. It's all right. I read in novels that food is hard to find in the wasteland. Tomorrow, I will go with you. Trust me, I can make you plump and healthy. Upon hearing plump and healthy, Zhang Qiling could only think of chubby pigs, which indeed was the best hope of an elder that he chose not to speak. Resigning himself to being treated as a child, so, what will you eat tonight? Zhang Qiling was even less inclined to engage in conversation. Zhang Wangyu seemed to understand something, stuffing 3 compressed biscuits into Zhang Qiling's hands. Xiao Gu, please eat. Even 3 compressed biscuits won't help me survive longer in this world. At most, they might extend his life by a few days. She beamed as she said, I know nothing about this world. I will have to rely on you to help me integrate into it. Consider it my tuition. Zhang Qiling remained unmoving. Zhang Wangyu's eyes darted around before she tore open the packaging of the compressed biscuits and thrust it towards Zhang Qiling's mouth. With your saliva on it, you have no choice but to eat. Zhang Qiling thought, when you experience hunger later, you will realize whether it matters or not. Ultimately, he could not refuse her kindness, deciding he would keep an eye on her welfare from then on. He could not guarantee she would not starve, but he could at least ensure she would not fall prey to wild beasts. He was not capable of defeating high-level beasts either. He could only do his best. After a rare filling meal, Zhang Qiling felt his mood lift slightly. Zhang Wangyu ate her fill and wandered around the modest abode that it consisted of 1 room, a hall, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The wooden house was quite clean and tidy. Could you tell me about this world? Zhang Qiling was unsure where to begin. After a moment's thought, he used his smart bracelet to pull up a video. Zhang Wangyu watched Zhang Qiling skillfully operate the device. Muttering, who said Xiao Gu is an old fossil. Look how adept he is with high technology. Zhang Qiling paused in his actions, retorting, that is mere slander. Zhang Wangyu agreed. Xiao Gu is simply the best. Zhang Qiling thought, please, spare me the childlike praise. He tossed the bracelet to Zhang Wangyu and stepped outside to gather the 2 branches he had brought back. Zhang Wangyu soon began to comprehend the nature of this wasteland world. To put it simply, it was a place where humanity, in its pursuit of civilization, had ravaged natural resources, leading to ecological destruction. Before they could begin to repair the damage, they discovered the ozone layer was gradually dissipating, and the sun's rays were striking down directly, causing various diseases. Initially, there were plans to restore the ozone layer, but then a comet passed by, bringing even more radiation, and the ozone layer completely collapsed. Nature is wondrous. A new layer of ozone did emerge, but it was no longer called ozone. The rays from the universe persisted, and the entire planet was divided into zones, with the low radiation areas being habitable for humans and the medium radiation zones barely survivable. The high radiation areas were far too perilous. Entry would result in rapid organ failure and death. Survival of the fittest became the law of nature. Initially, animals were like humans, only able to live in low radiation zones. However, over generations of evolution, only those capable of surviving in high radiation zones remained, while the rest were eliminated. Perhaps due to humanity's past destruction, plants grew wildly, each more enormous and bizarre than the last. Nature was transforming, and humanity was changing as well to survive. Many individuals here were optimized beings. These were not superhuman wasteland dwellers. Rather, the optimized beings merely had enhanced physical attributes. Yet, the living conditions were fraught with radiation, causing genetic collapse and rampant radiation sickness. Zhang Wangyu had been astonished to learn that wasteland dwellers could live up to 200 years, only to find out moments later that this was merely theoretical. In reality, due to hunger, genetic illnesses, radiation sickness, beast tides, and various other factors, people found it exceedingly difficult to die a natural death. What a pity, Zhang Wangyu murmured. What do you find regrettable? Zhang Wangyu returned the bracelet to Zhang Qiling. Lamenting the absence of superpowers, I was hoping to witness all sorts of marvelous abilities. She waved her hand outward, mimicking swish, 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 as if conjuring flames, and swish, swish, swish was akin to summoning a water dragon. Zhang Qiling could only shake his head at her fancifulness. Xiao Gu, you're so impressive, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, petting the tiger skin at a tiger, indeed. Zhang Qiling noticed her actions, his gaze softening. This was the first tiger he had ever hunted, had it not been for Zhang Wangyu's compressed biscuits. He would have had to part with it in exchange for points. By the way, I just saw in the video that energy stones can be found inside these beasts. Did you discover any? What do they look like? Are they like diamonds? The video had not provided a detailed description of the energy stone's appearance, but novels often claimed they were extraordinarily beautiful. He wondered if that were true. Zhang Qiling sighed internally. I have not seen any. Zhang Wangyu glanced around the room. Noticing the absence of any pelts, the probability was surprisingly low. It was unfortunate she had hoped to see one. It was impossible to expect her to hunt animals herself. She struggled even to kill a chicken, let alone a large, ferocious beast. Isn't gathering done using the bracelet to measure radiation levels? Zhang Wangyu inquired. The shorts had not covered this aspect, perhaps because it was deemed too simple to warrant explanation. After all, the majority of the content focused on the great heroes battling beasts and the arduous establishment of safe zones. Tap here, then bring the bracelet close to the item to be tested, or use liquids to touch the bracelet surface. Zhang Qiling pressed a button, transitioning to the testing interface. The bracelet was quite versatile. Akin to an old smartphone, equipped with features for video, communication, and radiation detection, though its signal faltered in high radiation zones. High radiation could interfere with various electronic devices. May I give it a try? Zhang Wangyu looked at Zhang Qiling with hopeful eyes. Zhang Qiling nodded. Beep, low radiation, high-quality edible meat, suitable for extensive consumption. Beep, medium radiation, edible meat, recommended for consumption. Zhang Qiling took a step back, his eyes filled with vigilance. Zhang Wangyu chuckled awkwardly. Isn't this just a matter of convenience? Listen to me. I don't eat people. I truly don't. She nearly raised her hand to the heavens in a solemn vow, asserting that consuming one's own kind would lead to prion diseases. She was hardly the type to resort to cannibalism. She muttered, besides, I wouldn't stand a chance against you anyway. The muscles in Zhang Qiling's body, which had begun to relax, tensed once more. If you could defeat me, would you then resort to eating me? Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, Zhang Qiling only caught the latter half of her statement. After conducting tests on both of them, she felt a pang of worry. Being of low radiation, did that mean she would soon develop radiation sickness? She hurried to test the food she had brought. Beep, the device indicated low radiation food, suggesting abundant consumption. Zhang Wangyu furrowed her brow. However, in her era, various levels of radiation existed. Low, moderate, and high. Observing her as she tested each item, Zhang Qiling explained, some wristbands can detect specific radiation levels that he added, but they are quite expensive. That he had heard this from that young master. Ditto. I see, Zhang Wangyu remarked, glancing at the item she had brought. Zhang Qiling seemed to understand her intentions. You cannot exchange these. Zhang Wangyu looked at him in surprise. How did he know what she was thinking? Why not? Zhang Qiling insisted she put them away, stating that he had never seen such items here and that they were perilous. A common man is innocent, yet possesses precious goods. There are always those driven by greed, regardless of the world. He was uncertain whether such food existed in the inner city, but he was unwilling to take the risk. This world was unlike his previous one. He could not ensure Zhang Wangyu's safety. All right then, Zhang Wangyu encouraged herself, reassuringly thinking that if she couldn't exchange, she could collect instead. Surely, she would be able to accumulate a wristband eventually. She then shyly looked at Zhang Qiling and added, however, I may need to stay with you for a while, and by the way, I would like to borrow your wristband for testing. Zhang Wangyu quickly clarified, I'll accompany you outside to make use of your wristband. Very well, make yourself at home, Zhang Qiling replied, still uneasy about this little fan staying outside, fearing she might truly become someone else's meal. Although the penalties in this world for such matters were severe. When faced with death, who would care about such things? As for the wristband, if he must lend it, so be it. He had already resigned himself to that, had it not been for the recent heavy snowfall, rendering the beasts around the base scarce. He would not have bothered testing those plants. There were few plants outside, and the young girl was likely to be disappointed. When spring arrived, he would hunt more to try and accumulate a wristband. Zhang Qiling's home only had one heated bed, which was quite large. Zhang Wangyu noticed him pulling a chair to sit by the fire, initially unsure of his intentions. After a while, she realized he had fallen asleep against the chair. How impressive! Zhang Wangyu sighed in relief. Since he was asleep, she no longer felt conflicted. To be honest, she felt somewhat guilty occupying the vast bed. Inviting Zhang Qiling to join her was out of the question. He was a man, and even though he was her favorite character from a novel, that was still a no-go. Even if he were a paragon of virtue, she didn't trust herself. Such a handsome man. She feared she might lose control over her fondness for his abs. This was for the best, even if it meant feeling guilty toward him. Holding on to these inexplicable feelings, Zhang Wangyu climbed into bed, closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually steadied. As her breaths became more regular, Zhang Qiling opened his eyes, glancing at the young girl who was sleeping soundly, his concern deepening. This girl was far too carefree. Although she had shown a hint of vigilance at first, she had fallen asleep far too quickly. He was a grown man. After all, she showed him no respect. Surely, the Wang family had no one so foolish. He had pinched her cheek yesterday. It was soft and real, not a mask. The next morning, Zhang Wangyu was awakened by Zhang Qiling shaking her. That weren't we supposed to go collecting? Time to get up. After saying this, he turned to fetch water. The base provided clean water free of charge, though its taste left much to be desired. The advantage, however, lay in its costlessness. The quantity was also variable. Those willing to exert themselves could take as much as they wished. Zhang Wangyu sat up, reluctant to leave the warmth and comfort of the bed. Unfortunately, the looming survival crisis compelled her to rise. Sigh. She scratched her head, having smuggled a few warm clothes from her space. She donned them all, finally throwing on her jacket. She looked quite bulky. The pot contained hot water that had already been prepared, and after washing up and applying skincare products, she filled a cup to the brim with hot water. Zhang Qiling returned, having filled the large water tank at home, and upon seeing her ready, he silently slung his black gold ancient blade over his shoulder, donned his clothing and hat, and said, "Let's go." "All right," Zhang Wangyu replied, feeling quite cheerful. Outside, the world was blanketed in white snow. She was somewhat surprised that there were no other people in sight. "Don't you have neighbors?" she inquired. Zhang Qiling looked at her, astonished. "Did you not see them?" Zhang Wangyu turned back and gasped. What was that row of houses on the left? Blame it on the dim light and her large hat that obscured her view. She adjusted her hat, which was indeed 2B. It was barely 5 in the morning, and the light was not bright enough to see much. She could only make out dark outlines suggesting the presence of houses. "Wow, you really are impressive," she genuinely exclaimed, from the silhouettes. The other houses appeared to be even better than Zhang Qiling's. Zhang Qiling was truly at a loss regarding her meaning. Her hat was too large, and she was slightly shorter, obscuring her facial expressions from his view. He had no desire to investigate further and strode ahead. Zhang Wangyu's legs worked fervently to keep up. The difference between 1.65 meters and 1.8 meters was quite significant, especially given her bulked-up appearance. After walking for about a mile, she felt herself getting warm. That if only she had known not to wear so much. Throughout their journey, she hardly encountered anyone. Did we arrive too early or too late? Zhang Wangyu asked, puzzled. The book described Zhang Qiling as a man of few words, rarely speaking on trivial matters, yet when it came to significant issues, he was not stingy with his words. After spending a day together, she found him to be a genuinely kind-hearted person. That in winter, with no food, everyone stayed home. Zhang Qiling thought of a fitting phrase. Zhang Wangyu opened her mouth, gazing sympathetically at the tall young man ahead. Her dear little companion truly was a pitiable soul, struggling wherever he went. She encouraged herself. "Come on, Zhang Wangyu." Zhang Qiling turned around, wondering what this girl was up to. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Zhang Wangyu felt as if she might collapse. All her thoughts had vanished, and she had lost all passion when they finally reached a patch of woods. "Let's search here in the forest," Zhang Qiling suggested to Zhang Wangyu. She looked up at the towering trees, reaching dozens of meters high, then down at the thick layer of snow, with the occasional yellowed leaf peeking through. "What are we looking for?" Then she watched as Zhang Qiling began to climb the branches with surprising agility. Zhang Wangyu's mouth fell open in disbelief. Was this an acrobatic performance? Lightness of foot? She gazed wide-eyed as Zhang Qiling disappeared into the treetops, and occasionally, leaves drifted down. Looking down, she kicked at the fallen leaves, wondering if he intended to eat them. How was she supposed to climb up? Zhang Wangyu is capable of climbing trees, but that does not imply she can scale a dozen-meter-high utility pole unaided. With a furrowed brow, she undoubtedly does not embody the archetype of a heroine. Perhaps it is best to rummage through the underbrush instead. Zhang Wangyu picked up a twig and waved it in the air, producing a whooshing sound. She nodded in satisfaction. It was a fine stick. Zhang Qiling remarked that they had now entered the late winter season, with the snow still lying thick. This spared her the embarrassment of tumbling head first into the snow. She painstakingly made her way to the blade of grass she had set her sights on. This was the closest one to her and the tallest that peeked through the snow. She huffed and puffed as she used her stick to dig through the snow, perhaps due to the grass's horizontal layer. The snow was surprisingly soft, at least not as arduous as she had anticipated. What variety of grass could this be that it grows so tall? After quite a while of digging, she was almost at the bottom. She wondered if the cores contained any tender shoots. The thought struck her as somewhat amusing. Tender cores? They must be all dried up by now. She had not considered whether this grass was edible. In the wasteland, anything with low radiation should be safe to eat, right? If worst comes to worst, she could trade it with others. After all, points could still be exchanged. She glanced around, realizing she no longer knew which tree Zhang Qiling was in or how his harvest fared. Turning her head, she took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself to continue her laborious digging in the snow. Last, a blade of grass revealed its true form. Bore a resemblance to flaggrass. Both large and tall, although lacking the sharp leaves characteristic of flaggrass. It should not be that type, otherwise it would not be merely over a meter high. After all, flaggrass can grow 2 to 4 meters tall. After several attempts at digging through a large clump of grass, Zhang Wangyu found not a single tender leaf, only withered stalks. Disappointment washed over her. Indeed, she was not the heroine of this wasteland saga. Sighing, she thought, could she not be granted a golden finger? Suddenly, she patted herself. She already possessed a golden finger. One must not be greedy. One must be content. Contentment brings happiness, yet excessive joy can lead to trouble. What is this? A mushroom. It was not large, about the size of an egg, but still seemed rather ample. Uncertain, she rummaged through the grass clump again and uncovered several round, white mushrooms tucked beneath the stalks. Are they edible? She pondered. She had always enjoyed mushrooms. During the season of harvest, she loved watching videos of others foraging for fungi, and mushroom hot pot was quite delectable. She recalled the time she had foraged for mushrooms with her parents during her childhood, once finding 10 mushrooms in a single clump. Regardless of their edibility, the joy of discovering mushrooms was uplifting, and she smiled brightly as she patted the mushrooms, urging them to gather strength and not disappoint her. Her wristband was still with Zhang Qiling, and she could not check anything for now. Standing up, she stretched her back and directed her gaze toward another patch of grass. Hopefully, there would be some tender leaves she could use. After placing the mushrooms in her backpack, she climbed out of the snow pit and resumed her laborious work. This is truly exhausting. After digging 3 snow pits, Zhang Wangyu felt as though her arms could barely lift. Had she known she should have exercised more in the past, her gym membership would not have been in vain. She muttered in frustration, feeling the sting of regret. While digging in the 3rd snow pit, she uncovered another 10 white mushrooms. The previous pit had yielded 8. She sat down to rest, squeezing her slender arms. Internally, she resolved to exercise diligently. With her fragile constitution as a university student, it was a wonder she had survived the wasteland for another day. What do you have there? Zhang Qiling paused. This type of grass had already been tested countless times, and its delicate branches and leaves had long since deteriorated, although the snow had low radiation levels. After so long, those grass leaves had been contaminated. Consequently, he was attempting to see if there were any leaves on the trees that had been overlooked. Seeing Zhang Qiling, Zhang Wangyu felt a flicker of joy. She looked over at him, noting the same empty netting and a large sword. In other words, his harvest amounted to 0 to D. Oh, you know what kind of mushroom this is? Zhang Wangyu held up the mushroom she had found. She was too weary to stand, opting instead to sit on the ground. Zhang Qiling jumped down from the snow pit. He had never seen such a thing. The small snow pit suddenly felt more crowded. Zhang Wangyu urged Zhang Qiling to test it. He took the mushroom from her hand and tapped it against his wristband. Beep. High radiation edible fungi, not suitable for consumption, that a clear female voice announced, leaving both Zhang Qiling and Zhang Wangyu taken aback. It is edible. Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. She quickly retrieved another mushroom, urging him to test it hastily. Zhang Qiling did not refuse, but he harbored little hope. Food buried deep beneath the snow was unlikely to fall within the safe consumption range. Sure enough, beep, high radiation edible fungi, not suitable for consumption. Beep, high radiation, beep, high. Zhang Qiling tested over a dozen mushrooms, all deemed unsuitable for consumption. Zhang Wangyu felt a tinge of disappointment. How about I give it a try? She suggested. Feeling a sense of playfulness, Zhang Qiling removed his wristband and handed it to her. If you wish to play, then do so, but this is high radiation time. Do not climb the trees if you accidentally expose yourself. It could be dangerous. Staying beneath the trees was still better than nothing. Zhang Wangyu did not understand the reasons behind his caution, yet she remained cheerful. Imitating Zhang Qiling, she brought a mushroom close to the wristband. Beep. Medium radiation edible fungi. Consumption recommended. Zhang Wangyu turned to Zhang Qiling. Did you hear that? Zhang Qiling, lost in thought, replied, Medium radiation. She pointed to the mushroom in her hand. Noting his confusion, she pushed it against the wristband again. Beep. Medium radiation edible fungi. Consumption recommended. Zhang Qiling was somewhat astonished that it really is medium radiation. Zhang Wangyu cherished the mushroom, placing it into Zhang Qiling's hands. The first mushroom is for you, dear sir. Zhang Qiling accepted the mushroom, pondering that perhaps this was the last edible one left. He hoped the young girl would not change her mind later. The next one would be for himself. Zhang Wangyu, brimming with joy, selected the mushroom that appeared most appealing. Beep, low radiation edible fungi, safe for abundant consumption. Zhang Wangyu beamed with delight. A fortunate start indeed. Her luck was remarkable. Zhang Qiling, increasingly surprised, no longer drifted in thought, but instead watched as the young girl hummed a tune while testing mushroom after mushroom. Beep, medium radiation edible fungi. Consumption recommended. At this point, he felt numb. The wristband might be malfunctioning. Tentatively, he picked up a mushroom and held it before the wristband. Beep, high radiation edible fungi. Not suitable for consumption. The two fell silent. After a while, Zhang Wangyu remarked, You truly have remarkable luck, finding the only high-radiation one so precisely. Indeed, it was the sole high-radiation mushroom among the remaining four. How could they appear identical, yet yield such precise results? Zhang Qiling did not know, nor did Zhang Wangyu. It took a long time for Zhang Wangyu to realize that some individuals are inherently unlucky. Moreover, she would encounter several more of the same kind of unfortunate souls. At that moment, Zhang Wangyu was engrossed in her discoveries. She had tested 15 mushrooms, 7 of which were low radiation and 8 medium radiation. Each mushroom, about the size of an egg, could provide several meals. She wondered how they would taste. Feeling a pang of hunger, you know how these can be exchanged? She asked Zhang Qiling. How many points can they yield? Zhang Qiling shook his head. I have never exchanged plants. I have exchanged quite a few animals. But they were all high radiation, very cheap, barely enough for subsistence. Well, it is now 1 point. Are you hungry? Zhang Wangyu had eaten her bread before leaving in the morning, while Zhang Qiling had not consumed anything. At this point, Zhang Wangyu was already quite famished. She took out some chocolate and offered a packet to Zhang Qiling. Here, eat. Zhang Wangyu disregarded him completely and directly broke off a small piece to savor in her mouth. Among the few sweet morsels, she felt compelled to cherish this moment. Regret washed over her. Why hadn't she purchased more chocolate? Zhang Qiling refrained from indulging, opting instead to stow it away and turn to excavate a snow pit beneath another patch of grass. Zhang Qiling's speed surpassed that of Zhang Wangyu by a considerable margin. In no time, a vast snow pit materialized before her eyes. Such swiftness was impressive. He was indeed a skilled worker. Alas, a brief search yielded nothing. Zhang Qiling remarked that this was the expected outcome. Unwilling to surrender, Zhang Wangyu had unearthed 3, all of which flourished. Why then did this particular one not thrive? Regrettably, she scoured every nook and cranny to no avail. It truly did not grow. Clutching her stick, she believed it to be her lucky charm. Casually, she chose a grassy nook to dig. Halfway through, fatigue overwhelmed her. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling excavated 2 more spots, yet still found nothing. Turning to him, Zhang Wangyu proposed, Brother, Would you assist me in digging? A nagging suspicion arose within her. Could it be that Zhang Qiling was simply unluckier than Wu Xie? Zhang Qiling acknowledged her request with a hum and motioned for her to step aside. Having noticed her exhaustion, Zhang Wangyu tightened her grip on the stick, exclaiming, "Look, look, look!" There were 5 in total. Zhang Qiling examined one, and as expected, it radiated high levels of radiation. He prepared to inspect the next. However, Zhang Wangyu halted him. Puzzled, Zhang Qiling glanced at her. Without uttering a word, she awaited the result. Beep. Moderate radiation. Edible fungus. Consumption recommended. The next 3 were all of moderate radiation. For the final one, Zhang Wangyu urged Zhang Qiling to test it. Beep. High radiation. Edible fungus. Not suitable for consumption in the confined space. A profound silence enveloped them. Zhang Wangyu wiped her face, conjuring an excuse. "Brother, I'm feeling tired. Why don't you dig this one out while I conduct the inspection from above?" Zhang Qiling harbored a similar thought. Couldn't he possibly resemble the unfortunate Wu Xie? Could he? Zhang Wangyu pointed carelessly, and Zhang Qiling, unperturbed, continued to dig. He cradled the 5 mushrooms, tossing them online to Zhang Wangyu, who inspected them. Point 2 exhibited moderate radiation. Zhang Qiling, undeterred, sought another location to dig. After rummaging, he finally unearthed 2 more in a corner. A faint smile graced his face. He was not such an ill-fated individual. The more he looked at the 2 mushrooms, the more festive they appeared, plump and delightful. They were truly pleasing to behold. Observing Zhang Qiling's expression dim, Zhang Wangyu sought to console him. "Brother, I believe this stick of mine brings good fortune. Why not follow its mysterious guidance while digging?" Zhang Qiling stiffly nodded in agreement. That a production line materialized within the expansive forest. Zhang Wangyu glanced around. Were it not for Zhang Qiling's presence, she might have felt uneasy in this desolate place. Was tea life in the wasteland supposed to be arduous? Why was no one around? If someone were present, they might respond, "We're starving. Who has the strength to climb such tall trees?" I send the small forest, near home more appealing. It seemed this was a gathering point Zhang Qiling frequented for foraging, avoiding the busier areas where he seldom ventured. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Qiling glanced at the sky, realizing it was time to return. Only then did he muster the energy to assess the day's haul. Zhang Wangyu beamed as she tallied their findings. 33 pieces of low-radiation mushrooms and 76 pieces of moderate radiation ones. A bountiful harvest indeed. However, the forest resembled a battlefield, riddled with holes like a gopher's burrow, each one a snow pit. "Brother, should we consume these or exchange them for points?" Zhang Wangyu chirped merrily on their way back. Zhang Qiling, while observing their surroundings, felt no significant concern regarding potential highway robbers. His combat prowess was not among the top ranks in this world, yet it sufficed to handle the denizens of the slums. Those who dared to cross him had received a thorough lesson, and subsequently, they ceased their harassment. His true worry lay in the possibility of encountering a reckless animal. To low-radiation humans, such creatures could perceive them as delectable prey. Nevertheless, within this territory, he was confident in his ability to eliminate any threats, ensuring they would not return. Most low-radiation specimens were unearthed from the snow pits Zhang Wangyu had excavated. "Let us exchange some and see how many points we can accrue," he suggested. Indeed, Zhang Qiling concurred. While mushrooms preserved well in this weather, one could not subsist solely on fungi. If they could trade for some nutritional supplements, that would be advantageous. Zhang Qiling led Zhang Wangyu to a building near the city gate, a structure with an opening carved into the city wall that led directly into the exchange center. This was the slum's trading hub, informally dubbed the Westgate D District Material Exchange Center. Inside resembled a small courtyard, with the entrance side flanked by 3 sections: the plant exchange, animal exchange, and energy stone exchange. Due to the scarcity of patrons at the energy stone exchange, only one window operated. With the surplus space allocated to the other exchange windows, Zhang Wangyu's eyes widened at the myriad of items on display, akin to a marketplace, including nutritional supplements, potions, and weapons, an eclectic assortment. She merely cast a glance before retracting her gaze. Thankfully, Zhang Qiling had shielded her face with a cloth and her hat was large. Otherwise, her inquisitive demeanor would surely attract undue attention. The exchange center was rather desolate, with few patrons, The staff inside appear to be idly engaged in handicrafts. "Hello, I'd like to exchange these mushrooms. Could you please let me know how many points they are worth?" Zhang Wangyu, a recent university graduate, exuded politeness. The staff member looked up in surprise at the tightly wrapped young lady. Noting her fine clothing, perhaps she was a lady out for an adventure. Rarely did someone exhibit such courtesy, and a smile graced her face. "Ah, snow mushrooms." "Snow mushrooms?" Zhang Wangyu echoed softly. "Yes, they're quite rare. Buried in the snow, it's fortunate you've gathered so many. You have excellent luck." Li Qin glanced at the man standing outside, further affirming her belief that this young lady was likely an affluent heiress experiencing life outside her sheltered existence, complete with a bodyguard. "Indeed," Zhang Wangyu replied cheerfully, "Why, luck is quite good. Sister, could you tell me how to exchange them?" Addressing her as sister brought an even more genuine smile to Li Qin's face. "All right," she said, placing the snow mushrooms into the testing chamber, confirming they all possessed moderate radiation. Each mushroom of moderate radiation was worth 3 points, totaling 228 points for the 76. Zhang Wangyu presented Zhang Qiling's wristwatch to a machine at the window, and the points were credited. "Sister, may I inquire how many points a low-radiation mushroom is worth?" Li Qin was somewhat taken aback. Low-radiation snow mushrooms were rare, but not entirely absent. Thus, the exchange center had a price list. 10 points each. Wow, that was more than triple. Truly, low-radiation food was valuable. Zhang Wangyu felt a twinge of indecision, contemplating whether to exchange them all. Yet, she also wished to reserve some for consumption. Low-radiation food is best for the human body. While moderate radiation food could expel some radiation, it would still accumulate, especially for those like them who had not undergone generations of genetic modifications in the Wasteland. Ultimately, she decided that although she craved to live, she did not want to do so at such a cost. "Are you looking to exchange as well?" Li Qin inquired, noticing the bag in her hand, likely containing low-radiation snow mushrooms. What remarkable luck! If she were to exchange, she would use her position to prioritize the procurement of 2 mushrooms. It had been ages since she had tasted low-radiation plants. "All right, thank you, sister. Next time we find something, we shall come back to you for an exchange." Li Qin felt a tinge of regret. Yet it was to be expected. How could a lady of such stature, who need not worry about her meals, be interested in exchanging for such low-grade, irradiated food? Surely, she must be saving it for herself, and the higher-grade items she exchanged were likely beneath her contempt. Zhang Wangyu was oblivious to the myriad speculations swirling in the other's mind. Had she known, she would have said nothing. Let the misunderstandings be. The most pressing matter now was to return home and prepare a mushroom feast. Zhang Wangyu could hardly feel hunger anymore. When one is overly famished, it manifests in such a manner. Zhang Qiling remained silent, but a staff member at the nearby animal exchange caught sight of him and brightened momentarily, only to retreat in disappointment upon closer inspection. This young man possessed remarkable skills, often returning with creatures to exchange for points. Though they were all high-grade, irradiated animals, the frequency with which he brought them in left a lasting impression on the staff. Now, seeing him follow a young girl, they couldn't help but mutter, "Married, perhaps? No wonder we haven't seen him for a while." Were it not for his humble background, he would have considered introducing his sister to him. She was beautiful and capable, certainly a prospect who would not let a family starve. Alas, what a pity. "How many points for a wristwatch?" Zhang Wangyu inquired. "And how many points for a bag of nutrient solution?" A bag of nutrient solution, to be precise, was actually a single vial. However, the lower the grade, the larger the vial's size and the shorter its duration of sustenance. "That we shan't exchange here," Zhang Qiling remarked, glancing at the exchange counter. They only had standard nutrient solutions here, while he consumed those nearing expiration, which were unavailable at this location. Zhang Qiling slowed his pace, allowing Zhang Wangyu to walk alongside him. Following him through a maze of left and right turns, they arrived at a general store. Zhang Wangyu looked up. The structure, a combination of wood and blue bricks, appeared far sturdier than Zhang Qiling's wooden abode. "Long time no see, young lad." The dimly lit interior brightened with the sound of a voice. Zhang Qiling offered a succinct greeting. "What shall you exchange for today?" He glanced around, noting the absence of any items for trade brought by Zhang Qiling, until he spotted Zhang Wangyu. What's this? The old man chuckled at last. You've come to your senses, seeking a wife to warm your bed? I knew a person like you wouldn't be unable to support a family. While you're still young, you ought to find a spouse, lest you return home to a cold, empty house. Zhang Wangyu opened her mouth to explain, but the torrent of the old man's words left no room for interruption. When did you get married? The girl seems rather lovely. You haven't kidnapped some wealthy miss, have you? Upon entering, Zhang Wangyu felt a slight itch on her face, removing her mask to scratch it. And in that brief moment, the old man noticed her. We're not. She began, but conceded, well, you must be quite the affluent lady now, coming to bid farewell to this old man. How wonderful. I can finally die in peace. The old man continued his rambling. Zhang Wangyu, feeling numb, interjected, I am not in the relationship you imagine. I am his sister. She wished to mention their mother, but she bore no resemblance, and it seemed that the little one could not accept that either. Ah, I see. The old man felt somewhat awkward, but soon added, having a sister is indeed a blessing. His tone turned a touch melancholic. This is old man Qin, Zhang Qiling informed Zhang Wangyu. Zhang Wangyu offered a sweet smile. Hello, Grandpa Qin. My name is Zhang Wangyu. Good. Grandpa Qin shuffled to the counter, rummaging for a moment before producing a bag of candy. Here, have a taste. Zhang Wangyu did not take it. He pressed it into her hands. A gift to you. My life was saved by your brother, so there is no need for formalities with Grandpa Qin. Zhang Qiling nodded at Zhang Wangyu, who then gratefully accepted the offering. The bag contained about 10 pieces of candy. Do you have any nutrient solution nearing expiration? Zhang Qiling asked. Yes. Grandpa Qin switched to his shopkeeper persona. How many would you like? Zhang Qiling pondered. Let us start with 10 vials. The nearing expiration solutions were merely 10 days from expiry. One per day, for 2 people, meant 5 days' worth would suffice for now. The nearing expiration nutrient solution was quite affordable, at 1 point per vial. With a swift motion, 10 points disappeared. Zhang Qiling also purchased a dagger for Zhang Wangyu, costing another 50 points. Fearing he might buy more, she tugged at his sleeve. Zhang Qiling contemplated. With about half a month until winter's end, it would be prudent to focus on the young girl's physical training first. There was no rush for additional self-defense weapons. After bidding farewell to Old Man Qin, the pair made their way home. Their journey to Old Man Qin's had taken them directly from the point exchange, lined with brick and wood houses that appeared quite decent. Now, as they walked from Old Man Qin's to Zhang Qiling's abode, the scenery began to change. Under the dimming light of 6:30 in the evening, the brilliance had yet to be consumed by the encroaching darkness. Utilizing the remaining light, Zhang Wangyu perceived the true nature of the shantytown. The roads were well planned, straight and narrow, with the houses along the sides reflecting the occupants' abilities. Most families constructed their own yards, with earthen walls. The interiors varied greatly. Some were built from stone, while the majority were wooden structures wrapped in plastic sheeting. The best home she encountered was made of iron plates, exuding a sense of safety. Zhang Qiling's modest dwelling could be considered middle class within this context. As they walked, Zhang Wangyu noticed the scarcity of people. The cold weather compelled most to remain indoors rather than brave the chilling winds outside. The few souls she did see trudged homeward, weary, clutching withered yellow grass, their blackened, gaunt faces betraying a sense of numbness and despair. Not a single glance was cast toward Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling. Zhang Wangyu quickened her pace. The mushrooms held tightly in Zhang Qiling's hands. Yet, she could not shake the fear that surged within her mind that in such a chaotic territory, where many fought desperately for a morsel of food. She could sense the watchful eyes peering through cracked doors. Zhang Qiling seemed to notice Zhang Wangyu's anxiety. Had she finally grasped the harsh realities of the wasteland? He thought to himself, but his gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing the gaps in those doors. In an instant, all prying eyes vanished. Finally arriving home, Zhang Wangyu sank into a chair, utterly drained, relieved to have reached a place of safety. Throughout their journey, her heart had raced with apprehension. Fearing she would fail to protect their precious food, Zhang Qiling glanced at her. Was there a hint of vigilance? Zhang Wangyu quickly clarified. On the way back, I thought we might encounter someone. I tried to appear calm. Didn't I? Did it seem like we hadn't found any food at all? Her face bore an expression of hope, as if awaiting Zhang Qiling's praise. Zhang Qiling hesitated before asking, When do you mean? From when we exited the forest until we reached home, that I suppose I still possess some acting skills. Huh. Zhang Wangyu chuckled cheerfully. Zhang Qiling reflected. Indeed, there was no indication she was on guard against others. Yet her portrayal seemed to diverge slightly from what he expected. If he was not mistaken, Zhang Wangyu intended to portray the image of a starving individual who had searched all day without success. Unfortunately, her performance, while not entirely convincing, exuded a certain credible charm to him. She appeared merely as a young girl who had ventured out to play, returning home after a fruitless day, bearing a carefree demeanor as though she were a person of great wealth. This sensation brought to mind someone else, not Wu Xie, but rather Flower Master, carefree, in an extraordinary sense. Zhang Qiling cast a glance at the self-satisfied young girl and retrieved the snow mushrooms from his backpack. The bag belonged to Zhang Wangyu, who had exhausted her strength, leaving him to assume full responsibility for their contents. Had it not been for their unfamiliarity, Zhang Wangyu would have certainly wished for Zhang Qiling to carry her back. At this moment, Zhang Wangyu found herself utterly devoid of strength, her entire body clamoring in discomfort. Seated in a chair, her calves throbbed with pain, offering no respite whatsoever. Upon her return, her hips ached dreadfully from the excessive walking. If a pedometer had been recording her steps, it would have surely exceeded 30,000. Brother, do you know how to cook this mushroom? She suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, why did I ever place my hopes in you?" The evaluation for the third master regarding her life skills was that of a person incapacitated at level 9. Zhang Qiling paused in pouring water, then casually inquired, "When did he say that?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head, unsure, merely stating that it was mentioned in a book. Zhang Qiling was aware that Wu Xie had been chronicling their stories, though he was oblivious to when the book would be released or its contents. He never anticipated that this fellow would actually malign him in the narrative. Zhang Wangyu had thought that Zhang Qiling was well-read and could accept being a character in a book, and she held a certain admiration for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling assumed that the book Zhang Wangyu was reading was authored by Wu Xie. Neither of them noticed the discrepancies in their understanding, inadvertently reaching a peculiar consensus. The only one truly wounded was Wu Xie. "Let me handle it." Zhang Wangyu mustered her strength to move to the stove. "Brother, I'm not very skilled at using this stove. I'll leave the fire to you." She glanced at the already washed mushrooms and muttered, "Third uncle was indeed slandering you. I knew you must have some common sense in daily life. Just look at how well these mushrooms are cleaned." Zhang Qiling busied himself with the stove, pondering silently that Wu Xie truly used his third uncle as a pseudonym. He had taken his first step in undermining him. "Actually, I'm not that great at cooking either. Brother, please don't judge too harshly." Zhang Wangyu admitted somewhat bashfully, "I used to rely on takeout and rarely cooked. However, there was a time when I whimsically learned a few culinary skills, enough to make it edible." Zhang Qiling nodded, acknowledging that he too seldom cooked and relied on nutritional supplements, as he rarely found edible food. We have oil and salt at home. Zhang Wangyu regretted taking on the cooking task. There is nothing at all that a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. After a considerable pause, Zhang Qiling retrieved a small bottle of salt and a tiny jar containing a minuscule amount of oil from the cupboard. Zhang Wangyu sniffed it. It bore no scent. The oil is synthetic, he explained, which was why it had no aroma. Zhang Wangyu understood. With no food available, Zhang Qiling washed all the mushrooms, while Zhang Wangyu only took out 4. The nutritional liquid can be cooked with these, right? It wouldn't ruin the nutritional components, would it? She wanted to attempt a nutritional mushroom porridge. The nutritional liquid indeed resembled porridge. Zhang Qiling was unaware, having never tried it, but it didn't hinder him from nodding in agreement. Zhang Wangyu assumed he had tasted it before. She took out a newly purchased dagger, washed it, and sliced the mushrooms into thin pieces. Soon a hodgepodge dish emerged. Holding the bowl, Zhang Wangyu looked expectantly at the food within. Nutritional liquid and snow mushrooms. These were delicacies she had never tasted before. She cautiously took a sip. All right then, sometimes technology does stem from the wild imaginations of novels. Zhang Qiling consumed the dish with a stoic expression, offering no remarks, though he was somewhat puzzled by her comment. The flavor was indeed unpalatable, sticky and more distasteful than rice porridge, lacking fragrance there's a faint aroma of snow mushrooms. But that only indicates the nutritional liquid has no scent. There was also a subtle earthy taste. Zhang Qiling thought. If one were unaware, they might think she was offering a culinary critique, resembling fatty in demeanor. Hey, this snow mushroom is quite tasty, crisp, and with an excellent texture. Zhang Wangyu squinted her eyes in delight. Zhang Qiling also found the snow mushrooms enjoyable. Let us go find more snow mushrooms tomorrow, Zhang Wangyu suggested. There are still many grass piles in that forest we haven't explored. I can accept eating snow mushrooms for a few more days. Zhang Qiling nodded, as he too appreciated good food. In that moment, he completely forgot that he had initially intended to train Zhang Wangyu in survival skills. After their meal, they placed the snow mushrooms on the stove to dry. Zhang Qiling pointed to the water and brought over a wooden bucket, advising you'd better soak your feet, otherwise whether you can get up tomorrow is questionable. Today he had noticed how her walking posture had altered. It was a feat for her to have made a home. He could hardly believe that such a frail body possessed such resilience. All right, Zhang Wangyu agreed, feeling utterly drained. Before soaking her feet, she decided to wipe herself down first. Being from the south, she felt uncomfortable without a shower for even a day. However, given the chill in the air, she was apprehensive about catching a cold and refrained from bathing. Comfortably placing her feet into the warm water, she exhaled with relief. Moments later, Zhang Qiling observed the young lady leaning against the cupboard, fast asleep. The steaming water beneath her still bubbled. Zhang Qiling attempted to rouse her several times, but she remained unresponsive. Just how exhausted was she? Her sleeping quality rivaled that of Fatty. Eventually, Zhang Qiling abandoned the effort to wake Zhang Wangyu, opting instead to carry her, hastily drying her feet and tucking them into a rabbit fur wrap, in a rather awkward position. He forgot to adjust her limbs. Zhang Wangyu felt uncomfortable in her sleep, sensing her limbs were bound and contorted. Yet, she lacked the strength to move, forced to endure the discomfort. When the time for sleep concluded, Zhang Qiling awakened Zhang Wangyu. Has the kidnapper finally shown up? She groggily opened her eyes, stretching her numb left hand and flexing her curled legs. Had she inadvertently developed a new sleeping posture? She had no recollection of how she had gotten into bed. But at that moment, she had no desire to reminisce. After consuming a bag of nutritional liquid the previous night, Zhang Wangyu opted not to cook this morning, choosing instead to directly consume the nutritional liquid. One bag could sustain her energy for an entire day. After her slumber, she felt no hunger. Brother, I'm all set. Let us head out. Zhang Wangyu noticed Zhang Qiling holding 2 wooden shovels. Did you make these? She inquired, picking up the smaller shovel. Yes, Zhang Qiling replied, handed her a bag of nutritional liquid and taking the shovel from her. I made this last night. It's perfect for digging snow pits. I'll carry it. Now fully aware of Zhang Wangyu's physical capabilities, she was hardly a warrior. He feared she might need a break after carrying the shovel into the woods, since someone was helping her carry things. Zhang Wangyu naturally accepted. All right, let us go. Another day, brimming with vitality, awaited. Zhang Qiling deliberately slowed his pace, concerned that Zhang Wangyu might struggle to keep up to his surprise. He underestimated her. Hurry up, brother. If we arrive early, we can dig more. Zhang Wangyu even complained about Zhang Qiling's speed, that he found this perplexing that in the past, when Wuxia had been in a similar state, he had moved sluggishly the next day. Had Zhang Wangyu's legs not ached? Zhang Wangyu felt no discomfort. She had simply grown accustomed to it. True, she was a delicate university student, but within her seemingly frail body lay immense energy. During their travels, they had embarked on military-style excursions, traversing great distances each day, only to rise the next morning without issue, though they would need ample time to recuperate afterward. Zhang Qiling, in admiration, thought it was something beyond his century-old understanding. It seems many people are heading this way today. Zhang Wangyu spoke softly to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling responded with a faint acknowledgement, a vague feeling stirring within him that these individuals were headed towards the forest where they had foraged for snow mushrooms the previous day. Indeed, upon their arrival at the woods, they discovered a multitude of people laboriously digging snow pits. Zhang Qiling realized that news of their successful mushroom hunt had spread, likely witnessed by someone on their way home, or perhaps by those nearby during their excavation. In the Wasteland, finding edible plants was a rarity, and it was only a matter of time before others discovered their find. He wondered how they had learned of it. He glanced at Zhang Wangyu, a hint of concern for the young girl in his heart. It seemed there were indeed others with discerning eyes, as she had observed. Zhang Wangyu's remark caught Zhang Qiling by surprise. How could she not anticipate that people would flock to this spot for snow mushrooms? After all, they had encountered others on their way back yesterday, and their bold trip to the exchange point had surely given away their discovery. In the Wasteland, food would undoubtedly attract a swarm of seekers. Quickly, let us dig over there and secure a favorable position, Zhang Wangyu urged, pulling Zhang Qiling forward. It was impossible for her to change locations. She lacked the strength to explore new gathering sites. Furthermore, seeing the throngs rushing towards this area indicated that the yield in other locations was minimal. Finding a relatively secluded spot, Zhang Wangyu instructed Zhang Qiling, "You dig here, and I shall dig there." As they passed by others, she noted the wary glances directed their way. She wished to avoid any unnecessary commotion, and thus chose a more isolated area. The groups gathered around her were likely familiar with one another. "All right, but do not stray too far from me," Zhang Qiling replied as he surveyed the surroundings and handed her a small shovel. Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding, wary of straying too far from her brother. Should any danger arise, she would have no means to call for help. Zhang Qiling began digging in the direction she indicated to maintain her good fortune. Zhang Wangyu had brought along the stick she claimed was her lucky charm. After excavating a pit, Zhang Qiling unearthed 8 snow mushrooms and tested one. Beep. High radiation. Inedible. Undeterred, he tested another, receiving the same disheartening result. Feeling somewhat guilty, he placed the remaining 6 into his bag. Glancing at Zhang Wangyu, who was still diligently digging, he turned to excavate another patch of grass. Nothing. Not giving up, he circled back to the area yielding snow mushrooms, but still found nothing. Resigned, he crawled out of the snow pit and saw that Zhang Wangyu had reached the bottom and was collecting her bounty. Feeling the weight of a gaze upon her, Zhang Wangyu jolted, swiftly turning around, her eyes filled with caution. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, her wariness melted away, replaced by sheer delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Just as she was about to speak, she remembered that today's woods were not the same as yesterday's, teeming with people, and cautiously waved Zhang Qiling over, beckoning him to jump down. The pit was smaller. Zhang Wangyu had to squeeze to create space for Zhang Qiling that he leapt down, enveloping her in his shadow. Zhang Wangyu felt a sense of pressure radiating from him, but she felt no discomfort. Instead, she eagerly said, "Look, little brother, I found over 20. My goodness, this tiny patch of grass is so fruitful that I'm so glad I dug here. Otherwise, I would surely be in tears. This stick truly is my lucky charm." Zhang Qiling listened to her excited whispers while gazing at the small pile of plump snow mushrooms before him. He began to question his own abilities. Was he truly unsuited for gathering? Yet in this world there seemed to be no place for his talents. The tradition of burial had vanished into the annals of history, let alone the accompanying artifacts. Alas, how unfair the world is. Why couldn't I be transported back to ancient times, where one would never go hungry? Zhang Wangyu gazed at him with a smile. "Little brother, how many did you find over there?" Zhang Qiling felt a bit sheepish. Compared to her impressive collection, his meager yield seemed insignificant. "They're all right here," he said, extending his bag toward her and removing his wristwatch to give to her as well. Zhang Wangyu opened the bag, her expression revealing no disappointment. "You managed to dig up 6 too? Have you tested them?" she exclaimed, surprised at the relatively high yield. "I haven't test them here. I just lower the volume, so there is no need to worry about being discovered that I'll dig again." She had hoped for a greater haul, only to be let down by the low yield. Fortunately, she had adjusted the volume. Otherwise, it would have been quite humiliating. Looking at the current situation, none of the snow mushrooms in her hands were high radiation. "How about you use your lucky stick to point me to a spot?" Zhang Qiling had grown disillusioned with his luck. Sure, Zhang Wangyu replied, stopping her testing to stand and direct him to a spot. Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together and began to dig. "How is it?" Zhang Wangyu completed her testing, one hand holding her small shovel and the other gripping her stick, which had 2 small bags dangling from it. Zhang Qiling glanced at the 2 mushrooms he had already unearthed and suggested, "Why don't you dig them out?" "Sure, that works," Zhang Wangyu agreed, assuming Zhang Qiling was simply being considerate toward her, as digging and handling snow mushrooms was evidently more challenging for her. She felt touched. Zhang Qiling truly was the best man. To be honest, she could hardly dig any pits today. Her hands felt as weak as noodles, lacking any strength. Her legs were also wobbly, and even with tools in hand. The task was arduous. "Thank you, little brother," she expressed her gratitude. Zhang Qiling shifted slightly, but did not move away. He wanted to determine whether the issue lay with him. One snow mushroom after another. La la la. She hummed a cheerful tune, brimming with joy. Zhang Qiling watched her extract mushroom after mushroom, his expression blank, glancing at the sky, realizing this world was indeed against him. Forget it. I'll just get back to work. Before starting to dig, he wanted Zhang Wangyu to use her golden touch first. Zhang Wangyu pointed casually. She was unsure of Zhang Qiling's intent, but since he had requested it, she felt compelled to comply. She noticed that Zhang Qiling had previously dug 3 pits. Unaware that the 6 mushrooms he had were all from the area she had pointed out, she thought perhaps several pits had yielded 6 mushrooms, indicating a rather low yield. However, this did not necessarily imply that he was unlucky. Thus, a new workflow emerged. Zhang Wangyu would point, Zhang Qiling would dig, and she would test. Zhang Qiling shook his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with this arrangement. "Hey, little brother, don't you think this feels a bit like you all going underground? Wu Xie finds the hole, you develop it, and Fatty touches the gold." Zhang Wangyu laughed. Zhang Qiling fell silent. His feeling of familiarity was indeed due to this arrangement. But so, we could consider ourselves the scavengers of the wasteland? Zhang Qiling denied this, stating, "Not quite." He rarely explained himself, thinking that if Zhang Wangyu were a scavenger, then the ancestors of actual scavengers would surely be furious. He, then I shall be the mushroom scavenger," Zhang Wangyu declared, determined to give herself a title. She delightedly immersed herself in her new persona, oblivious to the small figure stealthily approaching from behind. When Zhang Wangyu stood up, she was startled to see a masked figure looming above her. The figure was clad in coarse black fabric adorned with several patches, yet didn't appear bulky. Only a pair of alert eyes were visible. The figure seemed to be a child, though their age was indiscernible, and they held only a small wooden stick. "Child, what do you want here?" Zhang Wangyu inquired sharply. Zhang Qiling had already anticipated the arrival of the young boy, and upon hearing Zhang Wangyu's voice, he shook his head internally. The question posed was devoid of any threat, akin to the bluster of a mere child. "Sister, the snow mushrooms I just found were taken from me. Could you possibly?" Tears welled in the boy's eyes. Zhang Wangyu, her expression impassive, acknowledged the unfortunate plight conveyed. If she had not misheard, the child's words rang true. Earlier, while engrossed in her tasks, she had noticed some commotion not far off, and had curiously risen to take a glance. The distance had obscured her view, but the wind had carried the sound to her toe. And then, "Do you seek my food, or request assistance to reclaim what was taken? My mother and sister are gone several days without sustenance. Without more food, my sister will perish. She is merely 3 years old." The thought of her emaciated sister and bedridden mother caused the boy's tears to spill over, falling with a soft plop. Zhang Wangyu sighed. "Then you may dig alongside me." The boy stared at the bag by her side, momentarily stunned. "You wouldn't want my snow mushrooms, would you?" Zhang Wangyu tightened her grip on the snow mushrooms. Not a chance. What a jest. Regardless of his misfortune, she was not affluent either. If she gave him her mushrooms, what would she have left? The boy wiped his tears away, revealing a bright smile. "Thank you, sister." This was already a significant improvement. Being allowed to dig nearby was quite fortunate indeed, for he had observed the high yield in this area. Others were envious, yet none dared approach due to the presence of the cold-faced killer. He had come merely to test his luck. Noticing Zhang Wangyu's conspicuous bag, he advised, "Sister, you should find a basket to carry your things, otherwise people will see how much you've gathered." Zhang Wangyu paused momentarily, realizing her absence of standard Wasteland heroine's basket was indeed peculiar. "All right, thank you. What is your name?" Zhang Wangyu inquired. "I am Li Hui. You may call me Xiao Zhangjie or Wangyu Jie," she replied. "Xiao Zhangjie sounds best, arrogant sister." Since they were already foraging for snow mushrooms together, having someone to converse with was quite pleasant. Li Hui, the boy replied, sniffing as he shifted to the side. "Wangyu Jie." He continued to dig, and indeed, the yield was substantial. He had uncovered 4 snow mushrooms after only 3 digs, though regrettably, all were high radiation and inedible. Yet considering that there was nothing left to eat at home, he refrained from discarding the mushrooms. Glancing at the sky, he realized time was slipping away. Perhaps it was indeed time to see his father. "You should dig here. I sense there may be treasures," Zhang Wangyu remarked. Noticing the boy's shivering form and the scratches on his hands, her heart ached slightly. An 8-year-old lad bore the weight of familial responsibility. "What difference does it make?" Li Hui questioned. Puzzled, "Trust me, I possess secret artifacts," Zhang Wangyu responded. Li Hui thought to himself. Whether she believes it or not, this sister seems a bit simple-minded. He glanced at Zhang Qiling, who was following her lead. Perhaps this Wangyu Jie truly possessed some mysterious tools. However, to his eyes, they were merely ordinary sticks. "All right. Thanks, Wangyu Jie." Zhang Wangyu smiled, her hands sifting through several vines, which the boy had gathered for her to weave into a basket. He explained that they used these for weaving due to their excellent resilience. And remarkably, they were high-radiation plants that posed no harm to the human body upon contact. Had he not intended to dig for snow mushrooms, he would have gladly assisted with the weaving. Of course, had it not been for his kindness, she would not have offered guidance. She held great confidence in her sticks. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Wangyu watched intently as Li Hui dug for snow mushrooms. 1, 2, a total of 10 up before testing them. Li Hui was momentarily dumbfounded. It was his first time learning that a single pile of grass could yield so many snow mushrooms. Wasn't the maximum supposed to be 7? "Hurry and test them. I'll keep watch for you." Zhang Wangyu was curious about the yield rate of these wasteland dwellers, which was said to be exceedingly low, seeing the eager expression on Zhang Wangyu's face. Li Hui swallowed hard, dousing her enthusiasm. "Sister, do not harbor such high hopes." When Zhang Wangyu conducted her tests, she adjusted the wristwatch's volume to the lowest setting. Unless one was beside her, the readings were inaudible. Thus, Li Hui remained unaware of how many snow mushrooms Zhang Wangyu had. However, noticing that she discarded very few, he surmised that she, like him, had retained the high-radiation ones. Beep, high-radiation edible fungi. Inedible, Li Hui calmly picked up the next mushroom. Beep, medium radiation edible fungi. Recommended for consumption. Li Hui was momentarily stunned, tightly pressing his lips together to suppress his joy. 1 medium radiation snow mushroom was insufficient to satiate his entire family. However, it could be exchanged for 3 points, which in turn could be traded for 3 bags of near-expiry nutritional supplements, allowing them to scrape by for 3 days. He felt elated. This meant his sister would not starve. Beep, low-radiation edible fungi. Recommended for consumption. Zhang Wangyu nudged Li Hui. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly, gather them." "Oh, right." Li Hui's heart raced. He had uncovered a low-radiation snow mushroom. Observing that Zhang Wangyu showed no surprise, he glanced at her and handed over the medium radiation mushroom. "Sister, this one is for you. Avoid eating those high-radiation mushrooms. They could be harmful." Zhang Wangyu. This insufferable child. What nonsense is he spouting? It was both touching and exasperating. She playfully slapped the back of Li Hui's head and admonished. "Be quiet. Hurry and test them. I need to head home soon." Perhaps due to Li Hui's presence, which had not led to any expulsion, many approached their vicinity. Zhang Wangyu wished to minimize contact with others. Most critically, Zhang Qiling's yield had been diminishing, likely due to their proximity to the forest's edge. Rather than linger here, it would be wiser to return home early. Li Hui was correct. Her bag was still too conspicuous. Returning promptly would allow her to avoid these individuals. All right. Seeing that Zhang Wangyu had no intention of taking his snow mushrooms, Li Hui swiftly stowed them back into his pocket. His basket had also been snatched away. On the way back, he needed to gather some vines. Otherwise, he would have no basket to use. Even though winter vines were less useful than those in other seasons, they were better than nothing. Li Hui had amassed quite a collection of snow mushrooms from this snow pit. 1 low radiation and 3 medium radiation. That amounted to 19 points, enough to sustain his family through the winter. As Zhang Wangyu returned, she called out to Li Hui, initially expecting him to dig a bit more. Instead, he quickly scrambled out, hesitantly asking, "Wangyu Jie, may I accompany you back?" Zhang Wangyu was taken aback. The road wasn't hers to claim, so why could he not join? However, she was uncertain what this meant. Did returning together imply some unspoken rule in the Wasteland? She glanced at Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling assessed Li Hui's findings and nodded. His expression was stern, appearing colder than the weather, causing Li Hui to shrink his neck in response to, "I will stay by your side. I want to be a bother." Zhang Wangyu. Bothering what? Zhang Qiling picked up the vine Zhang Wangyu had prepared and slung her bag over his shoulder, effortlessly taking the bag from her hands, leaving her empty-handed. "Let us go." Zhang Qiling glanced at the time and felt satisfied. It was 3 in the afternoon, by the time they finished gathering everything and returned home. It would be nearly 5, allowing Zhang Wangyu 2 hours of training. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Wangyu was about to embark on a new chapter of her life, blissfully walking beside Zhang Qiling, while Li Hui trailed not too far behind them. "Our haul today was quite significant," Zhang Wangyu reported to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling responded with a non-committal for all the gathered items were in his possession, but he could not be unaware. He merely lamented once more the extraordinary fortune of Zhang Wangyu. Today's experiment had confirmed for him that Zhang Wangyu was indeed of a different ilk. Her luck was enviably good. Just look at the spot she casually pointed out to that little brat behind her. It was nothing short of a treasure trove. He cast another inexplicable glance at Zhang Wangyu that he had saved so many amidst the wasteland, encountered countless souls, and only a few had proven commendable. Yet the very first person she met was genuinely decent. One could hardly deny this damned good fortune of hers. "That you're doing quite well today," he uttered unexpectedly. Zhang Wangyu paused, taken aback, and noticed his gaze shift toward Li Hui. She smiled and said, "Little brother, do you think I would soften my heart and let Shuegu go?" After glancing around and ensuring that their conversation was inaudible to Li Hui, she continued, "I'm not foolish. I understand the significance of food in this place. It's merely a stroke of luck over the past few days. Who knows if we'll find food again later." She sighed, "Alas, I'm still mooching off you. An illegal resident. When it comes to tragedy, who can truly claim the title? Rest assured, you can stay," Zhang Qiling replied. "And don't worry about the watch. When spring arrives, I'll hunt for you and gather the watches." Zhang Wangyu felt a swell of gratitude in her heart, but she spoke earnestly. "Little brother, you mustn't be too generous. This is the wasteland, not our former world. Excessive kindness might endanger you. Do you understand?" Zhang Qiling looked up at the sky, then back at the earnest Zhang Wangyu, and nodded softly. Receiving his response, she added, "It's not that we shouldn't have compassion, but we must exercise it when we are capable. Ah, here I am, a recipient of your kindness, yet I'm the one educating you. How amusing." Zhang Qiling's gaze softened as long as you comprehend the brutality of this world, but you realize how many eyes were upon you when that boy approached today. Zhang Wangyu shook her head, genuinely unaware. If you had given that boy Shuegu, a swarm would have surged forth. Some might plead for it, but most would simply resort to theft. Everything you possess would be stripped away, leaving you exposed and vulnerable in this frigid landscape, ultimately becoming a mere nutrient for the earth. The reason Zhang Qiling refrained from approaching was that he knew those individuals could not overpower him. He was confident he could rescue the girl after she was robbed. As for those Shuegu, they were merely the girl's tuition for the lessons of life. Growth invariably demands a price. Yet, he was genuinely surprised by the girl. He had not anticipated her reaction. It was well known that during peaceful times, people could hardly resist feeling sympathetic upon witnessing the plight of others, upon hearing Zhang Qiling's words. A chill of fear coursed through Zhang Wangyu's back, and she anxiously patted her chest. "Thank goodness I'm adept at guarding my food," Zhang Qiling remarked. "That is indeed a virtue, at least when he goes hunting in the future." He won't have to worry about the girl being bullied by her overflowing compassion. "Little brother, you're so insightful. You weren't robbed in the past, were you?" Zhang Wangyu looked at Zhang Qiling with playful curiosity. Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, and just as Zhang Wangyu thought he would remain silent and change the subject, he replied with a soft tone, "Indeed, I was robbed, first through moral coercion, then outright theft." "Ah, were you all right?" The concern in Zhang Wangyu's eyes was genuine. Zhang Qiling shook his head. "It was merely a couple of blunt blows, nothing serious. It's all high radiation. There's no use in stealing it." After those individuals took it, they tested it, and upon hearing the report of high radiation, they stood frozen in place. "Damn it, we lay in ambush for so long. only to find its high radiation. Curse it, what a futile endeavor. Returning from high radiation zone only to encounter high radiation again. What were they thinking? Those fools complained about the high radiation animals, yet swiftly skinned and butchered them with nimble hands, leaving behind a clean workspace. Then, Zhang Qiling took action. He seized the prepared goods and left without a backward glance, leaving the robbers wailing in despair. After being robbed several times, no one dared to touch his belongings again. In fact, they would avoid him at a distance. He felt a twinge of regret. The value of butchered animals differed from that of whole ones when exchanged. He would have to haul them home to divide them before taking them to trade, which was quite a hassle. Zhang Wangyu, hearing this, burst into laughter. She gave Zhang Qiling a thumbs up. Little brother, well done. That is how we should deal with those despicable people, making them unproductive and always seeking to gain without effort. Well, it seems they do put in some effort at least. They've been lurking around. However, it is quite satisfying. Zhang Qiling smirked faintly, sharing in the satisfaction, oblivious to the conversation between the two. Listened to their merry laughter and couldn't he help but smile as well that he felt the satisfying weight of the shuegu in his pocket. The trio proceeded directly to the exchange point. Perhaps it was still early, for there were not many people at the exchange point. Only a few scattered individuals were there to trade shuegu. Noticing Zhang Wangyu's curiosity, Li Hui explained. In winter, food is scarce. Shuegu holds considerable value, which is why everyone is here to exchange it. Zhang Wangyu acknowledged a mushroom the size of an egg could hardly feed a family, but exchanging it for nutritional supplements was indeed worthwhile. As for grass leaves, the exchange point accepted them, but only by the pound, making it less profitable. It was better to keep them for personal consumption. After all, boiling a single grass leaf with water could at least stave off hunger. While exchanging it might yield no points at all. Hui realized today that Zhang Wangyu was not very familiar with the common knowledge of the shantytown. He speculated that she might be a young lady from a fallen family who had been sold to Zhang Qiling. His mind unwittingly concocted numerous dramatic narratives. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, Li Hui had already imagined countless melodramatic plots and would surely recommend she write a novel. After exchanging his points, Li Hui departed with a noticeably lighter step. Zhang Wangyu watched him leave, a slight smile gracing her lips. Itsu. Li Qin greeted Zhang Wangyu warmly. Zhang Wangyu turned around and replied with a smile. Sister Li, good afternoon. She took out the bag of shuegu from her hand and said, Could you please help me check how much I can exchange for this? Li Qin was somewhat astonished to see the bag full of shuegu. Did this girl stumble upon a nest of shuegu? Or were the mushrooms outside that easy to find now? Others had come to exchange shuegu today, but none had brought so many. If they were that easy to find, perhaps she should send her mother-in-law to look as well. After all, she complained of boredom at home every day. While Li Qin pondered, her hands moved swiftly to a total of 65 pieces. Shall I exchange them all? Zhang Wangyu nodded. That is 195 points. Zhang Wangyu swiped Zhang Qiling's watch. She didn't check the balance, as Zhang Qiling must have some savings. Today the common folk are truly happy. Zhang Wangyu still hesitated to exchange the low-radiation shuegu. Aren't you going to exchange all of it? Zhang Qiling inquired. There were still 29 low-radiation shuegu at home, and with the 30 low-radiation mushrooms found today, exchanging them would yield 300 points, adding the 365 points currently in the watch. She could soon trade for a watch. Those born in the Wasteland had the opportunity to acquire a watch at a lower price, but as an illegal resident, Zhang Wangyu naturally faced a much higher cost. 1,000 points for a basic functional watch. Zhang Qiling recalled that he had mentioned hunting to earn points for her today. It now seemed entirely unnecessary. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. Let us just keep it. Finding food with low-level radiation is a rarity, and the taste of snow mushrooms is quite delightful. Zhang Wangyu glanced at Zhang Qiling, recalling that she had measured Zhang Qiling to possess intermediate radiation meat, indicating that there was indeed a buildup of radiation within him. Although consuming intermediate radiation food would not accumulate in his body, it still paled in comparison to low-level radiation food, given the circumstances. She sincerely wished for her benefactor's health. In truth, Zhang Wangyu had yet to fully grasp the harsh realities of the Wasteland. Her vigilance regarding its dangers was still caught in the realm of fiction. And with food still in her possession, she did not feel an urgent need to, put it bluntly, she had yet to experience true hunger. Zhang Qiling merely nodded, saying nothing. For her, consuming low-radiation food was undoubtedly a boon. Otherwise, the suffering induced by radiation was something she could hardly endure. Zhang Qiling pondered Zhang Wangyu's resilience, feeling somewhat uncertain. Perhaps she could withstand it, but he had encountered individuals who continuously defied his expectations. Upon returning home, Zhang Wangyu felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto her bed. However, her mild obsession with cleanliness held her back. While she could roll in the mud, she absolutely refused to climb into bed without having washed up first. As Zhang Qiling closed the courtyard gate, he observed the once vibrant and singing Zhang Wangyu now appearing utterly drained, her arms hanging limply by her sides as she shuffled to a stool, collapsing onto the table without a hint of movement. "What happened to you?" Zhang Qiling asked, his concern piqued, fearing she might be ill and that her hard-earned points would go to waste. Could he at least be thankful that she still had points to buy medicine? Zhang Wangyu replied weakly, "I'm fine, just extremely tired and on the verge of falling apart. Don't mind me. I just need a rest for 8B. And no sooner had she spoken than her breathing steadied, and she fell into a deep slumber with remarkable speed. Zhang Qiling thought to himself, I've truly never been at such a loss for words that he had hoped to return early to train her. But it seemed he had overestimated her. She had likely been holding on just to make it home, he sighed, thinking it was all right. There was still time. Reflecting on Wu Xie, who had managed to navigate his peculiar constitution, he mused that this fortunate girl should not be too difficult to assist. Little did Zhang Qiling know, he was being overly optimistic. Some individuals were fortunate, yet their luck could easily provoke danger. If he were playing a game, he would understand the concept of a beginner's protection period. Unfortunately, he was unaware of such nuances. Zhang Wangyu, too, was oblivious. She lacked the adventurous spirit to explore, preferring to gather plants within the confines of safety to exchange for points. Though she intended to improve her physical fitness, her body was in such poor condition that she would have to wait a couple of days for it to adapt before shamelessly seeking Zhang Qiling's guidance. Zhang Wangyu remained sprawled out until 6:30, by which time Zhang Qiling had returned with a log. Sorry, little brother, I didn't expect to doze off and lose track of time, Zhang Wangyu said sheepishly as she watched him carry the wood back. Logically, she should have been collecting firewood herself, given that she was the one using the stove that consumed the most. It's nothing, Zhang Qiling replied nonchalantly, still contemplating venturing outside for a stroke of luck in catching a game. As it turned out, fortune was not on his side. Rest for a moment. I'll prepare dinner, Zhang Wangyu insisted hurriedly. Zhang Qiling naturally settled by the fire, adding more wood. Dinner consisted of a bag of nutrient liquid and 4 snow mushrooms, and both enjoyed their meal heartily. Afterward, Zhang Wangyu brought the vine she had gathered into the house. Zhang Qiling set up a fire pit in the living room, not for charcoal, but for a real fire. Zhang Wangyu sighed in relief, grateful for the light in Zhang Qiling's home. Otherwise, she would have truly struggled. Noticing Zhang Wangyu busying herself, Zhang Qiling remained silent, curious if she truly knew how to weave a basket. Little brother, do you know how to weave a basket? She inquired. Zhang Qiling shook his head. Zhang Wangyu lifted her chin, a hint of pride in her voice as she declared, I can. Impressive, Zhang Qiling responded. And Zhang Wangyu's smile grew radiant, her pride evident. Unbeknownst to her, the eagerness for praise was unmistakable, and Zhang Qiling had come to understand her tendencies. She was a girl who relished compliments, much like a child. I'll see if it can bear weight and how comfortable it is, she mused, having never carried a basket herself, and merely relying on her memory for its construction. She was uncertain of its quality or whether the shoulder straps would be appropriate. Zhang Qiling took the basket from her. I'll handle it. Did he sense that this basket would likely become his own for quite some time? That works too, Zhang Wangyu conceded, as she could always craft another. This first one would be for him. The shoulder straps could be a bit longer, Zhang Qiling suggested. Since it would be for his use, it ought to be more comfortable. Zhang Wangyu nodded. She had initially crafted it according to her height, so it was naturally a bit short. After making adjustments, Zhang Qiling placed a few logs inside. Very good, no deformation. Success, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed joyfully, hands on her hips, boasting, I told you I was the best. Zhang Qiling remained silent. placing the woven basket on the ground and extracting the wooden pieces from within. Zhang Wangyu observed the remnants of vines scattered on the earth, contemplated for a moment, and began to weave anew. Zhang Qiling naturally retrieved several slender sticks from outside. Zhang Wangyu crafted a miniature basket for herself, reminiscent of those made for children, roughly the size of a backpack. She felt no embarrassment in carrying this diminutive creation, even adorning it with a lid. Had she possessed additional embellishments, she would have eagerly decorated it further. "Isn't it exquisite?" Zhang Wangyu remarked, shaking the basket in her hands. "Indeed," Zhang Qiling replied. "Unfortunately, in the Wasteland era, no one would purchase such a basket. Otherwise, I could weave baskets at home for profit. Even artisans face financial struggles." Zhang Wangyu feigned melancholy. Zhang Qiling was at a loss for words, candidly stating, "Vines are abundant. Even if one cannot weave, a handful of mid-level radioactive grass leaves can be exchanged for 3 baskets. Sometimes, one might even procure 4 or 5, of course. He was the sole one exchanging for baskets. Eventually, he deemed them of little utility and abandoned the idea. As the size of the prey was too great, carrying it directly on his shoulder proved more practical, also serving to attract the attention of bandits. "Hey, could you lend me your wristwatch?" Zhang Wangyu asked. Uncertain of her intentions but not inquiring further, he handed it over. "Beep, high radiation plant. Inedible that I expected it to be high radiation vines. Inedible as well." Zhang Qiling remained silent. Having forgotten the subsequent elaborations, only hearing the term high radiation, he pondered briefly, tapping a section of the wristwatch and pointing to the small text above. Here is a brief description. Indeed, it contained not only a summary, but also peculiar comments akin to those found online. Jingren vine, non-toxic, can be in prolonged contact with high radiation plants, suitable for crafting various woven goods, clothing, and bedding. The comments read, "Not palatable. Consuming high radiation varieties leads to abdominal distress. Even mid to low radiation is not recommended. The texture is terrible. One must chew excessively to swallow, and it has a sour, bitter taste. Regardless of cooking methods, it remains unappetizing, causing bloating and indigestion." Zhang Wangyu was astonished and slightly amused. It seemed genuinely inedible. In the Wasteland world, many cultural gaps had emerged, yet the culinary culture remained resilient. As long as something was deemed edible, countless methods of preparation would be developed. Naturally, the inhabitants of shanty towns rarely engaged in such research. Yet they knew how to cook delicious dishes. Upon clicking on the comments, Zhang Wangyu found herself redirected to a forum where the first trending comment was this, followed by numerous recipes, all concluding with the sentiment that it was unpalatable. She contemplated and searched for snow mushrooms. Snow mushrooms, non-toxic, edible fungi, white, resembling old-century eggs about the size of a chicken egg, exceptional flavor, a rare delicacy in the harsh winter. The official introduction even detailed the taste. The comment stated, "Snow mushrooms have an exquisite texture, sweet and crisp. They're delightful whether fried, boiled, or cooked. Even the most basic nutrient solution is elevated by their deliciousness. A rare winter treasure, if you find them. You're in luck. Savoring them will leave a lingering taste for a whole year. Keep digging, Wastelanders." How encouraging. Zhang Wangyu clicked further into the forum, gazing at the various images, her mouth watering with desire. Were it not for her current burden, she would have longed to cook a meal. "Oh, when will I achieve food freedom?" Zhang Qiling observed Zhang Wangyu engrossed in her wristwatch, feeling as though he were witnessing the captivating flower of understanding. Even the famed Jie Yuhua was deeply enthralled by his device. Meanwhile, far away, Jie Yuhua sneezed, rubbing his nose. Could he be catching a cold? They had just managed to hunt a mutated tiger, barely filling their bellies. He prayed he would not fall ill, as poverty left no room for such misfortunes. Zhang Wangyu, perusing the messages, grasped the key to the information network among the shantytown residents. It appeared someone had seen the two of them digging in the woods yesterday. A detail she had overlooked due to her loudness. That individual had intended to discreetly bring their family, but ended up being overheard. Consequently, they had decided to post the information online. Those who ventured out today were merely seeking fortune. If they indeed discovered snow mushrooms, it was likely that tomorrow would see an influx of people in that area. She felt a pang of worry. "Brother, where shall we gather resources tomorrow?" the snow mushroom forest will surely be crowded. She had seen comments indicating that someone had unearthed low-radiation snow mushrooms, with a detection result of 23.6, priced at 10 points per mushroom. However, their low radiation made them highly sought after, Zhang Wangyu murmured, suggesting that perhaps low-level radiation could command even higher prices. She tentatively sent a message. The response came swiftly. Of course, low radiation is merely a classification for those within the 0 to 30 range. It's further subdivided. The lower the radiation level, the higher the price. However, low-radiation snow mushrooms in the 0 to 20 range are nearly non-existent. That's so. My friend, where do you hail from? You seem unaware. Zhang Wangyu replied with a playful jest. Walai zi huoxing. I come from Mars. The other party responded with several question marks. Zhang Wangyu decided not to engage further. Zhang Qiling turned to her, stating, We won't be going out tomorrow. Resting at home. Zhang Wangyu exclaimed in delight. Brother, is that true? Can our points allow us to work 2 days and then take a day off? Is it really that good? Do you have a secret base? After I rest, will you take me to a place where we can strike it rich? Zhang Wangyu dreamily envisioned the possibility of transcending their current status, longing to leap into the realm of the outer city. Alas, her physical stamina was lacking. However, for the sake of points, she could persevere. Zhang Qiling replied indifferently. Not at all. If he had a secret base, he would hardly be on the brink of starvation. Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with targeted training. In his mind, he had already devised several training plans, each iteration being discarded as he doubted Zhang Wangyu could endure such intensity. Thus, the proposed intensity was reduced repeatedly. He anticipated that Zhang Wangyu would be disheartened upon hearing this news. He had even prepared an explanation for her. Sigh. Since arriving in the Wasteland, he found himself speaking more. Although he was not wearing a mask, it felt as though he instinctively touched his face, reassured that it was indeed his own skin. Brother, how can you be so kind? Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. With such kindness, how can I not love you? The sudden confession caught Zhang Qiling off guard. How was he to refuse? Would a direct rejection cause her to cry? What gentle words could he use to convey his feelings? He pondered his vocabulary, striving not to hurt her. Perhaps it would be best to acquiesce. Suddenly, he felt an unusual flutter in his chest. Was it radiation sickness? Really, your kindness is overwhelming. I might just weep, she exclaimed. You're truly so kind. I can almost see the halo around you. Zhang Wangyu clenched her fists and proclaimed, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will train diligently to adapt to the wasteland. In the future, I will not be bullied even when living alone. Zhang Qiling felt an inexplicable sensation, akin to relief yet tinged with a faint melancholy. Train well. There's no rush regarding moving out. As long as you possess the ability to evade danger in the wild. It suffices. He refrained from saying the very least. It would enable her to venture further for resource gathering and return home with her bounty. All right, Zhang Wangyu chirped. Does this mean I am your disciple? She rubbed her hands together, excitement radiating from her. Being Zhang Qiling's disciple was quite the distinction that if they were to return, she would boast to her friends about it. Would they even believe her? Later, you should soak your feet, and I'll give you a massage, Zhang Qiling suggested. In truth, he was reluctant, yet he was concerned that Zhang Wangyu might struggle to meet his plans the following day. As for being a master, that was a stretch that he worried that the young girl would feel disheartened and remarked, Zhang family. Zhang Wangyu interjected, I know, it's the family rules, right? Wait, doesn't the Zhang family rules state that outsiders cannot be accepted as disciples? Zhang Qiling pondered, his thoughts muddled. The Zhang family's regulations were numerous, and his memory was incomplete, leaving him uncertain. But I recall that your overseas Zhang family has adopted many foster sons, right? Zhang Wangyu's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, adoption. With that, she knelt down. Foster father, I bow to you. With a sudden thud. She bumped her head quite hard. Zhang Wangyu tilted her head. Little brother, why are you swaying back and forth? It feels like there are double images. What kind of movement is this? Is it the legendary Foshan Wangshan? Zhang Qiling helped her up. Have you knocked your brains out? I cannot afford such a child. With a sigh, he went to fetch water for her. Preparing to soak her feet while tending to her head. Let me massage the bump on your forehead. Unfortunately, there is no medicine. This is called being outstanding and rising above the rest. Zhang Wangyu was quite adept at comforting herself, unaware of her own foolishness in wanting to recognize such a young lad as her father. Alas, her maternal love was still not strong enough. She clenched her fists, determined to become stronger to protect her little one, so she would not have to think about being his daughter. Oh, ow! Zhang Wangyu cried out. Little brother, your strength is too great. This sensation is simply unbelievable. Zhang Qiling withdrew his hand. Indeed, there were red marks on her fair legs. It's because you are too tender, not blame me. Though he said this, he eased his grip considerably. Her legs, which had previously felt firm, turned utterly soft like noodles after Zhang Qiling's ministrations. When she saw Zhang Qiling preparing to spend the night on the chair again, Zhang Wangyu felt conflicted. Even the most resilient body could not withstand such rest. Zhang Qiling's room was quite small, with a large Kong taking up most of the space, leaving no room for another bed. Even if there were space, there was currently no suitable wood to make furniture. Spring was still some time away, which made Zhang Wangyu anxious. She squeezed the rabbit fur, steeling herself and reassuring herself that for the next few days, Zhang Qiling seemed like a man of integrity who would not do anything to her. After all, if he intended to do something, he could have done it in the past few days, and she would have been unable to resist. Zhang Wangyu lifted her feet, feeling confident that she would not move about in her exhaustion. After a moment's thought, she laboriously piled some of the unused animal furs from Zhang Qiling in the middle. She made a nest for herself at the edge of the Kong, glancing at Zhang Qiling's side, which appeared rather cold. Yet he still had tiger and wolf pelts, which were sufficient that it was just that the ground beneath was hard as a rock. The other day, she had fallen asleep without noticing much, but now, as she crawled up and down the Kong, she felt its hardness. Her knees were nearly bruised. Zhang Wangyu curled herself in the rabbit fur, wrapping herself securely. Then she called out to Zhang Qiling outside, "Little brother." Zhang Qiling did not understand why she was calling him. It did not sound urgent, so he did not hurry. He looked at Zhang Wangyu with a puzzled expression. Zhang Wangyu awkwardly pulled her hand out from the rabbit fur and pointed to the space she had divided. "Little brother, why not sleep over there? It seems rather pitiful for such a big guy to curl up by the stove." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you to validate her words," she said. "You still don't know my combat capability. If I were to do something to you, I wouldn't stand a chance." Would I? She thought Zhang Qiling would refuse. After all, he was from a feudal society where gender propriety was likely ingrained in him. Zhang Wangyu felt uncertain. Just as she was pondering, Zhang Qiling turned and left. She wished to persuade him further, to explain that she truly could not oppose him, and although she found him attractive, it was not in a lecherous manner, and so on. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Zhang Qiling returned, carrying his spoils, the tiger and wolf pelts. His steps seemed hurried and urgent, as if he feared she might change her mind at any moment. With remarkable agility, he spread out the pelts, removed his outer clothing, and swiftly climbed onto the Kong, preparing to control his wristwatch to turn off the light. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhang Wangyu gazing at him with wide eyes, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. As if he had been too hasty, he reassured her, "I won't move over to your side, so rest easy." His sleeping posture was quite good, and I also do not snore. Zhang Wangyu replied, "Oh, really?" She said dazedly, "I don't snore either, nor do I grind my teeth. I wonder if I talk in my sleep." Yes, I know. The way she spoke seemed somewhat ambiguous, especially coming from Zhang Qiling. Yet Zhang Wangyu did not perceive any romantic undertones. That's good. After all, those who snore are unaware of it. She felt reassured. Zhang Qiling began to question himself. Surely he did not snore, did he? Sleep now. Tomorrow. Before Zhang Wangyu could finish, she fell asleep. Zhang Qiling found it strange. Was sleep really this quick? He furrowed his brow and shifted closer to Zhang Wangyu, wanting to reach into the rabbit fur to feel her pulse. He was no skilled physician, but possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge. He attempted to slip his hand through the gap, but who could tell him how someone could wrap themselves so tightly? It was more secure than the wraps from the pancake stall at the entrance of Wushan residence. Did she not feel uncomfortable? Uncomfortable. Zhang Wangyu felt perfectly at ease, sleeping soundly without moving. After some thought, Zhang Qiling decided to leave it for tomorrow. He crawled back to his own territory, twisting and turning, but could not wrap himself as well as she had. He only ended up feeling uncomfortable. Never mind. He did not need to wrap himself that well. In the morning, Zhang Wangyu was again awakened by Zhang Qiling. Still groggy, she said, "Little brother, today we're going to pick about 100 low-radiation snow mushrooms. We'll eat one and throw another away. After tossing it, we'll pick it up, blow on it, and continue eating." Zhang Qiling replied, "However, we are not going collecting today." Zhang Wangyu paused in her steps upon hearing they would not be going foraging, and just as she was about to question what kind of family they were that took holidays, she heard the next line, "Oh, right." Her strength did not permit her to roam the wasteland. All right. She obediently poured herself a cup of warm water, saying, "Little brother, I must tell you," after waking up in the morning, one should drink a cup of warm water for good health. Speaking of health, Zhang Qiling remembered what he had not done last night. "Extend your hand." Zhang Wangyu was unsure what he intended, but still extended her right hand. Palm up. Did exercising require imparting principles of martial arts? Zhang Wangyu's mind had not quite caught up. Weren't they tomb raiders? Why was there talk of cultivation and martial arts? Zhang Qiling found himself at a loss for words. "Let us see how your body is doing." Zhang Wangyu let out a couple of ohs, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "Sorry, little brother, I just woke up and my brain is still a bit fuzzy." She rubbed her head, puzzled. "Why do I feel like my mind is becoming less and less sharp? Could it be that I knocked my head when I fell off the mountain?" Realizing this possibility, she looked at Zhang Qiling with concern. "Little brother, can you check if I can recover?" Zhang Qiling gazed at her anxious expression, wanting to say, "Is it possible that your mind was never sharp to begin with?" Indeed, she seemed a bit frail, but her body appeared to be rapidly healing. He was no old-fashioned physician with exceptional skills. "It shouldn't be anything serious, right?" Zhang Wangyu asked nervously. Zhang Qiling shook his head. "It should not be anything major. If you have the means, you could go to the base hospital for a checkup. The medical facilities here are quite advanced, especially with the healing energy stones that have developed many effective medicines. Otherwise, life in the wasteland would be even more challenging, and perhaps humanity would have long vanished from the annals of history." He added, "The points for treatment are quite considerable as well. It's nothing serious. Everyone my age has their share of minor ailments. Staying up late, junk food, and toxic substances won't kill us. It's nothing to worry about." Zhang Wangyu felt indifferent. "Let us finish breakfast and get started." Breakfast consisted of warm nutrient solution, half a bag each. Seeing that Zhang Qiling had no intention of eating, Zhang Wangyu urged, "Little brother, a person is like iron, and food is like steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel uncomfortable. The Zhang family may live long, but that doesn't mean we are immune to illness. That if you get stomach ailment, you'll know how uncomfortable it is. If conditions allow, do not deprive yourself." Zhang Qiling listened to her incessant chatter, feeling akin to a glutton caught in the act of enjoying breakfast. Yet regrettably, there was no Wu Xie to assist him in this moment. It was not that he lacked the desire to eat. Rather, he had grown accustomed to hunger. To his surprise, he had even learned to conserve his rations after arriving in this desolate land, a stark contrast to his previous life, where such frugality was unnecessary. The more he pondered, the more discomfort he felt, and he yearned desperately for a way back. In any other world, even in the most remote wilderness, he would not have to suffer from hunger. Zhang Wangyu, unaware of his inner turmoil, sipped her nutrient solution, dreaming aloud. "Once we accumulate more points, we can purchase some flour. Surely they have flour here." She understood that Zhang Qiling would likely have no knowledge of such matters. Rendering her inquiry futile, Zhang Qiling squeezed the bamboo bowl in his hand, noting how she seemed increasingly unafraid of him, even jesting now. "When the time comes, we could buy 2 pounds of flour and raise a couple of pigs. Pork and mushroom buns. How delectable they would be." As she spoke, she finished the last sip of her nutrient drink. "Would you like another pack?" Zhang Wangyu asked, feeling quite full, only then recalling that Zhang Qiling's appetite differed from her own. "Sigh. I feel as though my appetite has increased since coming here." She exhaled, realizing that the cold weather indeed consumed more energy. Zhang Qiling finished his bowl of nutrient solution and replied, "That's sufficient. Enough to sustain him was all that mattered." "Very well then, but do let me know if you're still hungry. We have plenty of points." She encouraged. 365 points, and the wristwatch costs 1,000 points. Zhang Qiling doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality, reminding her that they were still quite impoverished and could not afford to indulge carelessly. Zhang Wangyu counted on her fingers and blurted out, "But, brother, doesn't your wristwatch have not a single point?" Zhang Qiling had never felt so embarrassed. Was his only response, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Zhang Wangyu marveled at how Zhang Qiling remained so composed, observing his detached demeanor. Had she been in his position, lacking even a dime, she would have been overwhelmed with anxiety, unable to fathom rescuing someone from the roadside. "Fear not, my points are yours as well. The wristwatch can wait. What matters most is that you eat well. You are our sole protector. Our safety relies entirely on you." Zhang Qiling wished to change the subject, glancing at the yard he had cleared. "Why don't you run 100 laps around the yard?" Despite its modest size, the yard he enclosed was quite spacious. It appeared to cover 3 or 4 acres, with each lap measuring over 60 meters. "All right, that amounts to 6,000 meters, Zhang Wangyu encouraged herself. Though internally she lamented. Running 800 meters was already a challenge for her, and now she faced the daunting prospect of 6,000 meters. How many 800-meter runs was that? Little did she know, this was already a lenient outcome of Zhang Qiling's repeated adjustments. Otherwise, he would have made her run 1,000 laps. As she slowed down, she remained determined to finish, aware of the necessity of exercising. Even as her lungs felt ready to burst and her vision blurred, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Zhang Qiling watched her with growing concern, relieved he had not taken on a disciple, for her lack of aptitude would surely have driven him to despair. Zhang Wangyu felt as though she had compressed the earth beneath her feet with each lap, finally completing her task. She longed to collapse onto the ground, yet her innate aversion to dirt prevented her from lying on the muddy earth while dressed in white. Her unfortunate obsession with cleanliness in an unsuitable environment. In truth, her white clothing was already stained beyond recognition, yet she could not reconcile herself to it. She resolved to improve her physical condition, at least to gain some self-defense capability, then quickly accumulate points for a wristwatch and a house. Otherwise, she would have no spare clothes. She was unsure how to retrieve items from her space. At times, she contemplated abandoning her secrets and confronting Zhang Qiling directly, yet fear held her back. This was her last secret after all. Alas, she sighed, lost in her thoughts. The conflict within her was palpable. If she still had the energy to sigh, she ought to rise and practice horse stance for half an hour as a form of rest. How absurd to suggest that standing in horse stance constituted resting. With a temperature of 37 degrees, how could such frigid words escape her lips? Zhang Qiling disregarded her ramblings, recognizing them as incomprehensible utterances. If anything, he chose to interpret them as compliments. Zhang Wangyu's body, however, was honest. Despite her trembling legs, she persisted. Her complexion turned pale as she felt herself on the brink of fainting. Zhang Qiling, tinkering with a few wooden sticks, occasionally glanced her way. Upon seeing her ashen face, dazed eyes, and glistening forehead, he was taken aback. Her body swayed precariously, and just as she was about to topple forward, he instinctively tossed aside the stick in his hand and swiftly caught her slender waist. Zhang Wangyu gasped in surprise, narrowly avoiding an intimate encounter with the ground. "Thank you, brother," she stammered, her body growing weak as she leaned against Zhang Qiling, inhaling his faint, comforting scent, which only added to her sense of dizziness. He carried her inside, gently setting her down on a chair, and poured her a glass of water. "Speak up when you can no longer endure. There is no need to push yourself to such extremes," Zhang Qiling stated, apologizing for his lack of teaching experience and acknowledging that he had not anticipated such occurrences. Had he known, he would have sought advice from a blind master. "Yes, this time I overestimated myself," Zhang Wangyu admitted, her face still pale. Yet she resolved to push herself further next time. "That if I don't challenge myself, how will I know my true potential? There is no need to rush. When spring arrives, I will go hunting, and you can remain at home," Zhang Qiling gently reassured. "I will also set up defenses in the yard. You need not worry about intruders. In truth, it was unlikely anyone would dare to invade his home." Not only did the base fiercely combat burglary, but his previous actions had already instilled enough fear in the local ruffians. As for the more distant shantytowns, he was uncertain whether his reputation had reached them. "Thank you, brother," Zhang Wangyu expressed her gratitude, thinking it best not to impose on Zhang Qiling's hospitality. She preferred a careless lifestyle, provided she possessed sufficient wealth of her own. After resting for a while, she resumed her training. Zhang Qiling taught her a set of martial arts. Zhang Wangyu had some knowledge of self-defense, having lived alone as a young girl without the means for protection. Unfortunately, Zhang Qiling shook his head at her movements. "This one dude," he added, "you lack strength. Everything is too limp." He refrained from uttering harsher words, as her actions reminded him of the performances he had witnessed with Wu Xie and others at various schools. Impressive yet ultimately ineffective. Zhang Wangyu said nothing in response. Her previous training had merely been intended to intimidate others, particularly school bullies who would back off upon sensing her confidence. However, the skills possessed by Zhang Qiling and his ilk were a different realm entirely. The prospect of learning genuine martial arts exhilarated her. Before long, she found herself overwhelmed by the rigor of training. "Haven't you eaten?" "Put in some effort," Zhang Qiling urged, brandishing a slender wooden stick to tap her feeble hands. As her head spun, she thought to herself, indeed, she had not eaten, longing for a bowl of rice. The aroma of freshly cooked rice wafted toward her, plump grains shimmering with clarity, each bite bursting with chewy texture. A delightful carbohydrate experience. Zhang Qiling observed her murmuring to herself, sensing that the training intensity was insufficient. Otherwise, how could she still have the energy to ponder such things? Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, a tempest was brewing on the horizon. After much deliberation, Zhang Qiling finally decided to increase the intensity of his training regimen. In truth, he felt he had not exerted any force at all. However, seeing the bruises on Zhang Wangyu's arms left him in silent contemplation. Had he truly struck so hard? He stood up and walked outside. "Brother, where are you going?" Zhang Wangyu was washing the snow mushrooms when she caught sight of Zhang Qiling heading outside. Hastily, she inquired, "When you return, please do not open the door recklessly." Zhang Qiling's steps were hurried. Zhang Wangyu responded with an "oh," lowering her gaze to fiddle with what she had in hand. Today, she intended to try her hand at frying snow mushrooms, as it was said online that they taste 100 times better than when boiled. Although she lacked confidence in her culinary skills, she reasoned that with snow mushrooms in her possession, there was no harm in wasting a couple. Well, she was still quite apprehensive, yet temptation lingered. She carefully poured some oil. Sizzle. The moment the snow mushrooms hit the pan, an enticing aroma was unleashed. Indeed, one could learn something valuable online. Zhang Wangyu smiled brightly, inhaling the delightful scent. Upon returning home, Zhang Qiling was greeted by an extraordinarily fragrant aroma. "Hurry, wash your hands, and let's eat. I've been waiting for you," Zhang Wangyu urged, pulling the still-dazed Zhang Qiling into the house and swiftly shutting the door behind them. How fearless this fellow was, leaving the door wide open while the cold wind howled inside to "Oh, try it. I just tasted a piece, and the flavor is so exquisite that it makes one want to swallow their own tongue." No wonder the people of Yun province go crazy over it. Zhang Wangyu enthusiastically served Zhang Qiling a generous helping, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, urging him to eat quickly. "Delicious," Zhang Qiling uttered 2 words under Zhang Wangyu's expectant gaze. Indeed, the sound of joy resounded once more. "That isn't it? I feel my culinary skills have ascended to another level, that it's no wonder they say cooking prowess knows no boundaries, as long as the ingredients are of high quality. Anyone can create a delectable dish. Chef. Nonsense, slander, rumors," Zhang Wangyu dreamily declared. "Once we can return, I must go mushroom picking in Yun province. I want to learn 100 different ways to prepare mushrooms." "Do you think we can go back?" Zhang Wangyu asked, looking at Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling was at a loss for words. Neither of them understood how they had arrived here, let alone how to return. He simply did not know how to comfort the young girl. Noticing the slight despondency on Zhang Qiling's face, Zhang Wangyu spoke lightly. "Whether we can return or not is inconsequential. It's quite good here as well. At least I've had the chance to meet you." Zhang Qiling turned to her, and he saw that her eyes sparkled like a sky full of stars, bright and somewhat blinding. It truly was a different kind of experience. Encountering a girl he had never met before, radiant, vivacious, and resilient. "Are we going out tomorrow? Or staying in?" Zhang Wangyu inquired. Zhang Qiling cast her a glance. Wasn't she just talking about mushrooms and their various preparations? How had the conversation shifted to plans for the following day? "Let's continue our training at home," he suggested after some thought, adding, "Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood." There are still points to earn, that he worried that Zhang Wangyu might feel anxious about accumulating points. With spring approaching, various wild vegetables would flourish, providing ample food without haste. However, this also meant increased danger, as starving animals that had endured the winter would emerge, seeking to fill their bellies and reproduce, creating quite a commotion. But I survived that season, so I won't let myself starve. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. I know that well enough. She filled a basin with water, pondering how long it would be before she could take a proper bath. Spring was just a few days away. Perhaps she could wait a little longer before washing. Zhang Wangyu hadn't expected Zhang Qiling to respond, but was taken aback, wondering if this young man was genuine or merely a fade. Had he spoken more than usual? Fortunately, Zhang Qiling did not overhear her thoughts. Otherwise, he would discover that in the stories, he was portrayed as a taciturn and aloof figure. He would undoubtedly argue that he was not that kind of person, but merely felt it unnecessary to speak. After all, who would incessantly chatter while suffering from amnesia? Before climbing onto the bed, Zhang Wangyu learned what Zhang Qiling had been up to outside. "What is this?" she asked, accepting a vial of potion from Zhang Qiling's hand. A healing potion. Zhang Qiling was unsure of its exact name, as it consisted of a lengthy string of characters that were quite difficult to pronounce. Everyone referred to it as a healing potion. And over time, it simply became known as such. "But I'm not injured. How much does it cost?" Zhang Wangyu remarked, feeling the vial's warmth in her hands. "Not much, just 100 points. "What?" she exclaimed, her voice piercing. "That can't we use insurance?" Zhang Qiling inquired. "What is insurance?" Zhang Wangyu was momentarily taken aback, forgetting that this young man did not even possess an ID card. Who would pay for his insurance? Moreover, in this place, they were self-employed, having not contributed to the 5 social insurances and housing fund, hence lacking any insurance. That's a long story. However, I don't need it. Can it be refunded? Zhang Wangyu adopted a tone, suggesting she might cry if he said no. Zhang Qiling, unsure of how to respond, shook his head earnestly. It cannot be refunded. According to the rules established by Old Qin, all sales were final. All right then, keep it. You're the family's protector. You need it more. Zhang Wangyu hurriedly waved her hands, clarifying, I don't mean to curse you with misfortune. I simply mean it for precaution. Zhang Qiling rolled up her sleeves, revealing more pronounced whip marks, which looked rather tragic, as if she had been severely beaten. Yet, she insisted, it only looks severe. My skin has always been like this. She pulled her sleeves back down, feeling the cold nipping at her hands. How odd. The room is still quite warm. She had merely noticed her skin was somewhat dry and peeling, which was somewhat unsightly and itchy. Had she known, she would have applied some body lotion while wiping herself down. Truly, one cannot afford to be lazy. I've been like this since childhood. Why parents once thought I had a blood coagulation issue and took me to numerous hospitals. The final conclusion was simply that my skin is too delicate. Zhang Wangyu expressed her exasperation over this result. After all, having blood drawn repeatedly and undergoing tests at every hospital. Back then, hospitals did not recognize the result from major institutions. They only trusted their own. Drink it, Zhang Qiling reiterated. If not, he would feel embarrassed to take action the following day to alleviate his inner guilt. He spoke firmly, no need. Otherwise, it'll still be the same tomorrow. I'll get used to it. She replied while making the beat. It could be good. Little brother, we don't have that many points to waste daily. With only 300 points? Oh, now it's down to 265 points. Careful planning was essential. Zhang Qiling carefully placed the potion into a box. Zhang Wangyu had already climbed onto the bed, her body twisting and turning restlessly. What's wrong with you? She resembled a large maggot, especially with a white rabbit fur, making her look even more so. A swarm of white, plump worms flashed in Zhang Qiling's mind, bursting with juice. It was a nightmare he and Wu Xie wished to forget. Yet at this moment, he found himself curious about the taste. His throat tightened. Zhang Wangyu looked at him, her head shrinking into the rabbit fur, and said, Little brother, the nutrient liquid is sufficient. Human flesh is said to be unpalatable and sour. Moreover, she added, I've been marinated with various skincare and makeup products. It should taste bitter. Zhang Qiling was irked and decided to accelerate Zhang Wangyu's training the following day, suggesting they engage in direct combat, A crash course would be the most effective. Little brother, could you step outside for a moment? Zhang Wangyu chuckled awkwardly, feeling shy as she looked at Zhang Qiling, who was about to step onto the bed. Zhang Qiling withdrew his foot, his gaze unmistakable. Zhang Wangyu clarified, the weather is too dry. I'm feeling uncomfortable and need to apply some body lotion. She pulled out a small bottle. Care for some? Zhang Qiling shook his head, not quite understanding why one would need to apply body lotion. Perhaps he should ask Wu Xie if given the opportunity. Nah, he might as well inquire with Jie Yuhua. That fellow was even more meticulous. The fat man felt disgruntled, for he had only ever seen Wu Xie bring floral water into the field. In his eyes, Wu Xie was the most refined boy. I'm done, Zhang Wangyu announced as she returned to her spot. There were still some areas around her shoulder blades that she hadn't reached. But for the most part, she felt comfortable all over. Upon entering the room, Zhang Qiling detected a delightful fragrance. Had she applied body lotion or perfume? She hadn't seemed to need it a few days ago. Could it be that he had indeed been too harsh with her? Had she secretly applied medicine, fearing he would worry, and then sprayed perfume to mask it? Zhang Qiling gently inhaled, detecting no scent of medicine, which left him perplexed. What brand of perfume could be so potent as to mask any odor? Good night, Xiao Ge, he said, and Zhang Wangyu closed her eyes after glancing around. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qiling replied, good night. Zhang Wangyu felt that since arriving in the Wasteland, her sleep quality had significantly improved in the past. Even during the most exhausting times, she would still find herself lost in thought before finally drifting off. Yet these past few days, she had been able to fall asleep almost instantaneously. Could it truly be due to insufficient exercise before? She rubbed her eyes, sitting dazed on the calm. Surprisingly, this restoration from sleep was quite remarkable. She now felt full of energy, yet she still felt tired and longed to sleep for another 3 days and nights. Wake up when you're ready. Zhang Qiling had already returned from his workout. You are such a cold and unfeeling man, she lamented. Zhang Qiling stepped back a couple of paces, searching for his little black knife. Where had the specter come from? He glanced around. Could it be that Wu Xie had arrived here? Alarm bells rang in his mind. What I mean is Xiao Ge, you are charming and delightful, full of sentiment and loyalty, providing a sense of security. Upon seeing Zhang Qiling draw his black gold ancient knife, its blade aimed at her, every trace of drowsiness vanished. She attempted to rise, only to trip over a rabbit fur, tumbling off the bed and inadvertently wishing Zhang Qiling a happy new year. She ignored the pain in her knee as she crawled over to embrace Zhang Qiling. Brother, let us talk things over calmly. There is no need for weapons. Zhang Qiling sheathed the knife and pulled her down. Is your knee all right? Zhang Wangyu was lifted back onto the calm, only then realizing the throbbing pain emanating from her knee. It hurts. Are you trying to avoid today's training? Pulling this stunt early in the morning? Zhang Wangyu thought to herself. It's unexpected that Xiao Ge has so many thoughts in his mind, and no wonder he rarely speaks. All his words must be saved for contemplation. We have a trust crisis between us? She added, her expression suggesting that if he dared to acknowledge it, she would confront him directly. Zhang Qiling sighed. Who told you to pull this first thing in the morning? At that moment, he found himself missing Wu Xie and Fatty more than he ever had. As raising a child was indeed challenging in the icy wilderness, Wu Xie and Fatty sneeze. I told you we shouldn't have come out. Look, I caught a cold now. What are we going to do without money for medicine? Fatty rubbed his nose. Wu Xie kicked him lightly. Stop complaining. With your physique, how could you possibly catch a cold? Fatty jumped aside. Why can't I catch a cold? The black bear glanced at them. The snowy landscape offering no clarity. Everything appeared hazy. You two, stop talking. Something is approaching. Both the quarreling men and the onlooker changed their expressions, their eyes glowing green. They're coming. Zhang Wangyu, adhering to yesterday's training regimen, ran laps, practiced stances, and performed a set of punches, thinking she could continue honing her skills. However, Zhang Qiling removed his outer jacket and said, attack me. Zhang Wangyu was taken aback. Strike me. Zhang Qiling sounded impatient. If this continued, he would catch a chill. Understanding his intention, Zhang Wangyu began to strike at him. Too slow, too light, completely unstructured, too many openings. Zhang Qiling's critiques didn't land on Zhang Wangyu, yet as he evaded her strikes, He effortlessly donned his discarded jacket, giving her a gentle shove that sent her tumbling down. Hey, that was quite the taunt. Ah, Zhang Wangyu gritted her teeth and charged forward. Zhang Qiling pressed against her forehead, and no matter how hard she reached, she couldn't touch him. Have you forgotten everything I taught you yesterday? He frowned, lamenting his decision not to take on a disciple. If you can hit me today, I'll consider a win for you. Zhang Qiling thought of using reverse psychology. All right, Zhang Wangyu quickly agreed, but it did little to ignite her fighting spirit, even less than the anger from his earlier actions. Zhang Qiling considered, if you win, I will grant you one request. His promises held great weight, and Zhang Wangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her attacks grew fiercer, like a kitten swatting at shadows. Her force was weak, but relentless. Zhang Qiling pushed her down once more, contemplating whether to call it a day. As the evening sky was darkening, he could let her continue practicing punches, honing her dagger skills, as long as her stamina kept up. Within the safety zone, he could still protect her. Zhang Wangyu sprang back up from the ground. Let us end today as training here, Zhang Qiling announced. What about the wager? Tomorrow remains valid. Zhang Wangyu smiled sweetly. I'll take a short rest, and later, I'll prepare dinner. Zhang Qiling thought to suggest he could cook instead, but upon seeing her demeanor, he decided against it. After all, her cooking might be just a tad better than his own, which was hardly edible. That night, Zhang Wangyu climbed into bed early, leaving Zhang Qiling somewhat surprised. He had expected her to be browsing forums with her wristwatch. 18 midnight, the watch emitted a series of beeping sounds. Zhang Qiling jolted awake, reaching for the wristwatch in Zhang Wangyu's hand to check for urgent news from the base. He had even picked up his black gold ancient knife. Zhang Wangyu struggled to open her eyes, turning off the watch's alarm, only to be startled by the sight of Shadow kneeling beside her. "It's me," Zhang Qiling said, his night vision keen, sensing her panic and speaking quickly to reassure her. "Wow, you scared me," she exclaimed. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Zhang Qiling pointed at the glowing wristwatch in her hand. "Is there an emergency message from the base?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head. "No, it's just my alarm." "Alarm?" Zhang Wangyu slapped her forehead, then looked at Zhang Qiling with a mischievous smile. Suddenly, she lunged at him, wrapping her limbs around his body like an octopus. "Hey, Xiao Gu, I touched you. Does that count as my win?" This is already the second day. With the conditions met, Zhang Qiling supported her waist. The fragrance enveloping him was not from her cosmetics, but a unique scent that belonged to her. Their bodies were separated only by thin fabric, and he could feel her softness, an entirely different sensation. Does this count? Does it count? Zhang Wangyu gazed at him expectantly, her eyes sparkling even in the dim light. Zhang Qiling felt an unusual sensation. Her scent was intoxicating, something he had never experienced before, different from the aromas of wuxia, fatty, or the black bear. Although Chun Wenjin and others had their fragrances, those signified impending demise. He tightened his grip slightly, feeling a twinge of concern. Is Zhang Wangyu truly unchanged? You should get down. Aren't you cold? He lifted his fur coat, wrapping her within, and in doing so, enveloped himself as well, the fragrance intensifying. "First, tell me if it counts." She tightened her grip around his neck, her expression threatening, as if to say, "Dare you to deny it, and I'll choke you, it counts." Zhang Wangyu cheered, loosening her hold. Had it not been for Zhang Qiling's hand propping her up, she might have tumbled down. Realizing their positions were somewhat improper, Zhang Qiling had knelt to reach the watch, but now he sat on the Kong. While she clung to him like an octopus, she thought, "Oh, damn it, I'm on top." With her back against the thick fur and his warm chest radiating heat, the confined space intensified the aroma, creating a sultry atmosphere. Zhang Wangyu quickly scrambled off him, stammering, Xiao Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to heavens," her damn desire for victory. All she wishes now is to burrow into a mouse hole and let this wretched world perish. She hurriedly scurries towards her nest, for it is the only sanctuary that can salvage her fragile sense of shame. Alas, the lights are out, and in her haste, she trips and stumbles. Zhang Qiling's large hand reaches out instinctively. The tactile sensation is soft, akin to cotton or a fluffy steamed bun, so slippery that his fingers involuntarily curl to steady himself. The bun, like water, spills through his fingers. It is too large to be grasped in a single hand. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Qiling comprehends the situation. He retracts his hand. This is merely a natural response, yet becomes indecorous due to the unusual circumstances. Ow. Zhang Wangyu is first caught mid-air, only to have the hand that saved her face withdraw. The lingering sensation is swiftly replaced by another. Her face meets the hard surface of the Kong, not all of which is covered in animal skins. Xiao Gu, why did you let me down? She feels as if her face might swell. Zhang Qiling feels a tinge of embarrassment. Had it not been for the darkness, his discomfort would have been plainly visible. I will take responsibility, just as Zhang Wangyu rises. His words startle her, causing her to fall back down. She turns on the lamp. Xiao Gu, I know you didn't mean it. You were worried I might fall off the Kong. Though ultimately, she still ends up crashing onto the unforgiving surface. Zhang Qiling gazes at her slightly flushed face, swallowing hard. I will take responsibility. He repeats his earlier statement. Zhang Wangyu scratches her head, pondering if this is the obsession of an old relic from the Qing dynasty. Xiao Gu, the truth is, how can I persuade you? The Qing dynasty has already perished. Zhang Qiling is baffled by the relevance of her statement. He has always been aware that the Qing dynasty is long gone. He is a witness. After all, a witness with fragmented memories that do not speak of this in front of the blind. Zhang Qiling advises, knowing that with him nearby, the black blind man would not dare to harm her. Oh, all right. Zhang Wangyu acknowledges, knowing full well the pain in the little prince's heart. What I mean to say is, you need not act this way. You are easily susceptible to being bullied outside, that if people discover you are this antiquated, the young ladies will go wild. Xiao Gu, promise me, boys must also protect themselves well when outside, that I won't be bullied. I do not act this way with anyone else, that I have no other women. Zhang Wangyu is momentarily taken aback, a faint blush appearing on her uninjured face. This is not what she intended. She oddly feels like she has a foolish big brother, which explains why Wu Xie and Fatty are so concerned about Zhang Qiling. Seeing Zhang Qiling's serious expression, as if he intends to move her blanket closer, she hastily retreats into her nest. Changing the subject, she asks, Xiao Gu, about the promise you made me earlier, can we discuss it now? Zhang Qiling, still lost in the thoughts imparted by Fatty, recalls that Fatty said if a man takes advantage of a girl, he must take responsibility and not behave like a scoundrel. Indeed, he accidentally took advantage of her. And based on his vague recollections, such an act in his era would have been enough for a young lady to drown in shame. Therefore, he must take responsibility. Fatty had also mentioned that if a girl wanted to take advantage of him, she must safeguard her purity. His own purity had just been compromised by her. Thus, responsibility is imperative, whether it is her obligation to him or his to her. The more Zhang Qiling contemplates, the more he feels justified. After all, even before these events unfolded, he had intended to care for the young girl. It merely shifts the nature of their relationship. Most importantly, based on prior observations, she is not of the Wang family. That necessitates even greater responsibility. What do you want? At this point, he has little to offer her apart from the Heijin ancient blade, which she could not wield. I have a few questions for you. Zhang Wangyu's mind is racing, a torrent of inquiries flooding her thoughts, each one dismissed as quickly as it arises. You may ask. Zhang Qiling nods, tucking himself under the covers, glancing at the time. Shall we sleep first? We can discuss it tomorrow. Zhang Wangyu shakes her head vehemently. No, you wait while I think that if we postpone until tomorrow, I might be restless all night. Xiao Gu, may I inquire what you were doing for 10 years behind the bronze door? Were you squatting mushrooms? How did you measure time? And what is the relationship between Hua Yi and the black blind man? What did the photos from that burned building in Guangxi look like? In truth, these are not her most pressing questions. She yearns to know if his relationship with Wu Xie aligns with the rumors circulating online. While reading, she felt nothing amiss. It was only after consuming too many videos that the narrative style shifted. Yet she understands the rules of this world. No matter how wild the revelry, one cannot dance before the main characters. She is equally curious about the ultimate truth, but the moment that question is posed, she fears being categorized as part of the Wang family faction, an outcome far more dire than the previous inquiry. She wishes not to taint Xiao Ji's hands. Zhang Qiling observes her inquisitive expression, half expecting her to ask something personal, but instead, he nearly blurts out, Zhang Yingguan, male, 28 years old. Though he is over 120, Fatty insists on saying 28, enjoys women, works freelance, formerly an underground worker, currently employed as a cashier and server at Shilai Mian. Resides in Huanshe with Shanju, orphaned, with 2 half-siblings. Height, 180 cm. Weight, classified. Length, classified. All of this is Fatty's fault. Wanting to go on a blind date is one thing, but dragging him into the mix with Wu Xie and making him recite his information is quite another. Sleep. Zhang Qiling interjects. I will sleep in here and wake up at the appointed time. Friends. Zhang Qiling hesitates briefly before adding, employer, creditor. It is evident that Zhang Wangyu's eyes dim at this revelation. He cannot fathom why the term friend would evoke such disappointment. Is there some unknown relationship between them? Are they enemies? The photos. Zhang Qiling strains to remember, recalling only useless images. Dilapidated blueprints of the Zhang family's ancient building. It burned. It burned. There is no significance. Oh, Zhang Wangyu feels that after pondering for so long. Zhang Qiling has summed it up in a few words, leaving a sense of blandness, like eagerly anticipating a rare fruit juice only to find it tastes like plain water. She burrows deeper in her rabbit fur. Mumbling, Xiao Gu, turn off the lights. It's getting late. Zhang Qiling responds with a hum, extinguishing the light, yet he finds himself unable to sleep. What is this inexplicable excitement coursing through him? The next day, he rises earlier than usual. When Zhang Wangyu awakens, she is astonished to see him returning with a pile of firewood. Xiao Gu, you're up so early. Did I sleep in? It seems one good sleep leads to daybreak. Or else she would have woken late. You did not sleep in. Zhang Qiling's tone is gentle. Zhang Wangyu looks up at him, perplexed. What is wrong with this guy? Perhaps her gaze is too direct, prompting Zhang Qiling to shyly turn and retreat into the kitchen. As he walks, he mutters. Fatty says one should speak gently with their partner. Fatty incessantly drones on about how difficult it is to find a partner these days. That one must cherish the one they have. Zhang Qiling doubts the veracity of Fatty's words, given that he has no wife and his partner exists only in his dialogue. No one has ever seen them. Yet the black blind man insists that Fatty's words hold merit, as perhaps they do to AT present. It seems to bear little weight, judging by Zhang Wangyu's expression, which indicates she is somewhat startled. His surprise. Zhang Wangyu nods in agreement, asserting that Fatty is correct. In this day and age, a wife is hard to come by. One must have a car and a house, and also be able to cook, while maintaining a gentle temperament. Otherwise, who would marry off their daughter? Zhang Wangyu rises on her toes to pat Zhang Qiling's shoulder, exclaiming, Xiao Gu, you should listen to Fatty. He surely knows best. Zhang Qiling feels something amiss. Yet if she insists on heeding Fatty's advice, does that imply she has consented to their relationship? Zhang Wangyu. I never said anything. Zhang Qiling's attempt to be gentle crumbles, reverting him to his initial icy demeanor. Zhang Wangyu glances between him and the sky, oddly feeling a sense of comfort. Perhaps the morning Zhang Qiling is merely her imagination. Another day of torment awaits. Zhang Wangyu's white windbreaker has entirely lost its original appearance. White, indeed, is the color that accommodates every hue. Just look, it can showcase the beauty of any color upon its canvas. She brushed off her garments, a flurry of flying ash shimmering beneath the warm yellow sunset, enveloping her in a delicate veil, ethereal and dreamlike. Brother, may I propose a small request? Could you be a tad gentler tomorrow? Zhang Wangyu felt a twinge of discomfort in her bones. Were Zhang Qiling's hands forged from iron? No. Zhang Qiling shook his head. That is simply out of the question. Well, that's not surprising, Zhang Wangyu replied, unfazed. After all, if Zhang Qiling were to truly consent, she would undoubtedly encourage him to apply more force. She was playful with her words, yet her body was remarkably honest. Tonight, I shall indulge in an entire bowl of nutrient solution. Zhang Qiling nodded in acknowledgement. You shall have all the snow mushrooms you desire. Zhang Wangyu chuckled and nodded emphatically. No worries, sister will treat you to a chopstick full. Zhang Qiling continued to tinker with his project. Zhang Wangyu was uncertain of his intentions, yet her curiosity was not piqued enough to inquire. Thus, she was immensely surprised when she received the item assured, while later 5 days hence. A gentle spring breeze replaced the biting cold of winter one evening, softly caressing the snow-capped mountains. gliding through the branches and brushing past the meadows. As the ice and snow rapidly melted away, tender shoots daringly poking their heads out, swiftly stretching their limbs. Zhang Wangyu felt her own progress lagging behind the pace of the spring breeze. However, her speed in shedding her layers kept up with the arrival of spring. The temperature rose dramatically. Just yesterday, it felt as if it were several degrees below zero, and by the following day, it soared to over 10 degrees Celsius. When she ventured outside, she no longer needed to dress so warmly. "Brother, let us also go out and explore." That evening, Zhang Wangyu said to Zhang Qiling, "The wristwatch still has 245 points. We have 13 bags of nutrient solution at home and over 20 snow mushrooms. Yet, we must remain vigilant, mustn't we?" Just a few days prior, they had exchanged for nutrient solutions, and they dared not even glance at the expired products. Living frugally, indeed. Zhang Qiling remained silent. He had not dismissed the idea of going out, having seen the date of spring's arrival displayed on the wristwatch. Naturally, he was eager to witness it for himself. Although Zhang Wangyu had not made significant strides in her progress, she was at least no longer as frail as she had been at the outset. Zhang Wangyu assumed Zhang Qiling was reluctant and continued to persuade him. "Brother, do you not wish to try some other vegetables? Spring is the perfect season for wild greens." While snow mushrooms were delectable, consuming them daily could become tiresome. Zhang Wangyu slapped her own face lightly, secretly chiding herself for her lack of contentment. Others were still enduring hunger, yet she found herself complaining about the monotony of snow mushrooms. What a family! "All right, let's rise early tomorrow. Where shall we go to forage for wild vegetables? Or rather, where shall we gather?" Zhang Qiling pondered for a moment before replying, "I do not know." He had no particular foraging spots in mind. After all, finding plants was quite the challenge, so he was not overly concerned. "Very well then, wherever we end up will suffice," Zhang Wangyu replied nonchalantly. Zhang Qiling recalled the words of old Qin, who once mentioned that spring made it easy to find low-radiation plant leaves. Perhaps this was due to their recent growth, having absorbed little radiation and not been exposed to the sun for long. However, Zhang Qiling found it hard to agree, as he had never witnessed anyone return with a bountiful harvest. Here, Zhang Qiling presented her with the armed crossbow he had just completed. "What is this?" Zhang Wangyu inquired, genuinely unfamiliar with such items. After all, in modern society, even taking the subway required passing through security checks. And she had never seen a real armed crossbow. She had only encountered the term in spy novels. "An armed crossbow," she guessed. "Indeed," Zhang Qiling affirmed, before instructing her on how to use it. "Brother, have you ever considered that I might not be able to aim accurately?" Upon uttering this, Zhang Qiling momentarily froze. "And no worries. Come back early tomorrow, and I shall help you practice." Why not practice tonight? Because he had not properly set up the target. "All right then," Zhang Wangyu replied with a bright smile. "Thank you, brother. You truly are remarkable. You excel at everything. How could such a perfect person exist?" Zhang Qiling wondered if she had consumed honey that evening. Zhang Wangyu gazed at the armed crossbow in her hands, growing increasingly fond of it, delicate and compact, its lethality unknown. Yet, since it was crafted by Zhang Qiling, it must undoubtedly be exceptional. It turned out that he had been laboring over those pieces of wood for days to create a weapon for her. An incredibly thoughtful gesture. How could such a brother not be adored? "Brother, how can you be so kind to me? How shall I repay you?" Tears welled at her eyes from the overwhelming emotion. "It is only right," he replied, for providing a self-defense weapon for his beloved was his duty. Thankfully, Zhang Wangyu remained oblivious to the extent of Zhang Qiling's thoughts during those days. Otherwise, she would surely want to chastise her past self for listening to the chubby boy's words. What kind of lessons was she imparting to the child? Could Zhang Qiling be someone she dared to covet? She could only retreat to her bed and secretly fantasize. How splendid! How splendid! Zhang Wangyu beamed as she approached Zhang Qiling. "Brother, you looked utterly dashing just now." This moment of bravado was indeed a successful display for him. Zhang Qiling took a step back, suddenly feeling flustered as she drew near. His ears burned with heat. "Rest assured, in the future, I shall hunt and gather to provide for you." Zhang Wangyu thumped her chest confidently. "You can count on me." Zhang Qiling thought it unnecessary, as he had no desire to rely on others for sustenance. However, glancing at his wristwatch, he realized some things should not be overstated. After all, Soft food is gentle on the stomach. Very well. I shall depend on you from now on, Zhang Qiling conceded. Zhang Wangyu's excitement momentarily faltered. Had she misheard? Zhang Qiling was not supposed to say it was unnecessary, was he? The pressure on her fragile shoulders felt immense. At T5 in the morning, Zhang Qiling woke Zhang Wangyu. "Oh, early," she mumbled, rubbing her eyes. She had been waking at 6 lately and found this hour particularly early. "Can we see the road outside?" She asked. "No," he replied, but that did not dampen their enthusiasm for gathering. This fervor was self-imposed by Zhang Wangyu. Their home was at the edge of a shantytown. Zhang Qiling typically ventured to forage in this direction as well as soon as they opened the door. Zhang Wangyu was taken aback. "Has everyone gone out?" She wondered, for the streets were bustling with people. The road was far from desolate. Indeed, the throngs of individuals filled the not-so-wide path, reminiscent of a bustling market during the spring festival. "No wonder you said that darkness would not hinder our walking." Indeed, the wristwatches illuminated the path ahead. As they ventured further, the crowd thinned, with some diverting down side streets while others slipped off the main road to begin foraging at the roadside. In this area, there are no concerns about roadside plants absorbing heavy metals from vehicle emissions. Their cars ran on energy stones or electricity. Nowadays, the roadside plants had not been subjected to repeated testing, and they were all fresh shoots, with yields comparable to designated foraging sites. The distinction lay in the fact that those specific sites were clusters of particular plants, whereas the roadside consisted of a hodgepodge of weeds, both grass and wild vegetables, reliant on luck. Some might yield a couple of wild vegetables, while lesser finds might only be grass leaves, and the worst would yield nothing at all. The difference between wild vegetables and weeds was merely in taste and digestibility. Beep, low-radiation plants, suitable for mass consumption. That it was unclear who had neglected to lower the wristwatch's volume, as the loud sounds drew the attention of passersby. With a sudden rush, the crowd around Zhang Wangyu dwindled considerably as everyone surged toward the grassy thicket. Though referred to as a thicket, it hardly qualified. Those tender shoots had only just begun to emerge, perhaps standing a mere 10 centimeters tall at their freshest. "Where are we headed?" Zhang Wangyu inquired, having walked quite a distance. Such aimless wandering left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Zhang Qiling contemplated for a long moment, his finger pointing around. "There is a patch of shepherd's purse here, and nearby, a cluster of wild amaranth. Over there, dandelions, and further on, a grove of ferns. There's a small puddle there, perhaps water celery?" He looked to Zhang Wangyu to see where she wished to go. "Let's skip the dandelions for now. I don't want to eat them just yet. We can dig some up in a few days to cool off. Let us head this way," she declared, pointing decisively toward the mustard greens. "All right." Zhang Qiling pondered for a moment. There were no animals in sight, and it was uncertain whether the creatures of spring, this unique season, would emerge for a breath of fresh air. He tightened his grip on the black gold ancient knife in his hand. The locations Zhang Qiling was aware of were common knowledge, hence teeming with people. By the time Zhang Wangyu arrived, there were already individuals crouched on the ground commencing their assessments. How industrious, she mused, realizing that despite her belief of being an early bird, she was in fact far less than that. "Hurry, hurry, hurry," Zhang Wangyu urged as she pulled Zhang Qiling into the vast mustard greens field, where they sought a secluded corner. She had even brought along her lucky stick. Observing her unwavering attachment to the stick, Zhang Qiling noted that she would first poke at a leaf before commencing her examination. Perhaps he should teach her the dog-beating stick technique? However, that was a skill only Jie Yuhua was familiar with, and he did not possess it well. "Jie Yuhua, you're the one skilled in the dog-beating technique. Beep, low-radiation plants, safe for mass consumption. Oh, what a promising start." Right away, Zhang Wangyu detected a low-radiation mustard leaf. After a moment's thought, she chose not to pluck it, but instead examined other leaves. This particular mustard plant bore 4 leaves, all low radiation. Her eyes sparkled with incredulous delight as she pulled Zhang Qiling closer, excitedly pointing at this little treasure before them. "All low radiation," she whispered in his ear. A shiver ran down Zhang Qiling's spine, an inexplicable sensation coursing through half his body, rendering him tingling and numb. He narrowed his eyes slightly at Zhang Wangyu, wondering if she had poisoned him. What sort of poison could it be? Yet he had seen no sign of her doing anything untoward. "Quickly, get to work," Zhang Wangyu urged Zhang Qiling, cautioning him to be gentle and not harm its roots, insisting on bringing more soil. Spring, the season of sowing, the season of growth. How could such a fine specimen not be cultivated? Currently, its single leaf was merely the size of her palm, but it was still a seedling. Eventually, it would grow to be large enough for both of them to feast upon for an entire day. Zhang Qiling hesitated, his thoughts swirling, ultimately refraining from voicing any discouraging words. If it could be cultivated, then why would others still seek to gather it? Surely, they were not foolish. Nevertheless, if they were to dig it up, and if she could not find more leaves, they would not see the light of the next day. Beep, low-radiation edible plants, suitable for mass consumption. Zhang Qiling paused his digging, glancing down at the frail mustard plant. It seemed that tonight he would need to procure a planting pot for her. Reflecting on this, he began to excavate the soil surrounding the mustard plant. Zhang Wangyu nodded in satisfaction. Her brother was indeed thorough in his considerations. Initially, she had thought of carelessly finding some soil to plant, but it appeared her brother was far more astute. She casually sprinkled a bit of soil onto her wristwatch. Beep, high radiation, non-edible soil, unsuitable for consumption. Taking a deep breath, she wiped the soil off her wristwatch, lamenting the loss. She shared a glance with Zhang Qiling, both questioning, should we take more soil? Zhang Wangyu shook her head, deciding to leave it as it was. At least the soil here was more fertile than that in the courtyard. She recalled the oily black soil in her space, rich but utterly useless. Alas, beep, medium radiation edible plants, recommended for consumption. Zhang Wangyu felt her excitement waning. If only those few plots of land could be cultivated, she would not need to toil endlessly gathering. Beep, low radiation usable plants, suitable for mass use. Beep, high radiation edible plants, unsuitable for consumption. Zhang Wangyu, feeling quite numb, plucked the 2 edible leaves from this plant and tucked them into her small backpack. They were truly minuscule. Tonight, let us fetch some vigorous vines to take back, she suggested to Zhang Qiling. Oh, you know where to find more of these vines? Zhang Qiling nodded, indicating that he did. He thought Zhang Wangyu was dissatisfied with her small backpack, recalling her remark about not gathering enough vines while making it. In the next moment, he feared that Zhang Wangyu might end up ensnared in a sack. Just listen to what she said. I need to make another backpack, so I can carry one on each side. One for low radiation items, and one for medium radiation. Who would find such words sarcastic? Where did such audacity come from? Zhang Qiling felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. Yet he responded softly. All right. His gaze swept the surroundings, relieved that none had overheard Zhang Wangyu's earlier remarks. Someone even more arrogant than Jie Yuhua had appeared. Jie Yuhua sneezed again. The chubby fellow turned to glance at him. I told you. Little Huahua, if you're not well, you should stay behind. We can afford to take care of you. Jie Yuhua rolled her eyes ungracefully. Just shut up. Damn it. A group of people surviving solely on his connections. If it weren't for his slight business acumen, he'd have been left with nothing. How dare they mock him? Zhang Qiling observed Zhang Wangyu diligently working, her backpack filling rapidly. He suddenly found her words quite reasonable. Perhaps she indeed had the grounds to be so audacious. Zhang Qiling emptied the contents of her small backpack into his larger one. Zhang Wangyu looked at him with a sense of grievance. Zhang Qiling paused in his actions. What's wrong? You make me feel like a victim of capitalist exploitation. I feel like a diligent chive. She lamented, shaking her empty backpack. You don't leave a single one behind. Even when people collect eggs, they know to leave one, so the hen remembers to come back and lay more. Is that so? Zhang Qiling pondered, considering if that was the reason their hen always ran off to lay eggs elsewhere. After some thought, he carefully retrieved a leaf from his backpack and placed it gently into Zhang Wangyu's pack. There, now it's all right. Zhang Wangyu forced a smile. This pitiful little leaf was one of the few edible leaves Zhang Qiling had managed to identify. It was truly touching. She felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, as Zhang Qiling's demeanor had been reminiscent of coaxing a child. Initially, she had intended to tease him, but somehow it had turned into him comforting her. Zhang Wangyu prepared to immerse herself in work once more. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling began to sweep through the plants on the ground with fervor, and the others followed suit. Zhang Wangyu was taken aback, wondering what had just transpired. Zhang Qiling suddenly recalled her somewhat miraculous luck and urged, "Harvest more. High radiation time is approaching, and we need to find a place to hide. Oh. Zhang Wangyu smacked her forehead, having completely forgotten about that. The first 2 harvesting sessions had taken place within a dense forest, where the foliage blocked out the sunlight, allowing her to take midday naps during her training days at home. She had entirely overlooked this matter. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The tables had turned, and she was now the one urging him. Zhang Wangyu stuffed all the leaves she had gathered into Zhang Qiling's backpack, filling it to the brim before reluctantly standing up and pulling him toward the direction of the crowd. Zhang Qiling grasped her small hand, feeling the softness of her palm even through the gloves. As he pivoted, he led her in another direction with quick strides. This path was clearly divergent from the main group. Where are we going? Your secret base. Zhang Qiling replied with a non-committal It was a small copse formed by a few trees, seldom frequented by others. There was a thicket nearby, where he had first caught a wild chicken. He wondered if any would wander by this year. He contemplated having Zhang Wangyu conduct her assessments there this afternoon while he searched for signs of wild chickens. Zhang Wangyu had expected the journey to be relatively short, but after running for over 10 minutes, they still had not arrived. With noon fast approaching, she began to feel anxious. Zhang Qiling's pace slowed slightly as he released Zhang Wangyu's hand, then wrapped his arm around her waist. Lifting her off the ground and speeding ahead, he had miscalculated the time based on his usual speed. However, that was not the speed of Zhang Wangyu. If they continued to run slowly alongside her, they would all be exposed to high levels of radiation. Zhang Wangyu felt nauseous, her vision swirling with stars. Questioning the nature of such a frenzied pace, the last moment, they finally arrived at Zhang Qiling's secret base. Zhang Wangyu, hunched over, laboriously maneuvered herself to a tree, disregarding the dirt beneath her, and plopped down unceremoniously on the ground. Overwhelmed by discomfort and the urge to vomit, gagging sounds escaped her lips incessantly. Tears welling in her eyes, Zhang Qiling offered her a cup of water, his gaze filled with confusion. Had she been harmed by the radiation? Zhang Wangyu took a sip, suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. It's nothing, I just feel faint. Faint? Zhang Wangyu nodded, a hint of frustration evident in her expression. That I get motion sickness, whether on a bus, a plane, or a boat. What if I feel faint? Who wouldn't feel discomfort being jostled around like this? With a burden on her back, Zhang Qiling provided a brief explanation. Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding, her anger subsiding momentarily, only to be engulfed by darkness once more. So, you can't carry me on your shoulders then? Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, so your back is reserved only for wuxia. Zhang Qiling retorted, my back is currently occupied by the burden. Are we really that unfortunate? She mused in comparison to the portly companion. She seemed to fare better. At least she didn't have to be dragged along the ground. Not at all, Zhang Qiling replied, hesitant to speak further. After some time, Zhang Wangyu managed to regain her composure. Let's not dwell on that. You're looking out for me. Otherwise, I might have been harmed by the radiation by now. She longed to suggest being gentler next time, but thought better of it. Resolving to run faster herself in the future, the thought of Zhang Qiling's previous speed crossed her mind. Brother, it's truly a pity you aren't competing in the Olympics. Think of how many gold medals you could have won. It would be a tremendous loss for the sports world that if you were to compete in track and field events, victory would be a foregone conclusion. She chuckled, though you might face boycotts from other countries. And with your flexibility, artistic gymnastics would surely be a breeze for you. Zhang Qiling retrieved the untested leaf from his pack. He was reluctant to utter a word. Discussing running or shooting seemed acceptable, but her mention of artistic gymnastics evoked a peculiar expression during their swimming escapades. It felt as if her thoughts were not of pleasant imagery. How do you know which leaves have been tested and which haven't? Zhang Wangyu inquired, captivated by his actions. The fantastical visions of dominating the sports realm dissipated, replaced by the alluring scent of the leaves, the fragrance of garlic mustard, stir-fried mustard greens with shredded meat, mustard greens stewed with tofu, and mustard egg custard wafted through the air. Sigh, Zhang Qiling thought to himself, wondering if this girl was mentally reciting recipes. For the past few days, she had been soothing herself with culinary names. Contemplating steamed bear paws and steamed deer tails, quite audacious. Indeed, he laid out a piece of grayish-brown cloth beneath the tested leaves. Zhang Wangyu glanced at it. While slightly crushed, it remained largely intact, The previously tested leaves weighed about 2 pounds. Not much at all. Her precious mustard seedling had been slightly pressed down, but thankfully, Zhang Qiling had separated it with some other item, preventing it from being damaged. Zhang Wangyu gave him a thumbs up, grateful for his help. Otherwise, they would have had to retest everything. Oh, wait, if it were just me, there probably wouldn't be these untested leaves at all. Zhang Qiling remained as reassuring as ever. He accepted her praise and admiration without reservation. Zhang Wangyu picked up a leaf and began testing, raising her voice slightly in the absence of others. Today, the common folk are truly, truly joyful. Zhang Qiling leaned against a tree, his black gold ancient knife by his side. His gaze soft as he watched Zhang Wangyu, who sat cross-legged beneath the tree, testing the leaves. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He simply felt disdained by her. Out of 10 leaves, not a single one was edible. He pondered whether he should console her by explaining the process of elimination, or she would just blame his bad luck. Have you ever stolen someone's koi from their grave? Zhang Wangyu questioned. Koi? Zhang Qiling shook his head, responding earnestly. There is no grave owner named Koi, nor does anyone build a tomb for a fish. Zhang Wangyu chuckled awkwardly. Sometimes, conversing with him felt somewhat guilty. As if she were bullying an honest man. I have no idea what your situation is, but it seems others have gathered quite a bit today. On the first day of spring, everyone is reaping bountiful rewards. The denizens of the wasteland were well aware that these days boasted a high yield. Anyone capable was out collecting. Even 3-year-olds were testing the grounds near their homes. The more they collected, the more points they could exchange, or they could dry the goods to consume later. See, I told you that following me wouldn't leave you hungry, Zhang Wangyu declared, gesturing toward her modest pile of leaves. Weighing about a pound, I believe the low yield is due to a lack of guidance from my divine stick. Zhang Qiling regarded her thoughtfully. She was still unaware of the true reason behind it. He recalled another individual, Wu Xie, who had never believed in his uncanny physical constitution. No, to be more precise, he was unwilling to believe. Take a break, Zhang Qiling advised the diligent Zhang Wangyu. All right, I'll rest for a bit. It was still early. She had only finished testing a little past 1, leaving her with several minutes to spare. After the peak radiation around 2 o'clock, they would be able to bask in the sunlight and clouds once more. Zhang Wangyu muttered, this wasteland must have been invented by the people of Shangxi. Otherwise, why would they enforce a midday rest? Zhang Qiling noticed her closing her eyes and followed suit. Wake up. Zhang Wangyu groggily opened her eyes. Is it time? Emichum. Zhang Qiling checked her crossbow and dagger, advising, stay nearby while testing. I'll see if there is any game over there. Don't wander too far and call out loudly if something happens. Though he couldn't guarantee he would hear her. Sigh. He needed to get her a wristwatch soon. Otherwise, he would hesitate to stray too far. Zhang Wangyu felt a flutter of anxiety, having seen the animal hides at home, each one potentially overwhelming her. Are there ferocious beasts nearby? Zhang Qiling pondered. Not exactly. Just wild chickens, albeit magnified many times, standing half a meter tall, with sharp claws and beaks capable of creating small holes. Compared to other creatures, they aren't truly ferocious. Zhang Wangyu considered suggesting he refrain from going, as she could collect points too, but seeing the determination in his eyes, she thought better of it. She was also unwilling to rely on others for survival. It was only right for him, a capable man, to venture out instead of gathering. It wasn't that collecting was undesirable. Rather, it felt like a waste of resources. Moreover, they only had 1 wristwatch, rendering it nearly useless. All right, just be careful, Zhang Wangyu said as she drew a boundary near the forest's edge. I'll stay here and not wander. Good. Zhang Qiling cast her a quick glance before heading towards the thicket with his black gold ancient knife. Though she felt some concern about the rumored beasts, Zhang Wangyu reassured herself that she had chosen to collect near the trees for safety. These trees were not exceedingly tall, allowing her to climb them if necessary. Surely, she wouldn't encounter birds. It was said that the area had been scoured repeatedly by mercenaries and guards, and large animals typically avoided such places. With that thought, she felt a bit more at ease. No need to be afraid. I'm not the protagonist of some story, destined to encounter man-eating wild chickens or mischievous wild ducks, or be nibbled by adorable little rabbits. Zhang Wangyu patted her chest. Calming herself. You can do it, Zhang Wangyu. After rallying her spirits, Zhang Wangyu made her way to the edge of the forest. The snow below had only just melted, and the temperature here was likely still higher than in other exposed areas. With no grass yet pushing through the ground, unable to distinguish between wild vegetables and mere weeds, she opted to test every plant, preferring to spend extra time rather than overlook even a single leaf. The same approach was taken by those in the mustard greens grove. They examined every plant without exception. After encountering several inedible options, Zhang Wangyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the morning had gone too smoothly. She found it hard to accept an unfavorable turn of events, as her mother often stated. Joy and sorrow exist in a delicate balance, and after great happiness often comes profound despair. This seemed to prove true once more. Discarding yet another tender leaf, she sighed, "Oh, don't block my way. I can't see anything." She shoved aside a round, yellowish-red head. Beep, it chimed. High radiation, inedible. She tossed it aside, and the body beside her vanished without a trace. After repeating this several times, she heard, beep, low radiation, edible, can be used in abundance. Wow, she exclaimed, finally finding a piece that was safe to consume. However, before she could place the leaf in her backpack, it inexplicably disappeared. Zhang Wangyu rubbed her eyes, wondering if the sun had dazzled her. It didn't seem possible, as the sunlight was warm and pleasant. Perhaps her low blood sugar was to blame. It wouldn't be the first time she had experienced such a phenomenon. Alas, her luck seemed to have run dry. Don't crowd me. It's so annoying. Can't you just check elsewhere? Must you invade my space? I have someone backing me. Zhang Wangyu declared defiantly. The yellow-red head tilted slightly, and upon catching sight of its eye, she stumbled backward in fright. What on earth are you? She exclaimed at the chicken. To her astonishment, it was an enormous fowl, its head larger than both of her fists combined. Was this still considered a chicken? Even the great chicken deity wouldn't dare to grow so large. The wasteland was fiercer than the southern region she was accustomed to. She shuddered to think of how enormous the rodents might be. Perhaps this foolish biped had finally come to terms with its identity, as it raised its head high and squawked several times toward the sun. Under the sunlight, its golden feathers shimmered with a faint radiance, and its bright red comb looked as if it might bleed, while its metallic beak appeared exceptionally sharp, akin to a blade. Zhang Wangyu, having honed her skills over the past few days, rolled to evade the chicken's beak just in time. Narrowly escaping disaster, she scrambled to her feet and dashed into the forest. Chicken brother, let us talk this over. We were getting along just fine before, right? I'll gather the wild vegetables and you can feast. How harmonious! Don't come any closer, she cried. The forest offered little refuge. The wild chicken could fly. As if to flaunt its broad, powerful wings, Zhang Wangyu turned to see the chicken flapping its wings and soaring toward her. She dropped to the ground to evade its onslaught. Ahead lay a tree, and she silently urged, "Crash into the tree, crash into the tree." In a display of prowess, the wild chicken squawked just as it was about to collide with the trunk. Flapping its wings vigorously and ascending to the branches above, it landed gracefully, its sharp claws scraping the bark as it perched. If it had landed on her, she would have been severely injured. "Little brother," she shouted, turning to flee. The chicken, having just turned around, was unable to showcase its impressive physique before witnessing Zhang Wangyu's frantic escape. With a powerful flap, it dove downward. Zhang Wangyu felt a rush of wind behind her and quickly dodged. Squinting her eyes, she raised her right hand. "Take this, you avian menace," she shouted, unleashing a volley of arrows. "I told you there's a reason I don't play chicken. Help me, little brother. Where are you? My dashing and handsome hero, your seemingly charming yet incompetent roommate, is about to meet her doom at the beak of that chicken." Zhang Wangyu dodged left and right, but the wild chicken managed to claw her arm. Her clothing was instantly torn, but thankfully her layers mitigated most of the damage. Although she still sustained injuries, bright red blood gushed forth, invigorating the chicken's aggression. "Cluck, cluck, cluck," she cried, rolling and scrambling toward a thicket, hoping it would provide some cover. Clutching her dagger tightly, she knew she was no match for the wild chicken, which was far too well equipped. When she had initially swung her dagger, its feathers had felt as solid as iron. Failing to yield even a scratch, was this not an outright bullying? Yet she resolved that if the chicken would take her life, she would at least plunge her dagger into it, teaching it that a woman was not to be trifled with. Zhang Qiling had searched extensively without encountering a single wild chicken. Though he had found plenty of traces and droppings, even a few eggs, he picked up several eggs, recalling Zhang Wangyu's theory about chickens laying eggs, and sadly returned the smallest one to the ground. He cradled the remaining eggs carefully, hoping to find a hen nearby. After all, if the nest was here, the mother hen couldn't have strayed too far. His ears perked up. It seemed he could hear Zhang Wangyu calling for him. His expression shifted, and he dashed back. Upon reaching the edge of the thicket, he spotted the wild chicken's sharp beak poised to strike at Zhang Wangyu, who was huddled inside the thorns. With her beautiful eyes wide with determination, she exuded a sense of fatalism, as if to say that if she were to die, they would die together. Alarmed, Zhang Qiling rushed forward, swiftly drawing his black gold ancient blade and launching it at the chicken. Just as Zhang Wangyu thought her life was about to be extinguished, she mentally prepared numerous farewell messages. Thankfully, all her points were in Zhang Qiling's bracelet. It was a pity about the meager supplies in her space. Had she known her demise was imminent, she would have confessed about her spatial abilities to Zhang Qiling. Sharing resources would have been better than disappearing together. She wondered if she would drop any equipment upon her death. Alas, her space could not contain living beings. Otherwise, she would have made that chicken vanish into thin air before she could regret her fate. The wild chicken came crashing down, unfortunately landing right on top of her. The pungent odor of poultry assaulted her senses. Zhang Qiling rushed to the chicken's side, unsheathing his blade, and with a forceful grip, he delivered a decisive strike. Rendering the chicken lifeless, he tossed it aside and, trembling slightly, approached Zhang Wangyu first. Her vision went dark before brightening, and as her sight focused, she saw Zhang Qiling, concern etched upon his face. Unable to hold herself up any longer, she collapsed into his embrace. "Little brother, I'm still alive, right? Thank goodness you came. I couldn't have faced that chicken alone." Zhang Wangyu clung tightly to him, her body trembling from fear. Zhang Qiling placed a comforting hand on her back, gently patting her. "Widow, I thought I saw my parents just now. Why didn't they take me with them?" She sobbed. Zhang Qiling paused in his comforting, repeatedly murmuring, it's all right. After a long moment, Zhang Wangyu finally regained her composure. Zhang Qiling frowned as he examined her wounds. Her face bore several scratches from the thorns, and her arm was stained with bright red blood, which had soaked through her white clothing, creating a striking contrast. However, it seemed the young girl had momentarily forgotten her injuries. Once she had collected herself, she rushed toward the chicken's lifeless body. With a furious kick, she proclaimed, "This is for bullying me and stealing my wild vegetables. You even tried to eat me. Are you scared now? I told you I had someone backing me." The figure behind her wiped the blood from his black gold blade and sheathed it. Zhang Wangyu's anger had yet to dissipate as she bent down and delivered 2 more punches. "Oomph! Letting you bully me. Zhang Qiling picked up the backpack that Zhang Wangyu had lost while searching for the wild chicken, but he cast a glance at it and noted, to his surprise, that its quality was indeed commendable, with the lid still intact. As Zhang Wangyu gazed at the mountain of wild chickens before her, tears involuntarily streamed down the corners of her mouth. She wiped her tears away, chuckling softly. Approaching her, Zhang Qiling shot her a glance, pondering whether the child had lost her wits. She had been crying so sorrowfully just a moment ago, and now she was smiling in such a peculiar manner. When he prepared to hoist the wild chicken onto his shoulder, Zhang Wangyu halted him. "Wait a moment." Zhang Qiling, puzzled, replied, "I just want to check if it's edible." That he withdrew his hand. Even if it were inedible, he would still take it back, unsure of what the authorities did with such wild beasts that were deemed unfit for consumption. Yet if they collected them, he would sell them. He had not yet reached the point of being indifferent to the significance of those few points. His intuition suggested there was a high probability it was inedible. Zhang Wangyu dipped her dagger in the blood of the wild chicken and let a drop fall onto her wristwatch. The device beeped. Radiation detected. Edible meat confirmed. Consumption advised. Zhang Qiling could hardly believe his ears. Wow, it's moderately irradiated. This was Zhang Wangyu's first time testing an animal other than a human, and she hastily inquired, "Do I need to test each part separately?" Zhang Qiling shook his head. and onid. Animals differ from plants. Each leaf of a plant can have varying levels of radiation, with light, moderate, and high radiation levels found on the same plant. For animals, testing one part suffices. If one part is inedible, then the entire creature is inedible. That makes perfect sense, Zhang Wangyu acknowledged, realizing that since the blood circulates throughout the body, it was illogical for some parts to be less irradiated than others. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, on the verge of devouring the creature raw, as she gazed pleadingly at Zhang Qiling. "Brother, can we keep it? We can have chicken legs tonight and wings tomorrow." She had never craved meat so intensely before. Although she had not been fond of meat previously, it was always a necessity at the dining table. "Now, all right." Zhang Qiling produced a few eggs from his pack. "I also found these." "Wow, you're amazing," Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, playfully kicking the wild chicken's body. "Are these its eggs?" Zhang Qiling could not answer that question, as the eggs bore no indication of their lineage. "Should we catch its mate as well?" Zhang Wangyu proposed, her reasoning compelling that a family should be whole, the whole family to fill their stomachs. "Not just yet, we need to return first." Zhang Qiling pointed to her injuries. "That you're hurt. We must hurry back to apply medicine. Otherwise, it could easily become infected." Zhang Wangyu was reluctant, wishing to capture the chicken mother as well. "I'll come back for it tomorrow." Zhang Qiling firmly decided. No. Zhang Wangyu sighed in resignation, not noticing that he had said, "I rather than we." It was best not to mention her arm. Once it was brought up, she felt as though it would fail her entirely, the pain unbearable. Tears began to fall once more. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qiling asked. Feeling somewhat helpless, just moments before, she had been sobbing uncontrollably, and now she was silently shedding tears, which tugged at his heartstrings. "That it hurts so much." Zhang Wangyu lifted her bruised face, gently wiping away the tears. The moisture stung the wounds on her face, intensifying the pain. She felt utterly despondent, the tears flowing freely, yet reason admonished her not to cry, lest the tears land on her wounds and exacerbate the agony. It was a cruel predicament, this overly sensitive constitution of hers. Zhang Qiling found it somewhat amusing and suggested, "Why not just cry with your head down? That way, the tears will fall directly to the ground and not touch your face." Zhang Wangyu complimented him. "You're quite clever." She then bowed her head, silently shedding golden droplets. "It hurts, really hurts. Brother, can I hold on? Should we continue gathering or go after its whole family?" After a long pause, she spoke. Her eyes were red as a rabbit's, slightly swollen. "Let us head home." Zhang Qiling observed her, questioning whether she could walk back. Zhang Wangyu nodded. No matter how much she had to grit her teeth, she would manage to return. She understood that Zhang Qiling implied that if she could not make it back on her own, he would relinquish something, either the modest amount of mustard greens in her backpack or the chicken. In either case, it would feel like a piece of her flesh being torn away. Zhang Wangyu stood up, her legs trembling like a leaf in the wind, quaking uncontrollably. Just moments ago, she had charged forward, fueled by anger towards the wild chicken. But now that energy had dissipated, leaving behind apprehension and feared out of course, she would never admit to being frightened. "I just ran too hard. I'll move slowly now," she said to the still Zhang Qiling. With her treasured stick in hand, it now served as her walking cane. Zhang Qiling had thought the stick was lost to her, yet here she was, clutching it even in her flight for survival. A true testament to her attachment, he bent down and slung the wild chicken over his shoulder. Zhang Wangyu, surprised, suggested, "Brother, why not stuff the wild vegetables into my backpack? It should fit if we compress them." She was uncertain, as the backpack was rather petite. The mustard greens she had collected that day were divided into two piles. The lower radiation ones weighed just 2 pounds, while the medium ones amounted to about 10. Your backpack should be able to accommodate this chicken, right? She recalled tales from post-apocalyptic novels that emphasized the importance of concealing even a single leaf. Now, with a large wild chicken on their hands, it was bound to attract attention. "Let us tuck it into your backpack and cover it with some vines and branches to obscure it. What do you think?" Zhang Qiling pondered for a moment, then set the chicken down and swiftly gathered a large bundle of vines. Zhang Wangyu hadn't yet organized the mustard greens in her backpack, and now her hands were empty. He placed her backpack inside his larger one and began stuffing the vines inside. Then he hoisted the wild chicken back on his shoulder. "No, brother, I meant to cover the chicken." Not the vegetables, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed. Today, many people must have gathered wild vegetables. No one will covet our modest haul. But meat is different. Moreover, the chicken's colorful plumage is bound to be catching as she walked. She could already envision the multitude of gazes it would attract and the sinister thoughts that might arise. Though her brother was skilled, he could not withstand a mob assault. And more importantly, she was not Wu Xie or fatty. She lacked their combat prowess and would only serve to drag him down. Don't worry, it'll be fine. With Zhang Qiling's assurance, even if Zhang Wangyu remained worried. There was little she could do. She retrieved several arrows that had embedded themselves in the ground, but could not find a few others. Brother, when we get back, could you teach me how to shoot arrows? Her aim was woefully poor, and she felt guilty for wasting several arrows that Zhang Qiling had crafted. Zhang Qiling wished to pat her shoulder in comfort, but his hands were otherwise occupied. All right, he directed his gaze towards her arm, where the bleeding had ceased. Yet, the wound appeared rather ghastly, suggesting that this training regimen would likely need to be postponed. He was also convinced that this girl was certainly not a forgotten remnant of the Wang family. As he observed the throng of people returning along the road, a feeling of inexplicable joy welled up within him. Zhang Wangyu, looking quite anxious, walked beside Zhang Qiling, one hand clutching her divination tool, while the other gripped a gleaming dagger, occasionally brandishing it for all to see. Her steps were steady, betraying none of the earlier weakness she had displayed. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes directed at her, those eyes quickly averted after catching sight of her weapon and her fierce expression, which pleased her immensely. Indeed, this world was one where the strong preyed upon the weak. Possessing a sharp weapon could deter many ill-intentioned individuals. She pondered when she would be able to save enough to purchase an energy gun, envisioning herself with it resting at her waist, simply resting her hand upon it to instill fear in any who dared to approach her. Throughout their journey, Zhang Qiling maintained a calm demeanor, occasionally casting glances at the vigilant yet somewhat intimidating Zhang Wangyu, who, after scaring off others, appeared rather smug. He found it amusing. She was even more concerned about her image than Wu Xie, who, despite nearly bursting into tears, insisted on putting on a brave front. At long last, they arrived at their courtyard. As soon as Zhang Wangyu entered, she promptly closed the door, then gradually slid down the door until she sat on the ground, her legs trembling. Zhang Qiling turned back and tossed the chicken he had been carrying onto the ground, creating a slight cloud of dust. Does it hurt a lot? He asked, his hand resting on her knee, contemplating whether to take her to the hospital. Selling the wild chicken might just cover the medical expenses. Zhang Wangyu nestled into Zhang Qiling's embrace, comfortably nuzzling against him. Brother, could you carry me inside? I really can't walk any further. Had it not been for her next words, Zhang Qiling would have opened the door to leave. That I'm truly formidable. Those people fear me. That it's impressive to look this good. But it's exhausting. I was quite impressive just now. Wasn't I? Indeed, it seemed the situation was not too severe and a hospital visit was unnecessary. The chicken was saved. Brother, put me down, please. Zhang Wangyu tapped Zhang Qiling's arm. He looked puzzled. The chicken. Zhang Qiling glanced at the wild chicken lying on the ground. I'll take care of it later. First, let us attend to your wound. After speaking, he glanced nervously at the girl in his arms, fearing that the mention of a wound might trigger her tears. Fortunately, her eyes were only fixated on the chicken, not on her injury. Zhang Qiling seated Zhang Wangyu on a chair and turned to retrieve his first aid supplies and a vial of medicine from the cabinet. Take off your clothes. Zhang Wangyu gasped. Oh, okay. Suddenly struck with a thought, she asked, should I take a shower first? Zhang Qiling noticed the fear in her eyes and glanced at the disinfectant. There is no bathroom. Zhang Wangyu had surmised that his home lacked such amenities. The winter chill had deterred her from bathing, but now, with the rising temperatures, she felt as though she was crawling with insects, utterly uncomfortable. Then how did you? Zhang Qiling gestured towards the courtyard outside, implying that he had always bathed there without needing to dispose of dirty water. Zhang Wangyu found herself torn between excitement at the prospect of seeing Zhang Qiling unclothed and dread over how she would manage to clean herself. Her injury was on her right arm, 3 deep scratches running from her shoulder downwards, each more horrific than the last. The skin was torn, revealing flesh underneath, though thankfully not deep enough to expose bone. Gripping the fabric that had slipped to her armpit, She gazed at her wound, on the verge of tears. Zhang Qiling, holding the disinfectant, was unsure whether to treat her or not, as she was already crying before he had even begun. She turned her head away, biting her lip. "Brother, you can start, but please be quick. I can't bear this. Heaven knows how painful the cleaning process will be. I've always been afraid of pain. Yet I still play with my siblings, resulting in countless scraped knees." Thus, she was well aware of the stinging nature of disinfectants. Zhang Qiling tested the cotton swab against her skin, inching closer. He quickly retracted it. Again, he leaned in. He found it amusing. He had even touched her skin, yet she was already reacting in pain. Moreover, hadn't she just turned her head away? How could she still see his movements? Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, Zhang Qiling smirked, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Soon, however, he suppressed his playful tendencies. The cool disinfectant met her skin, and to her surprise, it was not nearly as painful as she had imagined. "Hey," Zhang Wangyu looked at the disinfectant, puzzled. "Why doesn't it hurt? Water is painful enough." Zhang Qiling shook his head, unsure. "The disinfectant here, I isn't very irritating." Observing his adept movements, Zhang Wangyu felt a pang of sympathy. It was evident that he had bandaged himself numerous times to attain such skill. She lamented her own injury, wondering if such a deep wound would leave a scar. Zhang Qiling assured her, holding up the vial. The healing potion here was remarkably effective. With a wound of this magnitude, she would recuperate in 4 to 5 days, and there would be no trace left behind. Proved the truth of his words. He rolled up his sleeve. "I was bitten here, nearly through. See, there's no sign of it now." Zhang Wangyu reached out to touch the area, feeling no roughness or mark, completely unaware that it had once been injured. "Did you really get hurt?" She pondered. Zhang Qiling had no reason to deceive her. Even if there were scars, there was little that could be done. She could only hope that someday, if she returned, cosmetic procedures might offer a remedy. How wonderful! Zhang Wangyu clapped his hands. "Does it hurt?" she asked, and then laughed at her own question. "I assent that a silly thing to ask. It must hurt terribly. I am in agony just from this." Zhang Qiling swallowed his retort that it wasn't too painful. One would feel pain, but after becoming accustomed to it, such a level of suffering seemed trivial. "How do you use this?" She examined the vial, resembling a syringe, but lacking a needle. Was it to be applied directly or ingested? Would oral consumption not be absorbed by the stomach? Zhang Qiling was taken aback. "Are we really going to discuss the pharmacological concentrations of oral versus injectable medications? Just drink it." Zhang Wangyu took the vial, lamenting, "In the end, I'm the one using it." With that, she gulped it down in one go. Unsure how to describe the taste, she was reminded of a substance she had previously consumed, montmorillonite powder. Could this also be a mineral? Zhang Wangyu guessed correctly. It did contain a minuscule amount of healing mineral. In an era of scarce medical supplies, no one was concerned with flavor. After drinking the potion, Zhang Wangyu felt her vitality returning. She recalled the regrets that had plagued her mind when she had nearly met her demise earlier that day. She grasped Zhang Qiling's hand, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Brother, I have a surprise for you." With a flourish of her hand, a bag of rice appeared on the table, followed by another bag of clearly open flour. She eagerly anticipated the look of astonishment on Zhang Qiling's face, yet found nothing but calm. "I sent this surprising. With the storm raging outside, what else could possibly cause a shift in your demeanor?" After a moment, Zhang Wangyu revealed the scant provisions she had in her space. "This is all I have. I don't cook at home, and buying too much leads to waste that I never realized I could preserve food until I arrived here. Otherwise, I would have prepared more." Zhang Wangyu expressed her regret. Had she known she would cross over, she would have stored food instead of clothing and shoes. "I should have filled my entire space with rice." Knowledge is priceless. For 10 years, there had been no crossing into another world. Who could have anticipated the apocalypse? "Wow!" Zhang Qiling suddenly exclaimed. Her face was devoid of expression, betraying not a hint of surprise or excitement. Suddenly, an exclamation of astonishment broke the silence as Zhang Wangyu, preparing to arrange her sleeping quarters, fumbled with the bedding. "You wanted surprise," Zhang Qiling innocently remarked. "Ha! Little brother, you are truly adorable. My goodness, the way you gasped with that blank expression is just too endearing." Zhang Qiling's face flushed slightly, but unfortunately, Zhang Wangyu had already stepped into the room and missed the moment. She was determined to set up her little nest, to place a mattress for herself. She had grown weary of the hard bed. Although she had previously slept without much awareness, her body seemed to be adapting to the intensity of recent training, requiring her to toss and turn before falling asleep. Leaving her sore all over. In times of hardship, one might endure, but now that the truth about their space had been revealed, Zhang Wangyu was unwilling to compromise. "Little brother, do you want it?" she called out to Zhang Qiling from outside. He parted the curtain and stepped in, observing the soft, rosy haven she had created, contrasting sharply with the wild, rugged space on his side. "What a stark difference!" "I do," he replied, his tone almost impatient. Zhang Wangyu was taken aback. Wasn't Zhang Qiling indifferent to such matters in the stories? Shaking her head, she reconsidered. Who would choose a life of hardship when they could improve their quality of living? She handed him the bedding and said, "Give it a shake, and while you're at it, shake my comforter too." With an injured hand, she found it exhausting to prepare the bed, but fortunately, she had a method for putting on the duvet. Though she felt something was amiss without giving it a good shake. Zhang Qiling nodded, picking up the comforter and giving it a vigorous shake. The duvet responded obediently in his hands, a large blanket appearing like a toy. She wished she had entrusted him with changing the duvet cover from the start. After shaking the bedding, Zhang Wangyu felt a sense of relief. His side was a sky blue, while hers was a tender pink. In truth, both were her duvet covers. She had no new bedding sets in her space. The bed was enormous, and she wondered why Zhang Qiling had chosen such a large one for his room. Even with two 1.8-meter comforters laid out, there was still some space left over. Having never been to the north, she had no idea what a typical bed was like. Perhaps they were all this size? Frowning at the exposed dirt on the bed, she found it quite unsightly. After contemplating, she took out a sheet she had kept in her space for a long time and spread it over the bed. Much better, she thought, feeling comfortable. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Wangyu suddenly remembered there was a chicken in the yard waiting to be dealt with. "Little brother, do we have a basin large enough?" she mused. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, how was she to scald such a large chicken? What size pot or basin would suffice? Should she disassemble it first before scalding? What would we need a basin for? To scald the chicken? How else can we pluck its feathers? Although she had never killed a chicken, she had plucked many in her youth. Every holiday, relatives would bring chickens home, and after the adults had slaughtered them, it was left to the children to pluck the feathers. Unfortunately, those elders who once guided her were no longer around. Is it really that troublesome? Zhang Qiling furrowed his brow, recalling that after the fat man killed a chicken, he would always scald it with hot water before plucking it. "I remember I have a large basin," he said, gesturing seriously, a very large one. Moments later, he dragged a large wooden basin from the corner of the yard. The basin was indeed large, perhaps too large. "Little brother, are you sure it's not a bathtub?" she joked, her mouth watering at the thought that a child from the south, she would bathe up to 3 times a day. Having been here for a while, she had only managed to wipe herself down, which made her quite uncomfortable. "Can I?" she asked, her eyes filled with anticipation and eagerness. However, before she could finish, Zhang Qiling firmly replied, "No." Zhang Wangyu turned to him, her eyes curious. "How did you know what I was going to say?" Zhang Qiling thought to himself that with the way she was looking at him, it was hardly a mystery. Her eager gaze suggested she would gladly submerge herself in the basin if given the chance. "This basin is not suitable. I'll get you a better one later," he added, seemingly concerned that she might doubt his word, "that I've used it for holding entrails before." There were plenty of intestines and waste. When he was younger, he had been unaware that people actually collected entrails and had only learned to clean them thoroughly before taking them to the exchange point. He had lost several points because of that oversight. Yikes! Zhang Wangyu immediately lost the desire to scald herself in a basin that had once held waste. She could endure a bit longer. Zhang Qiling watched her and said, "In a few days, I'll haul back some timber and go to Old Chines to gather materials to build you a bathroom." Zhang Wangyu let out a soft cheer. "Little brother, how wonderful you are. It's incredibly touching. If you don't have a wife, it must be the Zhang family's fault." Zhang Qiling was puzzled by her conclusion. However, he had indeed never entertained thoughts of romantic relationships or family life before. His expression turned somber It was his mother who had reawakened his humanity, and it was that group of brothers who had shown him warmth. And then there was her, bending down. Zhang Qiling picked up his backpack. I'll take this mustard greens to exchange, and you can start the fire at home. When I return, we can scald the chicken. Just make sure not to open the door while I'm away. Zhang Wangyu nodded obediently as she sat by the stove. Then, turning to Zhang Qiling, she added, you should take some low-radiation greens to exchange for points as well. Zhang Qiling asked, aren't you going to eat? Zhang Wangyu shook her head. They won tea keep in this weather. Although it was still quite cold at night, the days were warm, and she knew she couldn't leave them out for too long. Zhang Qiling looked at her with a smirk. Can't your thing be preserved? Zhang Wangyu slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten that she had already shown him the existence of her space. Blaming her space for being too inconspicuous, she thought she wouldn't have made such a silly mistake otherwise. Then you keep it for now. We can sell it when we tire of it. Hearing those words, which sounded quite grand, Zhang Qiling placed the low-radiation mustard greens on the table and transferred the slightly wilted mustard seedlings into a broken pot under the eaves, dirt and all. Zhang Wangyu shoved a large piece of firewood into the stove, intending to wash the vegetables. She planned to treat herself to a delightful meal tonight. Stir-fried shepherd's purse, sautéed chicken, and rice. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. After washing the greens and disposing of the wastewater, she turned back to the house and spotted the green hue Zhang Qiling had left by the door. Oh, my little treasure, I almost forgot about you. She felt a tinge of melancholy, realizing her memory was slipping. It hadn't even been a day, and she had completely forgotten about it. Had Zhang Qiling not placed it in such a conspicuous spot, it might have spoiled before she remembered. Zhang Wangyu sighed. She felt like her time in Changbai Mountain had dulled her wits. She hadn't seen the wounds on the outside, but her mind was likely already muddled. Otherwise, how could her memory be so fleeting? Looking closely, she found that the pot was just right, with a small hole at the bottom for aeration and drainage. After tidying it up, she carefully planted the seedlings, giving them a little water. You must thrive, grow tall and healthy, eat what you should and avoid what you shouldn't, she murmured, patting its little leaves. She couldn't recall when she had learned that plants needed encouragement to grow better. But everything on her balcony had flourished under her loving praise. This sufficient. Zhang Qiling returned, having never planted anything himself, but judging by her confident demeanor, she seemed quite experienced. Quite experienced indeed, Zhang Wangyu affirmed. Observing her unwavering confidence, Zhang Qiling felt reassured. She seemed far more reliable than Wu Xie and the fat man. Clearly a seasoned farmer with a decade of experience. I have no idea. I've never planted mustard greens either. In truth, I have never cultivated any vegetables. There simply has not been enough time to do so. Zhang Qiling mused, I should not have harbored such high expectations for you. He cast a glance at the tender green sprouts. Then at Zhang Wangyu, who gazed affectionately at the seedlings, that he thought to himself, when the time comes for my demise, may you refrain from shedding tears. Reflecting on Wu Xie's past demeanor, Zhang Qiling scooped a ladle of water from the barrel and drenched the plant from head to toe. This should help them survive, perhaps? She pondered with uncertainty today as for the planter of vegetables he had recently brought home. He carelessly tossed it aside. Brother, the water is ready, Zhang Wangyu called to Zhang Qiling, who stood outside, lost in thought. Zhang Qiling snapped back to reality, pouring the water into the basin. Under Zhang Wangyu's direction, he meticulously soaked every inch of the wild chicken, turning it this way and that. Zhang Wangyu plucked a feather to ensure it had been sufficiently scalded. All right, brother, take it out and place it here, she said, rolling up her sleeves, prepared for the task ahead. The wild chicken was substantial, nearly the size of a pig, making feather plucking quite a laborious endeavor. Don't move. Allow me to handle this, Zhang Qiling said, concerned for her wounds. Moreover, her strength was limited by the time she finished with the chicken. It would likely be morning before they could eat. Following Zhang Wangyu's guidance, he pulled the feathers downward with ease, revealing smooth, white patches. Sitting on a stool, Zhang Wangyu grasped the chicken's head as she plucked. Isn't this quite relieving? Zhang Qiling, unsure of what pressure he felt, acknowledged that the sensation was indeed quite pleasant. Feathers from chickens were easy to remove, but duck feathers posed a significant challenge that we dread plucking duck feathers the most. Especially during visits to Grandma or Grandpa's house, that if duck meat is on the menu, We must start the process by 2 in the afternoon, often finishing around 5 or six.m. My cousin even uses tweezers to pluck them one by one, which is truly taxing on the eyes and back. As she spoke of this, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in her eyes. The family relatives are wonderful to alleviate her loneliness. They would take turns visiting uncle or aunt during winter and summer vacations. A lively group, it was never dull, and there was never any need to read faces. Why uncle would often lament that we were consuming him alive. Zhang Wangyu laughed heartily. Zhang Qiling glanced at her, then turned the chicken over in his hands, and oh wonder she radiated such energy. One would never guess she was an orphan. After plucking the feathers, Zhang Qiling prepared to dismember the chicken. Wait a moment. He withdrew the ancient black gold knife he had raised. Could the energy stones be hidden within their stomachs? Zhang Qiling nodded, but noted that energy stones were rarely found in low radiation areas. At least he had never encountered one or seen anyone else do so. Moreover, it was improbable to find them within such low-level mutated beasts that this one. Zhang Wangyu, wielding a kitchen knife in one hand, held up a stone the size of a walnut, her hand smeared with blood. I cannot ascertain. Zhang Qiling replied, unable to judge. I've never seen one. Zhang Wangyu set the stone aside and leaned in to explore further. Why am I being so foolish? She thought, pulling out the chicken's entrails in one swift motion, that I could have simply examined the outside instead of probing inch by inch within the chicken's belly. A pungent odor assaulted her senses, nearly making her gag. She turned her head, dry heaving uncontrollably. Thank goodness I haven't eaten. Otherwise, I would have lost my meal, and that would be a dreadful waste. Let me take over, she said, quickly retreating with the bowl containing the chicken's offal. Her hasty movement momentarily bewildered Zhang Qiling. As he reached out instinctively, she hurriedly insisted, Brother, I can manage this dirty work. Zhang Qiling began to understand her implication. She was likely repulsed by his bad luck. Don't exert yourself too much. Your wound might reopen, he cautioned. After giving his advice, he took the chicken to wash and cut it up, knowing they would not finish it in one meal. Fortunately, Zhang Wangyu's storage space could preserve it. Otherwise, they would have to devise a way to keep it. I knew the chicken kidneys would contain many small stones, Zhang Wangyu said, looking triumphantly at Zhang Qiling. Upon seeing the assortment of stones, he wondered what she was so pleased about. They seemed like ordinary pebbles, far less impressive than the first stone she had extracted. Quite commendable, she replied, satisfied as she washed the chicken's intestines and kidneys. She retrieved some salt from her storage and vigorously rubbed it in, admiring her handiwork. Just as she intended to return the basin to her space, her hand froze momentarily. Zhang Qiling, assuming she was struggling, took the basin indoors, placing the separated chicken meat in her bowl. Put it away, he instructed Zhang Wangyu. She remained still. What is it? He recalled that the items she had retrieved were all vegetarian. Is it that meat cannot be stored? Zhang Wangyu shook her head. No, it was simply that she lacked sufficient space. She needed to clear some out first. Otherwise, she would have difficulty storing items collected from the wild later. She meticulously washed the stones she had placed on the ground, arranging them on the table before dashing into her room. Feeling somewhat troubled, she realized there was no wardrobe in her room. Thus, she had no choice but to place everything on the Kong. Reluctantly, she shifted some of her belongings towards Zhang Qiling's side, creating a small space against the wall. She removed some clothes and shoes, barely freeing up 2 shelves that in her quest to maximize space. She had previously purchased individual shelves, and now, emptying 2 had left the Kong stuffed. This room was quickly becoming her own little sanctuary. Looking at the cramped space that Zhang Qiling occupied, she felt a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, for the sake of better food storage, she would have to impose on him a bit. She trusted he would not mind. The dividing line between their sleeping areas was dismantled, and their bedding lay snugly together. Recently, she had been sleeping soundly, which instilled some confidence in Zhang Wangyu. Moreover, the weather had warmed, ensuring she would not be seeking warmth from him any longer. Brother, allow me to cook, she declared upon noticing Zhang Qiling had already begun chopping the chicken into pieces, preparing to throw them into the pot. She hastily intervened, somewhat doubtful of his culinary skills. Zhang Qiling thought to himself that his cooking was quite satisfactory. During their previous barbecues, they had all praised his food, with a limited array of seasonings at their disposal, both were nonetheless thoroughly satisfied. Zhang Qiling reminisced that the last time he had enjoyed rice felt like a lifetime ago. The comfort of those carbohydrates was indescribable. Delicious, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, indulging in a luxurious dish of chicken stewed with snow fungus. I believe I can endure snow fungus for some time, she mused. Zhang Qiling reminded her, there's still 23 snow fungus left, and it will be 3/4 before your next harvest. Thus, the notion of her growing weary of snow fungus was utterly unfounded. Zhang Wangyu shot him a resentful glance. Brother, you truly know how to strike a nerve. Choosing to ignore him, she obediently enjoyed her chicken soup instead. The flavor of the mutated wild chicken differed entirely from that of regular wild chicken. The meat was tough, whereas that of the mutated variety was akin to the tender, free-range chickens of rural farms, firm and springy. Truly, it deserves its reputation as a wild chicken. Brother, do you think it classifies as a wild chicken or an orchard chicken? She inquired, reaching for another piece of meat. Zhang Qiling replied pragmatically, that area lacks any fruit. Zhang Wangyu conceded, very well. Then it is a free-range chicken. The wild chicken seemed to protest. You are the real free-range chicken. She lamented, believing she could devour an entire chicken, only to find herself confronted with a stark contrast as she surveyed the bones on her side versus those on Zhang Qiling's. He hesitated, unsure whether to swallow the morsel or not. Brother, eat up, we still have more, and tomorrow we can slaughter its mate, achieving our chicken meat freedom. You might as well use this bowl. There is plenty of rice left in the pot to finish off together. Zhang Wangyu had completely forgotten about whether he could manage to eat it all. I recall that chicken flocks do not follow a monogamous structure. Perhaps it has several wives. Hopefully, it will show some spirit and marry a few more. She laughed that way. We'll profit even more. Zhang Wangyu exhibited an eagerness akin to someone who yearned to marry a wild hen, preferably a multitude of them, thousands if possible. Such a plethora would surely overwhelm me. In the midst of devouring his meal, Zhang Qiling interjected between chews. Oh, indeed. Let us settle for a dozen or so. That one do, he replied, acknowledging the formidable group attack capability of the mutated wild hens. One could hardly withstand the assault of 20 claws. Yet, Zhang Wangyu remained undeterred, finding amusement in her own fanciful musings. Little brother, how delightfully earnest you are. I was merely jesting. I it that you're easily swayed by the rotund. Zhang Qiling shook his head. He wouldn't dare. The plump fellow, having managed to capture a moderately radioactive wild hen, gazed hungrily at the bubbling meat in his pot, swallowing hard. Akiu, he muttered, rubbing his nose. Who dares insult Fat Master? He brandished his spatula toward the few individuals huddled by the fire. Is it you? Jiehua shook her head. That must be you. Hey Shazi scoffed. Why would I? Is it you, Tianjin? Have our feelings become so tenuous? Wu Xie prodded, nudging the spatula aside with a stick. Just cook your food properly. I suspect you're deliberately sneezing to gross us out with your saliva. 3 voices responded in unison. No way. They were decidedly unbothered. The plump man huffed. Fat Master is not that sort of person. Did he not know the nature of these individuals? Do they have a cleanliness obsession? Bah, he muttered to himself. Could it be that little brother is thinking of me? The 4 fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, the plump man chuckled. Little brother is far more formidable than us. Who knows how well he is faring now? Tianjin, fret not. Once we gather some funds, we shall seek him out. Besides, it's uncertain whether little brother has even arrived here. Hey Shazi added with a laugh. What a pity! We've slain 2 nests of hens today, yet only one is fit for consumption, and not a single energy stone to be found. Even the eggs are ineatable. Everyone turned their gaze towards Wu Xie. He rubbed his nose. Bad luck has nothing to do with me. Little brother, where's all your food gone? Zhang Wangyu inquired, her gaze fixed inquisitively on Zhang Qiling's still flat abdomen, as if she could penetrate his clothing and peer into his very organs to uncover the meal he had just consumed. Zhang Qiling, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, hastily began to clear the remnants from the table. As he dashed into the kitchen, he left behind a remark, "You're the one who eats too little. You should consume more tea. Couldn't tea help but suspect that Zhang Wangyu possessed some sort of cultivation technique. Otherwise, how could she feel full after just a couple of bites, yet still manage to keep pace with him? Fortunately, Her appetite had gradually increased over the past few days. Otherwise, he would have feared for her well-being. She was the type who could be swept away by the slightest gust of wind. While washing dishes in the kitchen, Zhang Qiling felt a presence behind him. Zhang Wangyu peeked in, her eyes sparkling with surprise at discovering this more domestic side of him. The meals of the past few days have been exceedingly simple. Easily cleaned up, as she had done all the washing. Today, witnessing Zhang Qiling tending to the dishes took her by surprise. That Wu Xie is quite impressive. Indeed, that he knows how to train people, she mused at in truth. Zhang Qiling had always been capable. He simply chose not to showcase it. Yes, it's all thanks to my exceptional teaching abilities, Wu Xie chimed as she rummaged through the innards of the hen. Extracting stones for examination, a beep sounded. Ordinary stone, inedible. She rubbed her eyes, noticing an additional line of small print. Not an energy stone, don't waste your effort. Also not a mineral. Work hard, and don't be so fanciful. Was there even a hint of sarcasm in that? If it could assess size, perhaps it would add, so small, it's not even worth paving a road. She discarded the stone. Beep, ordinary energy stone, inedible, 58 energy points. It even kindly noted that it could be exchanged for 580 points. 1 energy point could be exchanged for 10 points. This was quite the lucrative venture. No wonder so many were eager to become mercenaries. Zhang Qiling, upon hearing the sound, thought he had misheard. Energy stone? Zhang Wangyu, having recovered from her astonishment, beamed at Zhang Qiling. Little brother, we've struck it rich? Ha! She proudly presented the energy stone she had extracted from the hen's belly, which shimmered under the light. It's beautiful. Zhang Qiling was unsure what was so captivating about the stone, but upon closer examination, he could indeed sense an energy emanating from it. What light? Warm, white light. Zhang Wangyu exclaimed. Can't you see it? Zhang Qiling shook his head. I only see the reflection. No, it's the light radiating from it. Zhang Qiling shook his head again. I can't see it. Zhang Wangyu stood up, laughing triumphantly. Could this be my golden finger? Oh, heavens and earth, thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. She clasped her hands in a chaotic worship. Zhang Qiling remained unfazed, thinking she must be a bit daft with joy. I tell you, being able to see the light of the energy stone must mean I have a golden finger. From now on, I shall rely on my golden eyes to accumulate wealth, she declared, stepping onto a chair, poking at her own eyes, and then at the energy stone, boasting, behold, the woman favored by the heavens. Wang, golden eyes you, shall dominate the wasteland. Madness, sheer madness, Zhang Qiling thought, contemplating taking Zhang Wangyu to a hospital for a thorough checkup. Unfortunately, the stones within the hen's kidneys were merely grinding stones. If only she had swallowed a few energy stones to grind, she could have feasted more. Zhang Wangyu lamented the missed opportunity. Zhang Qiling was at a loss for words, her demeanor reminiscent of the plump fellow. Put those things away. Zhang Wangyu, stiffening slightly, replied with a smile. Little brother, I'll dry them out later. You see, I may not be skilled in many things, but my expertise in curing meat is unparalleled, and I have a variety of flavors. Just so happens I have some curing spices right here. With that, she produced her stash of spices, clattering down her accumulated salt. Zhang Qiling's eyes widened in alarm. The amount of salt far exceeded the rice she had previously presented. Was she planning to live off salt for the rest of her life? Zhang Wangyu huffed. It's not my fault that the world is in such disarray, with nuclear waste being dumped into the ocean, causing widespread panic. That my grandmother, worried about not being able to acquire good salt in the future, spent her little savings to buy up all the salt. She vividly recalled the expressions on everyone's faces when she gathered them to distribute salt. Her uncle had wiped his face, saying, we just finished the salt from the last nuclear leak. Her aunt, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, you've barely saved up any of your pension. Weren't you planning to travel the country? Well, now look, the last nuclear incident wiped out all our savings, and this time, just when we finally saved a bit, it's all gone again. Her grandmother had retorted, I even spent your father's pension and my little savings. Oh, and all the money you all gave me as well. In short, she was now left with not a single penny to her name. With both elders' funds depleted, one could imagine how much salt there was. The crucial point was, she couldn't fathom why anyone would sell her so much salt. Zhang Wangyu had received an enormous quantity. Her grandmother had said that although she was currently alone, she might marry in the future. Even if she didn't tea, she could adopt a child for companionship, and the child would also need salt. Point one had to admit, her grandmother possessed remarkable foresight. It was just a pity. Had she known I would traverse to this world, I would have claimed the funds her aunt and uncle set aside for me, as well that I've stored them in the kitchen cabinet. You know, Zhang Wangyu informed Zhang Qiling. Seeing her begin to prepare to make cured chicken, Zhang Qiling rolled up his sleeves to assist. Zhang Wangyu was delighted to have someone help, directing Zhang Qiling in the process. Although this was the most suitable time for making cured meats, the air wasn't excessively humid, so using the stove for roasting was still feasible. Cured meats could be preserved for quite a while. As Zhang Qiling worked, he observed Zhang Wangyu filling the small cabinet, his expression darkening slightly. By the way, little brother, how much did today's dishes sell for? Zhang Wangyu still hadn't adjusted to speaking in terms of points. 346 points. Zhang Qiling remarked, "Wow," as Zhang Wangyu smiled and commented that the base appeared to be quite reasonable. He had assumed that the prices would drop significantly with so many individuals exchanging goods. Zhang Qiling remained silent on the matter, lacking insight into the market trends. However, he had overheard those exchanging items affirming that prices rarely fluctuated once set. He had spent a total of 35 points on various gardening pots, insecticides, and nutrients. Zhang Qiling thought she was concerned that he had overspent. Just as he was about to clarify, a frustrated female voice emerged. "Look at my brain. I completely forgot about this. The soil in the wild indeed harbors numerous eggs and viruses. Fortunately, you remembered this detail. By the way, do you know how to use it?" Zhang Qiling felt a sense of relief. After all, no one enjoys being blamed. Interacting with Zhang Wangyu was genuinely comfortable, as if everything was positively aligned. Indeed, old Qin said to simply mix it with water and pour it on. He replied. Zhang Wangyu nodded and immediately went to mix the water. Moments later, she rushed back in, one hand holding the potion and the other clutching a discarded scoop. "Hey, do you know the ratio?" Zhang Qiling glanced at his greasy hands and then at the bewildered young girl. "It's 1 part water to 1.5 parts potion." "All right," Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, pouring out the potion before adding water into the measuring tube. "Ha, I'm so clever," she added, not forgetting to praise herself. Initially, she had been momentarily confused, pondering how to measure without a cup. Truly, her mind was not functioning optimally. Zhang Qiling watched as she hurriedly dashed outside again, returning shortly with a dripping pot. Thankfully, a larger basin had been placed underneath to catch the excess water. This soil doesn't absorb water at all. "Just a little bit, and it's pouring everywhere," Zhang Wangyu grumbled. Zhang Qiling recalled his own scoop of water and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it absorbed nothing. Once everything was tidied up, Zhang Wangyu wiped herself down and climbed into bed. Zhang Qiling, after organizing his belongings, returned to his room, hesitating uncertainly about whether to step inside. Was this really his room? Surely he hadn't wandered into a girl's boudoir. Zhang Wangyu lay on the bed, her eyes sparkling. "Come on, big brother." Zhang Qiling hesitated to move, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the lines spoken by a seductive spirit in a story. Could it be that Zhang Wangyu was indeed a ghost? Should he offer her a drop of Qilin blood, or let her sunbathe at noon tomorrow? Yet, how could someone so fair and tender, with such pure eyes, be a bewitching spirit? Uncertain, he stole another glance and noticed her eyes slightly curved, exuding a hint of allure akin to a vibrant red rose. Purity and seduction coexisted, intertwined in a delicate dance, both contradictory and harmonious, like a hook ensnaring one's heart, compelling them to surrender. Zhang Qiling fixed his gaze, his eyes deepening in intensity as he tightened his grip on the ancient black gold blade. Seeing him motionless, Zhang Wangyu stifled a yawn, her eyes glistening with weariness, rendering her even more endearing. She reached out to pat his blanket, urging, "Hurry." She was about to fall asleep from exhaustion. Zhang Qiling followed her hand's direction and noticed a blue-black jacket draped over the light blue blanket. His expression momentarily faltered. "Quick, try it on and see if it fits," Zhang Wangyu encouraged him. Initially, she had intended to surprise him, but regrettably, upon entering, he had noticed and had appeared dazed, now that he had seen it. His face remained devoid of expression, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere as if the gift had been poorly received. Fearing he might think it was worn by someone else, she quickly clarified, "I bought this during our trip to the Tibetan region. Modeled after the jacket from your statue that we took so many photos back then." Zhang Wangyu hesitated to delve into the details, aware that this was a painful memory for him. "Big brother, does it fit well?" Zhang Qiling's expression softened as he accepted the jacket. It fit perfectly, as if custom-tailored for him. Standing tall with long legs, combined with his exquisite features and subtle demeanor, Zhang Wangyu felt her eyes welling with emotion. Ready to scream, "He is so incredibly handsome. How could someone possess such striking good looks?" exuding an aura that made one want to unravel his clothing and press him down, tainting his ethereal eyes with desire. No wonder protagonists in novels often embody this austere charm. Who could possibly resist? Zhang Wangyu dared not look any longer. Coming back to her senses, she wiped her mouth and nose, ensuring she hadn't embarrassed herself, then buried her face in the blanket. "What's wrong?" Zhang Qiling gently pulled the blanket away to prevent her from suffocating. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. Nothing. Could she admit that his handsomeness was overwhelming? "It's not suitable to gaze upon beauty in the light," she thought. Zhang Qiling acknowledged her with an "oh," as he shed his own clothing. "By the way, I have something else here, if you happen to see War Yi in the future. Could you pass this on for me?" Zhang Wangyu recalled the item that had occupied a space in her area. She responded, retrieving a delicate box. Carefully, she opened it, gingerly presenting the contents to Zhang Qiling as if showcasing a treasure. "Isn't it beautiful?" Zhang Qiling gazed at the exquisite crown, feeling a lump in his throat, and nodded. "It's not an antique." She lifted her chin slightly. "Of course, it's not an antique. I made it myself." Zhang Qiling felt his throat tighten even more, a wave of emotion washing over him. Perhaps he was unwell. Yet her sweet voice continued, "It took me nearly a year to make this, piece by piece. Although it has some flaws, I believe it's the best I could create. Initially, I intended it for someone to cosplay, but as I kept looking at it, I grew too fond of it to part with it." Sighing, she added, "Those cosplay teachers even said I should cosplay as War Yi, insisting that I shouldn't waste my face." Zhang Qiling looked at her delicate features. While attractive, she bore no resemblance to the character. "But look at this," Zhang Wangyu said, adjusting her posture, somewhat distressed. "Whenever I wear a suit, it becomes apparent, and they refuse to let me cosplay as War Yi." Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Qiling averted his gaze, his palm feeling hot as if the soft sensation had returned to his grasp. Zhang Wangyu engaged in animated conversation with her friends, and in the presence of only Zhang Qiling, she gradually forgot their gender differences. Upon realizing, she felt a tinge of shyness, her face flushing crimson. Resembling a ripe peach, Zhang Qiling sensed that familiar sweetness in the air. "Did you apply something fragrant?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head. "No," she sniffed her arm. "Perhaps it's the scent of my body lotion." She didn't seem to care. "Don't you like it?" "If not, that can't be helped. I feel uncomfortable without applying it for a day. The previous days without it felt like something was missing." "No," Zhang Qiling honestly replied, shaking his head. He certainly didn't dislike it. One might even say he liked it, as the aroma was sweet and delightful, making one feel effervescently joyful. Zhang Wangyu returned the crown to its box, nudging it toward Zhang Qiling. "Big brother, could you please assist me?" Zhang Qiling regarded her, pursing his lips, and replied softly, "You should give it to him yourself." Zhang Wangyu's eyes dimmed slightly, but she smiled. "I wish I could, but if we can return, I might not even end up in your area. We might never meet again." Zhang Qiling was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he simply muttered an Placing the box in the corner, he cast a fleeting glance at it before extinguishing the lights to sleep. In the darkness, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding surrounding the box. Finding it quite bothersome, he groped in the dark to toss it into a more distant corner, covering it with some items to ensure it was completely out of sight. Contentment washed over him as he crawled back onto the bed. His instincts had always been remarkably accurate. Otherwise, he would not have survived numerous crises time and again. Strength constituted one facet, while luck played its part as well. Speaking of luck, he could not help but glance sideways at the peacefully slumbering Zhang Wangyu. The more he watched, the more he sensed something awry. The young girl's quilt was trembling, accompanied by muffled sobs. It was as if a small, bullied creature had quietly separated from its pack to weep alone in a cave. Her delicate, soft voice was heartbreakingly endearing. He immediately sat up, yet hesitated to inquire, fearing that she might wish to keep her sorrow hidden. Zhang Qiling was not one to meddle in others' affairs. He generally maintained a detached demeanor. However, he had previously vowed to take responsibility for her, and recalling her expression when faced with the wild chicken and those gifts, he found himself reaching out to pull back Zhang Wangyu's quilt. Zhang Wangyu lay with her eyes tightly shut, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, her lips quivering as she wept softly, calling out, "Daddy, Mommy." Zhang Qiling's expression tightened. This was a nightmare. He shook her awake. Zhang Wangyu opened her bleary eyes, still engulfed in sorrow. Upon seeing another person beside her, and feeling the familiar bedding beneath her, she momentarily lost her sense of reality, unsure of her surroundings and the identity of her companion. Suddenly, she lunged into Zhang Qiling's embrace, crying out, "Mom, you've finally come to get me. I've missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see me all these years? I haven't dreamed of you in such a long time." She longed to join her parents, yet feared the pain and hesitated to take action. Countless times, she had watched passing cars, contemplating the possibility of being struck, only to feel guilty for the innocent drivers. Jumping into the sea or off a building would affect others as well. Most importantly, she lacked the courage to take that final step. She could only hope for an illness to take her away. When she was knocked down the mountain at Changbai, she felt a mix of relief and fear, alongside guilt. Relieved that she had finally awaited this day, afraid of what would happen if she did not die, and guilty for the trouble caused to the scenic area and event organizers. Reluctantly assuming the role of a mother, Zhang Qiling gently patted her back, feeling her tears soaking through his shirt. He sighed inwardly, realizing that he had indeed read her correctly. This little girl harbored thoughts of death. Beneath her sunny facade lay a reservoir of negative energy, warming others while she suffered alone in the dead of night. Zhang Qiling allowed her to cling to him, crying in his usual manner. He would not concern himself with someone so intent on self-destruction. Yet at this moment, he found himself wishing for her to live well in this world, to find her way back, and to live joyfully. Zhang Wangyu, gasping for breath from her tears, looked up at Zhang Qiling with a dazed expression. "Mom, this is so wonderful. Why do you look just like a male deity now?" Zhang Qiling wrapped one arm around her waist and lifted her chin with the other, compelling her to meet his gaze. Take a closer look. He was not her mother. "Daddy," Zhang Wangyu exclaimed joyfully, "I haven't seen you in ages. Why haven't you and Mommy come see me?" Her tears flowed freely once more. Zhang Qiling, feeling helpless, wiped the tears from her face. "Look again closely." Zhang Wangyu shook her swollen head, leaning against his chest, muffledly refusing. "If I look again, you'll just look like my male deity." "Daddy, I believe those time travel novels are true. Perhaps the journey is merely a fantasy in the moment of death. Otherwise, how could I have met you? However, I don't quite understand. The novels I read aren't about a wasteland. So why am I here?" Zhang Qiling paused, his hand that had intended to pull her from his embrace hesitating. Intrigued to hear more of her thoughts. "Isn't it said that just before death, one meets their loved ones or the ones they miss the most? Why didn't I see you, but instead met the male deity? Alas, I must have immersed myself too deeply in my books, falling in love with a mere figment of paper." Zhang Qiling felt a stirring within, casting his gaze toward the box he had filled to the brim, inexplicably finding it somewhat appealing that if possible, he would still like to take it back. Zhang Wangyu sniffled, her mind still foggy and heavy with sleep. "Zhang Wangyu," a low voice resonated from above, accompanied by a slight tremor in his chest. She instinctively lifted her head, staring blankly at Zhang Qiling, still trying to comprehend how her father had transformed into him. Zhang Qiling, fixated on the red corners of her eyes, felt a softening in his heart. "Did you not say you wanted to live well in this world with me? Why are you still contemplating death?" Zhang Qiling recalled how Wu Xie had dealt with him in the past. When he wished to leave for another place, Wu Xie had employed a mix of tough and gentle persuasion. "I've been here for quite some time, and it's the first time I've had a full meal. For the first time, my bracelet has accumulated so many points, and I have encountered energy stones. I've always had terrible luck. Zhang Wangyu's nose twitched again. Zhang Qiling administered a strong dose of reality. In this world, I have no attachments, no friends, and no one worth missing. Would you consider becoming my attachment? Zhang Qiling inwardly scorned himself. If Black Bear found out, he would likely mock him for a lifetime. Nevertheless, if it could provide the little girl with a reason to live, he would endure the ridicule. Zhang Wangyu felt an overwhelming sense of pain. Her nose stuffed up, and tears cascaded down her cheeks once more. Zhang Qiling thought to himself, "Oh no, perhaps I was too forceful. Little brother, you must not entertain such thoughts. Wu Xie and the others are still waiting for you to return. But I don't know if I can truly live on. The things here are not easily obtainable." Zhang Wangyu raised her head, her eyes sparkling with tears, yet her expression was earnest. "Little brother, I won't entertain foolish thoughts anymore. Let me accompany you for a while. Once I've finished accompanying you, I will go find Daddy and Mommy." Zhang Qiling allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. "All right, sleep now." Zhang Wangyu wiped her eyes. After crying so much, they felt uncomfortable, and her face was dry and flaky. She got off the bed. Zhang Qiling felt a twinge of anxiety. Both Black Bear and Fatty had remarked on how quickly a woman's thoughts could change, swifter than a summer's day. Surely, she wouldn't want to venture out and feed the beast tonight? Zhang Wangyu turned back with a smile. "I'm just going to wash my face." Zhang Qiling exhaled in relief. As long as she wasn't seeking to enter life, that was enough that he feared that after uncovering Zhang Wangyu's inner turmoil, she might abandon her facade and act recklessly. Thankfully, his persuasion seemed effective, but Zhang Qiling planned to observe her closely. Zhang Wangyu wiped her face and returned to the room, retrieving her array of creams and lotions to apply to her skin. Zhang Qiling watched as she layered them onto her face. In no wonder, she claimed to be marinated in skincare products. He wondered if he could find a way back before she finished using them. What would happen to her afterward? Once Zhang Wangyu felt comfortable, she climbed back onto the bed. Releasing a deep breath, she turned to Zhang Qiling earnestly. "Little brother, you were right. Living is already quite difficult. My parents wouldn't be thinking of seeing me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have neglected to visit." Her expression fell slightly. She truly had not dreamed of her parents in such a long time. In the beginning, she could dream of them almost every night. Then it became once every few days, then once a month, and eventually it grew rare. "However, I feel fortunate to have met you in this world." Zhang Wangyu smiled at Zhang Qiling. Her eyes sparkled, the corners tinged with a hint of red, as if she had been wronged, yet so pure, like a small creature that had been comforted. Zhang Qiling found himself at a loss for words. Gently ruffling her hair, "Sleep now." In truth, he felt fortunate as well. Having never experienced warmth, it mattered little to him where he was rarely engaged in conversation, observing the sorrow and joy of others with a detached gaze. Yet, those few individuals had left rays of sunshine in his protracted existence, casting warmth and sowing the seeds of emotions. Returning to an environment of solitude was immensely uncomfortable for him. The only thing sustaining him was the thought of returning. After much anticipation, when a chattering person finally arrived, he felt no irritation. Rather, it was as if he had been revived. If he could not find a way back, he mused, living this way might not be so bad after all. In the days to come, Zhang Qiling would be eternally grateful for bringing Zhang Wangyu back from the snowy expanse. As he drifted into a hazy slumber, the night was destined to be tumultuous. He was suddenly embraced by something slightly cold, jolting him awake. He had never been a deep sleeper. This was a habit ingrained in him and his family, who never slept too soundly. However, after spending time with Wu Xie and the others, he had relaxed significantly. Upon arriving here, he had resumed his old habits. Yet, Zhang Wangyu exuded an enticing fragrance, reminiscent of calming incense, capable of soothing the spirit. As his hand reached for her neck, he quickly recognized the intruder. At that moment, Zhang Wangyu had entwined herself around him, expertly finding a comfortable position in his embrace and succumbing to sleep. Zhang Qiling shifted backward, but she followed, attaching herself to him like a radar. Were it not for her tightly closed eyes and rhythmic breathing, he would have suspected she was feigning sleep. As his body gradually drifted away from the covers, a sudden chill gripped him. He glanced at his watch and understood how Zhang Wangyu had ended up in his bed. The daytime temperature had risen to over 10 degrees, leading them to believe the night would not be too cold. Thus, they had only covered themselves with blankets, neglecting to heat the bed. Little did they know, the temperature had plummeted close to freezing. Zhang Wangyu was naturally frail, and having been snug in the warmth of the bed, she now felt the cold seep in and instinctively sought warmth. Zhang Qiling found himself at the edge. With no space to evade her, he remained motionless, allowing the young girl to snuggle closer. The soft, fragrant aura enveloped his senses, and the half of his body that was being embraced felt tingly and numb, granting him a profound understanding of a paralyzed person sensation. Yet, Zhang Wangyu's sleeping posture was anything but tranquil. Perhaps feeling the warmth, she even audaciously wedged one of her legs between his, light yet undeniably present. Zhang Qiling attempted to push her leg away. Her limbs were slender, and even grasping her thigh made him feel as though he could crush it with a mere squeeze. Yet, they were soft, and through the not-so-thin fabric he could sense the delicate texture of her skin. He had to exert a slight force to hold her firmly. Tossing her leg aside, Zhang Wangyu turned her body, half of her weight resting on him, while the other leg once again draped over him. Zhang Qiling thought to himself how troublesome this was. His arm was pinned beneath the soft weight, and he could feel her curves. It was truly vexing. Zhang Qiling could be described as staying awake until dawn. Regret washed over him, regretting having been coaxed by Fatty to watch those indecent films. Oh, and Black Bear too. Now, Zhang Wangyu seemed like a searing firework, gradually scorching him, dampness seeping in his back. Little brother, a soft murmur made his hand, which was about to withdraw, freeze in place. When Zhang Wangyu awoke, she felt a bit breathless, her body weighed down. Struggling to rise, she found herself lying on a light blue bedsheet, covered with a pink blanket, and beneath it, another light blue blanket. She buried her face in the covers, letting out a wail of despair as she concealed herself further. The quilt radiated a delightful fragrance, one she had caught on Zhang Qiling before. Her entire being felt ablaze, as if he were still holding her. Turning to look at her side, she found nothing but an empty bedsheet. Oh dear! Her habit of clinging to someone while sleeping had followed her here. She had thought that perhaps crossing over would rid her of such bad habits. But evidently, it was not so. She dared not step outside, uncertain of her actions from the previous night. Had she stolen his bed, forcing him to make do by the stove? She felt utterly wretched. Guilt-ridden, remembering how she had clutched Zhang Qiling and wept, she wished for a crevice to hide in. Would you be willing to be my concern? Zhang Wangyu's face flushed. Damn it, even knowing that Zhang Qiling's intentions were to provide her with the support to survive. She still felt her heart flutter. She slapped her face. Dear siblings, I am guilty. I admit my mistake. I have no shame. I'm turning corrupt. She muttered to herself, I am about to transition from a fan to a girlfriend. No, the pressing question now was whether it was more awkward to have cried out for her parents while holding Zhang Qiling or to have occupied his bed. Are you awake? Zhang Qiling's voice, having heard the commotion, inquired from outside. Zhang Wangyu buried her head deeper into the blankets, too shy to face him. No, I'm still asleep. Zhang Qiling paused, puzzled if she was still asleep. Then who had answered him? He contemplated whether it was convenient to enter. He needed to grab some things. Upon entering the room, he saw a mound beneath the blankets, with no apparent opening. Was she a turtle? Why did she love hiding under the covers so much? Zhang Qiling pulled back the blanket, insisting, don't suffocate in there. You really could suffocate. I'll go find that group of wild chickens. You stay home and don't go out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wangyu felt any embarrassment dissipate. She gazed at him and quickly exclaimed, Aren't you taking me with you? Zhang Qiling nodded. Zhang Wangyu grew anxious. How could not take her? She wanted to say she could help, but then reconsidered, realizing that with her lackluster skills, she would only hinder him. All right then, I'll go gather. Zhang Wangyu sprang up, pushing Zhang Qiling out. Wait for me. I'll join you shortly. Don't leave without me. Zhang Qiling replied from outside. You need to rest at home. I can go alone. Gathering isn't urgent. How can it not be urgent? Right now is the peak time for harvesting, Zhang Wangyu protested. Were it not for the high danger of the wilderness at night, even those mercenary escort teams would hesitate to linger outdoors. The people in the shanty town had to gather through the night. There was no way Zhang Wangyu would miss such a splendid opportunity. Fearing that Zhang Qiling would leave without waiting for her, she dressed swiftly. Your wound hasn't healed. Being exposed in the wild is quite perilous. Not only can it attract wild beasts, but the radiation could also exacerbate your injury. Zhang Qiling explained that he added, as for gathering, don't rush to, in a few days. Once you've healed, I'll accompany you. When I return tonight, we can exchange energy stones and get you a new watch. Zhang Wangyu pondered and realized there was indeed no rush. If she were to get infected by radiation, she would be devastated. Not only would it be painful, but it would also cost points. How many points would it take to exchange for a radiation cleansing potion? All right then. Little brother, please take care, Zhang Wangyu said to Zhang Qiling. Handing him a nutritional drink, don't let yourself go hungry. Zhang Qiling accepted the nutritional drink. Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Wangyu called out, little brother, if you catch any wild chickens, remember to bring some back. Zhang Qiling was puzzled by her request, but nodded in agreement. After he departed, Zhang Wangyu removed the bandage, intending to change her medication. Zhang Wangyu poked at the tender flesh that had begun to grow back. The medicine in this world was truly remarkable. It had healed so swiftly. No wonder she had felt itchy when she woke up. She had thought it was infected, but it was merely regrowth. At this rate, she would be back in action tomorrow. Zhang Wangyu gazed with delight at her arms several times before turning to retrieve the clothes she had exchanged for yesterday. Those garments had endured countless trials, rolling through the snow and mud, their original hues long faded. After confessing about her space to Zhang Qiling the previous day, she felt liberated to change her attire. Now, she embodied the virtues of thrift and diligence. Even though the clothes were tattered, she resolved to wash and salvage them. Yet, where had they gone? She recalled placing them in the corner after changing last night, and now they were nowhere to be found. Oh heavens, could it be that her clothes vanished automatically after she changed, much like the items in a supermarket in a time-traveling tale? Unlike those replenishing goods, hers simply disappeared. Zhang Wangyu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, wishing to weep once more. Despite the abundance of clothes in her space, such extravagance was unsustainable. Most importantly, her collection consisted mainly of dresses. Who in their right mind would venture into the wasteland clad in a gown? This was not the narrative of a delicate heroine, traipsing through the wild to charm beasts. Was it? She furrowed her brows as she exited the courtyard, intent on watering her mustard seedlings. 1 scoop. And water leaked from the basin that it absorbed nothing. The wasteland was truly desolate. Even the soil was barren that, if Zhang Qiling were here, he would surely wonder why the water did not leak while he was watering this morning. Did he possess a superior gift for tilling the land? Zhang Wangyu sighed internally. Since her clothes had vanished, she would save more money to purchase new ones. With this thought, her spirits lifted once again. To earn more, one must first have good tools. A sturdy and spacious backpack was essential. The one Zhang Qiling carried yesterday was too small. It barely sufficed for her, let alone for him. Considering Zhang Qiling's strength, she unceremoniously resolved to craft him a much larger backpack. Otherwise, his strength would be squandered. As she retrieved the vine from the corner, she noticed a small puddle on the ground. Had it rained last night? She glanced up, stepping back in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape as she beheld the clothes hanging from the vine. That wasn't the attire she had been searching for. Her face flushed crimson. It turned out they had not vanished, but had been washed by Zhang Qiling. Covering her face, she wondered who had spread the rumor that he was incapable of household chores. Just look at these clothes, restored to their original brilliance. Good heavens, he was not only striking, capable of providing for his family, an adept at charming her, but also skilled in domestic tasks. Was this a test of her endurance? If she ever transformed into a beast, it would not be her fault. He was simply too enticing. In that moment, she felt grateful for her habit of washing her undergarments after bathing. Otherwise, she would have been forced to flee under the cover of night with a load of dirty laundry. Unfortunately, there were no trains here. She exhaled, suppressing the heat on her cheeks, and carried the vine to the center of the courtyard. By the time Zhang Qiling returned, Zhang Wangyu had prepared a large backpack for him. It was not overly extravagant. It fit him just right. She, on the other hand, had fashioned a slightly larger one than her previous attempt. Zhang Qiling returned not too late, around 3:30. His appearance was quite unique. He bore a chicken on each shoulder, one on each side of his waist, and another on his back, resembling a wild chicken costume from a distance, as if a flock of wildfowl had wandered into the yard. The black golden ancient knife peeked out, looking quite forlorn. Zhang Wangyu's expression froze in surprise. She was aware of Zhang Qiling's extraordinary skills, but she had not anticipated them to be this formidable. The wild chicken that had nearly claimed her life yesterday was now in his possession. Could this be considered a show of support? The mutated hen was not as large as its male counterpart. Otherwise, Zhang Qiling would have had difficulty bringing it back, though its size was modest. Its combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Especially since Zhang Qiling had stealthily taken its chicks from their nest, the level of animosity was palpable. Zhang Qiling did not intend to provoke such enmity. But fate had conspired against him. He had circled the area several times, finding no trace of the wild chickens until noon. Contemplating that he might have made the trip in vain, perhaps they had fled during the night when they had not seen their husband. He reasoned that if the wild chickens had escaped, he might as well collect the eggs they had left behind. Of the few eggs he had brought back yesterday, 3 were low radiation. The odds were in his favor. He had left them in 3 nests. If any of those eggs contained low radiation, it would be worth the effort. Just as he was gathering the eggs, he fortuitously encountered the mother hen arriving to lay her eggs. He still held her chicks in his hands. Now, the mother hen would not lay her eggs, urgently calling for her sisters. The thief had arrived. They needed to act quickly. The battle to protect the chicks was imminent. Zhang Qiling had been lamenting his lack of wild chickens, and now he had stumbled upon them. He leisurely set down the wild chicken eggs, aware that with so many hens clashing, there would surely be chaos. And he could not guarantee the egg's safety if a fierce battle was about to erupt. The mother hen was quite pleased with his action of setting down her chicks. She understood fear. However, the thief who had taken the chicks must be dealt with. They even coordinated their efforts. One smaller hen remained to guard the eggs while the other 4 prepared for combat. Zhang Qiling calmly drew the black golden ancient knife. He leaped to land on the mother hen's back. But she swiftly evaded him. Despite her small and plump stature, she was remarkably agile. Alas, she could not outrun the black golden ancient knife. One fell, igniting the fury of the others, for the sake of their young. For their sisters, Zhang Qiling dodged left and right, just in time to reach the hen guarding the eggs. She extended her neck, preparing to peck, but Zhang Qiling crouched and rolled, evading the strike, and with a powerful thrust of his thigh. He kicked her in the back. With a firm grip, he seized her neck, the black golden ancient knife slicing across, blood gushing forth. The wild hen staggered, and just then, another charged towards him. Zhang Qiling swiftly leaped off the back of the small wild hen. The small hen was caught by the charging mother hen, who delivered a peck directly to her back. She collapsed. The sound of her fall, though not loud, left everyone present, both humans and animals, momentarily stunned. By sheer misfortune, the spot where the wild hen fell was precisely where Zhang Qiling had placed the eggs. 3 eggs destroyed. Seizing the opportunity while the others were momentarily dazed, Zhang Qiling swiftly dispatched the nearby teammate hen. With only 2 left, the task became simpler. Yet, after reaching such a peak of animosity, the resulting power was considerable. He had nearly been pecked himself. Thankfully, his agility saved him, with a bounty of spoils in hand. He gazed at the shattered eggs, yellow yolk pooling around them, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have kept them on his person. "Are you injured?" Zhang Wangyu inquired urgently, alarmed by the abundance of blood staining his attire, which rendered him somewhat fearsome in appearance. Zhang Qiling shook his head, discarding the spoils he bore. "I am fine. It's all from them." Hiss! Zhang Wangyu glanced at the wild chicken mountain, then back at Zhang Qiling. Her eyes filled with admiration. He was simply too dashing. How could he utter such nonchalant words with a straight face? Moreover, the contrast between his appearance and strength was striking. Quick, 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 take out the wristwatch." "I need to measure," Zhang Wangyu urged. Zhang Qiling handed it to her. "I warmed some water. Wash up," she said, not lifting her head. Zhang Qiling replied with a simple taking a few steps before adding, "No need. I'll wash up tonight." Zhang Wangyu turned to look at him, covered in blood and dirt, clearly having emerged from a fierce battle. "Doesn't that feel uncomfortable?" Zhang Qiling was at a loss for words. His courtyard walls were quite high, preventing anyone from peering in, and as he lived alone, he had not constructed a bathroom. Now, with the addition of another person, especially a lady, he felt somewhat reserved. Zhang Wangyu was oblivious to her inner feelings. She merely cast a bewildered glance in his direction before promptly turning back to examine her spoils. Her initial excitement had dulled into apathy. As expected, meat was indeed a rare commodity. Undeterred, she began to delve into the chicken's entrails. Disregarding the inconvenience of plucking feathers, which wasted both her water and firewood. Although the chickens were not hers, she currently resided in this place, sharing space with Zhang Qiling. Thus they could be considered somewhat hers by a loose approximation. An egg, Zhang Wangyu mused as she looked down at the egg in her hand. It was not a soft-shelled egg, indicating that the hen was about to lay, only to meet an untimely end. She scanned it. Beep. Medium radiation edible egg. Consumption advised. A smile returned to her face. After a prolonged search, she had managed to feel through several chickens. Yet regrettably, not a single energy stone was found. Zhang Qiling displayed a demeanor of nonchalance. He hoisted the chickens once more and began to exit. "I'll take them for exchange," he stated. Zhang Wangyu nodded in agreement. That a total of 37 points earned. This entire collection of highly radioactive wild chickens could only be exchanged for a little over a pound of moderately radioactive wild vegetables. It was no wonder that ordinary people seldom ventured into hunting. On one hand, the danger was considerable. On the other, it simply wasn't worth the effort. Only someone like Zhang Qiling, a true warrior, would resort to hunting for sustenance. Upon Zhang Qiling's return, his expression remained inscrutable. He did not change clothes or bathe, but simply sat motionless on the doorstep, gazing outside. Zhang Wangyu assumed he was disappointed with the meager exchange. After all, the mustard greens she had dug up yesterday far surpassed his haul. She felt inclined to offer him some words of comfort. "Don't be disheartened, little brother. Medium radiation wild game is not so easily encountered. Besides, you did have some success today. In addition to that pile of inedible small meats, there is also an egg. How about we fry it for dinner tonight?" Zhang Qiling nodded. He was not dismayed. Rather, he was contemplating where to build a bathroom in its optimal size. Rising to his feet, he addressed Zhang Wangyu. "I'll step out for a moment." Zhang Wangyu exclaimed. "What? You're going out at this hour?" It was already 5 o'clock. Zhang Qiling moved swiftly, disappearing from her view in no time. She turned back toward the house, sighing. He indicated when he would return, leaving her to prepare dinner. After some thought, she decided to make chicken soup, as it required a longer cooking time. Fortunately, she had saved some fresh meat from the previous night as preparation of cured meats, feeling a bit bored at home. With no phone to entertain her, she could only tidy up, though the place was already quite clean, and Zhang Qiling had even washed her clothes. After finishing her woven backpack and drying the cured chicken, she found herself at a loss for activities. In the past, she would never have felt bored, lounging on the sofa with her iPad, streaming variety shows, or scrolling through videos on her phone. A day would pass in the blink of an eye. Time had never felt so interminable. She fervently hoped her arm would heal quickly, so she could join the gathering the next day. Raising her hand to inspect her arm, she noted significant improvement. When Zhang Qiling returned, she would show him and inquire whether she could go out. As Zhang Qiling carried the wood home, the air in the yard was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Passers-by slowed their pace, drawn in by the scent, as if inhaling deeply might allow them a taste of the meat. Whispers circulated about the family's good fortune and culinary prowess, marveling at their consumption of chicken. Clenching their bags or woven baskets, many contemplated whether to exchange some of their gathered goods for meat, rewarding themselves for a year of hunger. Yet there was also hesitation. It would be challenging to replicate such bountiful harvests in the future. As the sun blazed down, the notion that one could find an edible leaf among 10 was but a fanciful dream. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, their home's enticing meat aroma prompted many in the makeshift dwellings nearby to also trade for meat, resulting in an evening filled with savory scents wafting through the shanty town. Some claimed that tonight's dreams would be fragrant, a satisfaction reminiscent of the New Year celebrations of the old century. While Zhang Wangyu busied herself indoors, Zhang Qiling instructed, "Stay inside for now." Zhang Wangyu, puzzled, continued with her task of stir-frying vegetables and nodded in compliance. Zhang Qiling carried a bucket of cold water toward the corner of the room. It was only when she noticed the droplets cascading down his forehead that she realized his earlier intent. "Why didn't you tell me you were going to bathe? I even prepared warm water for you. The weather may not be cold, but it's not warm either. What if you catch a cold from a cold shower?" Her finely sculpted brows knitted in disapproval, clearly concerned for his well-being. How could he not inform her about bathing? She longed to see the handsome figure emerging from the water, to behold his chiseled abs and the alluring lines of his physique that quickened her heartbeat. Ahem, she was not that kind of person. She was merely genuinely worried about him falling ill. Zhang Qiling felt somewhat uncomfortable under her intense gaze, slightly turning away. "It's not cold. I'm used to it," he added, "but you cannot take a cold shower." Zhang Wangyu scoffed lightly. "How can you dare to lecture me? You're the one bathing in cold water," she muttered. "I would love to take a shower, but it's not like I can do that in the room. There's no bathtub." Little did she know how uncomfortable she felt. In the past, she would shower daily, often bathing multiple times a day during the summer. Of course, she never took cold showers. Aside from swimming, she always opted for warm water. Her body simply couldn't tolerate it. Even while swimming, she would surface after 10 minutes, her lips turning an alarming shade of purple, causing her friends to panic. Zhang Qiling announced, "I'll build a bathroom in the next couple of days." Zhang Wangyu recalled the wood he had brought back to SOU went out to gather wood just to build a bathroom. Zhang Qiling nodded. Zhang Wangyu felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "Little brother, you're making me want to cry." Zhang Qiling cast a quick glance at the wood outside, feeling an urge to toss it all away. How could he be so thoughtful? At this rate, she feared she might do something outrageous in return. What a sin, she thought, slapping her cheeks to clear her mind. Time to eat. She marveled at Zhang Qiling's appetite. Akin to a black hole, Zhang Wangyu swiftly washed the dishes and firmly seated Zhang Qiling in a chair. She suddenly yanked down her clothing, her smooth, fair shoulder coming into Zhang Qiling's view. His eyes widened in surprise. Was the progression moving this quickly? Did this mean she was about to agree to something? What should he do next? Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, he was grappling with internal turmoil as she pointed to her injury. "Little brother, look, I assented it healing quickly. Will I be able to go out tomorrow?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Zhang Qiling's expression grew serious as he examined her wound. Hesitantly, he reached out to touch it. His rough hand brushed against her delicate skin, causing her to tremble slightly. It was indeed genuine. Zhang Qiling had initially suspected she might have applied something to feign recovery. Who could have imagined such a deep wound could heal so remarkably overnight? The healing potion he had given her was merely a standard one. Its effects were not supposed to be so rapid. Is it possible? Zhang Wangyu felt a sense of despondency as Zhang Qiling remained silent for too long. It seemed she would have to endure another day at home. What could she do tomorrow? Nothing at all. Zhang Qiling pulled her clothing up, covering the glaringly white skin. As he tugged too low, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her curves. His expression turned somewhat awkward as he fixated on the wound for an extended period. "It's healed. Tomorrow, we can go out together." Zhang Wangyu thought she must have misheard him, her smile breaking forth uncontrollably. "Let us wake up early tomorrow." Zhang Qiling, observing her joy, added, "I'll teach you how to use a crossbow." Zhang Wangyu nodded obediently. "Okay, you wake me up in the morning." She knew it would be challenging for her to be self-motivated. Zhang Qiling agreed, for it was always him who roused her. "Are you really going out this late?" Zhang Wangyu noticed Zhang Qiling preparing to leave and quickly inquired, "Little brother, there's no rush for the bathroom. In the wilderness, under the night sky, amidst the desolation, she could hardly dare to contemplate how fragmented Zhang Qiling would be by the next day. Zhang Qiling corrected. Zhang Wangyu was taken aback. She and T truly wished for death. "Brother, listen to me. All I desire is to live a good life with you." The suddenness of accidental death and a desire for self-destruction are entirely different matters. Zhang Qiling's gaze softened slightly. "Go to old Q, in an instant." Zhang Wangyu's eyes sparkled with realization. She understood what Zhang Qiling meant. She was about to possess her very own smart wristwatch. Zhang Wangyu had assumed that everyone stayed indoors at night. Yet she discovered that some people were still wandering the streets. Moreover, she encountered several individuals gathered together, engaged in conversation. It seemed she had underestimated the gossiping tendencies of the denizens of the Wasteland. She had genuinely believed these people had become so numb in their pursuit of mere sustenance that they had forsaken all social interaction. Yet, it turned out that was not the case. They simply had not revealed it to her. The indigenous people of the Wasteland pondered, how would we know which families of daughters, sons, or children born of which unions if we do not engage socially? As they passed by these individuals, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted towards the pair. Then, a few scattered remarks wafted through the wind. Who would have thought this fellow had a woman by his side? No wonder he looks down on our daughters. If it were me, I wouldn't fancy them either. How handsome. A match made in heaven. Zhang Wangyu thought, this is not what I expected. I assumed they would speak ill of me. Zhang Qiling tilted his head to observe the contemplative Zhang Wangyu, refraining from mentioning how he had taught those foul-mouthed ruffians a lesson. It was merely due to their insults, but because they had attempted to force their way in to rob him. After receiving a beating from him, they had been sent to the guards, and now they were likely laboring in some distant corner, digging for minerals. The others, unaware of the truth, believed the reprimanding was due to their insolence. Although they were pleased that the scoundrels had been captured, the absurd tales circulating led to a significant improvement in the community's decorum. You two have arrived. Old Qin greeted them with a warm smile. Zhang Qiling nodded in acknowledgement, while Zhang Wangyu returned the greeting with a smile. I managed to acquire the wristwatch you requested. Girl, extend your hand. Unsure of his intentions, Zhang Wangyu complied. Old Qin produced a silver wristwatch, identical to Zhang Qiling's. Extracting a slender needle from the wristwatch, Old Qin reassured Zhang Wangyu, do not be afraid. It will only hurt a little that he would not have offered such words to anyone else. But it was evident that Zhang Wangyu was a delicate young lady, and the prospect of a needle could indeed be daunting. Zhang Wangyu surmised he intended to collect her blood for the gene bank. She glanced at Zhang Qiling, pondering whether it was safe for someone from another world to have their genes harvested. Zhang Qiling comfortingly patted her shoulder. Reflecting on it, she realized that his blood likely held far more secrets than hers. If he was unafraid, why should she be? Old Qin presumed Zhang Wangyu, like Zhang Qiling, hail from a private base, and explained, your private bases might not require gene collection. However, here, the wristwatches are designed to prevent unauthorized access. Necessitating this procedure, Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding. Zhang Qiling exchanged points, and his energy surged to 1173, only to plummet back down. Zhang Wangyu winced at her meager 173 points, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet, the prospect of her newfound legal identity in this world brought her joy was unfortunate for Zhang Qiling, who had momentarily tasted prosperity only to revert to a state of poverty. Zhang Qiling considered transferring all his points to Zhang Wangyu, but she declined. A young man ought to possess his own wealth. Having spent so much, Zhang Wangyu felt sufficiently embarrassed to ask for more points. Old Qin chuckled as he observed the two as they departed. He noticed their relationship status listed as relatives in the uploaded documents, prompting a smile. Unfortunately, neither of them understood the implications of that term. Zhang Wangyu, residing in Zhang Qiling's home, necessitated a familial relationship. They could hardly claim to be father and daughter, mother and daughter, or husband and wife. She fiddled with her wristwatch. Zhang Wangyu beamed with delight. Zhang Qiling, however, observed her infatuation with concern. Was she truly any different from the village aunties lamenting about their son's obsession with their phones? Those aunties would come daily, seeking solace and complaining about their hair falling out in clumps. They would talk and talk, yet when told to stop, they would only grow irritated. Zhang Qiling hesitated, recalling how one auntie's son had ultimately run away from home. He dared not utter another word. In this place, running away could lead to Zhang Wangyu being found in the belly of some creature. He sighed inwardly, keeping a watchful eye on Zhang Wangyu's feet. Fearing she might accidentally stumble his surprise. Throughout their journey, Zhang Wangyu had not stepped into a single pit. She seemed to navigate tiny stones as if equipped with a radar, her gaze never straying from a wristwatch. He was unaware that in her era, many people walked with their heads down, engrossed in their phones. The probability of mishaps was high, yet they all possessed a certain knack for avoiding them. Upon returning home, Zhang Wangyu was promptly urged by Zhang Qiling to sleep, and he took the wristwatch from her. He worried she might glow with excitement throughout the night, reminiscent of what he'd seen on Fatty and Wu Xie's faces before. The following day, neither of them managed to rise early. Just as she settled down, Zhang Wangyu suddenly sat upright, startling Zhang Qiling, who thought something was amiss and nearly leaped from the bed. It had been so long since he had been so startled. He found himself reminiscing about Wu Xie, who would always check on Fatty during such moments. "You? What is it?" A look of regret crossed Zhang Wangyu's face as she turned to Zhang Qiling. "Brother, I just remembered. I can take a shower in the bathroom." The bathroom, though not spacious, could accommodate her in a bucket. She could wash herself there. How could she have been so foolish? Hadn't she done this countless times back in school? The bathrooms here were exceptionally well constructed, each household boasting a remarkably modern restroom that stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. Clean, tidy floors, exhaust fans, automatic deodorizing devices, and flushing toilets. One could even install a toilet that automatically cleaned oneself. These amenities were provided by the base, ensuring every home had access, even the most ramshackle of dwellings, which came equipped with a restroom. Zhang Wangyu admired the base for this initiative. It was no wonder that even the slums were neatly divided, contrary to her chaotic expectations. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was that in the event of sudden rainfall, residents could seek refuge in the bathrooms. The restrooms were sturdily built, certainly more so than their own homes. At that moment, Zhang Wangyu longed to leap from her bed and take a shower. Zhang Qiling observed her for a while before commenting, "You truly are not picky. Sleep now. I'll buy you a bathtub tomorrow." The bathroom needs to be built swiftly. All right, Zhang Wangyu inhaled deeply, suppressing her restless urges. It was such a struggle. She tossed and turned, unable to find comfort, her scalp itching, and her entire body feeling prickly and uncomfortable. Yet, as the temperature dropped, she knew that showering now would surely lead to catching a chill. She would have to make do with a thorough wash in her dreams to prevent any further incidents of chasing after Zhang Qiling to sleep. She draped Zhang Qiling's large rabbit fur over her own bedding as she nestled beneath it. She even felt a touch of warmth at first. 1 foot peeking out for air, her fair, delicate foot caught Zhang Qiling's eye. He inhaled deeply, rising to tuck her leg back under the covers. Zhang Wangyu, puzzled, glanced at the neatly arranged bedding before extending her leg once more, confirming that she had not crossed over to his side. Why was it being tucked back in? Just as Zhang Qiling lay down, he noticed it had emerged again, triggering his compulsive tendencies. "Zhang Wangyu, forget it. If I can't reach this side, I'll just switch to the other side." Zhang Qiling, never mind, out of sight, out of mind. He turned off the light. Zhang Wangyu kicked her leg and extended her hand. It was so hot that she surely wouldn't run around carelessly. She closed her eyes in peace. Just as she drifted off to sleep, Zhang Qiling snapped his eyes open. He lifted his blanket, tucked her arms and legs back in, and pressed her blanket down firmly. Satisfied, he patted her blanket. Now it felt comfortable. Zhang Wangyu had once again overestimated herself. When Zhang Qiling felt her soft body for the second time, the initial surprise had faded, yet he still shifted uncomfortably to the side. Zhang Wangyu chased after him. Zhang Qiling was exasperated. This person! He simply crawled up, crossed over Zhang Wangyu, lifted her blanket, and burrowed in. Since she disliked his blanket, he would reluctantly accept it. Not long after lying down. Before he could enter deep sleep, that octopus-like figure clung to him again. Zhang Qiling. Returning to his own bed, when he was embraced once more, Zhang Qiling remained still. Let her hug him if she wished. After all, she was soft and quite comfortable. Especially in this fluffy sleepwear, it felt like petting a small animal. Zhang Wangyu was awakened by Zhang Qiling at 4 o'clock, in the same position, feeling somewhat embarrassed to face him. Goodness, how much she adored this position with Zhang Qiling. "Brother, let me explain. It wasn't intentional." "MHM." Zhang Qiling's tone was indifferent, making it hard to discern whether he was angry or not. Zhang Wangyu quickly sat up, suggesting, "How about I sleep on your side tonight? The air here seems more pleasant." Zhang Qiling scoffed internally. What a stretch. He had switched sides last night, and it was the same wherever one slept. Zhang Wangyu tousled her hair and tied it up. "I tend to chase warmth when it's cold. I really didn't mean to squeeze it out if I did. Just push me away to why cousin used to push me away. My other cousin is different. She cuddles with me while sleeping. Zhang Qiling shot her a deep glance, feeling a swell of emotion. Zhang Wangyu continued. Once it warms up, I won't do this anymore, but it's only because it's cold that I cling to someone while sleeping. When it's hot, I prefer to keep my distance. Let's get started. Zhang Qiling interrupted her. Oh, okay. Zhang Wangyu began jogging around the courtyard. Zhang Qiling set up a target at the corner of the yard. The sky was still dark at this hour, and Zhang Wangyu felt somewhat at a loss as she saw Zhang Qiling's stance, as if preparing her for shooting practice. Brother, is there a possibility that I'm not blind? Zhang Wangyu smiled ingratiatingly. What does being blind have to do with it? She pointed to her eyes. Brother, my eyes don't shine brighter at night. After saying that, she ran over to place a solar-powered lamp she had once collected on the target. It wasn't very bright, but it was decent enough. Aren't you afraid of hitting it? Zhang Qiling fixed his gaze on the lamp sitting on the stick supporting the target. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. Zhang Qiling thought she had plenty of supplies. If I could hit it, I'd be laughing my head off. Just kidding, considering how poorly I aimed at that wild chicken, which was much larger. There's no way I could hit something as small as this lamp. Zhang Qiling must be overestimating himself. He shared a few shooting tips with her and let her give it a try. Zhang Qiling fell silent, standing still, watching Zhang Wangyu run back and forth to retrieve wooden arrows. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness that moment. He was a thinker. Zhang Wangyu was a diligent student, each of her actions strictly following Zhang Qiling's instructions, yet the results were consistently unsatisfactory. Brother, I think I've made great progress. Zhang Wangyu beamed. Your methods are really effective. Zhang Qiling was at a loss for words. If it was effective, why hadn't she hit the target even once? Nevertheless, her positive attitude was indeed commendable. Now, she was getting closer to the target. Zhang Wangyu stood firm and shot another arrow. Whoosh. Thud. It landed 20 centimeters away from the target, hitting the wall and falling down. MHM. Zhang Qiling couldn't deny this, but what difference did it make to go from 50 centimeters to 20 centimeters from the target? It was still a miss. Forget it, Zhang Qiling thought. After all, gathering plants wouldn't pose much danger. It was getting late, and they needed to set off quickly. Zhang Wangyu maintained her cheerful demeanor, following him out. There were already many people on the road, all in a hurry. Zhang Wangyu noticed that in just one day, these plants had grown up to her thighs. It was astounding how quickly they grew. It was as if they had been injected with hormones. Today, they still plan to search for mustard greens and check out the wild amaranth as well. Oh my goodness! Zhang Wangyu exclaimed. These plants are quite tall. They had already reached her thighs. She turned to Zhang Qiling. Brother, why is the one we planted at home still so small? Zhang Qiling shook his head. I've never planted any. Zhang Wangyu shrugged. Well, neither have I. Perhaps it's not suited to the soil and water. It should be fine in a few days. Mustard seedling. Who waters me with 2 scoops in the morning and 2 scoops at night? Just surviving is quite a feat for me. Had I known, I would have rather rotted in the ground. Zhang Wangyu didn't dwell on it. She found a relatively secluded spot with Zhang Qiling to get started. The height of these plants made them difficult to inspect. They were neither too high nor too low. Squatting made it hard to see the inner leaves, and standing straight was no better. Leaving her to bend down to check, Zhang Wangyu, as usual, used her divining stick to point at a plant. Beep, this is a radiated edible plant. Consumption is advised at a good start. Zhang Wangyu nearly wanted to kiss her divining stick in joy. However, there wasn't enough time for that. She had forgotten to adjust the volume on her new watch, and a loud sound erupted, causing several people around to glance over. Zhang Wangyu hurriedly cut off a leaf. One leaf was equivalent to several previous leaves, and oh wonder someone had said a single leaf could suffice for a person's 3 meals in a day, and if it grew to its full height. It would indeed be so. Hee brother, we have a dinner plan now. Zhang Wangyu cheerfully placed the leaf into Zhang Qiling's backpack. The first leaf is a gift for you, brother. Zhang Qiling responded with a HM, feeling a warm glow inside. Those around them merely glanced over and then returned to their tasks. Everyone had some mid-level radiated mustard greens in their backpacks or bags, which didn't evoke envy. Beep, high radiated edible plant, not suitable for consumption. Zhang Qiling silently pushed aside the leaf, expressionless, and tested the next one. Beep, high radiated edible plant, not suitable for consumption. Forget it, this one wasn't his lucky plant. On to the next. Zhang Wangyu hadn't noticed his side. She had tested several leaves, all of which were highly radiated. Why couldn't she get even one low-radiated plant? She muttered, "Oh, dear God, goddess of wild vegetables, could you grant me a low-radiated mustard green?" "No, just a leaf would suffice. Your devotee isn't greedy." Beep, low-radiated edible plant, suitable for mass consumption. Zhang Wangyu's eyes lit up. Her goddess had heard her wish. She was indeed favored by the divine. After some thought, she tested the roots. Beep, high-radiated edible plant. Not suitable for consumption. It seemed one shouldn't be too greedy. Gleefully, she cut off the low-radiated mustard green leaf. It wasn't as large as the previous mid-radiated one, but was still hefty in her hand. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had been a fool for exchanging the other day. Just look at this single leaf, which was worth more than how many of the previous ones. Zhang Qiling turned to look at her. Zhang Wangyu waved at him, smiling brightly. "Brother, look." Zhang Qiling, envious, she placed the leaves in her basket and proceeded to examine the other leaves of this plant. Drip, low-radiation edible plant, suitable for substantial consumption. "Wow," Zhang Wangyu whispered in astonishment, glancing left and right, relieved that no one was paying attention. She severed the leaf, gently tapping the still-oozing wound, satisfied, declaring, "You are a fine mustard plant." After saying this, she immediately turned to the mustard plant beside her, which displayed remarkable qualities of a flirtatious woman. Yet again, she encountered another uncooperative mustard plant. Without hesitation, she moved on to the next. After a succession of plants with high radiation levels, Zhang Wangyu felt somewhat fatigued. She rose and stretched her aching back, then turned her gaze to the diligent Zhang Qiling not far away. Immersed in his work, he wore the jacket she had given him, and as he bent down, the garment hung loosely, accentuating his slender waist and further down his pert backside. Zhang Wangyu shamefully wiped away the envious tears trickling from the corners of her mouth. The memory of the videos she had watched featuring delicately wasted period drama male stars felt like a deadly blade. She needed to earn a good sum to buy him numerous outfits. Such a fine physique deserved better than that all-black attire. With these thoughts, her waist no longer ached, her legs felt rejuvenated, and she believed she could continue for several more hours, while several hours was unrealistic. Just minutes later, after plucking 2 leaves with toxic radiation, Zhang Wangyu was panting heavily. She approached Zhang Qiling. "How are you?" Her eyes fell upon the solitary leaf in his basket, unsure of how to express her concern. Zhang Qiling's speed and area of detection far surpassed hers. Statistically, it seemed impossible for him to be empty-handed. How about we take a break?" she suggested, utterly exhausted. Zhang Qiling noticed the beads of sweat on Zhang Wangyu's forehead and her slightly pale lips. "Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. "I feel perfectly fine." She casually cut a leaf to use as a cushion beneath her and another to fan herself, after resting for a moment. She smiled at Zhang Qiling. "Don't be discouraged. I'll share what I've detected with you." Quickly, she began transferring the leaves into his basket. Even though they weighed little, it was tiring work. She didn't even want the basket anymore. Zhang Qiling, unaware that she intended for him to carry her findings, remained silent as Zhang Wangyu insisted on sharing. After all, it mattered not who bore them. Zhang Wangyu watched as Zhang Qiling meticulously placed leaves into his basket. "These 2 are low radiation," she whispered in his ear. Zhang Qiling felt as if a feather had brushed lightly against his ear, tickling him in an unreachable spot. After a brief respite and a sip of water, she felt significantly better. She plucked a leaf from beneath her. Drip, medium radiation edible plant. Consumption recommended. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Wangyu exchanged glances. Despite Zhang Qiling's extensive testing, he had not encountered a single edible plant, while Zhang Wangyu had effortlessly stumbled upon a medium radiation one. Almost a slap to the face. Zhang Wangyu reacted first, realizing her makeshift seat was gone. She reached out to Zhang Qiling. "Brother, lend me a hand." She was utterly spent. Zhang Qiling extended his hand to assist her up, casually picking up the leaf she had discarded, brushing off the dirt, and placing it into his basket. Zhang Wangyu still held onto another smaller leaf. "Drip, medium radiation edible plant. Consumption recommended." She smiled at Zhang Qiling. "I didn't expect you to find quite a bit here." Upon saying this, she tossed the leaf into Zhang Qiling's basket. For reasons unknown, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. and it seemed she detected a profound sense of melancholy on Zhang Qiling's otherwise expressionless face. "I'll go check over there," Zhang Wangyu said before slipping away. Zhang Qiling watched her retreating figure, wondering if he had indeed appeared so intimidating. Well, he was undeniably feeling quite sour to the core. Rising, he surveyed the verdant leaves around him, then glanced toward Zhang Wangyu's collection, contemplating shifting his detection toward her direction. He certainly did not wish to ride on her luck, but was genuinely concerned for her safety, given her frailty. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, Zhang Qiling quietly followed her lead in testing. She discovered a low-radiation wild grass, true wild grass. Initially thrilled, she tapped to open its description. Sedge, non-toxic, can be used to treat chest pain, side pain, heart pain, menstrual pain, skin itching, also serves as an ornamental plant. Upon reading this, she felt elated, as it was indeed a medicinal plant. However, her excitement waned as she perused the comments. Not tasty, difficult to swallow, not recommended for gathering, extremely low purchase price, healing effects negligible, better to take a dose of medicine. Ornamental? Are you serious? Should she still dig it up? After much hesitation, she resolved to harvest it. Low price did not equate to no demand. She lacked medical skills, and it would suffice as herbal material. After all, as stated in the reviews, it would be more prudent to save money for medicinal remedies than to waste time consuming it. After uprooting the sedge, she busied herself again, casually plucking small leaves from wild grasses and placing them on her wristband, moving swiftly. Drip, medium radiation edible plant, consumption recommended. Zhang Wangyu, having tested high radiation plants already, stepped back upon hearing a different notification. What had she just tested? The sample had already been discarded. The dense grass made it nearly impossible to identify. With no other option, she began testing nearby plants one by one. Thankfully, since she was plucking samples, she could ascertain which leaf was missing a bite. After testing 2 or 3 leaves, she finally discovered the treasure she almost overlooked, a mustard leaf. She swiftly severed it, tossing it into her basket. Still harboring a mindset of trial and error, she tested the root of this mustard plant. Drip, high radiation edible plant, not suitable for consumption, as expected. She felt no disappointment. Drip, low radiation edible plant, suitable for substantial consumption. Drip, low radiation edible plant, suitable for substantial consumption. Drip, medium radiation edible plant, consumption recommended. If not for the risk of attracting attention with laughter, Zhang Wangyu would have burst into joyous laughter, for this plant was indeed a treasure. 2 low radiation leaves and 2 medium radiation leaves. I hereby declare you one of my favored treasures, with 4 new leaves and 1 plant now in her basket. Zhang Wangyu felt overwhelmed by the pressure. She yearned to make an offering. Turning around, she was startled to find Zhang Qiling standing not far from her, seemingly lost in thought. Zhang Wangyu approached, her movements so pronounced that he failed to notice her at that moment. Zhang Qiling held a leaf, repeatedly testing it. Drip, low radiation edible plant, suitable for substantial consumption. Wow, brother, you actually found a low radiation mustard leaf. What a find. Zhang Wangyu's excited voice from behind snapped him back to reality. He truly hadn't been mistaken. He had indeed located a low radiation plant. What a splendid day it was. He carefully placed the leaf in his basket, inadvertently colliding with Zhang Wangyu's hand. Zhang Wangyu beamed at him. To celebrate your discovery of a low radiation mustard leaf, I'll give you everything I've found. That way, you'll have 2 more low radiation leaves and 2 medium radiation leaves, plus a low radiation sedge. Zhang Qiling felt that the leaf in his hand had lost some of its allure. Nonetheless, he cautiously set it aside. His find was undoubtedly the most visually appealing. The others were all quite similar, lacking any distinctive features. Zhang Wangyu glanced at her wristband, noting the time was now 11:30. Brother, we need to find a place to hide. Zhang Wangyu swiftly began cutting leaves, stuffing them in her basket with fervor. Zhang Qiling also cut a large bundle, but instead of placing it in his basket, he retrieved a vine to bind them together, then slung it over his shoulder. Zhang Wangyu worked swiftly, and in an instant, her basket was brimming. She squatted down to lift it. She could hardly rise, lamenting her unfortunate state. Brother, could you assist me by lifting the backpack just a little? Otherwise, I will find it impossible to stand up after squatting down. Regardless of one's strength, squatting down to lift something makes it exceedingly difficult to rise. Experienced individuals would elevate the backpack first before attempting to lift it. Zhang Wangyu was not an experienced person. Zhang Qiling observed her and tossed his own backpack to her, saying, "You carry this." Zhang Wangyu responded with a soft acknowledgement, grateful for his assistance. She didn't resist. Even this relatively light backpack was quite a burden for her. If she were to stubbornly attempt to carry the heavier one, she feared she might succumb to the high radiation levels. Their location was somewhat distant, and they hurried into the woods just before 11:58. Inside, many others had already gathered, their feet surrounded by heaps of leaves. Zhang Wangyu and her companion were not particularly conspicuous. Some individuals nearby had evidently been foraging, amassing quite a collection. Zhang Wangyu touched her face, realizing her mask was still in place. Why were they all gazing at her? Unbeknownst to her, it was partly due to their distinct aura, and partly because of their attire. While others were adorned in ragged patches, their clothing appeared remarkably well kept. Zhang Wangyu suspected those individuals were coveting the spoils she carried. This was unacceptable. Even though Zhang Qiling was skilled, he might not be able to fend off the surging crowd. She suddenly felt a surge of strength and hurriedly pulled Zhang Qiling deeper into the woods. Once they had distanced themselves from the throng, she could walk no further. She collapsed on the ground, soft grass yielding beneath her. "I can't go on. I'm done." Zhang Wangyu surrendered, contemplating that if Zhang Qiling wished to proceed, she would simply discard the backpack and roll around on the spot. All right. Zhang Qiling assumed her retreat from the crowd stemmed from her aversion to socializing. He handed her a pouch of nutrient liquid. "Have a sip." Zhang Wangyu unfastened the backpack and took a moment to accept the nutrient liquid. But after just a few sips, she found it too much to bear. She pinched the pouch, intending to store it for the following day. Zhang Qiling inquired, "Not drinking anymore?" Zhang Wangyu nodded. "I can't stomach it." Zhang Qiling knew well her small appetite and took the nutrient liquid from her hands, draining it entirely in one go. Zhang Wangyu wanted to mention that she could have stored it, but she noticed Zhang Qiling showed no disdain for her previous contact with it, simply placing it in his mouth. Zhang Qiling kept the pouch, intending to dispose of it upon returning home. "That it's nothing," Zhang Wangyu said, feeling a flush creep across her cheeks. She silently berated herself. He didn't mind her saliva, yet she remained so self-conscious. After all, they were in a wasteland. Though she thought this, the blush on her face refused to fade. Zhang Qiling gazed at her flushed cheeks and placed his large hand on her forehead. Zhang Wangyu instinctively recoiled at the touch, but upon realizing it was Zhang Qiling, she leaned back against him. "An fever," Zhang Qiling remarked, puzzled. Zhang Wangyu looked at him, inwardly lamenting that while she had no fever, she was on the verge of losing her composure. Oh dear, she was nearly overwhelmed by the sweet scent of love. If this continued, she would surely lose control. To divert her attention, Zhang Wangyu seized Zhang Qiling's pile of leaves, grabbed her wristwatch, and began working. Zhang Qiling settled beside her, also starting to labor. They were in close proximity, and Zhang Wangyu could feel the warmth radiating from him. Her legs were somewhat uncomfortable, and as she shifted, she inadvertently brushed against his firm thigh. A rush of heat flooded her once more. Zhang Wangyu recited a calming mantra in her mind. A tranquil heart is like water, and pure water reflects the heart. Unbeknownst to her, she began to utter the words aloud. Curse be it, her mind was far from tranquil, inundated with images of handsome men flaunting their muscles, rippling abs, and striking features. It was all due to those notifications that now, when she recited her calming mantra, her thoughts began to drift. Zhang Qiling, possessing keen hearing, caught her murmured words, but he found them increasingly disconcerting, as if her demeanor was becoming more and more unhinged. Reminiscent of a glutton spying a maiden, he shuddered slightly, sensing something was amiss with Zhang Wangyu. What on earth was she thinking? Ding! Medium radiation edible plant detected. Consumption advised. Zhang Wangyu carelessly tossed it aside, and Zhang Qiling noticed. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved the medium radiation leaf that had been discarded amidst the high radiation leaves. Zhang Wangyu's thoughts were akin to mindlessly scrolling through videos, vividly replaying various clips of handsome men emerging from baths, showcasing their chiseled abs, Ding, low radiation edible plant detected, suitable for extensive consumption. Another leaf was innocently discarded. Zhang Qiling. Thud. Zhang Qiling felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see Zhang Wangyu had fallen asleep against him. Emitting soft snores due to her exhaustion, one hand clutched a leaf while the other held her wristwatch, prepared for detection. Zhang Qiling contemplated waking her, wondering if she wouldn't find it more comfortable to sleep against a tree. But she nuzzled against his palm, causing his hand to tingle. He attempted to withdraw, but without support, Zhang Wangyu tumbled into his embrace. She was like a piece of sticky candy, clinging to him. Zhang Qiling. Should he wake her? His expression remained impassive as he continued his detection, while the person in his arms slept soundly. After finally finishing the detection of all the leaves, he drew the backpack closer. Adjusting his legs slightly to offer her a more comfortable resting place, he wrapped his arm around Zhang Wangyu's waist, feeling as if he were cradling a child, with no further energy to ponder. He closed his eyes to rest. He had fought all day the previous day, depleting his strength, and had not slept well due to Zhang Wangyu's antics. At this moment, he was drawn to her fragrant slumber and wished to rest himself. When Zhang Wangyu awoke, she found Zhang Qiling still with his eyes closed. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of his serene features, the beauty striking her as she briefly closed her eyes again, feeling as though she were still in a dream. When she opened her eyes a second time, Zhang Qiling had already awakened, releasing his hold around her. Embarrassed, Zhang Wangyu scrambled to her feet. "Brother, I'm so sorry. Did I cause you any discomfort? Next time, you can just put me on the ground. There's so much grass, it wouldn't matter." What a transgression she had committed. Not only had she invaded his personal space during the night, but now she was using him as a pillow in broad daylight. She felt guilty for her actions. She wished to chop off these sinful, yellow hands of hers. "But it's nothing," Zhang Qiling replied nonchalantly as he stood, testing his right foot with a slight stamp. "Let us go." He picked up the backpack as they planned to explore the wild amaranth gathering spot that afternoon. Zhang Wangyu recognized her poor sense of direction. But fortunately, her wristwatch had a mapping feature. She intended to have Zhang Qiling guide her to these major gathering spots, after which she would collect plants herself, allowing him some freedom. Following her around to gather plants felt like a waste of his time for some reason. "Let us set off." Rejuvenated, Zhang Wangyu was brimming with energy, her earlier drowsiness completely forgotten. The distance was not great. Traversing through the woods and trailing behind the crowd, they arrived in no time. The wild amaranth grew tall and lush, its vibrant green appearance suggesting a tender freshness with plump stems. Observing the others, who were still busy harvesting leaves, Zhang Wangyu sighed, lamenting the waste of those succulent stems. She pointed in a direction. "Brother, my trusty stick tells me that the wild amaranth fairy's favor can be won over there. What do you think?" "Naturally, that sounds splendid." Zhang Qiling maintained his stoic expression, even taking a moment to scrutinize her stick. Immediately, Zhang Wangyu retracted her prized stick, retorting playfully, "Brother, you must not offend a friend's wife." "For now, it is my beloved." Zhang Qiling's gaze shifted to her face, only to quickly turn away as he strode purposefully in the direction she had previously indicated. With his long legs, he moved swiftly, each step covering considerable ground, while Zhang Wangyu had to break into a light jog to keep up. Breathing slightly heavier, she said, "Little brother, please don't be upset if it comes to it once I divorce it. I'll introduce you to it. Just look at how wonderful it is." "No need." Zhang Qiling declined this profound gesture of friendship. "Take your precious stick and go." Zhang Wangyu chuckled lightly and stowed the stick in her basket. The wild amaranth grew much denser than the mustard greens, making it difficult to navigate with the stick, let alone point out any lucky plants. Ultimately, she had to rely on her sixth sense. In truth, there was no need. Stepping into the field, she was immediately surrounded by wild amaranth, leaving no opportunity to look up and find direction. She buried herself in the task, harvesting 3 leaves of low-radiation wild amaranth, each no larger than her palm, appearing quite pitiful. Fortunately, the 5 leaves of medium radiation were somewhat larger, offering a modicum of consolation. Perhaps blinded by the size of the mustard greens, Zhang Wangyu felt that this wild amaranth was rather disappointing. Failing to grow larger. Just look at how plump that stalk is. What good is it if it can't be eaten? Undeterred, she measured those stalks. Beep, high radiation inedible plant that in a fit of frustration, she hacked the stalk in two. Juice splattering everywhere. Unable to resist, she pinched so tender, exceedingly tender. She could almost envision the exquisite sensation of its sought ed and placed in her mouth. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As the low radiation leaves failed to capture her heart. Beep, medium radiation edible plant, recommended for consumption. Zhang Wangyu retracted her hand, which had nearly struck the stalk, and touched it tentatively. Don't be scared, dear. Ani was merely helping you chase away that pesky cabbage worm, not intending to chop you down. Zhang Qiling, having approached to check if Zhang Wangyu was in danger, shivered slightly, his voice adopting a feigned tone meant to soothe children, reminiscent of those deceitful old witches on television. Little brother, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed in delight, waving eagerly at him. Zhang Qiling ambled over, and no matter how slowly he moved, the short distance was quickly closed. I must dig it up? Zhang Wangyu pondered, torn between whether to chop it down directly or enjoy the stalk for dinner tonight. If she didn't eat it now, it would lose its tenderness and crispness with age. Sighing, Zhang Qiling had already taken action by the time Zhang Wangyu resolved whether to prioritize sustainability or indulge. He had successfully dug up the wild amaranth and placed it neatly into her basket. Thus, her dilemma was rendered moot. Zhang Wangyu licked her lips, expressing a hint of regret. Let us spare it. Then, she encouraged herself. Where there's one, there will be another. Come on, Zhang Wangyu, you can definitely find a second stalk. Zhang Qiling was impressed by her confidence. Was it his lack of self-assurance that prevented him from detecting edible food? He pondered silently as he observed the pile of green leaves in Zhang Wangyu's basket. Suddenly, she seemed to feel the weight on her back. In her previous fervor for finding stalks, she indeed noticed how heavy the basket had become. Now that her mind had relaxed, she felt the substantial pressure weighing down on her. She set the basket down and smiled at Zhang Qiling like a little fox, her voice sweet as if laced with sugar. Little brother, I'm sorry I forgot to give you the first leaf to make amends. I've decided to present you with all my harvest for today. Will you accept? She looked at him with such a pitiful expression, as if she would burst into tears if he declined. What could Zhang Qiling do but accept? Zhang Wangyu cheerfully transferred everything from her basket into his. All right, I'm ready to battle for my daily harvest. Little brother, if I fail to gather any food today, please don't hold it against me. I eat very little. Zhang Qiling felt the increasing weight of the basket. Only one leaf had been collected by him, and it was uncertain who would be the one to complain. Good luck, he said, feeling a bit sheepish about his own words. Zhang Wangyu winked at him, nodding earnestly. Good luck. Zhang Wangyu glanced at her watch. It was already 4:30. Oh dear, in half an hour, they would be heading back. It seemed she would need to beg Zhang Qiling for food today. La. With no work this winter, driving the van to beg for scraps. The vehicle parked outside the village. She carried a bag without a bowl, humming a tune she had adapted for her begging song while continuing her scanning, without paying attention to the lyrics. The melody sounded quite cheerful. Zhang Qiling watched her bobbing head, contemplating, and decided to place the leaf he had collected in his Zhang Wangyu's basket. Feeling something behind her, Zhang Wangyu turned around alertly. Upon seeing Zhang Qiling still holding a leaf, she asked, Little brother, what are you doing? Her racing heart settled. For you? Zhang Qiling replied, This is the very first leaf I picked today, a gift to you. So, no need to beg for food. Zhang Wangyu was momentarily taken aback. If she remembered correctly, this was the only leaf he had gathered today. What a heartfelt gesture! She was moved to tears. Wiping away non-existent tears, she carefully accepted the leaf. Little brother, rest assured, I will cherish it dearly. As long as the plant is alive, I will be too. Her expression was solemn. Zhang Qiling thought it unnecessary to be so dramatic, but the next moment, he watched the leaf vanish from sight. I will keep it safe. Zhang Wangyu patted her chest, declaring it the first gift from little brother. Not just any item, but the very first leaf, holding significant sentimental value. Zhang Qiling felt she must have been thinking something quite peculiar just now. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Plants are meant to be eaten. Zhang Wangyu nodded. As she stood up, he sensed she hadn't absorbed his words. Indeed, Zhang Wangyu had not. At that moment, her mind was replaying thrilling martial arts scenes. envisioning a dashing martial arts leader safeguarding the emblem of the martial arts world. By the time she realized it, the leaf had already been stored away. What could she do but continue to play the fool? Nonetheless, it truly held great sentimental value. Zhang Wangyu switched to another song that I have a beautiful wish to sow amaranth when I grow up. Left hand full of amaranth, right hand full of mustard greens. And on my back, beep, medium radiation edible plant, recommended for consumption. Zhang Wangyu did not immediately pluck the leaf. Instead, with wide, sparkling eyes, she watched Zhang Qiling. Seeing he was not looking her way, she swiftly snatched the leaf and secretly tucked it into her space. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Qiling had witnessed her every little maneuver. After pondering for a while, he deduced her motives. Was she worried he would ask for that mustard green leaf back? Zhang Qiling decided to test the waters. Zhang Wangyu felt she had already collected quite a bounty today and doubted she would have much luck finding more edible leaves. The very next moment, beep, low radiation edible plant, safe for abundant consumption. She turned her head again, meeting Zhang Qiling's gaze. A hint of guilt crept into her smile as she extended her hand to pluck the leaf and place it into her space. Glancing left and right, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Zhang Qiling. She even whistled to the sky. Zhang Qiling confirmed it. She was indeed concerned he would ask her to return that leaf. He contemplated bringing Wu Xie over to inquire about the role he played in his book, wondering how his little fan could perceive him as stingy, expecting to reclaim gifts given away. Such slander, a blatant defamation of his character, spreading rumors. Zhang Wangyu swiftly bent down and concealed herself within the thicket of wild amaranth. Given her petite stature, once she crouched, she was effectively hidden. The density of this patch of wild amaranth provided ample cover. Otherwise, she would not have dared to gather the leaves in the open. However, with Zhang Qiling's tall frame positioned directly above her, he could observe her every movement with clarity from his vantage point. He watched as Zhang Wangyu stealthily inched forward like a small rabbit, glancing left and right furtively. Zhang Qiling reconsidered his previous description. She resembled not a rabbit, but rather a little mouse. Zhang Wangyu had squatted and moved forward approximately 5 meters, believing she had ventured quite far. Crouching was indeed tiring, so she decided to reach upwards and pluck the leaves, gathering them bit by bit. Although she did not harbor high hopes, there were still several minutes left. She was reluctant to waste this time returning home, fearing she might inadvertently encounter a dead rat. Beep. Low radiation edible plant can be consumed in large quantities. Beep. Medium radiation edible plant. Consumption advised. Yes, she deftly plucked the leaves. She murmured to herself, how could this possibly be a dead rat? This is clearly a blessing from the goddess of wild amaranth. Look at her fortune. She had stumbled into a bountiful patch with an abundance of wild amaranth to collect, seemingly endless. Zhang Qiling observed as she filled her basket. The girl was in high spirits, her hands instinctively reaching for the basket, completely forgetting about her shumi ring. Zhang Qiling felt a slight sense of relief. He had previously worried that she might become overly reliant on the shumi ring. If someone were to discover it, it would be problematic. Fortunately, judging by her behavior, she was not using the ring frequently. He did not depart, but instead reminded her, are we heading back? Yes, please give me a hand. Using Zhang Qiling's strength, Zhang Wangyu stood up, dusting off the dirt from her bottom. She smiled at him. Little brother, today was quite fruitful. Her gaze drifted towards Zhang Qiling's basket, which was filled with many leaves. Though his large basket appeared somewhat pitiful, she had just gathered a dozen leaves herself, adding several pounds to her collection, she thought. Zhang Qiling had already turned away, oblivious to the glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Zhang Wangyu shook her head, silently scolding herself. He had already gathered so much, yet she still wished to take advantage of him. She felt utterly lazy. Zhang Wangyu was quietly lamenting behind him, feeling like a little good-for-nothing. Shoulder pain, cervical spondylosis, her shoulder was throbbing intensely, a pain so severe it made her head ache. Dazed, she trailed behind Zhang Qiling, unable to recall how they had traversed the path, merely following him numbly. Zhang Qiling turned back. What's wrong? Zhang Wangyu looked up at him, her expression pained, pointing to her shoulder. It hurts. Then she pointed her head. It hurts. Zhang Qiling reached out, intending to lift her basket. But she dodged away. Aren't you in pain? Zhang Wangyu nodded. Yes, it was painful, an old ailment she could endure, but she really wished he would stop looking at her. Tears were on the verge of spilling. She longed to return home quickly, to set down the basket and apply a soothing plaster to her aching shoulder. "Little brother, let us hurry back," she said, lowering her head and sniffing as she addressed Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling remained silent. Tears had already fallen to the ground, yet she still pretended to be strong. He said nothing, merely extending his hand to gently lift her basket from behind. Zhang Wangyu felt the pressure on her shoulders suddenly dissipate and wiped her tears. "Little brother, really, it's unnecessary." She wanted to manage on her own. She just didn't know if there were any remedies for shoulder pain in this place. In the past, she had been too afraid to carry a backpack. After a while, the pain would become unbearable. Today, having carried the basket for so long, especially with so many leaves in it, she felt utterly miserable. However, she couldn't keep relying on Zhang Qiling for assistance. "All right," Zhang Qiling acquiesced, yet he did not release his grip. Zhang Wangyu could not persuade him otherwise. Moreover, when the pressure lifted, she felt genuinely comfortable. If it were to return, she feared she might truly drown in tears. They proceeded directly to the exchange point. Before exchanging, Zhang Qiling instructed Zhang Wangyu to retrieve the low-radiation leaves from his basket. She collected them. Her hand brushed against a tender stem nearby. A realization struck her. This particular piece was destined to become her meal. The space could not accommodate living organisms, not even plants. "Little brother, today we shall have stir-fried wild amaranth stems," Zhang Wangyu declared, her eyes sparkling with joy. Zhang Qiling suspected her intentions were deliberate. She was clearly coveting that plump stem. Very well, he did not voice any objections, believing they should also stir-fry the mustard greens at home. Otherwise, if it absorbed more radiation, it would become inedible, a true waste of— "Oh, it's you." Zhang Wangyu looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. What a coincidence. It was Li Qin on duty. "What a coincidence, Sister Li. You're on duty today?" "Yes, I was supposed to have today off, but a colleague happened to take leave." Gathering herbs was a pursuit Li Qin held in disdain. It was shameless for those with jobs to compete for resources. The most shameless of all was that despite it being her day off, she had to work extra. In every place and time, overtime was detested, especially when unpaid. Li Qin leaned out of the window, noticing Zhang Wangyu's somewhat exaggerated basket. Her expression showed no surprise. She had seen plenty. Yet, she was somewhat taken aback by the quantity inside. "Sister, you've had quite a bountiful harvest today." Zhang Wangyu nodded. "It's all right. Everyone is the same. We're all just taking advantage of these few days to gather to—" Li Qin retreated. "Indeed, everyone's trying to collect as much as possible these days. It will be difficult to find such quantities in a couple of days." In recent days, the number of people exchanging had increased significantly. Since the start of work, the points exchange had been bustling. With recent notifications, they would even have to work overtime tonight. Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling were fortunate, as this timing coincided with the return of the main group. Everyone intended to return home, tidy up, and ensure they had enough to eat before coming back, or arrange for those who couldn't go out to gather to queue for exchanges the next day. Every year around this time, the guards were particularly busy, concerned about potential robberies of those left behind for exchanges. Nevertheless, even so, Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling spent half an hour waiting in line. Zhang Qiling's basket earned 652 points. As the points transferred to his wristwatch, Zhang Wangyu eagerly tugged at his hand. Beep! The wristwatch signaled a successful transfer of 652 points, bringing his total to 825, an astonishing sum that he found the number somewhat surreal. Feeling its weight. "Wait, I isn't that yours." Li Qin glanced between Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling. "Yep, it's all little brothers. Impressive, right?" Zhang Wangyu beamed with pride, simultaneously producing her own basket. Li Qin scrutinized him, nodding, though somewhat bewildered. Was he this young man known for hunting beasts to exchange for points? He was capable, hunting formidable prey, yet mostly high-radiation creatures, resulting in minimal points. She regarded Zhang Qiling with a complex expression, pondering why he hadn't gathered plants earlier. Look at these points. Although he could only accumulate such a sum in recent days, it was certainly better than his usual meager catches. Zhang Qiling had become somewhat of a legend at this exchange point. People speculated about the solitary, aloof man's fate at the jaws of a beast. Thankfully, he had come to appreciate the value of gathering plants. Li Qin, already married with 2 children, couldn't help but admire handsome men. Seeing Zhang Qiling on the right path, her spirits lifted. She was relieved he was no longer on a path toward an early demise. That, oh my dear sister, I previously thought your bodyguard was quite fortunate. It seems you are equally lucky, though the quantity was indeed not very large. Zhang Wangyu, unsure how Li Qin had arrived at the conclusion of her bodyguard status, clarified, "Little brother is not my bodyguard." Li Qin exchanged glances between them, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. "Sister, you have good taste, no doubt about it." Understanding the implication in Li Qin's gaze, Zhang Wangyu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Really, it's not what you think." In her heart, she mused that even though she secretly desired to abduct him, she lacked the courage to do so. She intended to say a few more words when Zhang Qiling turned to her and said, "Check your wristwatch, it's time to go home." Zhang Wangyu raised her hand, receiving 502 points. She hadn't taken out the low-radiation leaves from her backpack, but exchanged them all together. Thus, even though only a handful of leaves were exchanged, they amounted to about the same as Zhang Qiling's considerable pile. Zhang Wangyu was elated. The points in her wristwatch truly belonged to her, and she fervently hoped for such rewards every day in the future. She envisioned that becoming a wealthy woman was just around the corner, at which point she would purchase a house in the city, one for her and one for him, then find a girl to be his wife. As for herself, Zhang Qiling regarded her infatuated expression with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. "I do not need that, though. So he doesn't need a girl? That's fine. I can let you have one handsome man. Just one. Mind you, the remaining 9 are all mine." Zhang Wangyu's smile widened. Zhang Qiling kicked a pebble away with his foot. "Ouch! Who dares to set a trap for me?" Zhang Qiling remained silent. After all, no one would know it was him. Meanwhile, Zhang Wangyu was completely unaware that he had inadvertently harmed someone. She was still lost in her delightful fantasies, thinking, "Little brother, when the time comes, you must help me find someone who resembles Wu Xie, Huai Yi, or Haixiatsi. I will collect them all." The image of a man with 188 abs flashed in Zhang Qiling's mind. He thought of stuffing her backpack on her back. Perhaps the pain would render her incapable of overthinking, especially since she fancied the tall brothers of the guard team. "Brother." Zhang Qiling narrowed his eyes slightly. "I.S.E. handsome." Zhang Wangyu's gaze had already glued itself to a squad of guards who had just passed by, particularly the one at the front, tall and long-legged, clad in a fresh green outfit, neat and agile. Each step seemed to tread upon her very heart. "He is handsome." Yet, he was not hers. Zhang Wangyu snapped back to reality. Realizing, "Little brother, you truly know how to break hearts." In the dim light, she noticed that he seemed rather displeased. However, none of the guards could compare to him. His figure was superior, and his face was undeniably more handsome. Every inch of him was perfectly proportioned. Too much would be overwhelming, while too little would be lacking. Zhang Wangyu looked at him sincerely, remarking that in this world, everyone was far too busy. Otherwise, many young ladies would undoubtedly be vying for his attention. Thankfully, he wasn't in her vicinity. Otherwise, she shook her head. "Your features are clear as a 9-year-old's. Autumn waters for eyes, jade for bones." She turned back, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhang Qiling and said, "Little brother, seeing you makes the male protagonist for my novels come to life, fulfilling all her beautiful fantasies." Zhang Qiling could not bear to listen further, for she had begun to describe him as a celestial deity from the heavens. He hurriedly pushed the door open, placed his backpack down, and rushed out. Zhang Wangyu watched his somewhat flustered retreating figure and called out cheerfully, "Come back early." She then turned and entered the kitchen, ignited the flame, and poured water into the large pot in one swift motion. Only then did she sit on a wooden stool to massage her shoulders. After a considerable pause, she stood up to prepare dinner. There were 2 types of vegetables at home, mustard greens and wild amaranth. Having eaten mustard for 2 days, she had not grown tired of it yet. But today, a new dish awaited. She set aside her beloved mustard greens to indulge the wild amaranth instead. Initially, she had intended to harvest the plump stalk, but she held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps the plants from the Wasteland might possess greater vitality. She took it out, found the planting pot Zhang Qiling had purchased earlier, casually dug some soil, and planted it. It didn't matter that she lacked pesticides or nutrient solutions. After all, She had never anticipated it would survive. She was merely trying her luck that if, by the next day, it showed any signs of wilting, it would be consigned to her stomach. Tiske. Zhang Wangyu poured water, and it spilled out from above. She deeply felt that Zhang Qiling had been deceived by old Qin. This planting pot did not drain. Shaking her head, it seemed that even if this vegetable had some vitality, it would ultimately end up in her belly, and no questions asked, it would simply be drowned. She turned and entered the house, noticing the weed Zhang Qiling had left in the corner, and felt an urge to kick it away. It was nothing but a useless trinket. No wonder the forums were disinterested in discussing such a term. Just one word. Don't pick it. They were unwilling to accept exchange points for it. It was neither palatable nor possessed any medicinal value. The flowers were unattractive, and its ornamental value was minimal, so no one wanted to be a fool in that regard. The reason Zhang Wangyu had brought it back was that it reminded her of the smooth, black soil in her space. She was hesitant to bring in high radiation plants, while she felt reluctant to part with those of medium and low radiation. What if they, like before, devoured her plants? She would surely weep. This worthless, low-radiation sedge was just right. With that thought, her gaze towards the sedge softened considerably. Come on, show some spirit. Zhang Wangyu stored in her space. Controlling her thoughts to plant it in the soil there, a patch of tender green appeared against the dark soil, looking quite pleasing to the eye. Planting in her space was simple. Just a thought was all it took, convenient. Quick, and without the mess. Zhang Wangyu looked down at her dirty hands and sighed while washing them, thinking how wonderful it would be if planting in reality were as easy as it was in her space. Fantasies are but fantasies. She shrugged and began washing the vegetables. Sometimes, letting plants grow large is quite beneficial. The leaves of wild amaranth aren't very large. 3 leaves would suffice for 2 people, in truth. Considering her appetite, even 1 leaf would be ample. But Zhang Qiling was different. The meat was still chicken, the same chicken she had smoked. It couldn't be stewed. It had to be stir-fried. Stir-frying was quicker. While Zhang Qiling had yet to return, she intended to prepare herself first, even giving her little piggy head a quick scald. Zhang Qiling's home had only 2 large buckets, one for bathing and another for fetching water. Zhang Wangyu felt shy about using his bucket, so she took 2 from his collection of bamboo tubes. Plants from the wasteland were all oversized, and bamboo was no exception. They resembled water buckets. Only slightly smaller than Zhang Qiling's outside buckets. 2 bamboo buckets filled with water would suffice. First, she filled 2 bamboo buckets with water to wash her hair, then filled 2 more to bathe. Zhang Qiling returned with 2 large logs, washed his hands, and prepared to fetch water. As he approached the restroom, the sound of splashing water grew clearer. At first, he didn't register what the sound was. But as he neared the door, he recalled that it must be Zhang Wangyu bathing inside. Zhang Qiling turned to leave. Zhang Qiling's feet pivoted back. He took 3 steps at once to reach the door. I'll knock. Oh my goodness. Was this an illusion? The startled exclamations rose in pitch, and from her tone he sensed no danger. Zhang Qiling retracted his raised foot. He had almost compromised the door. He stood at the entrance for a while. The sound of water inside faded, and he remained oblivious. The door swung open, releasing a wave of warm, humid air, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Little brother, you're back. Zhang Wangyu had her hair wrapped in a water-absorbing towel, revealing her long, slender neck. Her skin was fair, slightly flushed from the heat, glistening like jade. Zhang Wangyu assumed he was anxious at the door and hurriedly stepped aside to let him in. Zhang Qiling replied with a grunt and stepped into the restroom. The warmth inside had yet to dissipate, and the fragrance had mostly been cleared by the restroom's deodorizing device. However, Zhang Qiling felt that his nose was unusually sensitive today. The sweet aroma inside seemed overwhelmingly strong, reminiscent of the scent enveloping him at night. Wait for me a moment. I'll start cooking soon. Zhang Wangyu placed her changed clothes in the bamboo bucket and set it aside in the room. She pressed her head, removed the towel, and stepped outside to comb her hair, smoothing it out and gathering it into a bun with a clip. Her hair was thick and long, and the towel had absorbed little moisture. To prevent her nightgown from getting wet, she draped a large towel over her shoulders. Soon, she would prepare a meal. Although there was not much smoke from the oil, it did not imply its absence. She still wrapped another piece of cloth around her head. She was grateful for her abundance of clothes and towels. Only after completing all these tasks did she venture into the kitchen. Zhang Qiling observed her busyness with a sense of admiration, and then stood up to take her clothes outside. I could see this moment. Zhang Wangyu remained blissfully unaware that if she knew, she would undoubtedly refrain from cooking. For the mere thought of it was enough to mortify her. Oblivious to the brewing chaos, she continued to cook with cheerfulness, preparing stir-fried amaranth greens and wild chicken. "Dinner is ready," Zhang Wangyu called out to Zhang Qiling, who was outside, seemingly engaged in some activity. Upon glancing at the dishes on the table, Zhang Qiling wondered where his eggs were. He had mentioned wanting eggs yesterday, yet they had not appeared today. Women, he mused, were all deceivers. After washing the dishes, Zhang Wangyu intended to do laundry, but upon not spotting the familiar bamboo basket, an ominous premonition surged within her. She rushed outside, her clothes swaying gently on the slender vines. The particularly thin fabric fluttered precariously, mirroring the quivering of her heart. She was torn between feeling thankful for Zhang Qiling's diligence, noticing her dirty clothes and taking them to wash, or scolding herself for being so lazy. Could she not have washed her clothes immediately after her bath? Even if she didn't wash her outer garments, washing her intimate wear would suffice. The mere thought of Zhang Qiling handling her underwear sent her spiraling into embarrassment. "Let it be. I wish to simply fade away into oblivion," she lamented. In that moment, she felt that there was nothing in this life worth her concern. She longed to dissipate like smoke in the world. Zhang Wangyu, unwilling to entertain any thoughts, stood in a daze for an extended period, until Zhang Qiling, concerned, came to look for her. It was only then that she seemed to snap back to reality. Moving with heavy steps, deliberately avoiding Zhang Qiling's gaze as she made her way to her room, burying her head into the blankets, Zhang Qiling, observing her nestling into her cocoon like an ostrich, found her demeanor rather foolish. "What's wrong?" he inquired, pulling her from the covers, his gaze sliding down from her face to her shoulders. "Are your shoulders in pain?" After her bath, Zhang Wangyu had applied a medicinal plaster, and now the aroma of the medication enveloped her. "This ointment is ineffective. Let me massage it for you." Upon saying this, his large hand began to knead her shoulders. Zhang Wangyu's protests quickly morphed into piercing cries. The pain was excruciating as Zhang Qiling pressed on the acupoints, the sensations shooting straight to her crown, banishing any thoughts of shyness or the desire to flee in embarrassment. Zhang Qiling was perplexed at how she could have such large knots. No wonder she could hardly bear any weight. "Brother, could you also help me with my neck? I suffer from cervical spondylosis," she pleaded. As he worked on her, Zhang Wangyu felt a mix of pain and relief, her body gradually loosening. "Your technique is akin to that of seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. It feels divine." Zhang Wangyu was a regular at the acupuncture and massage department of a TCM hospital, often seeking relief. Such a comforting experience was typically only offered by her instructors. Zhang Qiling's hands glided from her shoulders to her long, delicate neck. The warmth of her skin was palpable, sending a rush of heat coursing through his fingers to his heart. He paused momentarily, skillfully continuing his massage. It was truly delightful. Zhang Wangyu closed her eyes, mumbling, "Brother, if you were to open a massage parlor, I would undoubtedly get a membership. If it's not too expensive, of course." She was not wealthy, but knew those who were not. "If we could return, we should start a massage business. I could bring in wealthy clients. My best friend is quite affluent. She was even prepared to sponsor me with 2 or 3 handsome athletes. But with her involved, our business would surely thrive." Zhang Qiling held her delicate neck, contemplating that if she continued to chatter, he might squeeze a little harder, perhaps even to the point of harm. As she spoke, thoughts of her clothes outside suddenly gripped her, causing her body to stiffen. The hand on her neck, though gentle, felt increasingly warm, as though igniting her skin. Her face flushed instantly. She retracted her neck, offering Zhang Qiling a sheepish smile. "That's enough, brother. I feel much better now. Thank you." With that, she burrowed back under the covers. Zhang Qiling's palm still held the warmth of her body, yet the owner had retreated into her cocoon. He tugged at the blanket, but encountered resistance. "Brother, please allow me some solitude," she implored. Zhang Qiling thought to himself. The chubby one was right. A woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Suddenly, She re-emerged, excitement radiating from her as she pulled down her sleepwear. "Brother, look, my skin is so fair and smooth. What do you think?" Zhang Qiling, puzzled, noticed a shift in her demeanor. "Has your injury healed?" he asked, incredulous. Zhang Wangyu nodded emphatically. "Yes, this healing potion is truly remarkable. It's only been a few days. And I've returned to my former self, without a single scar. Just as you said." Zhang Qiling recalled her startled exclamations in the restroom, realizing it was indeed the wound that had astonished her. "It's truly miraculous." Before Zhang Wangyu could offer any further words, she buried herself back under the covers, leaving Zhang Qiling no time to respond. He found it hard to comprehend the suddenness of her actions. One moment she was smiling brightly, and the next she vanished. Zhang Qiling, perplexed, chose not to inquire further. As Zhang Wangyu lay cocooned, she drifted into slumber. When Zhang Qiling settled down, he pulled her out from under the covers. Her face was ablaze, and as she encountered the fresh air, she gasped a few times. Zhang Qiling adjusted her blanket snugly. "I told you that hiding under the covers can suffocate you. You didn't believe me." However, this girl was indeed true to her word. She was sleeping in his beak. In fact, she seemed to have changed the pillowcase, likely displeased with her unwashed hair from days past. Zhang Qiling found himself in a predicament. He had no choice but to occupy the space beside her. In the past, he would have felt indifferent to such a situation, but the man he had become was no longer the same. After being tricked by the chubby one too many times, he was now somewhat uncomfortable sharing a bed adorned with such feminine charm. The previous night, cloaked in darkness, he had felt nothing. Today, however, Zhang Qiling's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Yet his expression remained composed as he climbed into bed, contentedly tucking Zhang Wangyu's arm back under the covers before extinguishing the light. He did not believe that Zhang Wangyu was coveting his bed simply for her fondness of it. He remained awake, anticipating her movement toward him. Zhang Wangyu did not disappoint. Shortly after he lay down, she rolled over, enveloped in her sweet fragrance. Zhang Qiling no longer attempted to evade her. There was no use. He quietly awaited her to find a comfortable position, which often included her neatly arranging the blanket. Once she settled, Zhang Qiling's breathing gradually became more relaxed. Goodness, I must not be a good person. Zhang Wangyu woke up from her own cocoon. Yet, she had not slept there the previous night. She realized she was indeed domineering. Had her brother been forced to sleep on the chair all these days? "Brother, do you know how many points it takes to add another room?" She pondered, feeling guilty for the laundry incident from the previous night. She had conveniently erased it from her memory, as long as she was not embarrassed. The discomfort lay with others that it seemed that Zhang Qiling's composure surpassed her own. Perhaps it was because he was unfamiliar with matters of the heart. Zhang Wangyu softly reassured herself. Indeed, he doesn't quite understand. But I will learn to help him understand. Zhang Qiling, serious in demeanor, replied, "Regarding the previous question, I chose to overlook it." What? Zhang Wangyu inquired, puzzled. After completing her circuit, she heard Zhang Qiling state, "The relationship between a man and a woman. The bond we share." Noticing her bewildered expression, he continued, "I have promised to take responsibility for you." Zhang Wangyu hastily waved her hands, insisting it was all a misunderstanding, that it truly did not require such gravity. "Once you meet a girl you truly like, you will understand the meaning of this relationship." Zhang Qiling's lips parted. "Then you should take responsibility for me." Zhang Wangyu's legs weakened as she stood in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Her eyes widened, filled with incredulity, akin to a startled fawn. "That you've held me while sleeping so many times. Shouldn't you bear some responsibility?" As Zhang Qiling gazed at her with an expression that seemed to scrutinize her as a shallow woman. Zhang Wangyu felt her legs weaken to the point of almost collapsing. She stammered, unable to utter a single word after much hesitation. Indeed, this was her fault, being a product of an earlier age. She placed great importance on chastity. "You are the first woman I have shared a bed with. Now that I've lost my innocence, how am I to face other women? Moreover, our Zhang family has always believed in a lifelong commitment to one partner." Zhang Qiling's mind wandered back to some words once spoken by haze, which he pieced together and articulated. He did not overly concern himself with his own purity. Rather, he was apprehensive about Zhang Wangyu living alone. What if she suffocated from loneliness? What if she still harbored the thought of searching for her parents and sneaked out in the dead of night? Or worse, what if she were taken by a wild beast? Such scenarios were entirely plausible. The shanty town was not particularly safe, and there had been instances of children being snatched away by lurking predators. However, Zhang Wangyu interpreted his contemplative demeanor as one of hurt and sorrow. Deep down, she felt utterly despicable. Just as she was about to agree with him, a thought struck her. But wait, weren't you kissed by Huoling? The authenticity of Huoling was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had been kissed. Zhang Wangyu found this amusing, her expression turning into one of curiosity. Upon observing her demeanor, Zhang Qiling realized she held no genuine feelings for him, in stark contrast to the girl next door, who frequently quarreled with her boyfriend that if that girl learned that someone had kissed her boyfriend, she would surely ignite with fury, pursuing the other person relentlessly around the West Lake. I don't recall. Zhang Qiling replied flatly he truly did not care. He just anticipated that Wu Xie would document even this. His notes were utterly frivolous. Wu Xie. Nonsense. Slander. As time passed, Zhang Wangyu concluded her thoughts. She felt a sense of admiration for herself, managing to maintain her stance even when such a handsome man sought a formal relationship. This unwavering willpower in the face of external temptations was indeed admirable. It dawned on Zhang Wangyu that Zhang Qiling had just flirted with her. "Brother, where did you acquire those words?" she stammered, feeling both wronged and pitiful. Were it not for her steadfast resolve, she might have pulled him into an embrace to offer him comfort. After much contemplation, Zhang Qiling stated, "Fatty." Zhang Wangyu sighed. "I knew it." She spoke earnestly, "Brother, don't emulate Fatty too much. Such tendencies can easily ruin one's persona. It's simply disillusioning. What kind of persona should I embody? Or rather, how is he portrayed in Wu Xie's writings? Indifferent, unmoved by the tribulations of the world, observing the joys and sorrows of others with a cold gaze, taciturn, though that may not be entirely accurate. It should be that he dislikes idle chatter." Zhang Qiling refuted, "I am not that kind of person that I possess desires as well. I am a living being, not mere words on a page. Yet over time, having seen much and forgotten much, I have grown indifferent." Zhang Wangyu paused, then chuckled. Indeed, one should not become too fixated on the descriptions found in literature. After all, the main narrative of the book revolves around their adventures. Initially, the protagonists were not well acquainted, merely encountering one another in a tomb, where the excitement of their escapades was brief yet intense. Once familiarity set in, Zhang Qiling suffered another bout of amnesia. How much conversation could one expect from someone who was neither a social butterfly nor particularly memorable? A person with flesh and blood cannot be confined to a single label. Some may appear aloof to outsiders, but become exceedingly warm once familiarity is established. Can one truly define such a person as merely aloof or warm? Contemplating this, when Zhang Wangyu looked at Zhang Qiling, the sense of distance typically reserved for characters in a book faded, replaced by a newfound intimacy in the next instant. Her expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on the target with a fierce determination. "See, I too possess many facets. Today's destination was a dandelion gathering spot." She craved dandelion stir-fried eggs. The more she gathered, the more she could dry for later use, brewing a cup whenever she felt overheated. A delightful thought. She also sought plantain, another refreshing herb. Zhang Wangyu followed Zhang Qiling with a light heart. Her backpack nestled within his larger one that she felt that Zhang Qiling was incredibly considerate. If not for her limited lifespan, she would certainly wish to engage in a deeper relationship with him. The duration of a romantic relationship is naturally unrelated to lifespan. However, she was not a frivolous woman. She desired a relationship that would lead to marriage. Yet, the thought of Zhang Qiling living far longer than she, remaining forever youthful and handsome while she aged with wrinkles, was truly heartbreaking. He bore no disdain, yet she felt a twinge of self-reproach. "You have yet to answer my previous question," Zhang Qiling suddenly remarked as they walked along the path. Zhang Wangyu had intended to brush it off lightly. However, Zhang Qiling seemed to anticipate her response. Interrupting her, "You simply do not wish to take responsibility, do you?" His handsome face bore an expression of hurt and sorrow. Enveloped in an overwhelming sense of loneliness, as if he might depart from this world at any moment. In that instant, Zhang Wangyu could sense Wu Xie's thoughts, wishing to keep Zhang Qiling anchored in this world. She sighed, brother, it is not that I do not wish to take responsibility. It is simply that we are indeed incompatible. It is understandable that your family does not marry outsiders, not merely for the sake of preserving bloodlines, but because ordinary people can only accompany you for a limited time. Forming too deep a bond with us is ultimately not beneficial. Her eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. As we grow old and pass away, those left behind will only feel deeper sadness, living on in a world sustained by memories. Suddenly, she smiled. Sometimes, your inherited destiny may not be such a blessing, but of course, that sentiment was directed toward those who lived with painful memories. Zhang Qiling reached for her hand, stating, "This is in the Wasteland." Zhang Wangyu appeared puzzled, questioning how the location mattered. Did he imply that one could not live long in the Wasteland? Are you suggesting that here, the likelihood of reaching a natural death is diminished? She pondered, realizing that he might indeed pass before her. Zhang Qiling felt a pang of anxiety. He feared he might have led her astray, awakening her desire for death again. Zhang Wangyu's mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One voice urged, agree to him. Such a quality man may not come along again. Don't you want to roll around on his abs? Life is replete with uncertainties. Why not enjoy the moment? The opposing voice retorted, no, he is not someone you can casually involve yourself with. He is a dream cherished by many. How can you, as a mother, be so brazen? The dismissed voice stood up, hands on hips, defiantly asserting, why not? The fan base has long since dissipated, and besides, he was the one who brought it up first. It's only fair to offer him a home. Zhang Qiling squeezed Zhang Wangyu's fingers, inquiring, what are you thinking? I am thinking of giving you a home, Zhang Wangyu replied, somewhat dazed. Zhang Qiling chuckled. All right, in that moment, the air around Zhang Wangyu seemed to burst with the sound of 1,000 blossoms blooming. One smile could captivate an entire city, and another could enchant a nation. She clutched her heart, exclaiming, you charming rogue. Believing she was distressed, Zhang Qiling straightened up, his smile fading while the glimmer of joy in his eyes remained. He led the absent-minded Zhang Wangyu forward, explaining, what I meant earlier is that in the Wasteland, there exists a genetic enhancement serum that can improve one's physical condition and extend lifespan. Zhang Qiling was not particularly keen on her sharing his longevity. Being an ordinary person had its merits. However, her health was indeed frail. Without the serum, it would be challenging for her to survive in this place. He had never encountered someone so fragile. Then I can accompany you for a very long time? Zhang Wangyu, coming to her senses, looked at him with surprise. Zhang Qiling replied nonchalantly, yes, but you will witness your friends gradually pass away. That experience is profoundly painful. Can it improve your inherited destiny? Zhang Wangyu's focus was not on the implications of longevity. I don't know, Zhang Qiling admitted, for he had never undergone a medical examination. Then let us save money and try it, Zhang Wangyu said with a smile. After all, I have no friends in this world. However, if we can return, I could save some money for your friends. Zhang Qiling remained silent. Forget it, brother. Listen to me. Don't go back. Some people should remain in memories. Upon concluding her inquiry into the prices of genetic enhancement serums, Zhang Wangyu, with an impassive expression, gently patted Zhang Qiling's arm. A basic serum costs 20,000 points, offering only minimal effects. A mid-tier one is priced at 50,000 points and provides commendable benefits, while the advanced variant demands a staggering 100,000 points. Together, their wristwatch points merely totaled 327, revealing that ignorance can indeed liberate one from the burdens of reality. Zhang Qiling remained preoccupied with thoughts of how to console her, but Zhang Wangyu swiftly reassured herself, I have faith in myself, and even more so in my diviner, who will guide us towards the path of prosperity. Should the genetic enhancement serum cure Zhang Qiling, I must devise additional avenues for wealth. Alas, the road ahead is daunting and arduous. Regardless of the challenges that lie before her, the dandelions must be collected. Zhang Wangyu's thoughts drifted towards the low-radiation leaves within her space. 17 low-radiation mustard leaves, 36 low-radiation amaranth leaves, with one mustard leaf belonging to Zhang Qiling, which she could not disturb. These should yield a substantial sum. However, in light of the exorbitant costs, it still felt insufficient. Upon glancing at the price of the radiation cleansing potion, she silently dismissed any notions of depriving herself. While low-grade nutritional agents may not accumulate radiation, they also lack efficacy in purging it from the human body. Thus, consuming more low-radiation ingredients remains essential. She recalled the first time she used the wristwatch, when Zhang Qiling's body had been contaminated by radiation. For the time being, the radiation cleansing potion was unnecessary. However, she aimed to consume as many low-radiation plants as possible. Zhang Wangyu's attention shifted to the black soil. Upon observing the green sprouts, she was astounded. It was truly unexpected that they had not been consumed by the black earth. She had presumed they were lost. Did this not imply that the land was cultivable? If that were the case, her arrival here must be fate. With a twinkle in her eyes, she glanced at Zhang Qiling, pondering whether it could also mean she was destined to encounter him. Beep, medium radiation edible plant. Consumption recommended. Zhang Wangyu lowered her gaze to the wristwatch, exclaiming, "Oh, the first leaf of the day has emerged." With thoughts of the cultivable land in her space, she proceeded to examine the roots. The dandelions in this place differed slightly from those in her world. Their leaves did not sprawl upon the ground, but rather grew upright, somewhat resembling chrysanthemum greens. Perhaps the plants in this world possessed an extraordinary zeal for the sun, all striving to be exemplary. Beep, medium radiation edible plant. Consumption recommended. What is meant by think, and it shall come. This is it. Zhang Wangyu surveyed her surroundings, cautiously beginning to dig in the soil. The plant had grown significantly taller, reaching her waist. Fortunately, one particular plant seemed to have been in a deep slumber, and while its siblings had burst forth from the earth, it had yet to react, thus growing slightly smaller. She rustled as she dug, then stood to survey the area, confirming once more that no one was present. Still wary of her sixth sense, she carefully placed it in her backpack and dragged it over to Zhang Qiling. "Brother, could you check if anyone is nearby?" Observing her furtive demeanor, Zhang Qiling's mind began to race with thoughts. After a moment of careful observation, he replied, "No one." Zhang Wangyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. The small dandelion vanished from sight. Zhang Wangyu quickly dug a hole in the black soil and planted it. After completing the task, she mysteriously said to Zhang Qiling, "Brother, if this works out, we will be rich." In her space, she would plant to her heart's content, acquiring whatever she desired. With a serum and a house, wealth would surely flow in. "Hee, I won't keep you. I'm off to gather more. Good luck." Zhang Wangyu pointed her diviner to seed. Zhang Qiling watched her, pondering if she had just spoken. Beep, high radiation edible plant, not for consumption. Excellent, discard. Perhaps the auspicious start was indeed too fortunate, or maybe the dandelion fairy was out today. She had not made a single harvest in 2 hours. Her backpack felt painfully empty, weighing heavily on her shoulders, which was truly vexing. Had there been even a single leaf inside, she would not have been so disdainful of the backpack. Yet upon reflection, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Her spirits lifted once more. Beep, medium radiation edible plant. Consumption recommended. Beep, high radiation edible plant, not for consumption. Zhang Wangyu began to doubt whether her wristwatch was malfunctioning or if her ears had betrayed her. She had distinctly heard of medium radiation. How then was the wristwatch indicating high radiation? Smack. Rustle. Turning her head, she noticed a small, brown figure beside her. Startled, Zhang Wangyu took a large step back. The figure seemed to realize they were not alone. Clutching a dagger in one hand and tightly gripping their backpack with the other, their lips were pressed tightly together, and their eyes were filled with wariness. Zhang Wangyu mirrored this sentiment, though her backpack was entirely empty. "Is that you?" Upon recognizing the figure, both released a sigh of relief. It was Li Hui, the boy she had foraged snow mushrooms with. Li Hui relaxed his expression, a smile spreading across his face. "Sister Wangyu, you're also here to gather?" Although Zhang Qiling was occupied with foraging, his attention was constantly on Zhang Wangyu. Upon hearing movement, he swiftly approached. Now standing protectively behind her, he cast a glance at her empty backpack and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. At least he was not the only one returning empty-handed. Li Hui's backpack contained 2 leaves. What a coincidence, Zhang Wangyu laughed in response, that you've had quite a good haul today. Li Hui nodded with delight. Yes, he hesitated, then ultimately offered half a leaf to Zhang Wangyu. Sister Wangyu, for you. Zhang Wangyu promptly declined. What are you giving us for? We're not the kind of people who rob others. We can gather for ourselves. By the way, did you come with adult today? Thinking back to his earlier mention of his mother's illness, she inquired, Is your mother feeling any better? Li Hui nodded earnestly, a genuine smile illuminating his face. Much better, thanks to the place you pointed out last time. After exchanging points, I bought a potion and some nutritional liquid at him. Why mother is doing much better. Zhang Wangyu merely offered a casual pointer, unwilling to accept any gratitude. That's not my doing. It's all your own ability. Besides, just look at who is luckier now. The contrast between her empty backpack and his filled with green leaves was stark. Li Hui bit his lip, but remained steadfast in his belief. But these 2 leaves were picked right here, next to you, Sister Wangyu. Zhang Wangyu exchanged a glance with Zhang Qiling, who silently took a step back. The sarcasm was indeed rather pronounced. Li Hui, oblivious to any awkwardness, chuckled foolishly, his gaze toward Zhang Qiling tinged with a hint of shyness. Sister Wangyu, please accept them. His pale face flushed slightly as he quietly added, Last time I returned home with you, those robbers thought I was with you, so they haven't dared to approach me these past few days. This was the primary reason he wished to give her the leaves. Had it not been for Zhang Qiling's formidable reputation, he might not have been able to protect his recent harvest. With a bit of savings now, he could buy better nutritional liquids and new clothes for his sister. That sounds wonderful. Both Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling were unaware of his newfound resources. Seeing that they still refused to accept, Li Hui tossed the half-leaf into Zhang Wangyu's backpack. Hey! Zhang Wangyu attempted to retrieve it. Li Hui, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, Sister Wangyu, may I forage with you? Riding on the fortunate luck of the illustrious, Zhang Qiling and his companions had gathered an abundance of wild vegetables at the exchange point yesterday, a tale that quickly spread throughout the shanty town, evoking envy among all. Today, a throng of people eagerly flocked to the areas abundant with mustard greens and wild amaranth, all hoping to share in the serendipity. Upon noticing the 2 approaching, the crowd stealthily followed behind, yet none dared to draw closer due to Zhang Qiling's formidable prowess. Had it not been for a fortuitous misstep that led Li Hui to this vicinity, he too would have hesitated to approach. However, it was utterly unexpected for him to see Zhang Wangyu and her companions return with nothing in their baskets. Today marked the 4th day of spring, and the major foraging spots for wild vegetables had already been thoroughly scoured by the masses. It was hardly surprising to find little of value. Tilting her head to inspect a half-leaf, Zhang Wangyu, with a beaming smile, produced her staff, declaring, Let my divine rod offer guidance once more, in gratitude for the tribute you bestow upon its dearest fairy. Zhang Qiling watched impassively as she twirled the rod, likely attempting to show off, only for the blunt end to inadvertently strike her own forehead. Ironically, she had yet to finish her performance, and despite the pain, she casually pointed to a particular plant, saying, This one will do. Li Hui, observing the flush that quickly spread across her forehead, felt a twinge of concern. Yet, Zhang Wangyu remained fixed on him, urging him to hurry with the testing, while Zhang Qiling also gestured for him to turn around. With a smile, Li Hui nodded in compliance, exclaiming, Thank you, divine rod. Zhang Wangyu felt as though she had been scolded. The pain in her forehead was all too evident. As soon as Li Hui turned his back, her previously composed expression contorted into a frown, her delicate hand instinctively covering the sore spot. Zhang Qiling found amusement in the situation. Recalling her earlier nonchalance, he gently pulled her hand away to inspect the redness and swelling. Is it disfigured? Zhang Wangyu cautiously glanced towards Li Hui and whispered. Zhang Qiling shook his head. No, that's good. She sighed in relief, for as a girl who cherished her beauty, the thought of disfigurement would have been utterly devastating. Watching Li Hui's jubilant demeanor, Zhang Wangyu shook her head, resigning herself to the harsh reality. Today, her goddess of fortune had taken a respite, and this lad was foolish to think he could share in her luck. She handed the half-leaf of vegetables to Zhang Qiling, saying, Brother, be sure to safeguard the tribute from your little brother. With a playful pat on his arm, she added, Who would have thought our little brother would one day be collecting protection fees? Ha ha, it seemed to her that such a role should belong exclusively to the likes of He. Unable to resist, Zhang Qiling poked her cheek, declaring, "This is your offering. Not all. Today, the rod has forsaken me. Beep, medium radiation edible plant, recommended for consumption." Both Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling froze, particularly Zhang Wangyu. "Wow. Wangyu Jia, your divine rod is truly remarkable." Li Hui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Wangyu chuckled awkwardly. "Child, we must believe in science, not in such ethereal concept." Li Hui resolutely dismissed her words. Zhang Wangyu sighed, conceding, "Fine, then you may try this one to—" Li Hui's expression was one of determination, as if he were intent on proving something to her. "I suspect he will end up in tears," she whispered to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling merely felt a tingling in his ears from their whispered conversation. After several announcements of high radiation, Zhang Wangyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, she was selfish, unable to bear the thought of others reaping rewards when she herself had not. A mischievous shadow danced within her as she reveled in this thought. Beep, low radiation edible plant, safe for abundant consumption. The dark figure within her soul collapsed in defeat. Its essence lifted into the air, where it was seized by a gleeful white figure, transforming into a jubilant spirit. Zhang Qiling's gaze shifted to Zhang Wangyu's face. She looked up and met his eyes, and together they lowered their heads to inspect the rod in her hand, questioning whether it truly possessed magical powers. Li Hui was bubbling with excitement, swiftly plucking a leaf and glancing around to ensure others were at a safe distance. "Wangyu Jia." Zhang Wangyu waved him off, signaling that the next steps were now in his hands, declaring that her divine rod was fatigued from its labors today. Li Hui nodded eagerly, expressing his gratitude profusely. It seemed he was on the verge of bowing in reverence. Zhang Wangyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure how to place her hand that gripped the rod, ultimately laying it respectfully in her basket. "Remember to lower the volume on your wristwatch," she recalled, noting that its sound was still a touch too loud. Li Hui remained grinning, hanging on her every word. Yet he insisted, "I just wanted the divine rod to hear it." Zhang Wangyu internally sighed, grateful for his enthusiasm, though he certainly had a knack for delivering poignant remarks. "Come on, let's move," she urged, pulling the chuckling Zhang Qiling along. "We must get to work. Do you want dinner tonight? Work hard, and I'll treat you to eggs." Once again, she was weaving grand promises. Zhang Qiling thought to himself how enticing such a threat was, though he dared not voice it, lest she dash off in a huff. The trio continued their foraging at a comfortable distance from one another. As Zhang Wangyu ventured further towards the edges, Beep, medium radiation edible plant, recommended for consumption, last, she had unearthed a leaf with moderate radiation. Otherwise, she would have been forced to return empty-handed, having grown accustomed to testing whatever plants were at hand. Regardless of their type, she announced, "Beep, medium radiation edible plant, recommended for consumption." This unfamiliar leaf was small and seemed underdeveloped, with a plump stem distinct from the robust wild amaranth of the previous day. Zhang Wangyu examined it closely. The plant bore resemblance to a certain type of bean sprout. Imagining various bean dishes, she felt her mouth water. Mung bean porridge, red bean soup, yellow beans braised with trotters. Before she could delve deeper into the description, Li Hui approached her, saying, "Wangyu Jia, you also like this bean sprout? My sister adores it too." "What kind of sprout is this?" Zhang Wangyu inquired. "It's a pea," Li Hui replied calmly, urging her to pick it quickly. This size of pea sprout could be consumed entirely. Tender and slightly sweet, the peas themselves were delicious. Zhang Wangyu gazed incredulously at the sprout. Its small, thick leaves with three-fingered splits bore little resemblance to the peas she remembered. She couldn't help but click on the introduction anyway. Peas, non-toxic with balanced radiation levels in the seedling phase, superb taste, and the entire plant is edible throughout its life cycle. It possesses certain medicinal and nutritional values. Reviews, incredibly delicious, with a crisp and tender texture and a fresh sweetness. Often I don't even have time to cook before devouring them. Discovering these is a boon. Oh, indeed it was a pea. Zhang Wangyu chose not to delve further into the details of the pea sprout's 100 ways to eat, the tender pea pod's 100 ways to eat, and the 100 ways to eat the peas themselves. Since the entire plant could be consumed during its seedling stage, how could she possibly forego it? With that thought, she began to use a small shovel to dig up the soil. This shovel was modest in size. A gift from Zhang Qiling, who had noticed her desire to grow vegetables at Li, observing her determined excavation, hesitated before speaking. Wangyu Jia, you can't eat the roots, he added. Someone once tried it and ended up with an awful case of diarrhea. Oh, that's fine. I'm not planning to eat the roots, Zhang Wangyu replied casually. Recognizing her intent to plant, he deliberated for a moment before advising. They won't thrive here. The radiation levels in the shantytown are too high compared to the inner city. Planting them could easily lead to high radiation levels. It would be a pity to lose a moderately radioactive pea sprout. Zhang Wangyu had not made significant progress today, but it's all right. I just want to try. If it doesn't work, I'll just eat it, she countered. Li refrained from further protest, deciding it was better to focus on his own tasks, that he had noticed a small patch of pea sprouts in this area and approached. Hoping to find something for his sister, she would certainly be delighted to receive a pea sprout fit for consumption. Having successfully extracted the pea sprout, Zhang Wangyu placed it in her basket. Mindful of its fragility and the risk of it wilting under the sun, she carefully covered it with the moderate radiation dandelion leaves before continuing her gathering, urging herself to give it her all. Zhang Wangyu noted Huey's cautious demeanor as he worked. Even the highly radioactive tender sprouts were carefully sidestepped by him, avoiding any inadvertent crushing. Sensing Zhang Wangyu's gaze upon him, Li Hui remarked, "Pea shoots are quite delicate. If they break, it would take a considerable time for them to recover, thereby delaying the flowering and fruiting process." With a cheerful smile, he added, "I wonder how this small patch of pea shoots came to be here, as there were none last year." Contemplating for a moment, Zhang Wangyu suggested, "Perhaps the birds brought the seeds from the pea forest." Li Hui was uncertain and uninterested in the origins. In this world, as long as it existed, that was sufficient. Who cared about how it came to be? He said, "I believe it was brought by a divine figure." In truth, he felt it was due to Zhang Wangyu's influence. Yet he refrained from voicing it, merely indulging the adults. "You are absolutely right." At this moment, she found it highly plausible. Previously, she had only considered that stick to be her talisman of fortune. Now it seemed much more than that. Surely a divine guide leading her here. The two exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling with shared secrets, and subsequently, they joyfully immersed themselves in their labor in this small patch of land. They harvested 2 medium radiation pea shoots. And, as usual, Zhang Wangyu began to dig. Unlike her, Li Hui opted not to excavate. Upon detecting a plant, he simply cut it close to the ground. This method not only spared him the toil of digging, but also revealed no further plants, allowing him to work swiftly and gradually distance himself from Zhang Wangyu. Not far away, Zhang Qiling finally encountered the first medium radiation dandelion leaf of the day. He gazed joyfully at the leaf in his hand. But before he could place it in his basket, he heard an exclamation from Zhang Wangyu's direction. He turned to look, startled, and hastily dropped his basket, causing the leaf to fall to the ground. The black-gold ancient blade swiftly unsheathed, and he dashed towards Zhang Wangyu, who was riding a gray rabbit. Just as Zhang Qiling detected that leaf, Zhang Wangyu had just placed the medium radiation pea shoot into her basket and reached to the side to reposition herself for further work. Unbeknownst to her, what she tugged on was not quite right. The texture in her hand felt distinctly different from leaves and vines, so soft, reminiscent of the rabbit she had slept with for a long time. She turned to look, only to find herself face to face with a wall of gray fur. And as her gaze rose slightly, she met a pair of fiery red eyes. Those eyes were ablaze with provoked fury, and its 3-parted lips were twitching. With each movement, the tender green pea shoot was consumed amidst the crisp crunch sounds. "Little bunny," Zhang Wangyu was utterly smitten. Upon hearing her voice, Li Hui raised his head, his eyes wide with terror, collapsing to the ground, his scream caught in his throat. He couldn't help but think that this little creature could easily crush Zhang Wangyu with its weight. Whether Zhang Wangyu was crushed or not remained uncertain. But she found herself atop the rabbit. After finishing the pea shoots, the wild hare seized the opportunity to teach this little intruder a lesson for disturbing its feast. It kicked off with its hind legs and struck Zhang Wangyu's thigh. Instantly, her face turned pale with pain, and, as she saw the wild hare open its mouth to bite down, she rolled aside, enduring the pain. The basket limited her movements, trapping her in midair, the basket pressing against her from below. Sometimes, having a basket of exceptional quality was not necessarily a blessing, Zhang Wangyu thought, her heart heavy with distress. The sudden movement caused the pea shoots in her basket to tumble out. Perhaps plants with lower radiation levels had a significant allure to mutated creatures. The wild hare disdainfully nudged Zhang Wangyu, who was pinned beneath the basket, sending her flying to the side. The basket still clung to her back, and the pea shoots dangled precariously from its edge. The wild hare sniffed the air and pursued her. Zhang Wangyu lay on the ground, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, feeling as though she might perish at any moment. The wild hare drew closer, and instinctively she leaped aside. The hare charged past, colliding with the leaping Zhang Wangyu, who grasped at anything in desperation, fortuitously seizing one of the hare's ears. The hare squealed in pain, jumping and twisting, while Zhang Wangyu clung tightly to its ear. Terrified of being thrown off due to the hare's remarkable speed and height, in reality, the rapid changes were overwhelming, leaving her no time to react. She clung to her lifeline, the rabbit's ear, out of sheer instinct. Just as she felt her grip slipping, the hare made a sudden leap, soaring high into the air, and Zhang Wangyu was flung upward, landing heavily on the hare's back, with her legs straddling the hare. She grasped at its long fur in a frantic grip. The hare, vexed, thought to itself that had it known better, it wouldn't have disturbed this two-legged creature. Now it couldn't shake her off, and with its ears and back aching, it longed to return home to its mother. The hare charged forward. "Get out of the way!" Zhang Wangyu shouted. The hare was heading towards a crowd, closer to the woods. "Run! Goodness, don't come near!" Nearby individuals screamed as they scattered, not forgetting to secure their baskets and bags in their haste. "Little brother!" Zhang Wangyu cried out, unwilling to loosen her grip. "Turn! You need to make it turn around!" A terrified man shouted. He had just been reveling in the joy of discovering low-radiation dandelion leaves, oblivious to the commotion around him. Upon seeing the hare charging towards him, his face turned pale with fear. Noticing a girl atop the hare, he was at a loss as to how to help her turn it. "I can't. Help me!" Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, wishing she could control it, but it was hardly her steed. Zhang Qiling caught up, but alas, the frenzied hare was not easily pursued. Thus, amidst a field of green dandelions, a girl clad in a black coat rode a gray-furred rabbit, joyfully frolicking, while a dark-clad man wielding a black, metallic glinting blade chased behind. As they passed, everyone made way, cheering loudly. This later became a captivating video on the local forums. Zhang Wangyu, her face ashen with fear, continued to scream, urging everyone to flee. Zhang Qiling glanced toward the woods before turning to run into a wider area. "Zhang Wangyu, over here!" Zhang Wangyu turned back to look. "Little brother!" Zhang Qiling waved at her, and she understood. He wanted her to lead the hare away. Zhang Wangyu felt exasperated. If she could control the hare, would she still need to shout for help? Nonetheless, she had to think of a way to divert the hare, for even Zhang Qiling could not outrun this frenzied creature. Moreover, ahead lay the woods, and with so many people there, if the hare charged in and harmed someone, the blame would fall upon her. An idea sparked in her mind. She gripped the hare's fur tightly with her right hand to steady herself, reaching with her left hand for its ear. Perhaps her grip was too forceful, causing the hare to veer sharply to the right. "Not that way, this way!" Zhang Qiling shouted, still pursuing in that direction. Zhang Wangyu wanted to respond, but it was too bumpy, and her grip on the hare's ear faltered. After much effort, she finally grasped both ears firmly. She activated her rabbit riding mode. With a vigorous tug of her left hand, the hare veered to the left, stumbling as Zhang Wangyu nearly toppled off. Zhang Qiling, alarmed, nearly let go of his black gold ancient blade. This angle was not favorable. It was different from last time when a wild chicken had been in front of Zhang Wangyu, allowing him confidence that the blade wouldn't harm her. Fortunately, Zhang Wangyu's rabbit riding skills rapidly improved under such dire circumstances. In a moment of life and death, she hesitated, and just then, the hare pivoted, charging straight towards Zhang Qiling. "Zhang Wangyu!" All thoughts dissipated. "Get out of the way!" In this situation, Zhang Wangyu became increasingly concerned about Zhang Qiling, completely oblivious to the formidable strength of this brother. Zhang Qiling did not evade. In fact, he took several steps forward, as if preparing for a friendly embrace with the wild hare. Just as they were about to collide, Zhang Wangyu, unable to bear the sight, shut her eyes tightly. The drawback of riding a hare was its sole acceleration mode, lacking a brake. Even if she wished to halt, there was no way to do so. When she finally opened her eyes again, she felt a release in her shoulder, a warm sensation on her back, and a firm grip around her waist. The wild hare suddenly came to a stop, causing Zhang Wangyu to tumble to the ground, landing atop Zhang Qiling. She quickly got to her feet, fearful of obstructing his movements. Glancing back, she saw the hare sprawled on the ground, its hind legs twitching in a futile struggle, a look of eternal unrest etched upon its face. Blood gushed from its neck, pooling on the ground. Is it dead? Has it truly perished? Zhang Wangyu asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Yes, Zhang Qiling replied, pulling her to her feet and surveying her from head to toe. Her clothes were intact, albeit a bit soiled, with no visible injuries. Are you hurt anywhere? Zhang Wangyu knelt suddenly, clutching her chest. Ugh, she gasped, feeling dizzy from the encounter. The hare ride had been far from thrilling. She would rate it poorly. Zhang Qiling, noticing her attempt at levity, felt a momentary easing of his tension, only to realize it had been premature. After uttering her thoughts, Zhang Wangyu closed her eyes, her body going limp and collapsing unexpectedly. As her face met the ground, Zhang Qiling's immediate concern was to check for any scratches on her face. He knew she would be distraught if harmed. When Zhang Wangyu regained consciousness, it was beneath a tree. Dazed, she pondered if this was the underworld of the Wasteland. Drink some water, Zhang Qiling said, offering her a cup. She was reluctant, her chest aching with every breath. I'm not dead, she remarked, a normal observation that sounded oddly different to Zhang Qiling's ears. His eyes narrowed slightly. She had promised to stay by his side. No wonder she had not acquiesced. Yes, I will accompany you, Zhang Wangyu reiterated. Zhang Qiling handed her a nutrient solution, encouraging her to drink. Once the high radiation period passes, we shall return. He wished to take her home directly. But her fainting had sent his heart racing with a fleeting panic. After checking her pulse, he concluded her condition was not life-threatening. It was merely a result of shock compounded by physical pain. With the clock nearing midnight, he relocated her to the woods, awaiting the time to pass. What about the hare? Zhang Wangyu still harbored thoughts of that troublesome creature. Zhang Qiling had anticipated her immediate reaction would be one of pain or sorrow. Yet here she was concerned about the hare. He gestured to the hare lying beside her. Zhang Wangyu gently tapped the hare, her touch so light it elicited no response. You disobedient creature, now look where it has led you, she lamented, turning to Zhang Qiling. Have you checked it? Zhang Qiling shook his head. Zhang Wangyu lifted her wristwatch, collecting a drop of blood. Drop, low-radiation edible meat, safe for mass consumption. She gazed incredulously at her watch before looking back at Zhang Qiling, her face breaking into a broad smile, wanting to leap with joy, but the pain reminded her of her injuries. Winching in discomfort, she extended her hands towards Zhang Qiling, pleading, Brother, can I borrow you for a moment? Zhang Qiling initially thought she was attempting to rise, but it was not yet time. What do you mean by not yet time? Tears began to flow uncontrollably from Zhang Wangyu's eyes, carving a muddy path down her dirty face. I just want someone to hold me. Why must I make an appointment for that? It hurts so badly. Ugh. Perhaps the pain was indeed severe. Her cries were soft and breathy, punctuated by occasional gasps. Her expression was both pitiable and amusing. Sister Wangyu, would you like me to give you a hug? Li Hui, noticing her tears from a distance, approached upon hearing her words. Zhang Qiling cast a cold glance his way, gently wrapping Zhang Wangyu in his embrace, his large hand patting her back soothingly. After a while, Zhang Wangyu's sobs subsided, and feeling somewhat guilty, she wiped her tears on Zhang Qiling's shirt. Not only was it stained with tears, but also with the dirt she had rubbed against it. Zhang Qiling firmly held her hand, his voice low. Do not move around, oh, Zhang Wangyu replied, glancing around. My backpack is still here. She had thought it might have been lost. Zhang Qiling pointed to Li Hui, who was nearby, anxiously watching them. He retrieved it for you. Zhang Wangyu waved at Li Hui. Thank you so much. Li Hui scratched his head, feeling bashful. It's nothing. We are friends. However, he soon grew despondent, adding, unfortunately, I couldn't find everything. He estimated some items had been lost along the way, only managing to recover 2 flattened pea seedlings. It's all right. I thought I lost my backpack entirely. It was her first handmade backpack, and she felt a pang of reluctance to part with it. She nudged Zhang Qiling. Brother, could you please bring my backpack over? Forgive her for being too weak to retrieve it herself. Zhang Qiling, remaining silent, picked up her backpack. The shoulder strap had been cut off when he had leapt onto the hare's back, finding it cumbersome. Here you go. Zhang Wangyu handed Li Hui a piece of medium radiation dandelion leaf. It was not that she didn't want to give him the pea seedlings, but they had been so badly crushed that only remnants remained. The roots were still intact, but she was uncertain if they could survive. No, I can't accept this, Li Hui protested, his face reddening. Zhang Wangyu grasped his hand, insisting, you should take it. The little guy had indeed been frightened at first, yet he had gathered several stones to hurl at the creature and had pursued the hare for quite some time, clearly demonstrating his desire to help her. Did we not declare ourselves friends? Friends do not need to be overly polite. Li Hui remained resolute. Ultimately, upon hearing Zhang Qiling's cold command, accept it, he immediately placed the leaf into his backpack. Zhang Wangyu glanced at Zhang Qiling, noting the intimidating aura he exuded, which was simultaneously impressive. Unfortunately, she currently lacked the energy even to indulge in fleeting infatuations. After resting a bit longer, the clock struck 2. Li Hui hesitated, torn between his fondness for his sister and the urge to gather supplies. You should go collect resources. I'm fine, just resting a bit longer before following brother back. You trust my abilities. Don't you? In him? Li Hui glanced at Zhang Qiling, nodding. Then you must recover quickly. I'll take you to my secret base. Zhang Wangyu smiled. All right, but you must promise. Li Hui nodded earnestly. You must not die. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. His father had suffered a similar fate, kicked in the abdomen by a hare, and had not made it home. He feared Zhang Wangyu might meet the same end. I assure you that I will not die. Zhang Wangyu recalled her moment on the hare's back, casting a guilty glance at Zhang Qiling. His deep gaze fixated on her, as though he could see through her innermost thoughts. Zhang Wangyu asserted, I still wish to stay with brother. At least until he finds the way back. I can only feel at ease once we reunite with Wu Xie and the others. Zhang Qiling ruffled her hair gently, murmuring, You shall accompany me. Together, we shall return. All right. Zhang Qiling turned to Li Hui. I will take good care of her. Li Hui observed the two, nodding in agreement, being the only male left at home. He felt the weight of responsibility to uphold their household. Thus, despite his concerns for Zhang Wangyu and the lurking threat of wild hares, he resolved to go gather supplies. After Li Hui departed, Zhang Wangyu rubbed her chest, uncertain if her ribs were fractured. She pondered why she had not stored any painkillers in her space back then. Her thighs ached equally, and she feared she might become disabled. That would be worse than simply succumbing to her fate. Unable to venture out to gather supplies, she could only await her demise at home. What difference did it make whether she perished sooner or later? Your leg is not broken. Zhang Qiling observed her anxious expression and instantly understood her thoughts. How splendid! Zhang Wangyu let out a sigh of relief as she pointed to her chest, inquiring, What about my ribs? It hurts so much. Have they fractured? Could a bone have pierced my lung or heart? Am I going to die? Little brother, if I were to perish, please ensure I am laid to rest in a picturesque location. No need for a burial ground with auspicious feng shui. A place surrounded by blooming flowers would suffice. Ideally, plant a few roses. I have a fondness for those in full bloom. Noticing that Zhang Qiling's gaze was growing increasingly menacing, Zhang Wangyu chuckled nervously. The jarring impact had aggravated her chest, causing her to grimace. No, Zhang Qiling replied, his tone somewhat awkward. Zhang Wangyu assumed he meant her ribs were intact and felt fortunate about it. Your ribs are fine, but your leg is fractured. Zhang Wangyu's expression turned to one of confusion. Wait, didn't you just say my leg was unbroken? Zhang Qiling clarified, it's not broken. Zhang Wangyu inhaled deeply, choosing not to mention that, in the eyes of the common folk, a fracture was akin to a break. It felt too clinical. Zhang Qiling, aware of her concerns, reassured her a high-grade healing potion can cure it. That's good to hear, she replied, patting her chest, the pain causing her vision to blur. but I fear I can't make it back right now, she confessed to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling remained silent. His lips pressed together. Zhang Wangyu, feeling disheartened, pleaded, "Little brother, could you first take this creature back and then bring a cart to carry me?" She gently poked her thigh, lamenting, "I'm utterly useless. I can't walk." Even if her thigh was uninjured, the pain in her chest was excruciating. Zhang Qiling had initially thought she wished to do something else. "No worries. I'll carry you back." Zhang Wangyu quickly objected. "No, little brother, you must first take this meat back. It's meat. I can't leave it here." The thought of leaving it exposed under the watchful eyes of others was unbearable. Zhang Qiling moved swiftly, and while waiting here was not a concern. Leaving the meat unattended was worrisome. She could guarantee that by the time he returned, it would be gone. Even if Li Hui came to help keep watch, that lad would surely falter, regardless of whether the meat was deemed edible. The mere sight of it would be enough to attract attention. Zhang Wangyu was reluctant to part with it. After all, it was low-radiation rabbit meat, an impressive specimen weighing nearly 100 pounds. How could she bear to let it go? Zhang Qiling lifted Zhang Wangyu's backpack. "Do you still want it?" She nodded. Of course, he placed a dandelion leaf from his own pack into hers. Li Hui had not only retrieved Zhang Wangyu's pack, but also his own. Collecting the dandelion leaf he had discarded, he reached out and embraced Zhang Wangyu. Suddenly lifted off the ground, she felt a surge of insecurity and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Just as she was about to suggest they handle the wild rabbit first, Zhang Qiling placed her into his large backpack. Curled up inside, Zhang Wangyu couldn't decide whether the pack was too large or she was simply too small. "Is my leg going to be all right?" Zhang Qiling paused. "I'm not sure." After a moment's thought, he added, "If it's dislocated, I'll put it back in place." The prospect sounded painfully daunting, but having already committed, she felt there was no alternative. Seeing her lack of opposition, Zhang Qiling assumed she had acquiesced and hoisted the pack onto his shoulder, tossing the rabbit over it. Unexpectedly, the rabbit's ears smacked against her face. Fortunately, the blood had drained, sparing her from a messy encounter. Expressionless, she brushed the rabbit's ears aside, finding the situation less than agreeable. With Zhang Qiling's movements, the ears flopped back against her face. One ear, persistently poking her chest, compelled her to abandon the notion of struggling against it for comfort. The rabbit ears slapped against her face, not painful, but rather irritatingly ticklish, making her want to sneeze, compared to the throbbing in her chest. This discomfort was trivial. Perhaps the position provided a sense of security, or perhaps her injuries were more severe than realized. But soon, she dozed off. "Wake up." Zhang Wangyu was roused by Zhang Qiling's gentle nudge. "Let me check your leg." Upon hearing this, she instinctively began to remove her pants. Zhang Qiling held her hand down. "What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to look at my leg? It's my thigh that's injured." She protested, wondering how one could examine without rolling up her pant leg. Zhang Qiling responded, "There's no need. If she didn't need to remove her pants, why wake her?" While asleep, the pain was less acute. Upon waking, it was a constant reminder to press his large hand against her thigh. Zhang Wangyu bit her lip, turning white from the pressure. Zhang Qiling eased his grip. "Does it hurt?" Tears welled in her eyes. "Yes." She couldn't even bring herself to utter the word pain. Dislocation," Zhang Qiling declared. Rising to his feet, "I'll go get you some medicine. Would you prefer to lie down or stay seated?" He was aware of her slight obsession with cleanliness, particularly regarding beds, which is why he immediately placed her on the couch. Zhang Wangyu gently shook her head. "I'd like to sit here." "No. Little brother, please carry me to the stove and fill the pot with water. I want to take a bath." She felt overwhelmed by sweat and dirt, unable to bear it any longer. Zhang Qiling contemplated advising her against it, but ultimately decided against it. He bent down, lifting her into a princess carry and gently setting her on a stool in the kitchen. He lit a fire, filled the pot with water, and placed some firewood beside her before stepping outside. Zhang Qiling was unaware of Zhang Wangyu's fervent desire for cleanliness. After all, Wu Xie and his companions were not as meticulous. They sometimes went days without washing in the dead of winter. Watching Zhang Wangyu endure the pain in her chest while insisting on washing her hair left him baffled. As he assisted in rinsing her hair, he pondered the complexities of a girl's hair care routine. He could not help with her bath, so he purchased a bathing tub to make things easier for her. Upon returning home, He remembered she shouldn't tea soak in it, and, ideally, her wounds should avoid water entirely. Thus, Zhang Wangyu settled for cleaning herself while sitting on the stool. Her chest was a vivid red, already showing signs of bruising. It was no wonder she was in so much pain. Had her home been better equipped, she would have considered going to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Fearing internal injuries, she dared not think further. "Are you done?" Zhang Qiling called from outside. Zhang Wangyu snapped back to reality, wiping the water droplets from her body. "Just a moment, I need to put on some clothes." Undressing was challenging enough, and dressing was no easier to tea that moment. Zhang Wangyu wished Zhang Qiling were a girl, so she could ask for help. Struggling through the process of getting dressed, she managed to put on her clothes, albeit with great difficulty, supporting herself against the doorframe as she opened the door. Zhang Qiling was quite straightforward, lifting Zhang Wangyu at the waist. She had grown accustomed to this treatment and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Feeling she had no choice, she feared her leg might accidentally dislocate. If it grew crooked, she would truly have no one to turn to. As a beautiful young woman, she had no desire to become a cripple. "Little brother, my hair isn't dry yet. Please carry me to the yard." She wished to see how he would skin the rabbit. Zhang Qiling obliged, finding a spot for her in the shade before returning to the bathroom. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She wanted to shout, but her voice was too weak. "Little brother, don't move." Zhang Qiling had already taken her dirty clothes outside and, upon hearing her, stood beside her. "What's wrong?" he asked, his expression perfectly calm. "Just set them aside. Once I feel better, I'll wash them." Zhang Qiling shook his head. "It's a simple task. You'll need at least a month to recover. Healing from fracture takes time. Even with the best medicine, it won't be quick. It's all right. I'll store them in the space. They won't smell," she reassured him. Zhang Qiling regarded her, knowing there were provisions within. "No, the stillness of space." Zhang Wangyu gazed at him, as if sensing an undeniable discomfort. "Let it be for now. Once my chest feels better, I can wash it. If it becomes moldy, so be it. I still have quite a few clothes. There is a plethora in the space that I will wash it," Zhang Wangyu declared. She flushed crimson, her face nearly dripping with blood. The plump one said that if one has a partner, they must be diligent, doing laundry and cooking alike. Therefore, Zhang Qiling believed there was nothing amiss about doing the laundry. "We're different," Zhang Wangyu murmured. "In what way are we different?" Zhang Qiling inquired. "Did you not say you would accompany me?" With a sigh, Zhang Wangyu replied, "Just leave it for now. Quickly go skin a rabbit. I want to eat rabbit meat tonight." "You do know how to prepare rabbit meat, right?" Zhang Wangyu asked him. "Forget it. I'll rely on you. After you finish, go to Old Chin's and buy some ingredients, like cooking wine, chili, but don't expect my cooking to be exquisite. I've never cooked rabbit meat before," Zhang Wangyu reiterated. Zhang Qiling recognized she was changing the subject again, yet he paid it no mind, setting the clothes aside to wash later. As Zhang Wangyu observed him placing the clothes down, her attention shifted to the rabbit. It was evident that Zhang Qiling's skinning skills were quite commendable. Indeed, he had several pelts at home, and the rabbit pelt she had previously used was likely skinned by him. That covering was originally one he had made, and a single rabbit would not suffice. It was pieced together from several. The snow-white fur uplifted her spirits, unlike this rabbit, which was gray and rather unappealing. "Shall we keep it?" Zhang Qiling asked, holding up the rabbit pelt. If she desired to keep it, he would take it to Old Qin for processing. Zhang Wangyu shook her head, suggesting it be exchanged for points. That premium healing serum cost 800 points. The bathtub cost another 30 points. Zhang Wangyu transferred 500 of her points to him. Now, Zhang Qiling's wristwatch contained 495 points, while hers lamentably held a mere 2 points. Alas, it would take ages to accumulate enough for a gene improvement serum. Zhang Wangyu felt a twinge of melancholy as she cradled her face against the skinned rabbit. "Little brother, carry me over. I want to touch the corpse." Zhang Wangyu commanded Zhang Qiling to bring her stick. Indeed, her magic stick was still with her, having not vanished among the dandelions. "All right," Zhang Qiling complied. Zhang Wangyu's injured right leg extended straight to the side, her rear resting on a low wooden stump. This posture indicated her impressive flexibility. Contemplating the possibility of fortune, Zhang Wangyu felt no pain in her chest, nor any soreness in her waist. With the experience from before, Zhang Qiling refrained from making any sarcastic remarks. I think I've touched something. Zhang Wangyu's eyes brightened. She withdrew her bloodied hand, revealing a stone the size of an egg in her palm. Zhang Wangyu squinted, wanting to lean closer to see if it glimmered. The sunlight was too bright, illuminating everything, revealing nothing. Just as it was about to touch her face, Zhang Qiling grasped her hand, urging her to wash it first. Zhang Wangyu placed the stone in the basin, neglecting to wash her hands. Let me feel again. I want to see if there's more. Quite greedy, indeed. Zhang Wangyu continued to explore for a while longer, producing another stone the size of a red date. She washed it, her fingernails scraping against the red date-sized stone. Why won't it wash off? Zhang Qiling observed her for a while before speaking. Is it possible that it's simply that color? Ah, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed. Realization dawning upon her. Oh yes, I completely forgot that stones come in various colors. Thus, it's quite likely not an energy stone. The last energy stone was gray, while this one is a reddish-brown. Quite lovely, actually. Zhang Wangyu felt a momentary disappointment. She smiled brightly at Zhang Qiling, saying, "Little brother, it's up to you to handle them next." Before preparing the meat, Zhang Qiling first fetched a ladle of water to help Zhang Wangyu wash her hands. After using soap to cleanse her hands thoroughly, Zhang Wangyu requested Zhang Qiling to move her to a chair, for the low stump was quite uncomfortable. Following Zhang Wangyu's instructions, Zhang Qiling divided the meat into portions, each sufficient for a meal. That he left one portion outside and stored the rest in the space. Having a space truly was a blessing. Zhang Wangyu mused once more about the marvels of having such a storage. It was a preservation miracle, especially in these sparse times. There was no fear of spoilage or theft. The safest of safes, ding, ordinary energy stone, inedible, 106 energy points, can be exchanged for 1060 points. Zhang Wangyu rubbed her eyes, astonished that it was indeed an energy stone. She gazed at the egg-sized energy stone, elated beyond measure. She nearly wanted to kiss it, for under the eaves, it indeed appeared to emit a faint glow. She admired it for a while before setting it down and picking up the reddish-brown stone. "You better show some promise," Zhang Wangyu remarked, pointing at the seemingly beautiful stone. "However, if it fails to meet expectations, I shall place you in a flower pot for decoration." Zhang Qiling was just about to step outside and inquire if she needed anything else. Ding, special energy stone, healing type, 78 energy points, could be exchanged for 7,800 points. Zhang Wangyu was momentarily stunned. A special energy stone? The exchange ratio was 100. We've struck gold, she exclaimed, realizing her voice had risen. She covered her mouth with both hands, glancing left and right. Cautiously, she shared with Zhang Qiling, "Little brother, a special energy stone." Zhang Qiling acknowledged with a nod and reached for the energy stone. He felt a wave of energy infiltrate his body. It was warm and gentle, flowing like warm water and resembling a spring breeze, instantly easing his body. Zhang Wangyu gazed at him with sparkling eyes. "Healing type?" Zhang Wangyu nodded. "How did you know?" Zhang Qiling pointed at her wristwatch. "I heard it." Zhang Wangyu felt a pang of self-doubt. She asked Zhang Qiling with some melancholy, "Little brother, I feel like I'm getting dumber. Could radiation be making me foolish?" Zhang Qiling fell silent, having never perceived Zhang Wangyu as particularly clever. Such words were best left unspoken. He ruffled her hair. "Don't overthink in the next moment." Zhang Wangyu brightened again. "That it's fine. If necessary, I'll just buy some radiation cleansing serum, and my IQ will surely bounce back." Oh, what a treasure this is. Today's injury value. She measured again with her wristwatch. Ding, special energy stone, healing type, 77 energy points. Can be exchanged for 7,700 points. Zhang Wangyu. She rubbed her eyes and ears, questioning whether she had misheard or misread. "Little brother, you're smarter. Did I just mishear? Or was this my first mistake?" Zhang Qiling shook his head. "You didn't mishear." He recalled the warmth of the energy he had felt and opened the description. Special energy stone, healing type, can directly heal radiation damage, suggested for direct skin contact, can reduce radiation levels in living organisms, can be used to create various healing serums. Indeed, Zhang Qiling pointed to the text above. "That energy was absorbed by me." Zhang Wangyu was elated. She had initially intended to exchange it for points, But now this single stone could elevate their points beyond 10,000, understanding its effects. There was no way she could part with it. Then keep it close and eliminate the radiation from your body, Zhang Wangyu said, placing the stone in Zhang Qiling's hand. Zhang Qiling felt that wave of energy again. "Don't you feel anything?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head. "No, it feels just like an ordinary energy stone." She laughed. "Doesn't that mean I haven't been harmed by the radiation here?" The next moment, her smile froze. If she hadn't been harmed by radiation, then her previous claims of being less sharp due to radiation were baseless. The slap of reality was swift. Zhang Qiling watched her face shift with interest. After observing for a moment, he decided it was enough. Any longer, and she might become annoyed. "Are you certain you wish to exchange it?" He pointed to the ordinary energy stone and inquired. Zhang Wangyu nodded, suggesting they exchange it. "There's no point in keeping it. We have neither energy guns nor energy vehicles. Even if we did, it wouldn't be directly usable. The special energy stone is far superior, as it can be absorbed directly. Truly a treasure. No wonder the exchange points are so high." She pondered whether a black market existed in this world, and if so, could such special energy stones be exchanged for even more points? However, even if it existed, Zhang Wangyu would still choose not to trade. Zhang Qiling turned to leave, and with nothing else to occupy her, Zhang Wangyu began to browse her wristwatch. By chance, she stumbled upon a video of herself riding a rabbit at full speed today. And darkness momentarily clouded her vision. Who filmed this? How could anyone have the presence of mind to record a video in such a perilous situation? The worst part is they captured her looking utterly ridiculous. Just look at that gaping mouth and her terrified, contorted face. How could they possibly perceive her as a formidable heroine, capable of handling a mere rabbit? Goodness, the aesthetic sensibilities of the Wasteland dwellers are rather peculiar. Although she's indeed a beauty, watching herself in the video makes it impossible to associate the word brave with her. She looks utterly cowardly. Yet that young man is incredibly handsome, especially as he leaps onto the rabbit's back. The black gold ancient blade slicing through the backpack straps, the tip of the knife swiftly severing the rabbit's neck, and then he cradles her waist as they tumble down. It was all executed flawlessly, truly impressive. It's strange that no one has expressed a desire to marry him. Perhaps the trends in the Wasteland differ greatly from those of the past, Zhang Wangyu mused, after admiring Zhang Qiling's gallant figure once more. She wiped the corners of her mouth. She wished to save the video, blurring her image before posting it on social media. Unfortunately, the networks of the two worlds are not compatible. Zhang Qiling returned with a bag of clinking jars. "What are these?" Zhang Wangyu asked. Hadn't she instructed him to buy chili peppers, ginger, and garlic? There were none of those at Old Qin's place. The exchange point had none either. The residents of the shantytown are quite frugal. They forage for whatever they can in the wild and trade plant for points, but they wouldn't use points to acquire plants. Hence, the exchange point in the shantytown doesn't stock such items. "These are synthesized. They should suffice, right?" Zhang Qiling said, somewhat uncertain. Old Qin had recommended them, so he doubted he was being misled. Zhang Wangyu opened the chilly water, and a pungent aroma wafted out, causing her to cough violently, tears welling up from the pain in her chest. Wiping her tears, she said to Zhang Qiling, "These aren't tears. They're just saliva from my cravings that oh, you believe me." Zhang Qiling looked at her, neither affirming nor denying, simply stating you can't eat spicy food right now. If possible, he hoped she would consume chicken congee for the next few days. However, Zhang Wangyu firmly refused to drink chicken congee. She craved it intensely, being a southerner who loves spicy food. Her suffering without chili peppers has been substantial. Now that she had an alternative, not indulging was simply out of the question. Just a tiny bit will do, she negotiated, insisting that some spiciness was necessary to mask the gamey flavor. Regardless of Zhang Qiling's objections, Zhang Wangyu remained resolute. The only one willing to compromise was Zhang Qiling. Zhang Wangyu instructed Zhang Qiling to soak the rabbit meat in salt water first to eliminate the gamey taste. She had just learned this from an online forum. Thank goodness for the all-powerful internet. Once the rabbit meat was soaked, Zhang Wangyu asked Zhang Qiling to bring her the two nearly dead pea sprouts. She intended to plant them in her space. Tonight's vegetables would consist of that lifeless wild amaranth. Zhang Wangyu glanced at the dandelions and bulrushes still thriving in her space. with the addition of the newly planted pea sprouts. Her collection of cultivated plants was becoming increasingly abundant. Zhang Qiling seemed indifferent to her series of actions, and Zhang Wangyu awaited his inquiry. Eventually, she took the initiative to speak. She mentioned her attempt to plant the bulrushes, which had not been consumed yet, and remarked on how the dandelions she had placed earlier appear to be thriving. If this truly succeeds, even if we can't forage for plants outside, we will still have a harvest. She declared, I said I would take care of you, and I truly can. Zhang Qiling asked, did you say that? I think I did, Zhang Wangyu replied, not entirely certain, but nodding emphatically, I'm sure I did. Do you want to plant that one in your space too? Zhang Qiling hesitated, reluctant to part with it. Every morning, he watered it, forming a bond with the plant. Zhang Wangyu shook her head, deciding against it. Let's not put all our eggs in one basket. If it truly can't thrive in the space, at least we still have one seedling outside. Suddenly, she smiled radiantly, as if she had discovered a magnificent treasure. If we succeed in planting it, we will need to grow some vegetables outside to keep up appearances. Who can gather so many leaves every day in the wild? I might even sell the whole plant. She lamented, I don't want to forage every day. Just look, I need to rest for almost a month now, and there won't be any yield during this time. If I can grow vegetables, we can harvest leaves every few days to sell. She was quite lazy. When given the chance to relax, she had no ambition whatsoever. Most importantly, she found joy in merely watering the plants each day. All right, Zhang Qiling agreed, feeling this decision resonated with his own sentiments. Is anyone home? Open the door. A middle-aged man's voice called from outside the yard. Zhang Qiling stood up to open the door, while Zhang Wangyu, curious yet hesitant, remained still. Her legs were not secured, and she feared that any sudden movement might have repercussions. It was indeed necessary to secure them. Otherwise, when her chest healed in a few days, she would still have to sit or lie down, which would be uncomfortable. What is it? Zhang Wangyu asked curiously as she heard the knocking sounds. Materials for the bathroom, Zhang Qiling replied. Noticing that it was still early in the day, he took the opportunity to buy some construction materials on his way back, regardless of whether the bathroom could withstand beast attacks. At the very least, it needed to be waterproof. The wood he brought back could only be used for support, and the door to Oh, you have enough points? Zhang Qiling nodded and handed her his wristwatch, which contained the records. Zhang Wangyu felt as if she were snooping through her boyfriend's phone. Nevertheless, she opened it to take a look. The rabbit hide was surprisingly valuable. 100 points. No wonder Zhang Qiling could save up for a house. At that moment, she was unaware that the house was not acquired in such a manner. Adding the 1,060 points from the energy stone, they indeed had enough to purchase those items. The synthesized condiments had cost 120 points. Quite expensive. She had assumed they would be considerably cheaper. However, considering the large bottle, it wasn't too much of an issue. The construction materials cost 430 points, leaving Zhang Qiling with 1,150 points on his wristwatch. Their points were incredibly hard to accumulate. Oh, you want to rest for a bit? It was now 5 p.m., and Zhang Qiling contemplated tinkering with the bathroom first. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. She felt no drowsiness and didn't wish to lie in bed. You can build houses too. Could it be that you constructed this house as well? Zhang Qiling shook his head, stating he couldn't. But constructing the bathroom was manageable, that if tasked with building a house, he lacked the necessary skills. That is still quite impressive, Zhang Wangyu thought, wishing he would bind her leg as he removed his outer garment. The black fitted t-shirt clung to his muscles, and as he lifted the wood, his smooth lines resembled a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by an artist, exuding his potent masculinity and charm. She fell silent, quietly gazing at him. Habitually, she took out her phone and snapped a flurry of pictures. She was still not entirely adept at using the wristwatch. It was a pity that Zhang Qiling remained too reserved. Even in such hot weather, he hesitated to remove his t-shirt. She wanted to see it, not out of lust for his abs or nudity, but simply to behold his striking, authoritative fire Qiling tattoo. Alas, Zhang Wangyu wiped away her unbidden tears. She was indeed coveting his abs. What of it? She had been single for 22 years, so what was wrong with yearning for a handsome man's bare skin? It was primarily his own doing for placing her in this situation. She hadn't actively sought to see it. What a shame indeed. What are you thinking? Zhang Qiling asked as he dug the foundation and drainage outlet. Preparing to wrap up, he noticed Zhang Wangyu staring blankly, lost in thought, thinking about your naked body. Zhang Wangyu had yet to realize the implications of her words. Zhang Qiling's large hand swiftly covered her eyes, lifting her along with the chair. She was lost in thought. It was only during the brief moment of suspension that Zhang Wangyu regained her senses, enveloped by the intoxicating scent of Zhang Qiling. He had broken a sweat, and the warm air surrounding him wrapped around her forcefully, leaving her dizzy. She despised the acrid odor of male sweat. The stench that lingered in classrooms after physical education classes was unbearable. However, the scent emanating from Zhang Qiling was entirely different. Rather than being repugnant, it was alluring and indescribably fragrant. Just a whiff was enough to evoke his image in her mind. Zhang Wangyu felt her face flush and her heart raced wildly, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Even after Zhang Qiling departed, she remained dazed and motionless. She slapped her own face, attributing her state to the arrival of spring and its effect on her hormones. How could she possibly resist? A solitary man and woman under one roof, especially one as handsome as he, made it nearly impossible for her to remain unaffected. Perhaps her rapid heartbeat and quickened breaths were causing a twinge of discomfort in her chest. Oh, how splendid! I am now an invalid, unable to pursue my desires. How amusing! At least this would preserve Zhang Qiling's reputation. Zhang Qiling soon returned to the room, having just showered outside, his hair still damp with droplets cascading down to his collar. Zhang Wangyu swallowed hard and offered him a towel. You should dry your hair, or you might end up with a headache. Zhang Qiling said nothing, accepting the towel and giving his hair a few casual wipes before turning towards the kitchen. Perhaps I should take over, Zhang Wangyu mused, or shall we have snow fungus soup with nutritional broth tonight? Zhang Qiling instructed her to tend to the fire. Rest assured, he replied nonchalantly, as if to imply that aside from Fatty, he was also capable in the kitchen. Admittedly, his culinary skills did not rival Fatty's, but they were serviceable enough. Observing his adeptness, Zhang Wangyu felt reassured. If Wuxia and Fatty were present, they would undoubtedly remark, "You are too optimistic." As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Zhang Wangyu's mouth watered profusely. Her gaze towards Zhang Qiling brightened. This man was truly remarkable. It would be unwise to act impulsively. Should things go awry, they might jeopardize their friendship. The dish smelled divine. Brother, I had no idea you possessed such culinary talent. Zhang Qiling remained silent, his expression unreadable. He cast a fleeting glance at the girl, who was squinting in delight at the fragrance, hoping she would soon express her admiration. Finally seated at the table, Zhang Wangyu felt as though she had drenched several napkins in saliva as soon as they began their meal. She served Zhang Qiling a piece of rabbit meat, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, brother." She took a piece for herself, savoring the satisfaction of the first bite. However, her confusion grew as she chewed. Was her sense of taste gone? The dish, though visually appealing and fragrant, tasted bland, reminiscent of boiled meat stripped of flavor. After finally swallowing the meat, she stubbornly picked up a piece of wild amaranth. It was tender, bursting with juice, yet it too lacked flavor. She took a bite of rice. At least it had a hint of fragrance. Brother, it seems I've been rendered taste deaf by the rabbit. Yet, how could she still discern the taste of rice? This was perplexing. Was this the result of the mutated rabbit meat and wild amaranth? Just as Zhang Qiling was about to speak, her barrage of questions left him pondering whether to share the opinions of those who had provided him with the ingredients. No, he replied firmly. Zhang Wangyu furrowed her brow, another thought occurring to her. Could it be the high-grade healing potion she had consumed? It made sense that the pleasant flavor was merely a prelude to the loss of her taste. She worried, wondering if this condition was temporary or permanent. If it were the former, she would certainly leave a poor review. The thought of never tasting delicacies again made her heart ache, her eyes reddening like a rabbit's. Zhang Qiling inhaled deeply. It is not for those reasons. It is my own cause. What does that have to do with you? Your cooking is exquisite and visually appealing, yet I cannot taste it. It is an affront to your skills. Zhang Wangyu lamented, her head bowed. Zhang Qiling's expression grew even more detached, as though he were speaking of something unrelated to himself. Wuxia and the others say, my dishes resemble offerings devoured by ghosts. Visually appealing, yet flavorless. Zhang Wangyu responded, Is it truly not my fault? He nodded. Her eyes widened with curiosity. So, there really are ghosts. Zhang Qiling shook his head. I do not know. I have never seen one, however. I have encountered a puppet. If puppets are what you refer to as ghosts, then perhaps this implied that they had indeed tasted food that had been consumed by spirits. Zhang Qiling clarified. That is merely a metaphor. There is still flavor, just not in the same manner. With someone nearby and the light bright, Zhang Wangyu felt no fear as she inquired about ghosts, even while eating the tasteless food. Observing her fearless demeanor, Zhang Qiling, who sensed her eagerness to encounter the fabled spirits, generously recounted the tale of the millennia-old female puppet he had encountered in the corpse tunnel. Brother, I have a question, Zhang Wangyu suddenly interjected. What is it? Zhang Qiling asked, his face impassive as he continued to consume the flavorless dish. Zhang Wangyu, not particularly observant and having spent little time with him, did not notice the subtle change in his eating pace. If Wu Xie and the others were present, they would have undoubtedly observed that he was eating far more slowly than before. She had mistakenly believed his slower consumption was due to their conversation. I just wanted to ask if Fatty ever collected your blood using sanitary pads. Qilin blood, a summer miracle for repelling mosquitoes. If it could be mass-produced, fishermen would go wild. Zhang Qiling pondered this for a moment, realizing why Fatty had been particularly attentive during that time, especially when he was injured. A first aid kit was always nearby, and after bandaging him, Fatty would scamper away with a smirk. So, it exists, Zhang Wangyu mused, scrutinizing him as if to see through his clothing for any wounds. Zhang Qiling felt a flutter of unease under her gaze, quickening his chopstick movements, his tone less steady than usual. Dried blood is of little use. He served Zhang Wangyu another piece of rabbit meat, urging her to eat more. Zhang Wangyu felt satiated. What a pity. I was hoping that if you ever accidentally cut yourself, I could have a taste too, so I wouldn't have to worry about mosquitoes when we go out. Spring is upon us. How soon until summer? I wonder if the mosquitoes here are vicious. I tend to attract them. Zhang Qiling listened without expression, realizing that this girl was bolder than Fatty, who discreetly collected blood without revealing his intentions. She, however, was quite forthright about it, seemingly unafraid of his potential wrath, though he would never harm her. Zhang Wangyu merely thought aloud, realizing that regardless of the utility of Zhang Qiling's blood, she would never allow him to bleed. Having a wound in this place was perilous. Brother, take care of yourself. Do not get hurt, she playfully threatened. If you do, I'll drain you dry with a sanitary pad. Are you scared? Zhang Qiling nearly chuckled. I am. After a moment's pause, he added, very much so. Zhang Wangyu rubbed her ears, feeling inexplicably stirred by his deep voice. Perhaps I should take on the cooking duties next time. Zhang Wangyu struggled to swallow the rabbit meat. All right. Zhang Qiling responded promptly, though his eagerness felt somewhat excessive, considering she was still nursing her injuries. It would be best to wait until she felt better. For the next few days, she should stick to nutrient solutions. Zhang Wangyu nodded, expressing that she felt significantly improved since her arrival here. Zhang Qiling wholeheartedly disagreed. How could she claim to be well when her condition was evidently dire? Truly, it was miraculous that she could move despite such severe injuries. If it had been before, she would have surely been confined to an ICU bed by now. The pain in her chest was trivial, yet she found it astonishing. Don't overthink it, Zhang Qiling said as he cleaned the dishes. Zhang Wangyu lowered her gaze to her chest, and he glanced at her, insisting, really, it's nothing. She had already allowed him to take her pulse several times. It was indeed not as severe as she imagined. Those who claimed to be unscathed after an accident often turned out to be the most gravely injured. Zhang Qiling initially did not grasp her meaning, but soon understood. She was implying that her internal organs might have been damaged. Did you not say those people claimed they felt no pain? Yet you are in tears. Zhang Qiling casually handed her a clean handkerchief. Cry if you must. By the time you finish, I'll have tidied up. Zhang Wangyu clutched the handkerchief, softly humming, I don't want to cry. There aren't that many tears to shed. I am not made of water. Zhang Qiling had already entered the kitchen, thinking to himself that she indeed seemed to be made of water, as he had never encountered a woman so prone to tears, her sorrowful visage evoking a deep sense of empathy. Although Zhang Wangyu was not typically a weepy person, her tears had a will of their own. When the pain was intense, or fear struck, or during an argument she could not win, They flowed like a dam breaking. With a handkerchief in hand, she felt compelled to wipe her face, primarily dabbing at the corners of her mouth. When Zhang Qiling emerged, he glanced at her and noted, "You said you weren't made of water, yet here you are, crying again." He moved quickly. Zhang Qiling found himself reminiscing fondly about Fatty and Wu Xie, both of whom possessed a knack for comforting words, especially Wu Xie, who not only had an appealing appearance but also a gentle demeanor. Many young women gravitated towards him for conversation. He wondered how they were faring now and whether Jigsaw had hired new staff for the front desk, dining, and cleaning. Contemplating this, he realized he was not particularly eager to return. Wu Xie and the others seemed to be doing well as spring approached, even if luck was not on their side. They still reaped significant rewards. Fatty and Xie stealthily approached the financial overseer Jigsaw, eyeing the points displayed on his wristwatch. They exchanged glances, feeling a sense of achievement as they had finally accumulated some savings. Even if it was merely 362 points, rounding it up brought them to 500. With one more input, that would amount to 1,000 points. Hearing the two whispering behind him, Jigsaw discreetly dimmed his watch. A smile crept across his lips as his captivating eyes flicked towards Wu Xie. "Mind your subordinates. With such poor arithmetic skills, is that how rounding works?" Wu Xie glared, asserting that they were not his subordinates. Jigsaw pointed at Fatty, "Your brother." His finger then moved to Xie, "Your master," Wu Xie retorted. "Now they are all your subordinates, including him." "Boss." Three voices chimed in unison. Jigsaw suppressed a smile, feeling somewhat resigned. "Where's the boss with merely 300 points?" The trio remained oblivious to the unusual tension surrounding Jigsaw, enthusiastically outlining grand plans for future endeavors. Point one suggested capturing an entire flock of chickens, while another argued that chickens were not profitable and insisted on hunting for fur-bearing animals instead, which were far more valuable. The more astute Wu Xie began strategizing where to find rabbits the following day. But Jigsaw's smile finally began to rise. His employees were indeed commendable, autonomous, self-motivated, and worry-free. Later that night, Wu Xie, tossing and turning, suddenly sat upright, realizing something was amiss. His childhood friend truly was not human. Just a single phrase had compelled the three of them to work tirelessly without any promised salary. Under Zhang Wangyu's insistence, Zhang Qiling fashioned a splint for her that it was unavoidable. She was aware of her poor sleeping posture, and if she misaligned herself, once secured, Zhang Wangyu felt at ease enough to lie down on the bed. She lay perfectly still, and, as Zhang Qiling climbed into bed, he noticed the shape of her blanket remained unchanged from when he had placed her there. Had she been immobilized? He chose to disregard her and simply turned off the light to sleep. He felt assured that tonight he would not be robbed of his warmth. Before closing his eyes, he found it rather pleasant not to be jostled. However, after he shut his eyes, an unfamiliar restlessness crept in. As if something was missing, "Little brother," Zhang Wangyu's voice trembled, betraying her fear. Zhang Qiling bolted upright. "What is it?" Nothing's wrong." Zhang Wangyu tightly shut her eyes, clutching the blanket. "May I draw closer to you?" Zhang Qiling promptly shifted her a little closer to him. "Is this all right?" Zhang Wangyu nodded. Realizing he could not see her, she added a soft After a moment, she folded her blanket over his. "Little brother, I am still somewhat frightened. May I borrow your hand?" Zhang Qiling assumed her fear stemmed from the wild rabbit they encountered earlier, extending his hand from beneath the covers to grasp her wrist. "Our home is sturdy. No rabbits will intrude. If any foolish ones dare to come in, I shall protect you." "That's not what I fear," Zhang Wangyu countered, gripping Zhang Qiling's wrist with her hand. With someone beside her, her anxiety lessened considerably. "When I close my eyes, all I see is that ghost." With the light on, it was bearable. Once the lights went out, her mind began to replay horror films, conjuring images of rural corpses in the small room. It felt overwhelmingly lively, as if many friends were dancing on her skin. "Ghost? What is that?" Zhang Wangyu inched closer to him. "It's what we spoke about during dinner." Zhang Qiling sighed. Had she not claimed to fear nothing, he had assumed she truly was unafraid. Yet now, she seemed reluctant to even utter the word ghost. He shifted his body, crawling under her blanket and gently wrapping his arm around her. "But don't be afraid. Zhang Wangyu instinctively nuzzled against his arm, resembling a small child. She felt she was inconveniencing him. Therefore, it might not be that she was crawling into his bed, but rather he was crawling into hers. Observing his adeptness, Zhang Wangyu felt a twinge of doubt. She shook her head. No, little brother, you're definitely not that kind of person. Zhang Qiling stifled a laugh, feeling somewhat pained. Did she trust him so completely? She would rather believe herself to be the troublesome one than accept that he was not a gentleman. Zhang Qiling ruffled her hair. Sleep now. With me here, there's no need to fear those things. Zhang Wangyu nodded, feeling drowsy. She mumbled, right? I'm not Wu Xia, this Ias and Ta tomb, so there won't be any of those things. Zhang Qiling. It seemed Wu Xia had painted himself in quite a negative light in his own narrative. Fine. Since he had self-deprecated, Zhang Qiling decided to begrudgingly forgive him for the slander. Zhang Wangyu fell asleep astonishingly fast, a stark contrast to the previous nights, as if she had fainted. Zhang Qiling held her hand. Noticing no significant change, it appeared he truly needed to find an opportunity to take her to the hospital for a checkup. With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes. Upon waking, Zhang Wangyu found the oppressive feeling in her chest had diminished significantly, and the sharp pain was gone. She touched her chest, confirming that it was indeed less painful. Yesterday, every breath had been agonizing. Had she improved so rapidly? This medicine truly was miraculous. Zhang Wangyu changed into a black Hepburn-style dress, the fitted waist design accentuating her purity and charm. But aren't you cold? Zhang Qiling expressed his disapproval. The length of the skirt is indeed long, yet it cannot entirely conceal everything. Zhang Wangyu tugged at the hem of her skirt, revealing knee-high socks. What a marvelous artifact! She exclaimed with a triumphant smile. The length was just right, ensuring it would not interfere with her injury. Zhang Qiling remarked, I've gained some insight. Realizing she wouldn't be cold, he chose to remain silent. Brother, can you make a walking stick? Zhang Wangyu asked, feeling a bit embarrassed after having saved up an entire night's worth of grains. She sensed that Zhang Qiling didn't regard her as a girl. After all, he almost accompanied her to the restroom. It made her wonder how they had cared for each other during their injuries back in the days of their iron triangle. Did they need help with their trousers and wiping? Zhang Qiling nodded. After a few sips of the nutritional liquid, Zhang Wangyu found it difficult to continue drinking. It was rather unpalatable. That aren't you going out today? She asked curiously, noticing it was already 7 o'clock and Zhang Qiling had yet to leave. He replied with a simple indicating he was staying home to repair the bathroom and keeping an eye on her. The patient did. Oh, I see. Zhang Wangyu believed him, thinking his primary task was indeed to fix the bathroom. Before Zhang Qiling began his work, she requested his assistance in moving a chair to the courtyard. Assuming she was restless and that the outside temperature was just right, he carried her outside. He fetched her a black cashmere coat from inside. Put this on, he instructed. Zhang Wangyu did not refuse. The warmth of the house contrasted with the slight chill outside, and she had forgotten to bring an extra layer due to her frail condition. Thank you, brother. She sweetly expressed her gratitude. Just sit here comfortably, and let me know if you wish to change locations, Zhang Qiling said, unable to resist patting her fluffy head affectionately. Zhang Wangyu felt dizzy from the gentle ruffling, and the braids she had styled for her little dress were now in disarray. It had taken her considerable effort to achieve that hairstyle. Zhang Qiling, likely aware of the mischief he had caused, departed the scene before she could express her annoyance. Why are you running away? Zhang Wangyu asked, her big eyes curving into a smile. Coming back to her senses, she lowered her head to prepare her crossbow. Murmuring the techniques Zhang Qiling had taught her, she focused intently on the target ahead. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed. Zhang Qiling sprinted towards her, and upon closer inspection, he realized she was practicing her archery, causing his tense muscles to relax. He wanted her to take her time with training, but was at a loss for how to convey that. Sensing his gaze upon her, Zhang Wangyu turned and offered him a slightly bashful smile. I just want to practice well. If something similar happens next time, at least, she hesitated, wanting to express her desire to retaliate, but found it a bit daunting. You are already doing wonderfully, Zhang Qiling reassured her, not as a mere comfort, but as an acknowledgement. After all, he had never seen anyone ride a hare with such skill and control. I must become even stronger, Zhang Wangyu declared with determination. her resolve so fierce one might think she was pledging allegiance. Zhang Qiling simply replied, "Don't overexert yourself." Zhang Wangyu nodded firmly. "I understand. An advanced healing potion costs 800 points each." Zhang Qiling responded with a puzzled look. "Who is discussing the points for healing potions with you?" "As long as you know." The entire morning, Zhang Wangyu diligently practiced her shooting, making rapid progress. She was thrilled to finally hit the target. If her hands weren't so sore, she would have continued for hours. Zhang Qiling carried her, chair and all, back inside. It was nearly noon, and they could no longer remain outside. After a few sips of the nutritional liquid, Zhang Wangyu found herself unable to drink anymore. Zhang Qiling finished the rest without a hint of disdain for her saliva. Over the past few days, Zhang Wangyu had grown accustomed to their dynamic. It felt as if they had known each other for years. That it was quite astonishing. What is so astonishing? Zhang Wangyu snapped back to reality, surprised she had spoken aloud. Came the response that I was just rambling, she said, wiping her face with a damp towel and rinsing her feet with water. After changing into her pajamas, she lay down and asked loudly, "Are you going to sleep?" "Yes," Zhang Qiling replied, "that I in the past." He either wouldn't sleep or wouldn't go through such rituals before lying down. Even cleaning himself thoroughly. It was quite a hassle. He mused how fortunate it was that he hadn't encountered Zhang Wangyu at the onset of winter. Otherwise, daily baths would have been unbearable for even the healthiest of bodies. He couldn't fathom how Zhang Wangyu had survived before. Unbeknownst to her, he was lost in thought. Had she been aware, she would have deemed it unnecessary to argue, realizing that those in their line of work were hardly the refined type. Perhaps Hua Er was an exception. Nevertheless, the level of refinement among boys of his era differed vastly from that of Zhang Wangyu's time. By comparison, Hua Er still fell short of being truly refined. Zhang Qiling lay directly in Zhang Wangyu's bed. "Brother, your space is over there." She pushed him gently. "It's hot," he replied, and Zhang Wangyu remarked, "It's not evening." "I am not afraid." She regretted asking if he wanted to take a nap. Zhang Qiling said nothing and shifted away, lying on his side. As he settled down, he closed his eyes, missing the soft sensation beside him, which felt rather unfamiliar. "You certainly sleep soundly," he murmured, observing Zhang Wangyu's peaceful sleeping face, thinking she had called him over for company out of fear of insomnia. T2 in the afternoon. Zhang Qiling rose promptly. He glanced at the still sleeping Zhang Wangyu, but chose not to wake her and left quietly. When Zhang Wangyu finally awakened, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She felt incredibly comfortable and couldn't resist snuggling in bed. Reluctant to get up, a walking stick rested beside her bed. She reached out to touch it. It was smooth and polished, without a single splinter. "Brother is truly thoughtful," she mused, realizing he was indeed a good man around the house, skilled in various tasks and possessing a pleasant demeanor. Despite having the walking stick, she still needed Zhang Qiling. The injury on her chest had not yet healed, and after the morning's exercises, it throbbed painfully, a stark contrast to her earlier focus on the shooting techniques. The discomfort now felt as if it had returned after running away from home. "Thank you, brother. You've worked hard." She pointed at the walking stick. "No need for thanks," he replied. Dinner was prepared by Zhang Wangyu, who supported herself with the walking stick while wielding a spatula. Thankfully, it was her left leg that was injured. Otherwise, cooking would have been quite challenging. Zhang Wangyu suspected that Zhang Qiling had quickly provided her with a walking stick to facilitate her cooking. Dinner consisted of stir-fried rabbit meat, sautéed wild amaranth, and steamed white rice. Over the course of the day, nearly 2.5 pounds of rice had been consumed from a total of 16 pounds, leaving enough to last for a while. "By the way, brother, do you know if old Qin has any rice for sale?" Zhang Wangyu inquired. The Wasteland still had rice and wheat, starchy foods. However, it was now spring, and gathering in the wild was impossible. She wondered if old Qin had any available. "I'll ask him later," Zhang Qiling replied, aware that Zhang Wangyu was still unaccustomed to the taste of nutritional liquids, not yet fully adapted to life in the Wasteland. He didn't see any issue with it. Some bitterness was unnecessary when one had the option not to consume it. "You don't need to cook for me anymore," he thought of the modest amount of rice in the cupboard. Realizing that if Zhang Wangyu were alone, it would suffice for quite some time. Her appetite was genuinely small. Zhang Wangyu paused, then laughed. "How could that be? Where's the logic in me eating rice while you drink nutritional liquid? Besides, with the little I eat, it's hard to cook. Zhang Qiling tossed a piece of firewood into the stove. You can cook more at once, and keep it in your shumi ring. He momentarily forgot how she referred to her ring. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. That won't do either. If there's rice, we should all eat together. If not, we'll share the nutritional liquid. We share the blessings and burdens alike. She blinked. I envy the camaraderie among you brothers. Zhang Qiling looked up at her and suddenly smiled. That simply won't do. Zhang Wangyu stir-fried rabbit meat, coaxing the moisture from within the flesh to escape. A billowing white steam ascended, rendering Zhang Wangyu's visage somewhat indistinct. Why can't it be done? Aren't we sharing both joys and hardships together? I harbor no intention of disrupting your family. Rather, I aspire to join it. Joined at us for the nature of this joining. Zhang Qiling chose not to elaborate, sensing an enigmatic difference in Zhang Wangyu's demeanor towards him, as if the young lady held many reservations. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. Zhang Wangyu's culinary skills were not particularly exceptional. Despite employing the same methods, the colors and aromas fell short of the enticing dish Zhang Qiling had prepared the previous evening. Would you care to taste? Zhang Wangyu offered him a piece first. Upon tasting the rabbit meat, an explosion of flavor enveloped the palate. It was tender yet resilient, and due to the meat's remarkable adaptability to spices. An old saying declared, "Rabbit has 100 flavors." Though their ingredients were limited, the essence was thoroughly absorbed by the rabbit meat, surpassing the delectable nature of Zhang Qiling's previous creation. Zhang Wangyu squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the moment. Zhang Qiling, however, did not mirror her enthusiasm nor share his thoughts about the dish. He was solely focused on eating, casually pushing choice morsels in Zhang Wangyu's direction. After only a few bites, she found herself growing weary of the dish. She truly envied those like Zhang Qiling who could eat heartily. Each time she visited a buffet, she felt she had been shortchanged. She still adhered to her habit of leaving a clean plate. Were it not for her own consumption, Zhang Wangyu might have mused that she was a reincarnated culinary deity. Brother, your support is truly heartening. Cooking for you brings me immense satisfaction. With your encouragement, I feel I could open a restaurant. Zhang Qiling, ever forthright, seemed unlikely to manage one successfully. Zhang Wangyu clenched her fist and waved it at the man washing the bowl. Xilai Mian is just like that. Zhang Qiling remarked that it was the first time Zhang Wangyu had a rough idea of when Zhang Qiling had arrived, at least during the time of Yutsun. Unfortunately, she had not seen much of the subsequent content. She only carefully perused the main text and a few subsequent television series. How did you come here? Zhang Wangyu inquired with curiosity, adding, if it's inconvenient to answer, you needn't feel obliged. There's nothing I cannot share. Zhang Qiling replied, drying his hands. Jie Yuchen urged Wu Xie daily to repay the carrot debt. While Li Siyu and the others incessantly mooched meals, Xilai Mian was operating at a deficit, so Wu Xie contemplated a team-building outing. Naturally, the funding did not come from Wu Xie, but from Jie Yuhua. Coincidentally, it was summer, and where could one escape the heat? The first thought that came to Fatty's mind was Changbai Mountain, so the entire group set off in grand fashion towards it. That evening, they drank too much at a local's home. Zhang Qiling refrained from drinking, yet a few inebriated companions insisted on dragging him out for a stroll, claiming they wanted to see shooting stars and go night fishing. In the midst of their wandering, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself here. That it's even more absurd than my arrival. Walking is no longer safe, Zhang Wangyu thought, pondering that perhaps she had simply bumped her head and died. Thus crossing over. Although it was difficult to explain why she had transmigrated, the very act of crossing over was already fantastically improbable. It seemed there had been a shooting star at the time. Zhang Qiling mused uncertainly. Zhang Wangyu's imagination soared. Could it be that you all were struck by a shooting star? Does that mean Wu Xie and the others have arrived here as well? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Qiling recalled a box that had been left in the corner, letting out an internal hum of amusement. Now, everything aligned with her wishes, and he could deliver it personally. After voicing her speculation, Zhang Wangyu shrugged it off. After all, transmigration itself was a rare occurrence, and the probability of so many people crossing over at once was even slimmer. Time for a bath. Then sleep, Zhang Qiling stated, turning her bathing aloud. Zhang Wangyu chuckled, acknowledging his words. Given her lengthy afternoon nap and lack of sweat today, coupled with the inconvenience of bathing, she decided a simple wipe-down would suffice. She was uncertain how Zhang Qiling's bathroom was coming along. "Almost ready," Zhang Qiling replied. Zhang Wangyu nodded. "No rush. Building a house is hardly a speedy endeavor, to be honest." Zhang Wangyu felt she would struggle to sleep. Yet, lying in bed playing with her watch was far more comfortable than sitting upright. The watch could project light frequencies, making it more convenient than a phone. Her hands wouldn't tire, and it wouldn't thump against her face. Zhang Qiling always denied her the chance to sneak a peek at handsome men swimming. As Zhang Wangyu leaned on her cane to return to her room, anticipation bubbled within her. The thought of lying on a soft bed was irresistible, and the rigid chair beneath her felt like it was biting her. Upon seeing something resting on her blanket, her entire demeanor shifted. She turned, her eyes wide with shock. When had he washed her clothes? Ah! Zhang Wangyu's mind screamed, tears welling in her eyes from the sheer embarrassment. He washed them, and yet placed them so carelessly upon her bedding. The vibrant pink lingerie lay boldly atop her matching pink panties. He was quite adept at organizing that a wave of sensations overwhelmed her, leaving her dizzy. Why not go inside? Zhang Qiling, with a habitual motion, lifted her effortlessly and placed her on the bed, gesturing toward her clothes. "Where should I put these?" Zhang Wangyu's face flushed as she hastily gathered the pile of garments, stuffing them haphazardly into her clothing stack. Zhang Qiling raised an eyebrow, wondering if she would be able to find them later. "Brother, next time, I'll wash them myself," Zhang Wangyu stammered, unable to meet his gaze. The thought of her intimate garments being manhandled in his large hands, becoming misshapen, filled her with profound shame that I wouldn't ruin them. Zhang Qiling reassured her. Zhang Wangyu felt like stomping her feet. Was that her concern? Yet, Zhang Qiling had indeed worried about damaging them during the wash, bemused by the sheer delicacy of her intimate apparel. Thankfully, the quality of the lingerie was quite good. Zhang Wangyu felt numb, burying her head beneath the covers, wishing for an oblivion where she could forget her embarrassment, perhaps even wishing for a memory loss of sorts. As the blanket was pulled back, a wave of warmth enveloped her from behind. A large hand removed the covers from her head, and another hand settled on her waist. Zhang Wangyu felt as if her very waist might melt under his warmth. Her body tingled, heat radiating toward a certain area. "Once you're feeling better, you can wash your own clothes," she heard Zhang Qiling say in a voice reminiscent of soothing a child. "Emichim," she sensed her voice tremble, sounding unlike her usual self in the past. When she heard her roommates speak enviously of boyfriends who helped with laundry, she had felt a twinge of jealousy, as she truly disliked washing clothes, especially in winter. Now, however, there was someone washing her clothes, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. It was as if she were being unfaithful. The diligent wife in the countryside tended to her spouse, only to abandon them once they achieved success. She still claimed to be single, stating that she had not obtained a marriage certificate. The more Zhang Wangyu pondered, the more she felt guilty towards Zhang Qiling. However, if she could not return, it could be accepted, but if she could return, they might truly part ways. After all, she did not belong to their world. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually fell asleep. After ensuring she was asleep, Zhang Qiling adjusted her position and, unable to resist, gently poked her cheek with his fingers. Indeed, it was quite bouncy. He squeezed it again, marveling at the delightful softness. It reminded him of the chubby boy next door. Smooth and tender, T had long desired to pinch it, but feared it might upset her. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, while she slept, Zhang Qiling playfully kneaded her face as if it were a stress relief toy. The sensation felt unusual to him. He checked her pulse again and noted it was considerably stronger than before. Her recovery ability appeared quite remarkable. Yet, given her deep slumber, it was uncertain whether this strong recovery was a blessing or a curse. He pinched her cheek again, a bit more forcefully this time, leaving 2 clear fingerprints on her face. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he quickly withdrew his hand. The following morning, upon waking, Zhang Qiling immediately scrutinized Zhang Wangyu's face in the light of his watch. Fortunately, the marks from the previous night had faded. He sighed in relief, recalling the delightful sensation from last night, and could not help but wish to pinch her again. Luckily, his reason prevailed. Waking her would be difficult to explain. To prevent his hands from acting of their own accord, he hurriedly got out of bed. After a routine workout and fetching water, he found that his earlier urges had completely dissipated. Zhang Wangyu rose later than the previous day, the heaviness in her chest mostly gone. While changing her clothes, she noticed a patch of bruising, with a significant area on the edges turning a light yellow. Her healing was progressing quite rapidly. She was now able to walk with the aid of a cane, no longer needing Zhang Qiling to carry her, which she found rather pleasant. Hearing some commotion inside the house, Zhang Qiling entered, intending to embrace Zhang Wangyu, only to see her using her cane to fetch water to wash her face. "Good morning, little brother." "Morning." Zhang Qiling instinctively retracted his hand. Zhang Wangyu looked at him and smiled. "Little brother, I really appreciate your help these past few days. My chest feels much better, and I can walk with my cane now, so you needn't worry." "All right." Zhang Qiling said nothing more and turned to leave. Zhang Qiling usually maintained a calm demeanor, so Zhang Wangyu thought nothing amiss. After a simple drink of nutrient liquid, she asked Zhang Qiling to help bring a chair outside. Today, she would once again engage in her exhilarating shooting practice. Zhang Qiling stayed with Zhang Wangyu for 5 days. After 5 days, her upper body had completely healed, and she could wield her walking stick with vigor. The newly completed washroom was impressive. Zhang Wangyu thought Zhang Qiling was truly remarkable. He would never go hungry, no matter where he was. During a casual conversation, he mentioned that their business in Mian often faced financial difficulties, with risks of running out of supplies. Observing the well-constructed washroom, Zhang Wangyu hesitated. "Little brother, did you ever consider doing renovations for others?" Wu Xie, being an architect, had a good grasp of aesthetics, so transitioning to interior design should be a piece of cake for him. With skilled workers like himself and the chubby boy, this line of work seemed more promising than running a store. Zhang Wangyu suddenly recalled why Wu Xie chose to settle in Yutsuan. However, running a farm stay seems quite appealing too. You could take a few selfies to promote it online. With the good looks of you brothers, the young ladies would surely go wild. It would be best to capture a few shots of you chopping wood in tight vests. Just thinking about it makes my nose bleed. Zhang Qiling could not hold back anymore. He covered her mouth with his large hand, silencing her. She could only whimper softly. Often, her thoughts aligned with those of the chubby boy. And Zhang Qiling resolved to limit her interactions with him, fearing it would lead to his own torment, one that even Wu Xie could not alleviate. Zhang Wangyu swatted at Zhang Qiling's hand. Puzzled by his behavior over the past few days, he seemed overly fond of pinching her. "Aren't you interested in a soak? Should we?" Zhang Qiling reluctantly released her. Zhang Wangyu was indeed distracted. Yes, I want to wash from head to toe." The bathroom was adjacent to the washroom, featuring a flat surface above where Zhang Qiling had installed a large water tank and a sunbathing device. Zhang Wangyu had no idea how these contraptions worked, but ultimately they allowed her to enjoy a warm shower and soak in a large bathtub. This bathtub was genuinely spacious, capable of accommodating 2 of her. "Don't fill it too much." Zhang Qiling looked at the large bathtub. Regretting having purchased such a big one, he worried she might drown. "Okay." Zhang Wangyu, aware of her own capabilities, dismissed his concerns. She washed her hair under the shower, then luxuriated in the bath, singing a little tune as she applied body lotion. She exclaimed, "Ah, this is so delightful. It feels as though my entire body has melted." With her body feeling light and free, she playfully jabbed with her left hand and threw a right hook, imagining a little bunny. Zhang Qiling, hearing her off-key singing, felt relieved. Everything seemed fine. However, after nearly 2 hours, he grew anxious, wondering if he had jinxed her. Thankfully, she sounded cheerful. "Little brother, I'm done. I've cleaned the bathtub. Do you want to soak?" Although sharing a bathtub seemed inappropriate, they had no choice. There was only one. "No, thanks, I'll just rinse off later." Zhang Qiling declined, and Zhang Wangyu felt a sudden wave of relief. It seemed her earlier comments had put him in a difficult position, causing her face to flush. Just as Zhang Wangyu finished rinsing her clothes, she felt a familiar warm surge. This infuriating sensation. Zhang Qiling, seeing her rush into the washroom without even drying her clothes, feared something was wrong and hurried after her. Zhang Wangyu immensely appreciated the magical space she possessed and was grateful for her penchant for online shopping. Otherwise, she would have been a loss, unsure of what items were available for women during their special time. Even if they were readily available, she would have to embarrassingly ask Zhang Qiling for help. Thankfully, she had stocked up enough supplies for a year or two. After placing a sanitary pad, Zhang Wangyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, her posture becoming far more natural. As she opened the washroom door, she found Zhang Qiling standing there, staring, just as she was about to step aside. He caught a whiff of a faint metallic scent. "Are you hurt?" "Ah," Zhang Wangyu, noticing his concern, quickly replied, "No, then why do you smell of blood?" Zhang Wangyu chuckled. Sometimes she felt that Zhang Qiling understood a great deal, providing a sense of security. Yet, it seemed there were many things he was unfamiliar with. She initially wanted to tease him, but was deterred by the worry in his eyes that no, it's just that time of the month. Perhaps her wording was too vague, and given Zhang Qiling's limited exposure to female companionship, he genuinely could not comprehend the meaning behind her words that it was simply a matter of menstruation. There is no shame in discussing such matters. It is a natural physiological phenomenon, Zhang Wangyu reassured herself. Having said that, she did not concern herself with whether Zhang Qiling understood or not. She needed to hang the laundry and then rest comfortably in bed. Zhang Wangyu had long suffered from dysmenorrhea, with the most severe pain occurring during her high school years, often leading her to retch and even faint. After entering university, she managed to find some time to consult a doctor for treatment. But the physician's skills were perhaps lacking, as her pain was not entirely alleviated. Once the laundry was hung, Zhang Wangyu leaned on her cane to shuffle over to the edge of the bed. She nestled into the covers, finding a position that was least painful, slowing her breath and daring not to move. When Zhang Qiling approached, he noticed she was drenched in sweat, prompting him to lift the blanket slightly to let in a breath of cool air. Zhang Wangyu, drenched in cold sweat, realized the pain was not merely due to being too warmly covered. Uncertain of what had gone awry, and despite not having consumed anything cold, she was experiencing excruciating pain this time, to the extent that she felt she might not endure it. Her voice was faint and lacked strength. Zhang Qiling lifted her gently. "What's wrong?" His fingers rested on her wrist. "Dysmenorrhea, it's nothing." Zhang Wangyu felt her stomach beginning to cramp, a wave of nausea sweeping over her. Zhang Qiling felt helpless. No one had ever told him how to assist a woman in such distress. His friends had shared a myriad of trivialities with him. How to soothe an angry girlfriend, how to keep a wife happy to prevent her from leaving, and that to achieve familial bliss. One must learn to apologize. "Could you fetch me a cup of hot water?" Zhang Wangyu's lips were parched out of course, right away. Zhang Wangyu had a collection of thermoses, pink, blue, green, yellow, stout, slender, frosted, and mirrored, displayed like an exhibition in a cabinet in the living room. Zhang Qiling was swift in his actions, and she managed to sip a few small mouthfuls from his hand. That was tea, that she didn't want to fetch a cup herself. Her hands were trembling more violently than the cafeteria lady serving food. She looked quite pitiful that a warmth began to spread in her lower abdomen, as Zhang Wangyu felt some of the coldness dissipate. Zhang Qiling sat beside her, concern etched on his face as he watched her. Zhang Wangyu lifted her gaze to him, speaking softly, "Little brother, want to rest? You should sleep first." Zhang Qiling feared she might encounter trouble in the night. Zhang Wangyu smiled lightly, reassuring him, "I'll be fine. Many girls experience this. Once I get through the first couple of days, I'll be all right." She explained that the first 2 days were the most painful. But after that, she would be as good as new. "Honestly, I've been enduring this for nearly 10 years that I'm quite experienced." Zhang Qiling, recalling her frail state, asked, "Then why don't you cry?" Zhang Wangyu replied, "I can't even cry from the pain. This kind of pain is different from that of being hurt. There's no psychological fear accompanying it." Zhang Qiling surveyed her intently for a moment before changing in a more comfortable attire and settling into bed. The warmth of his presence enveloped her, and Zhang Wangyu could not help but shiver, feeling like a block of ice desperately yearning for warmth. After resisting for some time, she finally succumbed to her desire. "Little brother, may I borrow your hand?" Zhang Qiling extended his hand, and Zhang Wangyu grasped it, placing his palm against her abdomen. She was uncertain of what their relationship entailed. They shared a bed every night. And sometimes she would awaken to find herself curled in his embrace. The heat radiating from his large hand traveled to her skin, reaching the coldest parts of her, as if seeking to melt the icy chill within. Zhang Qiling seemed to understand her unspoken thoughts, gently rubbing her abdomen. Her waist was slender, and his hand encompassed her entire midsection. As he kneaded her aching belly, the torturous cramps gradually eased. There were no heating pads or hot water bottles at home, leaving Zhang Wangyu without any means to keep warm. With her abdomen feeling more comfortable, her mind began to function again. "Little brother," she asked softly, "are the women in your family particularly cherished? Why do you ask?" With a monthly cycle, one could use the blood to repel mosquitoes. Instant wealth. Zhang Qiling contemplated whether to render her unconscious. Just before drifting off to sleep, she reflected on her roommate's suggestion that she should consider dating, claiming that a boyfriend's hand was the best hand warmer at the time. Zhang Wangyu had scoffed, not at the idea of dating, but at the notion of a hand being the best source of warmth. Now, she found her roommate's assertion rather convincing. The gentle kneading was indeed quite comforting. As Zhang Qiling observed her furrowed brow gradually relax in slumber, he knew her pain had subsided, that he ceased the gentle motion of his hand, but did not withdraw it. He lay on his side, maintaining that position throughout the night. When dawn broke, Zhang Qiling stirred with slight clumsiness, his body stiff from the previous night's repose. After performing several sets of martial arts in the courtyard, he felt rejuvenated. "Little brother, are you not heading out?" Zhang Wangyu inquired as she rose, surprised to see him still at home. That wasn't hunting supposed to commence early. Just yesterday, Zhang Qiling had mentioned his plans to venture out today, cautioning her not to wander about. Zhang Qiling recalled her discomfort from the previous night. Today, she appeared to have recovered somewhat, although her complexion was still lacking. Her formerly rosy and hydrated lips now bore a parched, pale hue. She looked somewhat frail, yet there was an undeniable charm to her delicate disposition. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Zhang Wangyu paused, realizing he had refrained from leaving out of concern for her. Zhang Qiling nodded. A wave of warmth washed over Zhang Wangyu, accompanied by a tinge of bittersweet emotion. She smiled. "I'm fine, little brother. Don't worry, I think the pain was exacerbated by the cold weather this month. I feel much better now. Occasionally, there's a sharp pain, but once I endure it, I'll be all right. If it becomes unbearable, I'll simply lie down," she assured him, seeing that Zhang Qiling remained unconvinced. She added, "Little brother, if you don't go earn money, how will I afford to go to the hospital for an examination? How will I accumulate points to buy medicine? Perhaps there are healing remedies to be found right here." Zhang Qiling found her reasoning sound, though he remained skeptical of his own fortune. Nevertheless, he thought, little by little, it adds up, resolving to search for wild rabbits today. "All right, wait for me at home." Zhang Wangyu nodded vigorously. "Please be careful." She prepared a cup of hot water for him and added a packet of nutritional supplement. "Make sure to finish it all." There were 3 packets of nutritional supplements remaining in the house. Zhang Wangyu headed to the kitchen to warm one for herself. She poked at the supplement packet, vowing that when she had the means, she would never again consume these. She resolved to purchase non-expired options once she finished these. Gritting her teeth, she downed a mouthful and then languished back onto the bed. "Oh well," she thought, "one who has only 2 points on their watch has no right to disdain expired nutritional supplements." Just as Zhang Wangyu finished shooting her arrow, she heard Zhang Qiling's voice outside the courtyard. Immediately, she turned to retrieve her arrow. "Wow," she exclaimed, stepping aside in awe. "Little brother, did you raid the rabbit's den today?" He returned with a large gray rabbit speckled with yellow, along with 3 smaller gray ones. "What a bountiful catch!" "Indeed," Zhang Qiling replied, placing the rabbits down and retrieving a pigeon from his pack. The gray pigeon had a gaping wound in its head, blood smeared all around. This pigeon even capable of delivering messages?" Zhang Wangyu mused, noting that it was nearly as large as a chicken. Could it still fly? Its crop was bulging, clearly having just feasted before meeting its fate at Zhang Qiling's hands. Zhang Wangyu smiled at him. "Little brother, would you say it qualifies as a glutton?" Zhang Qiling cast her a deep look before glancing at the sky, realizing that daylight indeed emboldened one's spirit. Should he discuss their triangular adventures with her later? Zhang Wangyu pulled out her watch. "Little brother, have you conducted a scan?" Zhang Qiling nodded and shook his head, his long fingers pointing at the pigeon. "The pigeon shows moderate radiation. I've yet to scan the others." "Wow," Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly overflowing with reverence. "You are truly remarkable." Not only did you catch prey, but it's also edible. What extraordinary luck. Hurry, let me bask in your good fortune. She grasped his large hand eagerly, feeling the warmth radiating from it. Finally able to touch it, she could hardly contain her excitement. Day after day, witnessing those hands, so exquisitely sculpted, dance before her eyes, she longed to cradle them tenderly till radiant expression adorned her face. Though she was making a concerted effort to restrain her emotions, such a playful demeanor was irresistibly charming, and fearing it might startle him away, she playfully tugged at his hand, causing a faint blush to grace Zhang Qiling's handsome visage. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Wangyu dared not gaze upon him, fearing that she might lose control over her own fluttering heart. After a brief moment of indulgence, she released his hand. Zhang Qiling's fingers lingered, savoring the remnant softness that had yet to dissipate. Quickly, let us test it, Zhang Wangyu urged Zhang Qiling, realizing only then that she was seated upon a wooden stump. Zhang Qiling hesitated, reflecting on the numerous pigeons he had slain to procure this one edible prize. His desire to test its viability waned, that he believed his good fortune in acquiring it stemmed from his silent wish to provide for her. However, seeing her eager anticipation, he found it difficult to refuse. Finally, he presented the last small rabbit before her, stating, "You do it." Zhang Wangyu regarded him before extending her hand to test it. Beep, the device chimed, indicating high radiation and inedibility. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face, though it vanished just as swiftly. "Today, we are not favored by the rabbit deity. We shall fight again tomorrow." Zhang Qiling merely nodded, intending to prepare the rabbit for exchange. Just as he rose, an idea struck him. "Do you want to touch it?" Zhang Wangyu, momentarily puzzled, responded, "Touch? Touch what?" Noticing his serious expression, she raised her hand to stroke the rabbit's fur, finding it delightfully soft. "Touch the corpse," Zhang Qiling reminded her, sensing her persistent curiosity regarding the matter. If it were up to him, he would have skipped this step entirely. Disappointment had accumulated within him, rendering him rather numb. Zhang Wangyu beamed, realization dawning upon her. "Right? How could I forget? Yes, let us do it. I am quite adept at this." Enthusiastically recalling her earlier luck, she hurried to retrieve her well-placed wand from the corner. She caressed it lovingly, her eyes filled with affection. "Oh, wand, whether you can bring fortune depends on your prowess. I have modest demands. Just a couple of energy stones will suffice. I shan't disdain even a special one. Once satisfied, she rolled up her sleeves and reached into the small incision Zhang Qiling had made. He, being skilled at skinning, knew precisely where to cut without compromising the pelt's integrity. As anticipated, the little girl struggled to find anything of value, barely managing to extract 2 energy stones. Zhang Wangyu frowned at the skins of the 2 small rabbits, then resumed her exploration of the larger rabbit's belly. Just as disappointment began to creep in, she unearthed a small stone, dull and gray. Placing on the ground, she resumed her search of the rabbit's belly. After a meticulous examination, she confirmed no further stones would surface. Gently, she patted the rabbit's head. "You are a good one. Rabbits with stones are always commendable." Zhang Qiling, having dealt with the pigeons, felt a sudden aversion to the energy stones. Indeed, this was an ordinary energy stone. In the dim light, Zhang Wangyu washed the blood from it, revealing a faint glow. Beep, it chimed, indicating it was an ordinary energy stone, inedible, with 46 energy points. Zhang Wangyu lifted the stone, scrutinizing it closely, noting it was indeed smaller than the previous ones. Did the energy value correlate with the size of the stone? She shook her head and smiled at Zhang Qiling. "Brother, do you think there exist energy stones worth over 1,000 points? Wouldn't he take a truck to carry them?" Zhang Qiling, uncertain, replied he had never seen such stones. The few he had encountered were those Zhang Wangyu had found, and I will exchange these for points. "All right," she nodded enthusiastically. "How should we prepare the pigeon? Earlier, I thought it seemed a bit large, fearing it might not be able to fly. But now that it is edible, I feel it's such a waste of this evolutionary opportunity." Looking at the other animals I've seen, like the wild rabbits and pheasants, their sizes have increased several-fold compared to before. But this one, it seems to prefer a more petite form, doesn't he? When Zhang Qiling returned, he was carrying a cloth bag. "What did you buy?" Zhang Wangyu asked curiously, wiping her hands. Tonight's dinner would be pigeon porridge. She had various recipes for pigeon soup swirling her mind. Unfortunately, she lacked the ingredients. Half the pigeon for soup, the other half for stir-frying, complemented by salt ed mustard greens. As Zhang Qiling returned, she had just finished preparing all the ingredients. Corn, red dates, brown sugar, he announced, placing the crushed corn kernels in the cabinet. Yesterday, Zhang Wangyu had suddenly expressed a desire for corn porridge, and today, while exchanging points, he had stumbled upon old Qin's stall. Who would have guessed he would find red dates and brown sugar as well? Are there these things? Zhang Wangyu exclaimed. Her interest piqued that a warm cup of brown sugar water during her period was undeniably comforting. However, when Zhang Qiling disclosed their prices, her expression soured. What a rip-off. Corn at 100 points per pound for low radiation. Red dates at 40, and brown sugar at 100 points per pound for low radiation. Zhang Qiling had purchased 3 pounds of corn and 1 pound each of red dates and brown sugar. Having sold his rabbit for 248 points and exchanged energy stones for 460 points, he had spent nearly a whole energy stone's worth of points, causing her heart to ache. Noticing her displeasure, Zhang Qiling reassured her, "I can still go hunting. Don't worry about the points." Zhang Wangyu blinked, brushing away her discontent. "All right, once I'm better, I'll go gather as well, though we mustn't skimp on our own enjoyment." After all, Zhang Qiling gave her a sidelong glance. That night, Zhang Wangyu nearly forgot her pain, feeling a numbness wash over her as she curled up in bed, waiting for the wave of discomfort to subside. Zhang Qiling approached with a steaming bowl of sweetened water. "Drink some," he urged. Zhang Wangyu sat up, her head foggy, as the sweet aroma wafted toward her. The syrupy water, tinged yellow, was dotted with a few red dates. "Brother, did you make this?" she asked, her expression one of astonishment. Zhang Qiling, maintaining his composure, replied, "Is there anyone else in this household besides me?" Realizing his words might have been too brusque, he quickly reassured himself that it mattered little. If necessary, he could hold her close while they slept, which might ease her fears. He would never admit that he found comfort in holding someone while sleeping. Well, that is not entirely true, Zhang Wangyu mused, pondering whether, given his remarkable culinary skills, the sweet water would lack flavor. Having been here for so long, she had not savored sugar in ages. She had shared her snacks with Zhang Qiling, leaving herself with only 2 pieces of chocolate, 2 lollipops, and a pack of compressed biscuits, which she was reluctant to consume. The temperature was just right, perfect for sipping. As she glanced up at Zhang Qiling, she found it hard to fathom that he was such a considerate person, a truly gentle brother. Her heart raced wildly, and she wondered if her feelings were a mere fluttering of infatuation or something more. The latter seemed unlikely. She underwent annual health checkups with numerous minor ailments, but no significant issues. Despite her visits to traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who often noted her weaknesses, yet found her fit for adventurous outings, as Zhang Wangyu lifted the bowl, she realized she had completely fallen for him. Her thoughts drifted to the future. Should they return, how would she cope? Meeting someone as exceptional as him, how could she ever accept a lesser version? As the rim of the bowl approached her lips, she suddenly pondered whether, given her current circumstances, she could ever accept anyone else again. Zhang Wangyu believed that the sweet soup prepared by Zhang Qiling would be as visually appealing and fragrant as his dishes. Yet devoid of flavor, her surprise. One sip made her want to retch. It was overwhelmingly sweet. Struggling to swallow, she thrust the bowl into Zhang Qiling's hands and hurriedly dashed outside to gulp down a large mouthful of warm water. "Brother, how much sugar did you put in this bowl of sweet soup?" Zhang Qiling, holding the bowl, appeared somewhat at a loss and pondered for a moment. "Not much. How could it be so cloyingly sweet then?" Zhang Wangyu was skeptical. She marched directly into the kitchen, opened the cupboard, and twisted open the jar containing the brown sugar. The sugar was in powder form, and she noticed a significant dent in the jar. Zhang Qiling must have been inclined to pour the sugar directly into her mouth. Well, the perfect boyfriend filter had faded just a tad. She retrieved her own cup, poured more than half of the sweet soup into it, and then added an equal measure of warm water. After carefully taking a sip, she found it still somewhat sweet. She downed a bowl of the brown sugar water and stored the undiluted sweet soup away. Grasping Zhang Qiling's hand, she led him back into the room. "Let us go, brother." Zhang Qiling looked down at the hand she held, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was the first time she had held his palm. His hand instinctively tightened, enveloping hers within his larger grasp. The distance from the kitchen to the room was merely a few steps, and when Zhang Wangyu reached the edge of the bed, she released Zhang Qiling's hand, completely oblivious to the way he had held her hand tightly. With one foot still not fully healed, she had hopped too quickly, forgetting her crutch that I feel like I just ran 3 miles, as if a vegetative person had been suddenly stimulated. She chuckled. Zhang Qiling, unsure of what she found amusing, pondered if this was what the chubby ones referred to as a generational gap. If that was the case, then their generational gap, he decided not to dwell on such uncomfortable thoughts, lest he be unable to sleep that night. If the age difference posed a significant problem, he would be left no choice but to be with Haze. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After climbing into bed, he instinctively pulled Zhang Wangyu into his embrace, his hand effortlessly pinching her cheek. Zhang Wangyu, caught in his hold, felt her face flush from his strong scent. Be brother, she reminded him, although they would naturally roll into each other's arms while sleeping. This situation of being embraced before falling asleep had never occurred before. Zhang Qiling was still dazed. What is the matter? Zhang Wangyu turned to face him, pushing against his chest. Through the fabric, she could feel his robust muscles. Not the stiff kind, but wonderfully textured. Her outstretched hand was reluctant to retreat. This feels, Zhang Wangyu couldn't finish her sentence, feeling somewhat shameless. Your stomach's still hurting. Zhang Qiling snapped back to reality, loosening his grip slightly. His large hand moved to her abdomen, gently kneading it. Zhang Wangyu indeed felt some lingering pain, though it was not as intense as the previous night. His thoughtfulness made her feel a bit shy, and she pressed down on his hand. What's wrong? Zhang Qiling asked, perplexed. Her expression certainly did not suggest comfort. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. Brother, if you keep this up, I won't be able to hold back. Zhang Qiling was genuinely confused. His usually indifferent eyes appeared clear and gentle, as if they could drown someone. Zhang Wangyu's hand moved faster than her thoughts, covering his eyes. If you continue like this, I might strip you of your last shred of innocence. Zhang Qiling was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, the vibrations of his chest making Zhang Wangyu even more annoyed. Are you contemplating giving me a title? Zhang Wangyu's face turned crimson. If you are willing. She had come to realize today that their current situation bore no difference from that of a couple. What ordinary friends would share a bed and have their stomachs rubbed? She softly admitted, I have many flaws that I know. Zhang Wangyu paused, somewhat exasperated. I'm not referring to physical flaws. Before Zhang Qiling could inquire further, she continued, I have a bit of a temper, I'm lazy, and I can be quite dramatic. She rambled on about her shortcomings. Zhang Wangyu was aware of her own imperfections. She was mediocre at household chores. Though her parents had passed away early, her relatives had been kind, and she had thus been somewhat spoiled, leading to her occasional petulance and penchant for acting cutesy. At that moment, she longed to be a good friend like her mother, worrying about what kind of man to find for herself. Feeling uneasy otherwise, Tio achieved this. She joined her family as company. Determined to usurp her elder brother's position and become the new head of the household, she proclaimed her intent to earn money to support her partner. If one wouldn't do, then she would simply find another. Neither of them thought there was anything inappropriate about discussing such matters while nestled under the covers. Zhang Qiling gently pulled her hand down from his face. Well, the chubby one said a wife is a rare treasure, so one must cherish and pamper them. After some thought, he added, You are wonderful. Do not belittle yourself. Zhang Qiling felt a flicker of joy. Among his brothers, he was the only one to have found a partner. He needed to swiftly devise a way to return home and show Zhang Wangyu to them. As he gazed at her, he couldn't help but marvel again that the chubby one was right. A wife was indeed hard to pursue. Zhang Wangyu found his words oddly disconcerting, as if she were in a relationship with the chubby one. Well then, please take good care of me, boyfriend, she smiled sweetly, her eyes reflecting Zhang Qiling, which was quite beautiful. Zhang Qiling responded with a soft ruffling Zhang Wangyu's hair, I will take good care of you. After a moment's consideration, he added, girlfriend. Zhang Wangyu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Zhang Qiling's demeanor softened. Even though he felt a surge of happiness, it was not overtly apparent on his face. He pinched the corner of Zhang Wangyu's blanket and asked, Is it still hurting? Just a little. Zhang Qiling's expression turned disapproving. If it still hurt, why had she just removed his hand? His large hand returned to her abdomen, and Zhang Wangyu felt as if she were about to ignite. Brother, you must be the legendary doting boyfriend. Without changing his expression, Zhang Qiling corrected her. It's more like a grandfatherly boyfriend. Zhang Wangyu was momentarily taken aback. Did he mean he could be her grandfather? Yet, Zhang Qiling felt a twinge of displeasure at his own words. Indeed, the age difference between them was considerable, something he had never perceived as an issue before. Now, glancing at Zhang Wangyu, he worried he might see disdain in her eyes. Ha ha, brother, you're so adorable. When I said doting boyfriend, I didn't mean for you to be my father. It's a metaphor describing a boyfriend who treats his partner like a daughter, Zhang Wangyu teased. Poking his cheek, that you're not having second thoughts, are you? Zhang Qiling shook his head. No age gap relationships were not uncommon in the Zhang family. Aside from arranged marriages, many had chosen their partners themselves, so age was not a significant matter in their family. That's good. Zhang Wangyu was satisfied and withdrew her hand. She didn't want to have wrestled with her feelings for so long only to have her first foray into romance shattered within an hour. Have you truly never had a partner before? Never been married? Zhang Qiling shook his head. I said that you don't remember or that you haven't tea? Neither. Only you, Zhang Qiling added, in our Zhang family. One only has one partner in a lifetime, that we are all hopeless romantics. Zhang Wangyu's eyes twinkled with excitement. Only one partner in a lifetime. That meant Zhang Qiling could only be with her in this life. If she were to leave, would he then resort to forced affection? The novel she had read before crossing over often featured such themes, and she found them quite thrilling as she looked at Zhang Qiling. She felt like a villain. What a sin, what's on your mind? Zhang Qiling sensed she was contemplating something mischievous. Zhang Wangyu quickly shook her head. Brother, I've never been in a relationship either. What is wrong with that? I hope you can point out any flaws, and I'll change what I can doubt if I can't change. I hope you'll accept it. There's no way I'm breaking up. All right. Zhang Qiling tousled her hair, assuring her there was nothing wrong. Zhang Wangyu's face flushed. How could this man be so adept? Let us sleep. Let us sleep. Zhang Wangyu lay back, rest well, and let us keep pushing forward tomorrow. Okay. Zhang Qiling spoke while his hands remained in motion. When she awoke the next day, Zhang Wangyu did not immediately recall the shift in her relationship with Zhang Qiling. Good morning, little brother. Good morning. Aren't you going out yet? Is it true that hunting doesn't require an early departure? If that is the case, I must seriously train my body, striving to learn at least 50% of Zhang Qiling's formidable skills. Which should suffice, right? I also wish to have a 9-to-6 job. Who would want to rise at 5 in the morning, especially in summer? Zhang Wangyu could only imagine how early those individuals must set out during the hot season. How are you? Much better. Zhang Wangyu stretched her back. I feel rejuvenated. After saying this, she went to freshen up. Ever since the bathroom was installed, she no longer needed to boil water for her morning routine. She had developed a habit of washing her face with warm water. Some claimed that cold water tightens the skin and delays aging, while others advocated for hot water. She had tried both. Cold water did not cleanse the oil from her face effectively. Only warm water did the trick. As for the notion of delaying aging, she was uncertain, as she had yet to experience it herself. Once she completed her personal hygiene and applied her cosmetics, Zhang Qiling was still at home. Are you not planning to go out today? Zhang Wangyu asked, surprised, as it wasn't even raining outside. Nevertheless, after yesterday's exertions, it was reasonable for him to take a day of rest at home. Zhang Qiling rose, picked up his trusty companion, and cast a somewhat melancholic glance at Zhang Wangyu. I am going. Zhang Wangyu looked up at him. Puzzled, if he was going, why the sorrowful look directed at her. Her legs were still not fit for outdoor activity. It had only been a few days, and she hadn't fully recovered. However, she found it remarkable that she felt no pain at all. Have you forgotten something? Zhang Qiling prompted. Zhang Wangyu, momentarily bewildered, pondered what she might have forgotten. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Last night, they had defined the nature of their relationship while nestled under the covers. The mere thought of it made Zhang Wangyu want to bury her face in her hands. Who would define their relationship in bed? This was her first foray into romance, and she had no experience. Zhang Wangyu reassured herself internally. Approaching Zhang Qiling, she embraced him. Be safe. Zhang Qiling returned the embrace gently. Although it was not quite like the television dramas he watched, it at least reminded her that their relationship had indeed changed. The moment Zhang Qiling saw Zhang Wangyu that morning, he realized she had forgotten about their new dynamic, leaving him feeling a chill in his heart. Thankfully, she remembered. But what about the good morning kiss? Zhang Wangyu remained oblivious to Zhang Qiling's unspoken thoughts. After all, she was unaware that the Iron Triangle and Rain Village watched soap operas daily. "Come back early," she said with a smile as she bid farewell to Zhang Qiling at the door. Watching his tall figure recede into the distance, she turned and returned indoors. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet and decided to prepare some corn porridge, curious to taste how the Wasteland corn differed from that of her own world. The corn kernels were cut into tiny fragments, and by Wasteland standards, she had no idea how large a single kernel was. The corn Zhang Qiling brought home was yellow. Zhang Wangyu muttered to herself. Could it be pig corn? She had a cousin who ran a farm and had once accidentally cultivated a patch of pig corn. When young, it was quite palatable, but once matured, it became unappetizing no matter how it was cooked. Zhang Wangyu was that person who was tricked into harvesting corn and ended up with a large bag of pig corn to take home. She had since forgotten how that bag of corn was ultimately dealt with. Only realizing how diverse corn varieties could be out of course, her cousin had confirmed the varieties multiple times before planting. As the corn gradually thickened under the fire's cooking, a sweet aroma began to permeate the small kitchen. Zhang Wangyu swallowed hard. The fragrance was quite appealing. She felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have risen earlier to cook, allowing Zhang Qiling to enjoy a bowl before heading out. Shaking her head at her own thoughts, she concluded that it was too time-consuming and decided to save it for later. She had prepared a substantial amount, which could be stored in the space. After savoring a delicious bowl of corn porridge, Zhang Wangyu felt satisfied. Indeed, her appetite was rather small. She felt warm and slightly drowsy. However, sleep was not an option. Her training for the day was still pending. When Zhang Qiling returned, he was laden with bountiful catches, 3 adult rabbits. Zhang Wangyu wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Little brother, you are truly remarkable. With your hunting speed, no mercenary could keep up with you. The guard team ought to award you a diligence prize." The area surrounding the base was regularly cleared by the guard team, while mercenaries ventured farther afield for cleanup. Following the incident with Zhang Wangyu riding a rabbit, the guard team had also conducted a thorough inspection of that area. Otherwise, Zhang Wangyu might have thought that the 3 wild rabbits Zhang Qiling brought back were relatives of the one she had encountered the previous day. Zhang Qiling accepted the water offered by Zhang Wangyu. You should test it. He had not conducted the test himself, but he noticed her keen interest in such matters. She could not wander far at home, and Zhang Qiling was too lazy to test them in the wild, bringing them back merely to delight her. "Really?" Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, her words belied by the swift motion of her wristwatch, opening a blind box. Who doesn't enjoy that? Testing such things felt akin to unboxing a delivery. Beep. High radiation, inedible meat. Zhang Wangyu remained undeterred and proceeded to the next one. Very well. None of them were edible. She turned to observe her freshly minted boyfriend. Yesterday, they at least had a pigeon. Today, there was nothing. Would he feel disheartened? Zhang Qiling's expression remained neutral, as if he were entirely unconcerned. That is quite normal. Would you like to touch them? Zhang Qiling had not changed his clothes, having merely washed his hands, as he intended to carry them to exchange later. Sure. Zhang Wangyu fetched her trusty instrument, realizing that her previous failure must have been due to its absence. Zhang Qiling glanced at the tool she referred to as her trusty instrument, but said nothing. Rising to assist her in preparing a target, he then retrieved the arrows she had shot into the target. Observing the quantity on the target, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Her progress had been quite significant. Now, her probability of hitting the target was around 80%, with most shots landing near the bullseye. However, given that it was a stationary target, he wondered how she would perform in practice. Zhang Wangyu quickly prepared for the next shot. But alas, she found nothing. "Little brother, you can take them away now. Please hurry. Looking at this pile of inedible meat is quite disheartening." Zhang Qiling acknowledged with a hum and inquired, "Is there anything you desire?" Zhang Wangyu quickly shook her head. "No need. Just buy what you want. I lack nothing." Aside from food, of course. There was no need to visit the old man Qin. Zhang Qiling returned swiftly, exchanging the 3 rabbits for 323 points. Zhang Wangyu marveled at how quickly Zhang Qiling earned money. However, in the following days, her perspective shifted as he returned empty-handed day after day. In no wonder he had appeared so impoverished when she arrived. Initially, Zhang Wangyu had contemplated treating herself to some intermediate nutrient solution, but ultimately settled for purchasing 10 bags of low-grade nutrient solution. In recent days, Zhang Qiling had always consumed corn porridge at home before heading out. And if not for Zhang Wangyu's insistence, he would have likely skipped lunch entirely. After a fortnight of recovery, Zhang Wangyu felt her leg had healed. "Little brother, can you tell if my bones are well?" Zhang Wangyu inquired, seeking his opinion. Without a professional's assessment, despite her confidence in her recovery, she refrained from making any significant movements, relying on a cane for support while walking. Today, she had momentarily forgotten her cane and found herself walking quite briskly until she recalled her status as an injured individual. Zhang Qiling shook his head. I'm not a medical professional. It's best to have a doctor examine it." Zhang Wangyu was reluctant to visit a hospital. Their family was too impoverished to afford it. "I'll take a look later," Zhang Qiling stated. Zhang Wangyu nodded vigorously, eager to venture outdoors. After having their meal, Zhang Qiling placed his hand on her thigh. Zhang Wangyu felt a peculiar sensation, despite the normalcy of the examination. She found herself wanting to lean closer. Suppressing this strange feeling, she looked at Zhang Qiling with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that she was nearly healed, though he could not ascertain the exact extent. "However, it is best that you refrain from engaging in vigorous movements such as running or jumping." He found Zhang Wangyu's recovery quite remarkable. Despite the severity of her injuries, she seemed to have healed significantly in just over 10 days. "Even more robust than the stout fellow. That's wonderful, dear brother. May I venture outside tomorrow?" Zhang Wangyu gazed at him with hopeful anticipation. Noticing Zhang Qiling's silence, she took hold of one of his hands. Gently swaying it from side to side, her voice softening, "I will only gather around the base. I promise not to wander off. All right, my boyfriend?" Zhang Qiling felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him. Half of his body seemingly beyond the control of his mind. "All right," Zhang Wangyu exclaimed joyfully, "that I will accompany you tomorrow." She initially intended to suggest it was unnecessary, fearing it might disrupt his hunting plans. But given his lack of success that day, she thought it better to join her for a change of scenery. "Shall we go to the riverbank tomorrow?" she proposed. "If possible, we could find a tree by the stream around noon for some fishing." Zhang Qiling nodded, cautioning her not to venture into the water carelessly. To prevent her from doing so, he resolved to place barriers downstream at the base, where nets would effectively keep many carnivorous aquatic creatures at bay, thus ensuring a higher degree of safety. The downside was apparent. There would be fewer fish and shrimp. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, she was already immersed in the joy of tomorrow's outing. Having been confined indoors for so long, she felt as though she might sprout mushrooms from the monotony. She snuggled against Zhang Qiling. "You are truly wonderful." Those who have experienced love know that newly enamored couples are often irresistibly drawn to each other, longing to touch each other's hair, hold hands, and share intimate moments. Zhang Wangyu felt a yearning for closeness with Zhang Qiling, desiring to embrace him. Yet in an effort not to startle him, she had been exceptionally composed these past few days, her heart itching with desire while she could only watch. The evenings were the only time she could indulge in a hug, but she was apprehensive about her legs, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Of course, simply inhaling his scent warmed her heart. Zhang Qiling also cherished Zhang Wangyu's affectionate gestures. Were it not for the stout fellow's advice to approach romance with caution and patience, he feared he might lose control. A phrase flickered in his mind, "an old house on fire." Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. He was not that kind of person. He was not old. Early the following morning, Zhang Qiling visited the old man Qin to purchase 2 fishing rods. At first, Zhang Wangyu thought the expenditure excessive. 5 points for each rod was indeed extravagant. She recalled her first fishing experience with her uncle, where her rod was merely a bamboo stick tied with fishing line, with a hook and a weight fashioned from lead, lacking even a float. She had planned to find a random stick or bamboo pole to make do. "Brother, if we don't catch at least 7 or 8 fish today, we might be embarrassed to return," Zhang Wangyu teased with a smile. Zhang Qiling merely replied, "If we don't catch anything, we can still come back. Zhang Wangyu immediately rejected that notion, insisting, we will definitely return with a bountiful catch. After enjoying some corn porridge that Zhang Wangyu had prepared earlier, they set off. Zhang Wangyu noticed that Zhang Qiling had also packed a small stool into his backpack, which he had crafted during his leisure time. She mused to herself, could it be that he genuinely intended to stay out until they caught fish? Perhaps due to Zhang Wangyu's temporary mobility issues, Zhang Qiling walked at a slower pace. She speculated that he might be gradually adjusting to life with a girlfriend. However, she was uncertain, as their days had not differed much from the norm. The stream meandered past the edge of the base, where barriers were erected upstream to thwart predatory aquatic creatures, mitigating threats to the base. Their destination was upstream, where a small lake, more akin to a pond, awaited, surrounded by abundant aquatic vegetation, a favored gathering spot for all. Having set out later than intended and walking at a leisurely pace, they finally arrived at Zhang Qiling's chosen spot, where daylight illuminated the area. Zhang Wangyu's jaw dropped in astonishment, after merely 10 days indoors. The world had transformed dramatically, giving her the feeling of having stumbled into a land of giants. The wild grasses and herbs along the roadside towered at least a meter high, while the tallest plants, likely trees, could reach 2 to 3 meters. It was hard to fathom how tall the grass must have grown when it was originally 2 to 3 meters tall. Zhang Qiling selected a shaded spot by the riverbank and set down the small stool he had brought. You can fish here, he instructed. Zhang Wangyu glanced up at him as he arranged the stool and water bottle, thinking that if there were snacks, it would almost seem like he was entertaining a child. Moments later, he announced, I will go over there to see if I can find any edible fruits. Zhang Wangyu looked up at him with a smile. Brother, are you already living the life of a caregiver? Zhang Qiling froze momentarily, his gaze drifting as he replied, learning in advance. Zhang Wangyu felt a blush creep on her face, her cheeks growing increasingly warm. She silently reprimanded herself for being so flustered. She had initiated the playful banter, yet it was she who faltered under the weight of it. You, go ahead and search, she stammered, momentarily forgetting her original intention to gather. She retrieved the fishing rod and rummaged through Zhang Qiling's backpack. Lifting her gaze to ask, Brother, the bait. Her eyes fell to the ground, wondering if she would have to dig for earthworms. If she were 8 years old, she might have dared to touch them. But now, she wouldn't go near them for anything. The thought made her squeamish, yet her hands obediently grasped the small wooden shovel Zhang Qiling had made for her, scraping at the earth. She muttered to herself, pondering whether the earthworms had grown larger. If so, would fish choke on them? When Zhang Qiling returned with a handful of items, he found Zhang Wangyu gleefully playing in the mud. Doubts crept into his mind about whether he would be able to manage taking care of several children in the future. Zhang Wangyu noticed a figure standing nearby. Glancing up to see him returning sooner than expected, she initially assumed the leaves in his hands concealed wild fruits. And why goodness, that's quite a haul. You truly are amazing. Should I go pick some as well? She exclaimed, lifting the leaves to take a peek before quickly covering them back up. I think digging for worms and fishing here is quite enjoyable. Zhang Qiling remained silent as he pinched a plump caterpillar, threading it directly onto the hook, the creature writhing helplessly on the line. Bait? Zhang Wangyu swallowed hard. Yes, he confirmed, pointing to a nearby tree laden with large caterpillars. Its leaves ravaged, clearly a favorite feeding ground for the insects. Nearby, a middle-aged man was carefully harvesting the caterpillars. Zhang Qiling recalled witnessing a scene where these caterpillars accidentally fell into the water, only to be eagerly pursued by fish and shrimp. Thus, when Zhang Wangyu mentioned fishing, this location instantly came to mind. There were both the caterpillars and the fish that delighted in feasting on them. Zhang Wangyu expressed a desire to gather, but Zhang Qiling forbade it. To ensure she could continue to enjoy outings in the future, she obediently complied. Do not go into the water, he cautioned, though there were barriers in place. The possibility of lurking dangers remained. All right, I absolutely will not enter the water, Zhang Wangyu declared, raising her right hand in a mock oath. Zhang Qiling gently lowered her hand. I will be back shortly. With that, he departed. Zhang Wangyu rubbed her chin, chuckling softly. Even a professional missing person knew to inform others before leaving. She pondered whether it was due to Wu Xie's training or her own charm that he felt compelled to do so. Regardless, She believed that the outcome would ultimately benefit her, and she looked forward to boasting to Wu Xie and the others if they ever met again. Sitting on the small stool, she cast her fishing rod into the water, placing it on the stand before repeating the process with the other rod. Originally intended for Zhang Qiling, it would not go to waste now that he was off gathering. Having observed fishing a few times, Zhang Wangyu had developed a certain understanding of the speed with which fish could be caught. Especially in such a flowing river, it surely takes a considerable amount of time to catch even one fish. And the likelihood of catching nothing is significantly higher. However, it is not entirely impossible. After all, one cannot dismiss the notion that a fisherman may be able to reel in something unexpected, yet there are instances when fish simply do not bite. Zhang Wangyu felt that perhaps she was not cut out to be a fisherman. As she cast her line, even before securing it properly, she felt a tug on another rod. The float began to sink, indicating a catch. She had previously fished for small catfish, her eyes wide with anticipation as she watched the fish take the bait, an indescribable joy swelling within her. 8 times. She even yearned to reach in and place the bait directly into the fish's mouth. Thus, she possessed commendable fishing experience. When she noticed the float moving, she hesitated to reel in, knowing that the bait had not yet been fully consumed and could easily come loose. Once it seemed that the fish had taken enough bait, she began to play it. However, this was an unfamiliar territory for Zhang Wangyu. After all, the only fish she had previously caught were thumb-sized catfish, which required no finesse in reeling. She had always relied on sheer strength to yank them up. Fortunately, Zhang Qiling had splurged on a professional fishing rod. Otherwise, she would have been left to ponder the meaning of a crisp snap sound. After a prolonged struggle with the fish, Zhang Wangyu's keen eyes caught sight of movement on another rod. Anxiously, she wished she could split herself in half to manage both rods. Ultimately, she decided against greed. It was wiser to focus on the fish she was currently battling. It was not that Zhang Wangyu was particularly philosophical, but rather she felt utterly powerless. Finally, the fish she had been stubbornly wrestling with revealed its true form. It was a shrimp, claws flailing with abandon. It lacked any semblance of the shrimp's usual grace. Were it not for its relatively small pincers and shell, she might have mistaken it for a small lobster. After being yanked onto the shore, the shrimp continued to bounce around, attempting to leap back into the river. "Quite lively, aren't you?" Zhang Wangyu remarked, giving it a gentle nudge with her hand. The shrimp ceased its antics, its legs still twitching, indicating that it was very much alive, seeing that it posed no further challenge. She neglected to remove the hook from its mouth and turned her attention to the other rod. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this rod had been left unattended for too long. But she felt no resistance from the other end. Zhang Wangyu suspected that it was not that the creature was unwilling to engage. Rather, her feeble efforts were inconsequential in its eyes. The fishing rod bent into an astonishing arc, and Zhang Wangyu was on the verge of grinding her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, the water below became murky. A big catch. A middle-aged man appeared beside Zhang Wangyu, his gaze intensely fixated on the surface of the water. She turned to look at him. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, dressed neatly and appearing quite tidy, devoid of the numbness often seen in individuals from the slums. He was the same man who had just caught a large caterpillar that moment. He was animatedly watching the other end of Zhang Wangyu's fishing rod, his excitement palpable. One might think he had hooked the fish himself. This expression reminded Zhang Wangyu of her own feelings when witnessing another's catch, filled with curiosity and exhilaration. This man was likely a seasoned observer of aquatic life. The splash of water was quite pronounced, attracting the attention of many onlookers nearby. Their hands paused in mid-action. Upon witnessing what emerged from the water, a collective sense of disappointment swept through the crowd as they turned away, expecting a grand fish only to find a large clam. The uncle who had come to assist wore a look of dismay as he observed Zhang Wangyu's enthusiastic attempts to haul it in. Indeed, a substantial catch. If only it contained pearls. We would be in luck, he exclaimed. The uncle, hearing Zhang Wangyu's musings, thought to himself that if there were truly pearls, he would be willing to gouge out his own eyes. Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad. He could retire comfortably and lead a life of fishing every day. His thoughts spun, yet he remarked aloud, "Young lady, you do seem to have good fortune. I just saw you reel in a shrimp." And now you have this sizable clam that, if it's edible, it could make for a delightful dish. With the enthusiastic assistance of the uncle, Zhang Wangyu managed to drag the clam to the riverbank. Its shell still partially submerged. Such a large clam could certainly make a meal, right? This clam must be nearly 2 meters long. I doubt I could stretch out beside it. Indeed, the uncle replied with a smile. Otherwise, you would see how unmoved they were when you pulled this up. Although it was no longer the prime time for fishing, there were still plenty of catches to be had in the days to come. Had she hooked a fish of equal size, everyone around would have already cast their lines aside. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Wangyu was chuckling as she rubbed her hands together, preparing to open the clam. She had no choice. Her hook was firmly lodged within, and that was money at stake. She couldn't let it swallow her bait. Moreover, what if there were pearls hidden inside? That would be her fortune. Zhang Wangyu took a knife to pry open the clam shell, yet no matter how she tried, it wouldn't yield. The uncle chuckled beside her. "Brother, what are you laughing at?" Zhang Wangyu wiped the sweat from her brow and asked. The uncle paused for a moment, then his laughter grew even heartier. "You call me brother? I could very well be your father." "That cannot be. I am not so short-sighted," Zhang Wangyu replied, blooming into a smile. "My name is Chun Shiri. You may call me Uncle Chun." Chun Shiri, grinning, produced a knife far more gleaming than Zhang Wangyu's. Clearly razor-sharp, he deftly inserted the blade into a small crevice and, with a flick of his wrist, pried the clam open. "Have you got a good look?" Zhang Wangyu nodded, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Chun, for teaching me the technique to open clams." Chun Shiri laughed heartily. "It's merely fate, nothing more." He had once been a clam fisherman himself, harboring dreams of discovering pearls. In his own time, he had struggled to learn how to open clams, ultimately dragging a large one home, garnering far more attention than the big fish he later caught. Chun Shiri watched as Zhang Wangyu explored the clam's interior. It was filled with an abundance of water, and when she pressed down, it gushed out like a sponge. Zhang Wangyu's expression soured as she discovered that this clam, despite its size, contained nothing but its own flesh. No grains of sand, not a single pearl. She straightened up, forcing a smile. "This is quite a fastidious clam." Chun Shiri nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are correct." Zhang Wangyu proceeded to check the clam's radiation levels. Beep. High radiation, edible flesh, inedible. Zhang Wangyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Not even a morsel of clam meat was to be had. She kicked the clamshell with her uninjured leg, only to recoil in pain. "Uncle, do you think this shell could be sold?" Chun Shiri had once pondered the same question when he had brought a clam back to the city, only to find it devoid of pearls and inedible. He considered exchanging the shell for points. Although his household did not lack for points, it was the first clam he had ever caught. To his dismay, no one accepted it. "Ah, this shell is so tough. Surely it can be fashioned into some form of armor." Zhang Wangyu prodded the shell with her knife tip, failing to leave even a scratch. Chun Shiri found the young girl to be quite to his taste. Their thoughts seemed to align perfectly. He had actually designed a suit of armor from clam shells. Ultimately, it turned out that there was a reason for the rejection, in comparison to other materials. Clamshells were neither soft enough nor sufficiently durable. What could one do with something so large? Zhang Wangyu was determined not to waste it. "A flower pot," Chun Shiri suggested. His first clam's other half now served as a flower pot in his home. "A flower pot? That could work, but I already have enough pots at home." Indeed, she still had a dedicated pot for planting that remained untouched. Another mustard plant, which is inexplicably growing in a broken pot, seems to be languishing. Tea cannot be said to be entirely stagnant, as it has indeed sprouted a few leaves. However, when compared to the exuberantly flourishing plants outside, it appears to be quite underdeveloped. As it happens, the pot is not particularly suitable for its growth, wasting resources, Chun Shiri remarked. Zhang Wangyu chuckled, suggesting that perhaps it is an aquatic organism while you are attempting to cultivate a terrestrial plant, leading to a mismatch in attributes. Zhang Wangyu's whimsical conjecture elicited a thoughtful nod from Chun Shiri, who acknowledged the possibility. Zhang Wangyu then turned her attention to her shrimp, despite the considerable time that had elapsed. The large shrimp had not perished. It was still struggling for survival, albeit with diminished vigor. Zhang Wangyu prodded it with a dagger, extracting some tissue fluid to drip onto her wristwatch. droplets of high-radiation edible flesh. Albeit inedible. Tisk. Zhang Wangyu disdainfully lifted it and tossed it in her backpack. Qin Shiji noted that this creature might be worth 2 or 3 points. Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. If Zhang Qiling were to return empty-handed today, this shrimp would be their sole catch. She felt a twinge of disappointment upon encountering the large clam. Such a size, yet utterly useless. In frustration, she cast a handful of sand into the water. "What are you doing?" Qin Shiji, having cast his fishing rod and with nothing else to occupy him, curiously approached to observe Zhang Wangyu's actions. After completing her task, Zhang Wangyu dusted off her hands and closed the clamshell. "I'm releasing it." With a firm push, she sent the clamshell into the water. "You added sand. Can it still survive?" Zhang Wangyu washed her hands by the water's edge and glanced at him. Recalling what he had said earlier about how ordinary river clams might secrete nacre to form pearls when stimulated by sand, parasites, or other foreign objects in their natural environment, albeit with a low probability. "I am merely enhancing its chances," she insisted. Her astonishment. Qin Shiji mused. Who would have thought that could increase the odds? "What a pity you're too young," he lamented. Zhang Wangyu responded with a puzzled hum. "Had I met you 20 years ago, we would have undoubtedly made excellent research partners. Such a leap in thought must signify an ideal duo." Zhang Wangyu felt a surge of happiness at this affirmation. Lifting her chin and casting her fishing rod, "Did you never consider that my intelligence might not qualify me for your research institute?" Qin Shiji nodded. "Your reasoning is quite sound." The two sat together, engaging in light conversation. "Hey, your fishing rod is moving," Qin Shiji alerted Zhang Wangyu, eager to take action. Oh, Chungu, yours is moving too." In no time, she had shifted to calling him Chungu. Both hurried to reel in their lines. However, Qin Shiji, being an experienced angler, felt excitement but maintained composure, even taking a moment to instruct Zhang Wangyu during the process. "Yanking it like that won't do. The rod might break. You need to do it like this." Zhang Wangyu watched him while reeling in her catch. Qin Shiji successfully brought up a clawed crab, likely a juvenile, measuring about 2 palms wide. Zhang Wangyu's mouth watered at the thought of spicy crab. Scallion crab, steamed crab. After inspecting it, Qin Shiji chuckled as he placed it into his exquisite cage. Zhang Wangyu noticed his equipment, which was significantly superior to her own fishing rod, featuring a metal retractable net, a collapsible bucket, and a metal cage. It was as if he only needed a sunshade and a lounge chair to complete the set. She felt a pang of envy before she could express her admiration for Qin Shiji's gear. Her own catch surfaced. A large snail, seemingly a rice field snail, as it emerged from the water, its protective flap closed tightly, ensnaring her fishing hook. Zhang Wangyu sighed, reluctantly reeling in the nearly 20-pound snail. Onlookers nearby had initially glanced up at their exclamations but quickly returned to their tasks. Have they never seen a snail before? Was such astonishment necessary? City dwellers truly seemed to be easily amazed. What to do now? Zhang Wangyu felt that her luck had truly soured today. All she had caught were these peculiar items. She grumbled to Qin Shiji. Indeed, a fisherman can catch anything but fish. Qin Shiji nodded in agreement, noting that as a fishing enthusiast, the frequency of hooking fish was exceedingly low. Who knows, perhaps the fish here have evolved. Chingu, what should we do now? This shell is far more difficult to crack than a clam shell. I don't know, Qin Shiji replied, shaking his head. I typically avoid using hooks altogether. Zhang Wangyu looked at his equipment with renewed envy. Such affluent individuals truly live differently. Observing him, fishing was a leisure pursuit, while for her, it was a means of survival. Well, I'll wait until my boyfriend returns to discuss it, she decided, casting the snail onto the ground behind her, hoping it might eventually emerge on its own. After all, she still had another fishing rod. You still have a boyfriend? Qin Shiji expressed a hint of regret, as he had previously contemplated if any of his nephews might be suitable matches. He had considered making a match.as for his own son. He found him rather dim-witted. Having a fishing companion would be delightful. Yes, Zhang Wangyu replied proudly. He is so handsome, tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. Being with him gives me an incredible sense of security. I absolutely adore him. I feel like I've got love on the brain. Everything about him is perfect. Zhang Qiling, who had just approached, felt his ears grow warm. He too believed everything about her was perfect, every inch of her residing in his heart. Haha, indeed, that sounds splendid. When I first got together with my partner, I felt the same way, Chen Shiji reminisced with a sigh. Though she never cared for fishing, Zhang Wangyu giggled. So what? Her disinterest in fishing didn't prevent you from enjoying it. Chen Shiji nodded, acknowledging that was indeed the case. Perhaps I should introduce you to my sister-in-law sometime. That sounds feasible, Zhang Wangyu agreed. Zhang Qiling, standing behind them, wondered who this person was and why they were chatting so amicably, even discussing inviting each other over. It was important to note that food was a precious commodity in this area. Inviting someone over for a meal was virtually unheard of. Even in the outer city, such invitations were rare. Oh, little brother, you're back. Zhang Wangyu turned to see Zhang Qiling standing behind her. Chen Shiji followed her gaze and was met with the sight of a tall figure. Exquisitely handsome, with clear and elegant features, exuding a somewhat aloof demeanor. However, when he looked at the girl before him, his expression softened, dissipating much of his coldness. Chen Shiji observed both Zhang Wangyu and Zhang Qiling. In terms of appearance, they appeared quite compatible, both being easy on the eyes. Zhang Wangyu introduced the two to each other. This is Chen Ge, a good friend I just met, and this is my boyfriend. You can call him Xiao Zhang. Isn't he handsome? Both Zhang Qiling and Chen Shiji nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Shiji's hand, which had not yet reached out, hesitated. Fortunately, his reaction was somewhat slow, sparing him from an awkward moment. It seemed that not only did they share good looks, but their personalities were complementary as well. Zhang Wangyu was vivacious and spirited, while Zhang Qiling appeared quiet and reserved. Zhang Qiling produced a bundle wrapped in taro leaves from his backpack. Zhang Wangyu was still reeling from his earlier surprise and hesitated to unwrap it. Zhang Qiling gently untied the rope binding the leaves. Chen Shiji cast a curious glance at Zhang Qiling's fingers. Surprised to find that this seemingly handsome young man had such hands, but he merely glanced once before looking away. Sweet moments between young couples were hardly worth lingering over, and he preferred to focus on his fishing rod instead. He wondered if he might have some luck today. He glanced again at the large crab in his cage, thinking it would suffice to boast about. Zhang Wangyu noticed small yellow-red fruits inside, resembling strawberries. What is this? Raspberries. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and her mouth began to water. How did you manage to find these? Did you get hurt? Zhang Wangyu gazed at him. This fruit bore a striking resemblance to the raspberry she encountered during her childhood visits to the graves. A small berry growing on thorny vines, delightfully sweet and tart. In her youth, she was not particularly fond of accompanying others to the tombs, as it involved climbing steep mountains, exhausting her greatly. Nevertheless, each year, she eagerly anticipated the grave sweeping, for the journey was replete with delectable treats: raspberries, tea cakes, and sour stalks. There was no need to bring snacks, as the entire route was a veritable feast. The berries that Zhang Qiling brought back were quite sizable, comparable to strawberries, yet there were only a few in his handful. Zhang Wangyu pinched the ripest one, blew gently on it, and offered it to Zhang Qiling's lips. Brother, do try it. Zhang Qiling looked at her and replied, You eat. Zhang Wangyu shook her head, insisting, No, that won't do. This is your hard-earned reward. You should taste it first. She had no idea how long he had labored to gather such a meager collection. Zhang Qiling took the berry from her hand and, with a swift motion, consumed it. Zhang Wangyu watched him with a beaming smile. Holding the raspberry, she felt perplexed. It was not at all like the scenes depicted in novels, where fingers would accidentally brush against each other and lips would linger tantalizingly close, creating a palpable tension. Reality, indeed, was a far cry from the romantic realms of fiction. Zhang Qiling took the little stem from her hand and popped it into his mouth. He then placed a taro leaf into Zhang Wangyu's palm, saying, All right, you can eat it yourself. He felt a bit embarrassed to eat while she was holding it for him. His appetite was not for the fruit, but rather for something else entirely. Furthermore, he found the position rather awkward. It would be more efficient for him to serve himself. Zhang Wangyu plucked another berry and placed it in her mouth, savoring the delightful sweet and sour flavor that burst forth. It had been ages since she had tasted such fruit, and upon experiencing this explosion of flavor, tears of joy streamed from the corners of her mouth. She was truly moved. Her brother was simply wonderful. Zhang Wangyu fidgeted, glancing sneakily towards Chen Shiri. She hesitated to share, but her good friend had just given her some of the jerky he had brought, making it seem rather inconsiderate not to reciprocate. She turned to Zhang Qiling, tugging at his sleeve, urging him to bend down, but he complied with her gentle insistence. "Brother, may I share one with Qingge?" Zhang Wangyu felt it necessary to consult Zhang Qiling about this. Zhang Qiling ruffled her hair, saying, "What's yours is yours. Make your own decision." Zhang Wangyu smiled. "All right." She scrutinized the small collection of raspberries and, after careful comparison, found one that was neither large nor particularly red. "Qingge here." Chen Shiri accepted it with a smile. "I must thank my sister-in-law for this. Such a rare treat that in truth, it was tea all that rare. These types of fruits were often exchanged for points once found. His family had several varieties of fruit at home, and no need for thanks," Zhang Wangyu said, touching her nose. "Have you just brought in some goods?" Chen Shiri shook his head. "Let us not mention it." "I have nothing." Zhang Wangyu recalled her large snail. "Brother, how do we get it out?" It had been a long time, and it hadn't even poked its head out to survey its surroundings. It was more reclusive than a turtle. Zhang Qiling pursed his lips and observed for a while before arriving at a solution. "Just cut it." "Cut what?" Naturally, it meant cutting the fishing line and abandoning that hook. Zhang Wangyu was reluctant. She wondered if the creator of the fishing rod was unaware of the sales model, or if he simply excelled at business. She had no idea how to sell materials. It had to be a 1-to-1 ratio. A rod could only be paired with this specific hook, and changing it rendered it useless. In no way. I refuse to believe it. Zhang Wangyu pointed at the diligent fishing rod and pushed Zhang Qiling onto a small stool. "You keep an eye on it. I'll give it a try." Zhang Qiling wanted her to sit down, but she refused, and he didn't dare to insist. The plump love guru had advised to always acquiesce to one's partner. Never to argue, for their words were the very essence of reason. Chen Shiri had also given up on his fishing rod, knowing he wouldn't catch anything anyway. Watching the commotion was far more entertaining. Zhang Qiling observed Zhang Wangyu as she struggled to remove fallen branches from the ground. The branches were likely too bulky, so she discarded her walking stick. She showed no signs of being hindered by her legs. Zhang Qiling frowned slightly. He was concerned about her legs, which were undoubtedly not in perfect condition, yet she was so reckless. Chen Shiri was oblivious to Zhang Qiling's thoughts. If he knew, he would surely comment. "Is this all?" This girl he had just met wielded tremendous strength while pulling at the fishing rod, as evidenced by the dents in the ground left by her feet. "You go rest. I'll take over." Zhang Qiling remained uneasy. He had a good idea of what she intended to do. After gathering firewood and ensuring there were no other flammable materials, he finally began to build the fire. "Brother, you are simply amazing. How did you know I wanted to burn it?" Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, cradling her face in delight. "How could someone be so perceptive without even being told what I wanted to do?" "It is truly hard not to love you." Chen Shiri. How come his wife didn't possess such eloquence? Just look at the sincerity in her eyes and the genuineness in her tone. Observing this young person, he felt a sense of admiration for her work ethic. "Will it be useful?" Chen Shiri inquired, drawing closer, undeterred by the heat. By this time, it was midday, though not as scorching as summer. It was still quite warm, and standing near the fire pit was rather uncomfortable that a pungent aroma wafted from the snails, and steam began to rise from the traps, bubbling and gurgling. Many were inspecting the leaves they had gathered under the trees, conducting their assessments meticulously. Their gazes were involuntarily drawn toward Zhang Qiling and the others, curiosity compelling them to sit closer, yet the increasingly overwhelming stench made their throats turn. They retreated with the unfinished leaves, not forgetting to spit in disgust. What a nuisance! These people have no standards. They dare to light such a foul-smelling thing in the woods. Are they so starved they cannot simply pick leaves to munch on? Zhang Wangyu and the others were genuinely unaware that directly boiling snails would emit such a potent odor. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Wangyu, being newcomers, could be excused. However, it was surprising that Chen Shiri, a local, was equally ignorant. "Uncle Chen, what is going on? Couldn't you have warned us how foul this thing smells?" Chen Shiri, from Uncle Chen to Chenggu and back to Uncle Chen. Had this old friendship dissipated so quickly? He rubbed his nose. "I don't know. I've never boiled it before." This was true. He had caught snails before, but hadn't been able to open them. So he simply discarded the fishing rod. He could only blame himself for being too well off. Had he known the odor would be so unbearable, he would have gifted an extra fishing rod to this young friend. How did it come to this? This was the infamous stench bomb. Zhang Wangyu and Chen Shiri had already retreated far away, leaving only Zhang Qiling, unperturbed, standing by the fire, waiting for the snail meat to loosen enough to pull the hook free. Chen Shiri and Zhang Wangyu covered their faces, one leaning against a tree, peering toward Zhang Qiling. Chen Shiri remarked to Zhang Wangyu, "Your man is extraordinary that you're being quite poetic," Zhang Wangyu replied, feeling as though she hadn't merely stumbled into a wasteland, but had instead traveled back in time to ancient days. "Hee, I enjoy reading ancient texts," Chen Shiri said. "Your boyfriend could easily be a prince in ancient times, one of those aloof, cold princes. Just be wary of those time-traveling agents." Zhang Wangyu? Agents? Chen Shiri nodded. Indeed, agents and princesses with a cold, poisonous demeanor. Zhang Wangyu felt that his study of ancient texts was anything but legitimate, akin to the outrageous novel she read. Tentatively, she asked, "The agent princess of the monstrous crown prince?" Chen Shiri nodded. "The icy, toxic princess resigns?" Chen Shiri nodded vigorously, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. This young friend was the confidant he had sought for so long. Zhang Wangyu rubbed her arms, surprised that even in a wasteland, she could still hear such stories. Truly, the allure of sensational literature transcended time. "Wow, look, this is really useful." Zhang Wangyu hastily gestured for him to glance towards Zhang Qiling, as she wished to avoid discussing the matters concerning the princess. Her younger brother was not a prince. Rather, he was a skilled digger of the grave of the prince's consort. Ironically, it seemed he bore some connection to the prince and princess. Yet, such connections were futile, for there was no royal tomb here for him to excavate. Instead, there lay a foul-smelling snail for him to unearth. As Zhang Qiling tugged, the snail meat was effortlessly pulled from the fishing line, the process flowing as smoothly as if he were drawing up a large catch. Alas, even if it reeked, such a comparison was inappropriate. Zhang Wangyu had already covered her nose and rushed over, stopping 2 meters away. "Brother, perhaps you should rinse it in the water before retrieving the hook," she suggested, regretting her decision, fearing that her brother might become unbearably smelly from handling the snail. Zhang Qiling seemed to sense the disdain in her eyes and proceeded towards the river with the snail meat in hand. He too found it odorous, but having encountered far worse during his adventures with Wu Xie and others, he was unfazed. Zhang Qiling intended to remove the hook with his hands, but, recalling Zhang Wangyu's look of distaste, he thought that even if he returned home to wash with soap a dozen times, she would still refuse to let him embrace her. Thus, in order to enjoy a night of slumber beside the beauty, he grabbed a stick and began to slowly extract the fish hook. He planned to toss the snail into the river when a somewhat urgent voice called from behind, "Don't rush." Zhang Wangyu, no longer minding the stench, hurried to the riverbank and retrieved the half-submerged snail meat, poking it with the stick, her face scrunched up as she placed it on her watch. Beep, high-radiation edible meat, inedible. The next moment, Zhang Wangyu kicked the snail away with force. "Are you all right?" Zhang Qiling supported her, concern etched across his face as he examined her legs. That it was then that Zhang Wangyu remembered she might still be unwell. That "No, I'm fine. I don't feel any discomfort," she said, her head drooping. "What a pity. I can't eat it." Zhang Qiling tossed the snail shell back into the river. He then shoveled dirt to cover the ground that had just oozed juices, and the surrounding air became noticeably clearer. "That aren't you the one who found it unpleasant?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head, recalling old Chen's words about how, with the right seasonings, it could be quite delicious. "Then why not fish for a couple more?" Zhang Qiling suggested. Zhang Wangyu settled onto her small stool out of course. "Just look at my haul." She pointed to the basket filled with shrimp. Zhang Qiling glanced over. "Not bad. Given the weather, there was no need to worry about odor. What a shame we can't eat it." Zhang Wangyu blinked, clenching her fists. "But it's all right. I believe I will have a fruitful day. At least I have this one shrimp. I'm not completely empty-handed, am I?" The correctness of her statement was something she chose not to ponder, as she focused on fishing with Chen Shiri, as fisherman. "We must overcome all challenges. It's merely a bit of odor. Can it compare to the hardships of being empty-handed? Even if there are floods and beasts ahead, We must remain steadfast, Zhang Wangyu muttered to Chinshiri, who felt somewhat dazed, uncertain whether it was from her incessant prattling or the occasional whiff of fishy scent. Some odors that are initially unbearable become tolerable with time. Zhang Wangyu had adapted to the smell and was unwilling to abandon this prime fishing spot. Oh dear! Zhang Wangyu suddenly slapped her thigh, nearly causing Chinshiri to tumble off his small stool. What happened? She appeared vexed. I just remembered I forgot to check if that snail contained energy stones or pearls. Chinshiri replied, Don't dwell on it. That creature feeds on mud, not energy stones. How do you know? Chinshiri raised his chin. I study this. Aquaculture. He gave her a bemused glance, something like that. I study these plants and animals, 108 uses of flora and fauna. Zhang Wangyu clasped her hands. My apologies, and oh need. Chinshiri replied, In the future, if you find such a snail and determine whether it's edible, you can stop there. It won't have energy stones or pearls. Zhang Wangyu nodded. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Chinshiri was pleased, enjoying the rare collaboration in such a fanciful game. Wow, something's happening, Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. As a novice player, she could hardly contain her enthusiasm at the sight of the fishing rod moving. With Zhang Qiling present, there was no need for her to handle the elusive creature herself. She had become desensitized, having pulled up a shrimp, a clam, a snail, a straw sandal, a torn sack, and an uneaten fruit. Yet no fish had graced her line. She wondered what she might reel in next. Feeling as though fishing was akin to opening a mystery box, she imagined casting her line and being greeted by a river deity, asking her, Young lady, which rod do you seek? This golden one or this silver one? Ha! Zhang Wangyu couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of Chinshiri and Zhang Qiling. Upon seeing her amusement, Zhang Qiling surmised she must be conjuring some peculiar animation in her mind. Chinshiri, curious, inquired, Little sister, what do you see? Zhang Wangyu shook her head. Nothing. Then why are you laughing? I was thinking about my golden and silver fishing rods. Ha! I want them both. Zhang Qiling sighed, deciding to focus on fishing instead. Yes, both. You must be referring to the tale of the golden and silver wristwatches, right? Chinshiri remarked. Goodness, can this story vary by region? Zhang Wangyu nodded eagerly. Yes. Can you guess what it will be this time? Who could possibly guess? Even Chinshiri, experienced in fishing, was uncertain, as the variety of creatures she had caught left him astounded. He had never anticipated such an array. He contemplated asking Zhang Wangyu if she would fish again tomorrow. If she did, he would take leave, as such amusement was too precious to miss. He had already shared her exploits in several circles, eager to share this delight with friends. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wangyu, her fishing tales had already reached numerous families within the inner city, and she had even received a ticket to a seaside base out of curiosity for what else she could catch. I bet it's something good. It must be a fish. Zhang Qiling had mentioned that the big green caterpillar was a favorite among fish. Chinshiri also noted that her bait was excellent, as there were stickflower fish and blue-white fish in the river that adored such bait. Even he used the big green caterpillar as bait, yet today he had only caught 2 stickflower fish, both highly radioactive and inedible. In comparison, Zhang Wangyu had fared much better. Something's coming. Zhang Wangyu's eyes widened at the sight of a writhing creature being pulled from the water, her heart racing as she wished to hide behind Zhang Qiling. Oh heavens, what have I caught? A snake. The creature was as thick as her arm and approximately 1 meter long. She felt an urge to flee, yet escape was impossible, as Zhang Qiling held her firmly, while Chinshiri gleefully gripped her other arm. Sister, you're in for a treat. That's an eel. An eel? Zhang Wangyu was still processing the information that the yellow eel, Zhang Qiling clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wangyu understood. The squirming creature was indeed a yellow eel. She had only seen it prepared in various dishes, spiced yellow eel segments, braised yellow eel, and yellow eel porridge, but had never encountered alive. Truly, before an animal dies, it bears but one name. Afterward, its names multiply. It resembled a snake, and Zhang Wangyu feared she would lose sleep that night, for while she was unafraid of mice, cockroaches, or centipedes, she held a deep-seated fear of snakes, an anxiety that would surely haunt her dreams. Zhang Qiling brought it to the riverbank and swiftly dealt it a blow to its head. Chinshiri, watching with bared teeth, exclaimed, "Don't kill it. It's worth more alive. The ancient texts extol the nourishing properties of eel blood, suggesting that a congee made with eel and its blood is particularly restorative. Zhang Qiling, while aware of the methods for replenishing blood, possesses a wealth of experience. Zhang Wangyu, unable to bear the sight, turns her back and urges Zhang Qiling, "Brother, please ascertain whether this is edible." She is contemplating a change of fishing spot, feeling quite unnerved. The device indicates moderate radiation. Edible meat is advised. Zhang Qiling's voice is calm and nonchalant as he casually wraps a wild plant's leaf around the specimen. Just as he is getting organized, Zhang Wangyu swiftly turns her head. Zhang Qiling, still holding the eel with its tail drooping, hurriedly conceals it. The sweetness in her tone makes his hands tremble slightly. "Let us treat our precious find with care," thought Zhang Wangyu, wiping away non-existent tears. The fauna of the wasteland is quite perceptive. "Look at this one. It could yield 2 meals, perhaps. Do you wish to eat it?" Zhang Qiling inquires skeptically, wondering if she might backtrack later. "Yes, I shall have a taste," Zhang Wangyu replies with natural ease, her mind already racing with culinary possibilities. Chun Shiri observes the situation, weighing his options. If memory serves, eel is reputed to alleviate symptoms related to women's blood deficiencies and general frailty. So, which of these two is the woman? He shakes his head, concluding that they are not inclined to trade the eel for points. Initially, he had considered exchanging it for his elderly wife's benefit. She is in good health and requires no supplements. He merely wished to share a good find with her. Alas, it is still early to return, and Zhang Wangyu and her companions have no intention of stopping here. Chun Shiri lends them his portable folding bucket to store the eel. The fishing spot that Zhang Wangyu had previously abandoned regains its status as her favorite. With Zhang Qiling present, even should they hook a snake, she would not be afraid. A dragon and phoenix stew would suffice. Zhang Wangyu continually reassures herself. Chun Shiri's mention of the eel's point value is simply too enticing. 1 pound of moderately radioactive eel is worth 50 points, while a pound of moderately radioactive leafy greens barely yields a few. Reflecting on her earlier laborious foraging for wild vegetables, she recalls how a large basket had netted her only a few hundred points. This single eel, likely weighing 4 to 5 pounds, could bring in over 200 points. Chun Shiri had also noted that live eels, which have not perished, command even higher prices. Of course, this is contingent upon finding a suitable buyer. Trading at the point exchange would yield the same value as before. Zhang Qiling does not venture out to gather in the afternoon. The impact of the morning's events lingers, and he finds solace in remaining close to the young girl. If a snake were to be caught, what would she do? Perhaps the fortune from the morning's fishing had been exhausted, for their bobbers remained still throughout the afternoon. Zhang Qiling, however, is one who can sit still. Once seated, he does not move, resembling a statue. Chun Shiri reflects on his own competence as a fisherman, capable of sitting for hours without fatigue, and he feels a twinge of inadequacy when considering Zhang Qiling's composure. This is not fishing. It feels more like playing the role of a stone. When Zhang Wangyu takes over the fishing rod, she feels a sudden sense of idleness. She is not one to sit still for long. The morning had begun with both rods in motion, keeping her busy, but as things calmed down, she started to examine the surrounding foliage for testing. Unsurprisingly, all the plants she encountered were highly radioactive. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling sits on her small stool, prompting her to expand her testing range. After several attempts, she finds all to be highly radioactive. Zhang Wangyu encourages herself with a pat on the face, realizing why it had been said that the early spring days yield the highest collection rates. If such fortune were a daily occurrence, life would not be so dire for everyone. Sigh, she murmurs, plopping down on a smooth pebble. The pebble is clean, warmed by the sun, and rather comfortable to sit upon. As she touches a flat stone, its pleasant texture suggests it would serve well for skipping. Before her mind fully registers it, her body is already in motion, leaning forward, twisting her waist slightly, channeling her strength through her wrist to send the stone skimming across the surface. Whoosh! The stone hops several times across the gently rippling water. Zhang Wangyu beams with joy, calling out to Zhang Qiling, "Brother, I can eat 5 bowls of rice tonight." Zhang Qiling, unaware of the custom in her hometown, linking the number of skips to the amount of rice one can eat, nods in agreement. He muses on her usual appetite. Can she really consume 5 bowls, one mouthful at a time? Zhang Wangyu, oblivious to Zhang Qiling's thoughts, scampers toward the water's edge. The current location is a shallow area adorned with many pebbles. Quite pleasing to the eye, some rounded and glistening as if coated in lard. Zhang Wangyu picks one up, feeling quite ravenous, though she has not neglected her own palate. How could she mistake stones for lard? She lifts another, this one marbled with white and red, resembling streaky pork. Heavens, my eyes must be deceiving me. Zhang Wangyu wipes her mouth, then cleans the stone in her hand, tucking it away to admire later. It is rare to find such strikingly similar stones. With one hand cradling a stone, she entirely forgets that her walking stick has been abandoned where she Saturday suddenly. Her wide eyes narrow slightly as she spots something glowing in the water. Irresistibly alluring. She takes a few steps forward, the water nearly soaking her shoes, before she realizes and steps back hesitantly, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Qiling. He remains focused on the water surface. Oblivious to her, Zhang Wangyu feels a strong inclination that the glowing object may be an energy stone, yet she hesitates to confirm, pondering how such a valuable item could be so carelessly left in the river. Nevertheless, she does not wish to miss out on the opportunity. After all, what if? However, the glowing object lies a bit far from the shore, and Zhang Qiling had previously warned her against entering the water. She does not wish to defy his guidance. Not that he is fierce. On the contrary, Zhang Qiling is quite gentle. She searches for something suitable to use as a tool, and finally, her walking stick appears to be the best option. The Y-shaped stick with a horizontal bar for support is perfect for hooking the stone. Zhang Wangyu places the two stones she just collected beside the pebbles where she had sat, then seizes her walking stick and rushes toward the riverbank. Zhang Qiling occasionally glances at her activities. The last time he looked, she was playing with pebbles, and now he stands up, startling Chun Shiri, who had been on the verge of dozing off, into checking his fishing rod. No fish caught? Why the sudden urgency? Chun Shiri casts a disdainful glance at his rod before turning to see Zhang Qiling hurrying toward Zhang Wangyu, noticing his anxious demeanor, prompting him to rise as well. He follows a few steps, but soon slows his pace. Zhang Qiling's long legs and quick strides mean that in a heartbeat, he is by Zhang Wangyu's side. Optimized body. Chun Shiri is not particularly surprised by Zhang Qiling's agility. Many in the Wasteland possess impressive skills that he nods with approval, reassured that his sister is in good hands. Zhang Wangyu leans forward, straining to reach the glowing stone, attempting to hook it with the stick. The stone rolls a couple of times before slipping free, and she must repeat the process. Back and forth, she continues to hook and pull, by the time Zhang Qiling notices her antics and rushes to her side. The stone is within easy reach, just as she bends down to grab it. A large hand encircles her waist, lifting her effortlessly and spinning her around, so that her face, once towards the water, now gazes into the thicket to be brother. The familiar scent wafts toward her, providing a comforting sense of security. Zhang Wangyu retracts her right hand, which had been resting on his arm. Zhang Qiling glances at her hand, catching her slightly embarrassed expression, and remarks, "Well done. Next time, be even quicker." Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding. However, no matter how fast one might be, they could not surpass him. The combat prowess of an unoptimized individual was on par with that of an optimized one. It left her pondering how extraordinary Zhang Qiling would become after consuming the gene enhancement potion. Such thoughts crossed Zhang Wangyu's mind, yet she was aware that her worry was unwarranted. If it were a stranger, she would truly feel apprehensive that, of course, it was only because Zhang Qiling was by her side that she felt so at ease. Earlier, while fishing beneath the tree, she had maintained a vigilant demeanor. "What are you looking for?" Zhang Wangyu inquired, tapping Zhang Qiling's hand that encircled her slender waist. "Let me down first. I want to see what it is." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling immediately released her. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, her waist was so delicate, it could easily be encompassed by his palm. Zhang Wangyu, oblivious to his thoughts, was completely captivated by the smoothly polished stone. It was a grayish-white hue, emanating a soft luster, possessing a metallic sheen, yet an exquisite translucence. Resembling a fusion of metal and jade, a faint white glow surrounded it. "This one also emits light," she remarked, returning to Zhang Qiling's side and opening her hand to reveal the grayish-white stone resting in her fair palm. Displaying it like a treasure, Zhang Qiling picked up the stone, asking, "Are you suggesting that it too is an energy stone?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head. "I am unsure. We can find out by testing it." At that moment, Chun Shiri approached. When Zhang Wangyu had opened her hand, he had felt somewhat awkward about scrutinizing it closely, but now, as Zhang Qiling held it, Chun Shiri examined it carefully, if I am not mistaken. "This is the legendary," his voice trailed off, excitement creeping into his tone before shifting to a calm demeanor. "It is an ordinary energy stone." Zhang Wangyu glanced at Chinshiri, then at the stone he mentioned. Extending her wrist to scan with her watch. Beep. Ordinary energy stone. Non-consumable point 152 energy points. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she urged Zhang Qiling to secure it carefully. "Make sure to keep it safe. Do not let it fall." "That's 15-20 points. A true treasure." Zhang Wangyu beamed with joy, pondering whether she had stepped in something fortunate before leaving home, as she had not brought her divination tool with her. "I regretted not bringing my divination tool earlier. But it seems, perhaps we do have some luck on our side after all. It's exhilarating to find money while out and about." Zhang Qiling placed the energy stone in Zhang Wangyu's hands, saying, "You keep it." Zhang Wangyu hastily declined. "Your combat prowess is higher. I fear I might accidentally lose it." Zhang Qiling gazed at the dazed Zhang Wangyu, unable to resist pinching her cheek, without saying a word. He tucked the energy stone into his pocket. After a moment, Zhang Wangyu recalled what had just happened and slapped Zhang Qiling's arm. "Did you wash your hands after touching that big green caterpillar?" Zhang Qiling flexed his arm. "Yes." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhang Wangyu raised a hand to touch her flushed cheek. Unsure if it was due to his earlier actions, she felt acutely aware of the sensation of her flesh. Zhang Wangyu refrained from looking at Zhang Qiling again, nor did she ask him for the energy stone. Logically, placing the energy stone in her space would be the safest option, but her reliance on that space was not particularly strong, as she only remembered it when cooking each day. Much like a cabinet dedicated to storing food, she turned to Chinshiri. "Brother Chun, you can really see this?" Chun Shiri chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "It's not difficult to discern. Those who frequently encounter energy stones recognize their appearance. It's akin to miners who become familiar with the look of certain ores after extensive excavation." Zhang Wangyu inquired. "So, your family has an energy mine?" Heavenly, she had crossed into another world and encountered someone with a mine at home. Chun Shiri's expression turned serious. "Not at all. Energy mines are held by the authorities." Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. Such rare items could never be freely circulated." Noting that her expression remained unperturbed, Chinshiri comprehended that this young girl was indeed different from others. Unaware of Chun Shiri's lack of a mind, Zhang Wangyu continued her explorations, her wide eyes scanning the water, hoping to encounter another glowing stone. After some time, her eyes grew weary, and she conceded defeat. Some strokes of fortune should not be squandered. One must learn to be content. Linking arms with Zhang Qiling, she exclaimed, "Brother, let us continue fishing." Pouting, she added, "I refuse to believe that I cannot catch a single fish today." The water was crystal clear, allowing a clear view of the stones beneath and the drifting leaves dancing with the current. Most notably, she could see the fish swimming gracefully, perhaps sensing Zhang Wangyu's yearning for fish. A couple of palm-sized fish swam slowly toward her, wagging their tails. The water here was not particularly shallow, especially after she had pushed aside a large clam, leaving a moderately deep slide. One of the fish swayed as it approached the slide. Locking eyes with Zhang Wangyu across the water surface, Zhang Wangyu felt exasperated, especially as it provocatively spat water at her. Was this the fabled guiding fish? She took a step back, contemplating how to proceed. Suddenly, a splash echoed as she watched the fish slowly expose its belly. Both Zhang Wangyu and Chen Shiri turned their attention to Zhang Qiling, who had just sheathed his knife. His movements were remarkably swift. Before anyone could react, his knife had already flown out. In fact, he hadn't even drawn it from its sheath. He simply knocked the fish unconscious. Zhang Wangyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. He was simply too impressive. Zhang Qiling lifted the not-so-large fish. Beep. High radiation, edible meat. Non-consumable. Zhang Qiling shook his head at Zhang Wangyu. Subsequently, he drew his dagger, eviscerating the fish. After rummaging through its insides, he found nothing. Disgusted, he tossed it alongside the shrimp Zhang Wangyu had caught. See, this is the consequence of provocation. It wanted to ensnare my life. Huh. Now it has met its downfall, Zhang Wangyu declared, glaring at the fish carcass. Noticing Chen Shiri's confusion regarding her words, she recalled that tales of the guiding fish were rare, and such fishing enthusiasts were few. Thus, she kindly explained to Chen Shiri what a guiding fish was, warning him not to be lured by such a detestable creature in the future, suggesting he deliver it a hefty blow. All right, I've gained some knowledge today, Chen Shiri remarked, genuinely having never encountered such a situation before. After nearly 30 years of fishing, it was his first time witnessing fish approach of their own accord. Unfortunately, they were not edible. As time slipped away, Zhang Wangyu and Chen Shiri exchanged friend requests, agreeing to reconvene the next day. Zhang Qiling wrapped the squirming yellow eel in taro leaves and placed it into his backpack. He then used 2 stones, which Zhang Wangyu found aesthetically pleasing, to weigh down the leaves. After securing her beloved small stool, he slung the backpack over his shoulder, waiting patiently for Zhang Wangyu, puzzled by his intentions. She took a few steps, only to find that Zhang Qiling was not following, prompting her to turn back. "What's the matter?" she asked, feigning a slightly aggrieved expression. Zhang Qiling remained silent, striding forward. One hand hung naturally at his side, while the other gripped his black gold dagger. Zhang Wangyu pondered for a moment, then beamed, quickening her pace to catch up, slipping her hand into Zhang Qiling's large palm. "Brother, let us go home." Zhang Qiling slightly adjusted his palm, creating a curve that enveloped Zhang Wangyu's hand within his grasp. She wriggled her fingers, intertwining them between his. Afterwards, they clasped their hands together, fingers entwined. She smiled contentedly, tilting her head upwards to gaze, and Zhang Qiling's previously furrowed brow relaxed, revealing his good spirits. Chen Shiri was also busy packing his belongings, soon catching up with the two of them. Zhang Wangyu observed him driving a vehicle that seemed to have materialized out of nowhere, resembling an elderly man's car, but with a spacious cargo area filled with his fishing gear. Zhang Wangyu's mouth fell agape. Where on earth had he parked that vehicle? They'd spent the entire day fishing together, yet she had never seen it. How enviable. She waved at him. "Chenggu, see you tomorrow." Chen Shiri waved back. "See you tomorrow." He needed to return and apply for leave. Zhang Wangyu mused that her assessment of the car was indeed correct. It was just like an elderly man's vehicle. Look at that speed. Had it not been for Zhang Qiling's concern over her legs not yet healing, forbidding her from walking too quickly, Zhang Wangyu felt she could match Chen Shiri's pace with her strides. However, once they reached a better road, the elderly vehicle began to pick up speed. "Once we earn some money, we should buy one too," Zhang Wangyu declared, clenching her fist at a car, a house, money, and a handsome partner. She wanted all. Upon returning home, Zhang Qiling first took the energy stones to exchange them, intending for Zhang Wangyu to do it herself. But she was reluctant. "I'm so tired. All I want is to go home and rest. For such important matters, I'll leave it to my diligent and handsome boyfriend," she pouted. What could Zhang Qiling do but acquiesce? Zhang Wangyu's wristwatch showed only 2 points. It wasn't that she didn't desire points, but she felt a peculiar need to pamper Zhang Qiling, though she couldn't quite fathom the source of such strange thoughts. Shaking her head, she dismissed the odd notions swirling in her mind. With a knife in hand, Zhang Wangyu looked at the snake-like eel, feeling somewhat perplexed about how to proceed. She recalled that when her aunt made eel porridge for her, they would bleed it first. Now, with Zhang Qiling yet to return, she was uncertain if she could catch the wriggling creature. She planned to make eel porridge tonight to replenish their blood. Both she and Zhang Qiling required such nourishing fare. This was also why she had observed Chen Shiri wanting to buy it from her, but not mentioning it. Zhang Wangyu did not remember many details from the original story about Zhang Qiling's adventures, but she distinctly recalled his frequent bloodletting and how he would faint from excessive loss, which family members attributed to a malfunction in his coagulation system. Since meeting Zhang Qiling, she had not witnessed him bleed, but couldn't ascertain his current health status. Having settled on the evening's dish, she began to stoke the fire while waiting for Zhang Qiling's return. With nothing else to do, she fiddled with her wristwatch. Her contact list contained only Zhang Qiling and the newly added Chen Shiri. But she noticed a new section, a platform resembling a forum, yet more akin to the old QQ statuses that IT was called the social circle. Zhang Wangyu was unsure what differentiated it from the friend circle. But upon clicking it, she found it filled with posts from Chunshiri to her amusement. He had posted a series of updates, the latest being a video of Zhang Qiling smashing a fish. With a thumbnail featuring the fish's unblinking eyes, the comments below read, "Fishing failure turned into fish catching," and another quipped, "So there is such a method, Lao Chun, the Air Force ISNT terrifying." But learning to lie is. Zhang Wangyu found it all quite amusing. "Brother, you're back." Upon seeing that familiar figure stepping through the door, Zhang Wangyu rose, beaming as she pointed to the eel still resting in the bucket. "It's up to you now." Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, gazing down for a long while before finally looking up at Zhang Wangyu and replying, "I can't." He was unfamiliar with cooking eel. He typically only ate in the wild, consuming whatever he caught, usually grilled. Clearly, Zhang Wangyu was not expecting grilled eel. Having never tasted Zhang Qiling's grilled food, she knew she wouldn't dare try it. How wasteful. In truth, Zhang Qiling's grilled food was quite normal and delicious. Whenever they gathered, Wu Xie and the others would immediately think of barbecuing and would designate Zhang as the chef. No, what I meant was wash it. Bleed it. Let the blood flow into this pot. Then chop it into pieces to add some into the pot. Zhang Wangyu was not keen on handling the eel, its yellow and black colors reminding her too much of snake. All right. Zhang Qiling understood her apprehension and, picking up the knife, turned to look at her while holding the yelled at D, "Oh, you want to step outside first?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head, waving her hand. "It's fine. I can manage." She was afraid of snakes, yet had no qualms about eating snake soup. As for the eel, it was a great source of nourishment, something she had consumed often. Zhang Qiling acknowledged her with a grunt, and, as he lifted the eel, he turned his body to shield her view. With a swift motion, he severed the eel's head, and the bright red blood gushed forth, all collected in the large pot on the stove. Eels, being cold-blooded creatures, continued to wriggle even after decapitation, their tails coiling around Zhang Qiling's arm. Fortunately, his strong arms kept the blood from splattering everywhere. Zhang Wangyu had intended for Zhang Qiling to chop the eel on the cutting board, but he found it too cumbersome and deftly disposed of the eel's innards. Then, like peeling a potato, he sliced the eel into segments and dropped them into the pot. Zhang Wangyu gasped, "My spiced eel segments." Zhang Qiling handled it all with precision, not a single drop of blood wasted outside the pot. "All done," Zhang Qiling said, knife in hand, addressing Zhang Wangyu. Without further ado, he stepped outside. Soon, the sound of sharpening blades echoed from outside. Zhang Wangyu shivered, looking at the large pot of eel, hesitating before deciding to just cook all of it for porridge. After all, nourishment took precedence over taste. Even if they couldn't finish it, she had space to store it, and it would remain as fresh as it was without fear of spoiling. With that thought, Zhang Wangyu hurriedly retrieved rice and began measuring, adding rice and water. Yes, she did. She couldn't help but chuckle. It felt reminiscent of her early attempts at baking cakes, where adding too much water required more flour, and vice versa, until she ended up with a large bowl, sitting by the stove, watching the flames dance. Her mind began to wander, and she found herself missing the fragrant, soft sweetness of cake. The air seemed to fill with a sweet aroma. Zhang Wangyu rubbed her nose, realizing her sense of smell was indeed somewhat impaired. She decided to delve into her storage space, a place she was accustomed to organizing. Suddenly, she recalled the things she had planted in the black soil. Blaming her previous inability to cultivate, she had forgotten about this space. She remembered planting a low-radiation bulrush, a medium-radiation dandelion, and 2 medium-radiation pea shoots that had been reduced to mere stems. Now, she felt her little patch of land might not yield much. How had that grass grown so well? There were now 3 of them. The pea shoots had survived 2, growing quite large, while 2 of them twisted together, spiraling forward toward the neighboring dandelion. The dandelion had thrived, boasting many leaves. Zhang Wangyu gazed in astonishment at this scene in her space. Zhang Qiling entered, wielding a sharpened kitchen knife, preparing to sharpen Zhang Wangyu's dagger as well, only to find her mouth agape, staring blankly at the flames. The firelight danced across her face, adding a soft glow, rendering her even more endearing, albeit somewhat detracting from the overall beauty of the moment. Zhang Qiling waved his hand before her eyes, but she showed no reaction. Calling her name several times, Zhang Wangyu suddenly sprang up, joyously launching herself at Zhang Qiling. startled by her sudden movement. Zhang Qiling steadied himself and caught the girl effortlessly. Zhang Wangyu laughed, hopping on her uninjured foot. "Brother, I can grow crops in my space." "Ha! They're all alive." Zhang Wangyu spoke somewhat incoherently. "Now we've truly struck it rich. Ha ha." Zhang Qiling held her tightly, fearful that she might fall. Surprised by her words, he inquired, "Edible?" His remark brought Zhang Wangyu back from her ecstatic reverie to a semblance of calm. Flustered, she fumbled with her wristwatch, muttering, right, let me test it first out. If it's not edible, all this joy would be for naught. It would be better to let it rot in the space." Zhang Wangyu concentrated and extracted a sample of a dandelion leaf. "Beep, low radiation edible plant, suitable for mass consumption," the device announced. Zhang Wangyu trembled with excitement. Low radiation. When she had planted it, the radiation level was moderate. How could it be so promising? She counted the leaves on the large dandelion. There were 8, whereas it had only 3 when she planted it. Moreover, it was much larger now, with each leaf measuring over a meter. Uncertain if she could place the wristwatch into the space for testing, she sought Zhang Qiling's opinion. After all, if the watch would be rendered useless, they would have to spend 500 credits to purchase a new one that the previous watch had cost 1,000 credits, half of which was for registration. Zhang Qiling nodded. "Give it a try." He was indifferent about spending a few credits. "All right," Zhang Wangyu replied, feeling both anxious and pained, as if she were parting from a dear friend. Gritting her teeth, she sent the wristwatch into the space, manipulating it with her mental energy. The good news was that the watch was neither consumed by the space nor damaged. The bad news was that it served no purpose within. The display was obscured, resembling the static of an old television. Considering Zhang Wangyu's description, Zhang Qiling pondered, "Your space is a detached realm, adrift from this world." Zhang Wangyu, befuddled, interjected, and then Zhang Qiling continued, "In other words, there is no signal within the space, or it is being disrupted by magnetic fields." Zhang Wangyu reflected. Indeed, it made sense. "Have you encountered such a situation before?" she asked, furrowing her brow. Was the signal here truly so poor, or had he ventured into some perilous locale? This thought made her worry, even though Zhang Qiling stood safely before her now. "Yes, I once inadvertently entered a high-radiation zone." Zhang Qiling responded nonchalantly, as if discussing whether to have sought mustard greens or wild amaranth. Zhang Wangyu grasped his hand tightly, and after a moment, said, "Please avoid such dangerous places in the future. High-radiation zones are already off-limits to most, let alone the even more hazardous ultra-high radiation zones." Ultra-high radiation zones are not merely more radioactive. Their radiation levels are comparable to high radiation zones. The distinction lies in the fact that the former have been explored by mercenaries or security teams, where signals can be tenuously found, while ultra-high radiation zones are devoid of signals, rendering electronic devices useless. The creatures within are of unknown species and pose extreme danger. Understood, Zhang Qiling replied. He had suffered considerable radiation damage from that incident and had to consume several radiation-clearing agents to reduce it to moderate levels. "So now I must pluck each leaf for testing?" Zhang Wangyu mused, recalling the pea sprouts with a sweet burden. Since the porridge would take a while, she tended the fire while testing each leaf. Carefully plucking a small tip from each, overjoyed, she bounced on her feet. "Brother," she hurried to find Zhang Qiling to share her delight. "All low radiation?" Zhang Qiling asked upon seeing her, though her words were interrupted. Zhang Wangyu nodded enthusiastically. Yes, they are all low radiation, and the leaves previously tested as moderate radiation are now low. Zhang Wangyu declared this land a triumph in her heart, uncertain of the reason for this change. She had no leisure to ponder it further. "The porridge is ready." She heard Zhang Qiling's reminder and dashed back to the kitchen. Once the rice had popped, she pulled out the firewood and used the charcoal to keep it warm. Just need to stir-fry some vegetables now. Tonight, they would again have sought mustard greens. The vegetables were already washed, merely awaiting the pan, though there was no rush. After all, stir-frying is quick. The most pressing issue was that due to the previous pot's inadequacy, they had to use their frying pan to cook the porridge. Zhang Wangyu first gathered her outer garments, then fussed for a while before beginning to cook to replenish blood. She remembered her aunt's advice not to add ginger to the eel porridge to avoid the fishy taste. Thus, her previous eel porridge had always been somewhat pungent. Today, with such a large pot of eel porridge, she couldn't help but glance at Zhang Qiling's belly, hoping he would consume plenty. She prayed that the porridge would not be too fishy. It smelled delightful, yet she wondered how it would taste. Zhang Wangyu dutifully filled a large bowl for Zhang Qiling, while she served herself a smaller portion, observing the stark contrast between their bowls. Zhang Qiling picked up Zhang Wangyu's bowl, intending to add more for her. She pressed his hand down, protecting her bowl. "Brother, I just thought it was a bit hot, so I took less out if I'm still hungry." "I'll take more." Zhang Qiling was unconvinced. He clearly remembered her habit of only eating one bowl. "Drinking porridge is different from eating a meal. I don't have the habit of just having one bowl of porridge." Zhang Qiling studied her for a long time. Seeing her expression resolute, he nodded reluctantly. Yet he glanced at his bowl and then at hers, which was nearly empty, pondering why he should be any less concerned about the heat than she was. He touched the rim of his bowl. Thankfully, it wasn't too hot. This left him perplexed. What was Zhang Wangyu truly thinking? Doubts filled his mind. Could there be something wrong with the porridge? Yet, given her usual attentiveness to him, it was unlikely she would set a trap. With a mind full of thoughts, he ultimately maintained his composure, sitting down to pick up his chopsticks. After taking a sip of porridge, he pulled the bowl away from his lips, slightly raising his eyelids to see Zhang Wangyu holding her bowl, feigning readiness to drink, while actually fixated on him. Zhang Wangyu felt disappointed. What expression could Zhang Qiling possibly have? Even if it tasted terrible, he would drink it without blinking to as she lowered her head to sip the porridge. Zhang Qiling allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, realizing she had been awaiting his feedback. "Delicious," he stated in a rather neutral tone. Leaving it unclear whether he liked it or not, tea carried a hint of being merely placating. Zhang Wangyu took a gentle sip. The sweet flavor glided down her throat, causing her eyes to brighten. Indeed, it was delightful. There was no fishy taste whatsoever, but rather a fresh sweetness reminiscent of river delicacies. The eel was tender, and perhaps due to her cooking method, it had softened, easily separating from the bones when picked up. Some of the meat had completely melded into the porridge, offering delightful surprises while eating. However, she needed to be cautious, avoiding large gulps lest she be pricked by a bone. "Did I declare my culinary skills have leveled up?" Zhang Wangyu beamed, her eyes sparkling. "Once we save enough money, let's buy a house in the outer city and open a restaurant. What do you think?" Zhang Qiling squeezed his chopsticks, choosing not to dampen her enthusiasm. "All right, I'll go hunting for you." After much contemplation, Zhang Wangyu filled another bowl of porridge before he added, "I might as well assist you." Asking him to hunt for her ingredients might make opening the restaurant challenging. Zhang Wangyu, cradling her bowl, laughed heartily. "Brother, don't underestimate yourself. Even if the hunted game isn't edible, it can still be sold for money. However, if we open a restaurant, you certainly can't go hunting anymore. Or who will wash the dishes?" Zhang Qiling responded with a soft unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Some people possess an infectious charm. Just watching her makes the world seem beautiful. And one cannot help but share in her joy. "I hope we can catch another eel tomorrow." Let us be greedy and wish for many, many." Zhang Wangyu laughed like a child, her eyes sparkling brightly. Zhang Qiling couldn't resist teasing her. Not scared anymore. Zhang Wangyu paused, shaking off the goosebumps that had risen. "Not scared? With such delicious eel, what is there to fear, right?" Zhang Wangyu was uncertain whether she was inquiring about Zhang Qiling or herself. "I am not afraid," Zhang Qiling stated matter-of-factly. Zhang Wangyu, puffed up with indignation, thought to herself, "I am not afraid either." After declaring this, she exited the kitchen, leaving the dishes for him to handle. It was clear to Zhang Wangyu that Zhang Qiling had just been teasing her. He truly was quite mischievous that a smirk played on her lips. This version of Zhang Qiling felt so vividly alive. While reading novels, one could sense his solitude through those cold, unfeeling words, yet the real him must evoke even greater sympathy. Perhaps he was not the aloof, ethereal being that everyone imagined, but rather someone who should genuinely savor the warmth of the world. After freshening up, Zhang Wangyu lay on her bed to inspect everything within her space. She took a delicate testing needle, plunging it into the plants to extract a few drops of their sap for analysis. Each plant was meticulously tested, revealing only low levels of radiation. Zhang Wangyu, feeling a mix of delight and curiosity, pondered the situation. The space was isolated from the outside world, incapable of absorbing external radiation, which prevented the radiation levels within the plants from rising. This she understood. Yet, why had the plants transitioned from moderate to high radiation? Rolling around in bed, she struggled to grasp the answer until she noticed the black soil beneath the leaves was somewhat parched. Gone was the rich, oily blackness it once possessed, replaced by an emptiness that felt as though it had been drained. Naturally, plant growth required certain nutrients, and since she had neither watered nor fertilized them, it was only to be expected that the soil would become barren. After some contemplation, Zhang Wangyu got out of bed and filled a large basin with water from the kitchen, storing it in her space to pour onto the black soil. The water was instantly absorbed, yet the soil, as slightly gray hue, showed no signs of change. Was it not a lack of water that was the issue? Unfortunately, they were out of plant nutrients at home. The mustard greens growing under the eaves remained as scrawny and malnourished as ever. Little brother, Zhang Wangyu called out to the yard. Zhang Qiling soon appeared before her. Should we buy some plant nutrients? Zhang Wangyu gestured toward the mustard greens sheltered under the eaves, adding, I just discovered that the soil in my space is also a bit dry. Even after watering, it hasn't improved. I wonder what's going on. However, I did test it, and all the plants show low radiation levels, including their stalks, that I can't fathom where the disappeared radiation went. Zhang Wangyu smiled, thinking that regardless of where it had vanished, they now had arable land, allowing for a continuous supply of low-radiation vegetables. Upon hearing her mention the missing radiation, Zhang Qiling looked at her with concern. Are you feeling unwell? It remained unclear how the space was connected to her body or why it was bound to her. But so far it seemed a blessing. Nonetheless, Zhang Qiling worried that the vanished radiation might have been absorbed by her body, which would be a significant loss. Zhang Wangyu shook her head. No, I feel perfectly fine. With no discomfort whatsoever. Are you worried that the radiation is inside me? She speculated. Zhang Qiling nodded. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Wangyu. If that were the case, her earlier intention to transplant high-radiation plants into her space for purification might no longer be feasible. She raised her wrist and activated the testing mode, applying a drop of the solution to her face. The results read, low radiation, high-quality edible meat, safe for abundant consumption. I am still high-quality low-radiation meat. Zhang Wangyu poked the hovering screen. Can't you remove the edible part? Upon hearing this outcome, Zhang Qiling felt slightly reassured and couldn't help but pinch Zhang Wangyu's puffed cheeks. You are indeed edible meat. Zhang Wangyu was unsure if there was any deeper meaning in his words. But as someone well-versed in reading between the lines, her mind involuntarily shifted to other hues. She subtly raised her gaze, fixating on his slightly flushed, soft lips, which appeared rather inviting. Zhang Wangyu swallowed hard. And Zhang Qiling, feeling the intensity of her gaze, felt his heart race, his ears flushing slightly. He spoke hurriedly. I will go buy some tomorrow. Zhang Wangyu momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Buy what? A child's toy. Is it progressing so swiftly? She seemed to be prepared as well. Zhang Wangyu's mind wandered, imagining Zhang Qiling stripped of his clothes. Upon shifting her gaze, she noted the offensive green color. Feeling slightly dejected, she returned to her room, lying in bed and counting sheep. Today had been quite stimulating, and she anticipated an even more thrilling night. Little brother, you should sleep alone tonight. Zhang Qiling paused in his motion to lift the covers. A hint of grievance in his tone. What's wrong? Zhang Wangyu clutched the blanket. Isn't this rather inappropriate? How could it be inappropriate? Zhang Qiling dismissed her concerns and slid beneath the covers, stating, it is only natural. As a proper couple and future spouses, how could they not share a bed? If you wish, we could get married tomorrow. Zhang Wangyu was momentarily taken aback by this statement, stammering, that's not what I meant. Her face flushed crimson. I fear I might be restless tonight and disturb your sleep. Zhang Qiling effortlessly wrapped his arm around her waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Zhang Wangyu was caught off guard by a sudden affection, letting out a soft moan. She found herself momentarily dazed. Usually her voice was soft and gentle, but this sound, sweet and alluring, was truly hers. Covering her mouth, she hesitated to suggest that Zhang Qiling sleep elsewhere. Turning to her side, she murmured, then I shall leave it to you. Zhang Qiling was equally stirred by her unexpected sound, responding with a soft yet he could not bring himself to release her. Sleep now, he murmured, his deep voice resonating in her ear, sending shivers down Zhang Wangyu's spine. Taking a few deep breaths, she lamented the situation, realizing she should have never allowed Zhang Qiling to share a bed. Now, each night, she felt compelled to recite calming mantras to avoid transforming into a wolf. How tragic and lamentable it was. When would she finally be able to savor the moment? Lost in thought, Zhang Wangyu drifted off to sleep. As she had anticipated, she dreamt of a multitude of snakes chasing her, darting left and right, unable to evade them. Ultimately, she stumbled and fell into a snake pit. With a jolt, she kicked her legs and opened her eyes. Zhang Qiling had already awakened at the sound of her rapid breathing, and just as he was about to rouse her, he noticed her eyes snap open. Filled with terror, he gently embraced her. What happened? What did you dream about? Zhang Wangyu took several moments to collect herself, slowly pulling herself back from the nightmare of snakes. She returned Zhang Qiling's embrace, her body still trembling. Nothing, I just dreamed of snakes. She licked her parched lips and retrieved a thermos from her space, taking a long sip before her complexion improved considerably. That was terrifying. Yes, it's all right now. Snakes are not that frightening. Zhang Qiling attempted to reassure her, intending to explain how to subdue snakes. However, Zhang Wangyu covered his mouth, her eyes pleading, "Good brother, let us set this aside for now. I want to continue sleeping." They could not repeatedly mention the snakes. Otherwise, her dreams would resume, and she longed for a more pleasant slumber. She cupped Zhang Qiling's face, insisting, "Let me have a good look at you, so that you can appear in my dreams." Zhang Qiling chuckled softly. "All right," he patted her back gently. "Sleep now. I'm here." Zhang Wangyu nodded earnestly. When you come into my dreams, remember to bring your black gold ancient sword. That would give me a sense of security." Zhang Qiling was speechless. He might not be able to fulfill that request at the moment. Perhaps only after he was gone could he manage it. "All right, I'll be there in your dreams," he whispered. Zhang Wangyu slowly closed her eyes, only to be greeted by a sky full of serpents. She opened her eyes again, letting out a gentle sigh. Shifting positions, she attempted to sleep once more. After tossing and turning for a while, she finally drifted back into slumber. The next day, she awoke a bit late, but it didn't matter. Their plan for the day remained unchanged. They would go fishing. Before arriving at their destination, Zhang Wangyu spotted Chen Shiri waiting in his car at the edge of the woods. "Good morning, Brother Chen," she greeted with a smile. Chen Shiri turned to see them, replying, "Good morning." Today, once again, Zhang Qiling bore the weight of a large backpack, while Zhang Wangyu held her cane. In truth, she believed herself to be quite recovered. However, Zhang Qiling insisted that she was not fully healed yet. Given the considerable distance they had to traverse, he deemed it prudent for her to rely on her cane. Consequently, Chen Shiri found himself quite curious about the condition of Zhang Wangyu's leg. Was there truly an ailment? Or was it merely a trend among the youth of their era? Since they had arrived, Zhang Wangyu inquired, "Shall we proceed inside? Is it still the same spot as yesterday?" She was quite pleased with yesterday's fishing location and had even marked it on her watch, planning to return alone when Zhang Qiling was otherwise occupied. "Very well," Chen Shiri agreed. Equally fond of the spot, "I shall take the lead." Having a vehicle, he felt confident he could outpace the two of them and hurried ahead. Not long after entering the woods, they heard a cacophony of voices. Initially, Zhang Wangyu noticed nothing amiss. However, after walking approximately 100 meters, they found Chen Shiri had halted his vehicle, exchanging glances with Zhang Qiling. They quickened their pace towards him. As they approached, it became evident that there was no imminent danger. "What seems to be the matter?" Zhang Wangyu asked. Chen Shiri shook his head, replying, "It is not us. It is what is happening here." His words sounded peculiar. What did he mean by what is happening here? Before he could elaborate, Zhang Qiling gestured towards the direction they were meant to proceed. Following his finger, Zhang Wangyu understood why Chen Shiri appeared so bewildered. The area that had been deserted yesterday was now bustling with people. The riverbank and the water itself teemed with individuals. People stood along the bank, while others were bent over in the shallows, searching for something among the pebbles. Even in the deeper waters, heads occasionally surfaced for air before disappearing again. The once crystal-clear river had grown somewhat murky due to the sheer number of people present. After advancing a few more meters, Zhang Wangyu stepped back, Noticing that the spot where she had skipped stones the previous day was now crowded with individuals rummaging through the stones. Dazed, she turned to Chinshiri and asked, "Is today some kind of day for an aquatic life explosion?" Chinshiri appeared equally perplexed, but soon raised his wristwatch. "Wait a moment. I will ask my son." "You have a son already?" Zhang Wangyu exclaimed in surprise. After sending a message, Chinshiri turned back. "What kind of remark is that?" Zhang Wangyu paused, momentarily forgetting that he was of an age that could indeed be her father. "Haha," she laughed. While conversing, she lost track of the fact that Chinshiri was significantly older than her. He chuckled. "He's around your age. Next time, I'll have the opportunity to introduce you to my nephew." Zhang Wangyu nodded. "That sounds good." As she considered the appropriate gift for a younger relative. A sense of worry settled over her. However, her greater concern was what they should do today, as it was clear that these people would not be leaving anytime soon. Zhang Wangyu even entertained the idea of edging closer to see what everyone was searching for. Curiosity was a natural human inclination, and she felt an inexplicable sense of loss at the thought of missing out on something significant. However, before long, news arrived from Chinshiri's son. After watching the video on his wristwatch in silence for a moment, Chinshiri's expression shifted. "What is the matter?" Zhang Wangyu inquired, noticing his troubled demeanor. Chinshiri gave her a look that suggested he found it hard to explain. "You should check the forum. Look at the first post." Zhang Wangyu, intrigued by his mysterious tone, glanced at her own wristwatch. The first post was extremely popular, overshadowing her own video. "Sister riding the rabbit strikes again. Barehanded extraction of energy stones by the river." The accompanying video depicted Zhang Wangyu bending over to retrieve an energy stone, with Zhang Qiling rushing towards her and her beaming face as he examined the stone in his hand, just before Chinshiri entered the frame. The video abruptly cut off. Zhang Wangyu thought to herself, who could possibly have recorded this? Moreover, why was it solely her name that was mentioned when Zhang Qiling had been the one holding the energy stone? The comments below also conspicuously omitted any mention of Zhang Qiling. Zhang Wangyu began to comprehend the sudden influx of people today. It seemed everyone was eager to try their luck, while she had not noticed anyone around yesterday. She was astonished to realize how many eyes had been discreetly observing them from the shadows. Reflecting on the last time she had clandestinely transported plants into her space amidst the dandelions, she felt a shiver of apprehension. Thankfully, that occasion had gone unnoticed. Otherwise, she might have been subjected to dissection. As far as she knew, such portable spaces had yet to be invented in this land. Noticing her pallor, Zhang Qiling took her hand in his, gently squeezing her palm to soothe her. "Do you still wish to join this crowd?" he asked, his tone light. Zhang Wangyu turned to him, her expression relaxing considerably. "Perhaps not. I fear my boyfriend may not be able to protect a disabled individual like me." "That is acceptable," he replied, though he too seemed reluctant to join the throng. Chinshiri, observing their playful banter enveloped in a pink aura, could not resist puncturing the atmosphere. "Are you sure your leg is still not healed?" Zhang Wangyu shook her head. "I am uncertain." Chinshiri suggested, "Then you might consider a visit to the hospital for a checkup. An X-ray shouldn't be too costly. Merely 30 points. Is it really that affordable?" Zhang Wangyu expressed her surprise, having assumed it would be expensive, which was why she had avoided seeking medical attention. "It's quite simple. No manual operation is needed. An assistant will guide you through it when you arrive at the hospital, and it will be quick," Chinshiri explained. Noting their curiosity, he added, "However, while the examination is inexpensive, treatment can be quite costly." Zhang Wangyu nodded in understanding. Previously, she had believed that a hospital visit would entail numerous tests, thus hesitating to go. Now it appeared that the Wasteland hospitals were rather humane, allowing patients to choose their desired services. In truth, the point system was already quite high for most individuals. Gazing at the bustling river, she remarked, "Yet this river is still too crowded for us. Oh look, someone has caught a fish." Just as Zhang Wangyu was about to suggest they either switch to another stretch of the river or disperse, they witnessed a man surfacing from the water, his grin nearly reaching his ears. Cradled in his arms was a lively fish, and just as it seemed he might lose his grip, a nearby elder struck the fish with a small rake. Stunning, as the fish calmed. Everyone watched in awe as the man waded back to shore. Ding! Medium radiation edible meat detected. Consumption advised. With many companions accompanying him, the man appeared unbothered by the crowd's scrutiny upon reaching the shore. He did not lower the volume on his wristwatch, which blared loudly enough to silence the surrounding commotion. The riverbank erupted with excitement. Having only seen the video previously, witnessing the event firsthand was exhilarating. Despite having searched for energy stones for so long without success, they were now witnessing someone catch a large fish, an edible one with moderate radiation. How could they not be thrilled? The atmosphere was electric, filled with fervent discussions and eager gazes directed toward the man's catch. He beckoned his wife over to admire the fish before plunging back into the water. Zhang Wangyu thought that with their collective effort, they could surely obtain a significant catch. However, for their small group, the situation felt rather unwelcoming. The news of the fish caught would likely disrupt the previously serene sections of the river. With the river now agitated, Zhang Qiling was resolute in not allowing Zhang Wangyu to venture into untested waters until he was certain her leg was fully healed, but in fact, she suspected that even once she was completely recovered, he would still be reluctant to let her go. Recently, Zhang Qiling's demeanor towards her seemed to have shifted significantly. He treated her as though she were fragile, like a glass doll. Had she not been able to walk on her own, she might have doubted whether he would carry her around. This was not merely her imagination. She had noticed Zhang Qiling attempting to scoop her up on several occasions. "Come, I know a splendid place." Chun Shiri spoke mysteriously to Zhang Wangyu. His gaze flicked towards Zhang Qiling. He wished to keep his voice low, yet this brother's eyes turned somewhat cold when he approached Zhang Wangyu, sending a chill down his spine. Ah, the folly of those in love. One would think their minds would falter. After all, at his age, what could he possibly do with a young girl? He could very well be her father's age. Truly absurd. He loved his wife dearly, indeed. Chun Shiri dared not voice his thoughts. He was merely a frail scholar, not a member of the guard. Had he possessed his son's physique, he would surely not fear Zhang Qiling. Unaware of their private disputes, Zhang Wangyu leaned closer to Chun Shiri and asked softly, "Is it safe?" Chun Shiri nodded. "It must be safe." As a delicate scholar, he would naturally avoid perilous places than a wild pond. He raised an eyebrow. "Shall we go?" Zhang Wangyu glanced at Zhang Qiling, and upon seeing him nod slightly, she replied, "Let us go." She inquired again, "Is it far?" Before Chun Shiri could respond, Zhang Qiling said to her, "I will carry you." Chun Shiri felt a bit overwhelmed. Was this the sensation his friends experienced when observing him with his wife? It was indeed quite suffocating. Zhang Wangyu declined Zhang Qiling's offer to carry her, as the distance was not particularly far. However, they had to navigate through a thicket of thorns, and there were hardly any wild vegetables, only sparse wild grasses that deterred most from venturing forth. As Zhang Wangyu pondered how to traverse the thorny bramble, her last encounter with such thorns had nearly cost her life to a wild chicken, leaving her face scratched. Zhang Qiling noticed her serious expression and prepared to clear a path with his black gold ancient blade. Seeing him ready to work, Chun Shiri quickly interjected, "It's not that difficult. Follow me. My son previously cleared a path for me." He pushed aside a tangle of dry thorn branches, revealing a route wide enough for his vehicle. The thorns above remained untrimmed, making the passage resemble more of a burrow than a road. Zhang Wangyu, being of modest height, found it easy to bend and maneuver through, yet the tall Zhang Qiling faced some difficulty, and she worried whether it would be too taxing for him. Zhang Qiling shook his head, "Not tiring at all." "Are you tired?" He feigned a gesture as if to lift Zhang Wangyu. She quickly waved her hands, insisting that her own exertion was quite enough and that she would not add to his burden. As they continued, Zhang Wangyu felt a sense of unease. Zhang Qiling should be quite familiar with such passages, as even the tunnels he traversed were likely narrower. Curiously, she whispered to him, "Brother, is this path more challenging than those you have walked before?" Zhang Qiling tousled her hair. "Would you like to try?" Her eyes brightened at the thought, for she indeed wished to explore, though she was uncertain of her return. She chuckled. "If I can make it back, I would love to take a day trip." A hint of uncertainty crossed her face as she asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Not particularly," Zhang Qiling replied, parting the thorns obstructing Zhang Wangyu's path. Noting her pale complexion, he added, "Just be cautious not to stray. Especially not alone with Wu Xie. If you ever wish to go, we shall leave Wu Xie behind." Initially startled by his mention of danger, Zhang Wangyu soon comprehended that Zhang Qiling misunderstood her inquiry. She felt rather foolish for questioning whether the journey with this living embodiment of law was perilous. Indeed, it was a touch absurd. Moreover, few of his companions lacked their own brand of danger. We can discuss it later, haha. So you are aware of Wu Xie's mysterious and uncanny nature, she teased. Zhang Qiling, reminiscing about that individual, replied with a tinge of nostalgia. Yes, I know. Quietly, he and Fatty had observed Wu Xie for quite some time, ultimately concluding that he possessed an unsettling aura. As they walked and chatted, the path became increasingly manageable. Upon emerging from the thicket, they found themselves in a circular depression, with the lake that Chenshiri had mentioned at its center. Surrounding them were a few tall trees, their slender leaves casting shadows over a portion of the pond. My goodness, is this not a fisherman's paradise? Zhang Wangyu exclaimed, gazing at the modest pond, its banks adorned with lush grass. Half submerged in water, with the trees shielding them, they need not worry about sunburn at noon. Yes, the fish might be few, yet they were exquisite. Zhang Qiling set a small stool for Zhang Wangyu, and then turned to gather bait. Chenshiri, having prepared bait himself, must have done so in advance at home. Observing the quantity of bait he was preparing, Zhang Wangyu inquired, "You're not planning on setting a trap, are you? That seems rather extravagant." Chenshiri shook his head. Not quite. I merely believe in being prepared. Zhang Wangyu watched as he molded a lump of bait larger than her fist onto the hook, and silence enveloped her. Indeed, the aquatic life here was substantial, necessitating larger bait. Yesterday's use of plump green worms had slipped her mind momentarily. Should they have relied on the bait the size of a fingernail, it would hardly attract any fish to this made from cornmeal? Zhang Wangyu pointed to his concoction. Indeed, Chenshiri affirmed, this cornmeal mixed with fish grass juice makes the finest bait. However, they still prefer low radiation. Then you have certainly invested significantly, Zhang Wangyu remarked. Chenshiri chuckled. Not all. This is a blend of half medium radiation and half high radiation cornmeal. If it were all medium radiation, I would fear being robbed along the way. I've shared my recipe with you. Chenshiri's gaze lingered on the plump green worms that Zhang Qiling held, his longing evident. Zhang Qiling tossed 2 of the plump worms into Chenshiri's bait box. The worms, sensing the aroma of food, instantly perked up. Quick as a flash, Chenshiri transferred the 2 worms into another box, beaming with gratitude towards Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling merely nodded and silently began to prepare another hook for Zhang Wangyu. Are you planning to scout the area? She asked as he finished and began to fiddle with his black gold ancient blade. Yes, Zhang Qiling replied. I'll see if there are any wild creatures nearby. Please be careful, Zhang Wangyu urged, rummaging through her backpack. You need to take a backpack? Zhang Qiling shook his head, as he was still unaccustomed to carrying such things, especially something so large. Then take this bag. I've packed nutritional liquids and water inside. If you find yourself delayed in returning, just find a place to hide, but remember to eat something. Zhang Wangyu reminded him, as they had also brought yellow eel porridge. All stored in bamboo containers. If Zhang Qiling encountered wild creatures, a struggle might ensue, and it would be a shame to waste it. If you can return, do your best to come back, she instructed. Understood. Zhang Qiling turned to Chenshiri. Thank you for your trouble. Chenshiri waved his hand dismissively. No trouble at all. Once Zhang Qiling's figure disappeared into the thicket, Chenshiri moved his small stool closer. That man seems quite cold. Don't you get chilly at night? Chenshiri remarked, contrasting him with his own warmth. As his wife claimed, he was always cozy enough that they didn't need to heat the bed. Not at all. It's quite warm, Zhang Wangyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed that he speaks little. Aren't those ancient texts filled with such taciturn great figures? Great figure. Chenshiri mused. Finding the term quite fitting, he carefully retrieved a book from his backpack. Here, Zhang Wangyu was puzzled. What is this? A book. The familiar comic style, featuring a cold-eyed woman in red and a man in dark attire embracing her, transported her back to her high school days. You, don't be too touched. This is the latest find, Chenshiri said, caressing the cover with reluctance. It contained mentions of extraordinary martial arts from ancient times and intriguing herbal formulas worth researching. Something for her to peruse as well. Zhang Wangyu observed his reluctant demeanor and gently declined. No, you should keep it. You can develop it further in your hands. Chun Shiri observed her expression, which was genuinely sincere, and decided to withdraw. Little did he know the intricacies of the tale that lay within: miscarriages, heart extraction, and broken legs. And yet, she still survived. One might wonder how potent that medicine must have been. Had it been passed down through generations, perhaps the number of casualties during the Wasteland era would not have been so staggering. Zhang Wangyu interjected. Is there a possibility that this is all fabricated? That it is merely a figment of the author's imagination? Contemplating this, Zhang Wangyu cautiously inquired, Chen Ge, do you think it's possible that these accounts are mere fabrications by later generations? Perhaps this historical episode never even occurred. Chun Shiri shot her a glance. Of course, I'm aware of that. Knowing it and taking it seriously are two different matters, he retorted, as Zhang Wangyu's eyes widened in surprise. What kind of look is that? Haven't you heard the saying? While unofficial histories may not always be true, they're certainly wild. Moreover, Chun Shiri whispered, I have seen some videos from the past indicating that many of our nation's weapons and research were inspired by the flights of fancy of these authors. So, he cast Zhang Wangyu a knowing glance. Though she was somewhat perplexed, realizing that their research was indeed based on those sci-fi spectacles, she pondered how such melodramatic narratives could possibly inspire them. Yet, as she was not involved in scientific research, she could not fully grasp their thought processes. Perhaps, for them, it truly held some inspiration. This must be a printed version, right? Zhang Wangyu pointed to the book he had carefully wrapped and placed in a sealed box. Chun Shiri nodded. Indeed, our family prefers to have physical copies of books rather than storing them in wristwatches. Quite splendid. Zhang Wangyu's eyes lit up. Surely, there must be an electronic version available. She rubbed her hands together. Chen Ge, do you think you could? A mischievous grin spread across Chun Shiri's face. Are you having regrets? Zhang Wangyu nodded. I think I should follow in your footsteps and delve into research myself. Who knows? I might have a brilliant idea. Chun Shiri's expression reflected pride in her potential as he prepared to reveal his treasures. However, Zhang Wangyu quickly waved her hands. Let's skip the physical books. I have no space for them, and I fear losing them. Could I possibly have an electronic version instead? Sure, Chun Shiri was accommodating. Finally, he found someone who shared his fondness for such melodramatic literature. Quite a rare occurrence, he had sensed a kindred spirit in Zhang Wangyu the very first time he laid eyes on her. They were both simple souls. That I have several beloved titles to share with you. Chun Shiri enthusiastically passed her a few books. Zhang Wangyu expressed her gratitude profusely. At last, she had some intellectual sustenance. This place's wristwatch system was quite remarkable, free from internet fees, though the online browsing options were rather limited, and the forums were lacking in entertainment. The fish are biting, Chun Shiri nudged Zhang Wangyu, who was still engrossed in her wristwatch. While spiritual nourishment could not compare to the sustenance of actual food, Zhang Wangyu was acutely aware of her current predicament. Had it not been for Zhang Qiling's prohibition, she would have already set off with her small basket to gather provisions. She lifted the rod, which was experiencing considerable agitation below, tugging at her line. In her moment of distraction, she nearly fell into the water, but thanks to her previous training with Zhang Qiling, she managed to stabilize herself, her legs firmly planted. Chun Shiri retracted his hand, realizing that she possessed some skills after all. Hey, I refuse to believe this. What could it possibly be? Zhang Wangyu, invigorated, felt the powerful tug and speculated it must be a sizable catch. Yet after yesterday's letdown, when her largest catch had turned out to be a clam, her frustration lingered. Chen Ge, surely there aren't clams here too? Chun Shiri shook his head. I wouldn't know. I've never caught a large clam here. The catches here are mostly fish, and many times, simply empty hooks. There's no need to dwell on that. Oh, that's reassuring. That it seems we have a big fish on our hands. Zhang Wangyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she witnessed someone else reel in a catch, following Chun Shiri's guidance from the previous day. She skillfully maneuvered the fish point. 10 minutes passed, and finally, her opponent succumbed, obediently returning to her. It was indeed a fish, measuring about 2 palms in size. Zhang Wangyu's excitement bubbled over. Chun Ge, look, it's a fish, Chun Shiri nodded, though a pang of envy tugged at him. Just moments ago, his own rod had twitched, only to reveal that the bait had been devoured. The fish's mouth was tightly sealed, its tail motionless, exhibiting a lackadaisical demeanor. as if it had not been hooked at all. Rather, it appeared as though it were a fake fish dangling from Zhang Wangyu's hook. Zhang Wangyu brought the fish closer, confirming that it was indeed caught. Its scales were largely missing, as if they had been scraped away, suggesting that it would require no filleting upon returning home. It bore several wounds, hinting at a prior skirmish with other fish. Had it just returned from a brawl? Or was it perhaps cast out from its school? Zhang Wangyu murmured to herself. She casually checked the fish's status. Beep. Low radiation edible flesh, suitable for mass consumption. Oh, splendid. A fish that is safe to eat and low in radiation. Zhang Wangyu felt no disdain for its scrappy appearance. On the contrary, she found it endearing, recognizing that it was aware of its edibility and had preemptively shed its scales. Giddily, she placed it into her small basket. You did well. In just over half an hour, you've caught an edible fish. What a fruitful endeavor, Chun Shiri remarked as he observed her.